Hi, I'm Gabe Newell. 13 years ago, I had a front row seat to watch the very first champions of Dota 2 earn their place on the Aegis in a convention hall not too far from tonight's arena. From that hall to a concert hall in Seattle to arenas around the world, the crowds may have grown bigger, the players and teams may have changed, but one thing hasn't: the joy we all take in watching the best players in the world play Dota 2. So to all of you there in the arena, to the millions around the world who are watching, I say welcome. Welcome to the Royal Arena in Copenhagen. Welcome to Europe, back where it all began. Welcome to the greatest esports event in the world. Welcome to the International.
Goosebumps here as we're getting ready to get the games started live on our amazing looking stage. It is an honor to be here with all of you and all of you here as well, as we are focusing on our first series of the day with BB Team taking on Falcons. T-Gov, this is gonna be a spicy one.
Yeah, you've got Falcons who have pretty much, since its inception, won it all, versus a team that, on paper, when they formed, you expected them to be one of the best teams in the world, yet they've yet to win it. They've always been, a second team, a third place team, maybe even a last place team. It's been such a volatile run for such a high MMR stack that, yeah, it feels like a David vs Goliath, but it shouldn't be on paper.
To put it into context, BB Team, their 3 core players are all top 10 in the MMR leaderboards of Europe, which is the most competitive leaderboard. And with that being said, you expect these players to, on paper, kind of crush everyone they face. But that's not the case. BB Team, they're known to kind of crumble under pressure. That's always been something that's associated with them. But when they do get it together, they play some really dominant Dota.
They do, and they do play really dominant Dota, Lacoste, but not against Team Falcons.
Yeah, this is just a really bad matchup for them. They only have 5 dubs in terms of games, and they were unable to win a series in 2024 against Team Falcons, which says a lot about the team, their play style. They need to change something here. This is the biggest event, and they should be able to at least take a game. But I want to see the preparation. As the FE said, this is the team that sometimes does crumble under pressure, especially because they've been consistently placing top 3, getting multiple. I think they got 2 grand finals as well in this year against Falcons, but they were unable to get that, final finish. They were unable to lift any trophies whatsoever.
Yeah, is this just a playstyle clash, we think, Effie?
I wouldn't necessarily call it a playstyle clash, because when you look at, Team Falcons, they're kind of seen as the perfect team when it comes to taking every box. They're strong in lanes, they're strong in drafts, they're strong in map and play, they're strong at team fighting. They don't really lack for much, whereas BB Team, they're incredibly strong in lanes, so their first 10 minutes against any team does not crumble. What happens to BB Team is that it feels like when they play in higher pressure tournaments, they just don't make the same calls that they would under different stakes. They're not making the same movements that you would expect out of them. And because of that, they tend to get run over by teams that have more confident map and play. That could be different today, though. We'll have to see.
It feels like they often get, they assume the win's already there. Like, against teams that are weaker than them, 25 minutes into the game, another team, they'd be closing out. But they're like, oh, we've already won this game. There's we're on autopilot, yet they kind of do fall flat a little bit.
And the difference between the carries, the farm, the network distribution, is a big one for me. Saika, aka Nightfall, takes the most by far of any carry player, and also Skeeter the lowest. But Skeeter tends to be much more active early on, where Nightfall, he tends to farm a little bit more, and then he tends to join the fights. These are also 2 players who are in the top 5 when it comes down to KDA, when it comes down to average kills. Actually, 4 players that are going to be playing here are top 4. We have Malrine, Skeeter, Saika, and GPK, so really expecting a high action-packed game.
The clash of styles, in fact, like Skeeter, he likes to join the fight, whilst Amar then kind of fills into the carry role, off-lane carry role. Whilst on the other side, BB, they're a bit more of a traditional team, like the off-laner, he buys like
Team Spirit, the TI winner, yes, man.
Nightfall or Saika behind that will be farming, so there is a difference in play, and I think if BB isn't ready for Falcons just swarming the map.
Team Spirit is the winner of TI twice, but today they go home. They're not going to play in the main stage, my man. Sajjad Ahmadi. Rest in peace, Team Spirit.
Quick on the map to make the big moves, and if you try to play for a 45+ minute game, you're probably not going to make it much further in the tournament.
And I like what you mentioned about the offlaner Miro on BB Team being a bit more traditional in how he itemizes, how he plays, and of course you've got ATF on the other side who can fit that conventional role in terms of buying auras, but he can also step up to that core role if needed. And you see that with the unique heroes that each of them had. Like you saw the Beastmaster, one of Miro's specialties, whereas you have the Razor on the side of ATF. But the top 3 offlane heroes, both of them have been playing it. The styles have been similar this tournament because the meta dictated it, but it's different when you're in a lower bracket, best of 3. The meta does not apply as much as you would think it would.
And the ATF, you know, a guy that loves to clown a lot in the games, he is the one who gave a lot of respect to Miro, talking about him in Road to the International interview, that he is one of the best offlaners in the world for a good reason. I love to see the mutual respect between these two.
And I bumped into him to the lift the other day, and I've already spoke about what's his tactics to get into the head, because obviously he likes to ping facets, he likes to do things all chat, and he leaked some strats he's got it prepared. But just to, like, he's already just too aware. Like, he might be quiet earlier on, but he's going to level it up for TI. So if you are a fan of Amar and that stuff, then he's got it ready. So hopefully he uses it right now, straight away. First series, don't hold it. You know, you might be getting eliminated. I need you to use everything you have in your tank, Amar.
They've got a bit of different personalities on the offlaners too, because every time you see Miro in interviews or the way that he talks about his team, or even how other players talk about him when they play pubs with him, everybody loves to play with Miro. They say he's so polite, makes good calls, he gets along with everybody, whereas Amar, he likes to get under people's nerves. He plays Dota with this idea that he doesn't just want to win, he wants to frustrate the enemies, he wants to upset them. And while they are different in personalities, I think that kind of play also, or that kind of clash kind of leaks into their playstyle too. I mean, you see Amar like being an anti-carry. He wants to make his opponents miserable.
It's why the Extreme Spirit series is actually so refreshing, because we didn't have any of it. We had no like pinging, nothing, no all chat. It was just like a calm, like old school, like a gentleman's game of Dota. But with Falcons, there's no gentleman. It's just all.
Who do you think will win,
to try and
Bob?
get the win.
Who I think will win. Do you want to see my prediction? We can log into Dota. We can see my prediction. I put Liquid. I put Liquid to be the TI winner, maybe. What about you, Mr. Sajad?
Gotta click harder. I think also both teams are very well accustomed to going up against each other and therefore to dealing with potential tipping, old chat, anything of the sorts. And while we're getting ready to get the players on the stage, I want to just straight up hear from my panel. They've never done it before. BB Team's never taken a series off of Falcons. They have, however, the most experience playing against them. So if they're going to put all that experience into practice, T, are they doing it?
Do you want me to hype you up? Because if
I want to have
my analyst hat is on, and no, I don't think they can do it. I think it might get to 3 games, because when they have drawn in best of 2s, BB wins the second game. Okay. So they know how to adapt when it gets difficult, but based on the year, it's like it feels like an 80-20 to Falcons. Like it feels like they should just walk into this, the way that they've played so far, the speed that they break their opponents, the fact that just, yeah, I would be surprised if BB win it, but then I'm happy to be here and be shocked after game 2 or 3.
Well, we're gonna find out if we'll be shocked, or if we're at least gonna have. I know we're gonna have an entertaining series, guys. I have no doubt about that. But to do so, we first need the teams on stage.
Yeah, Liquid's so great and might win. Toronto top here again, yeah. Liquid is a great team and might win. Yeah. What do you think, Sayad? Do you think Liquid will win? Who do you think will be the winner? This is the lowest TI price pool, you know. Like after TI won, we cannot compare to that. But yeah, what can we say? Let's just see. I would like to watch the hype, the match. Want to see what's happening.
Lower bracket, knocking out Talon, knocking out and eliminating Nouns, and they are looking to do the same against their fierce opponents, Falcons.
High chance, but I hope final between Team Spirit and Liquid.
We
Team
got
Spirit
Peter
going home, buddy.
Ballerina Mark,
Team Spirit is not
snaking
playing now.
at AUI 2000. This is considered
Team Spirit is going home. They are eliminated, my friend. They're not playing. Let me show you the bracket, okay? It's automatic on the side. TI schedule. Wikipedia. Okay. Team Spirit going home already. This is gonna be the main event. They lose here. Team Spirit lose to Extreme Gaming 2-1. It's the match. They playing, I don't know. Not really. I sleep back then. So today, Badbomb versus Falcons, Aurora versus Extreme Gaming. Right, so Team Spirit, go home, Spirit. Pop, 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 pop. Go home, Yatoro. Like that, buddy. Okay, again to the booth. Let's see.
Performance issue when he was playing his first LAN, but after that, the man is really feeling himself. He feels like a veteran rather than a newcomer into the scene, and he adapted. Like, because if you look at his player history, he didn't play for many teams when it comes down to Tier 1 Dota. The creep wave, and then the man was suddenly bumped into a Tier 1 team immediately and had a great success with them.
Yeah, you also have to realize that he's playing with a team that he draws confidence from as well. Like ATF, who's the same age as him, he's been around for longer, and they have a friendly rivalry going on between each other where they compete for MMR, they compete for better KDA within the game, and having someone like that by your side, you'll never actually feel nervous. And then that's just ATF, right? But you have to look at the veterans on the team in Snaking, Scooter, and Crit. When you play with them, they're going to be able to reassure you in situations like this.
I mean, also, it's like for Mallory to have his first TI, but then when you think back, like he's been part of what? He's won 4 Tier 1 events, Grand Final 5 times.
See Ame?
Like, his journey to be at his first TI isn't the true underdog story where he made it through the qualifiers and, we're shocked to see him here, right? Like, he's won it all.
Extreme Gaming is against Liquid. They might win, man. I mean, the Falcon, they're going from the Extreme Gaming going from bottom, the lower bracket. Let's see. That we don't have many Chinese team. I closed it already. I go. All right. Gotta go to the toilet. I'll be back soon.
Champions in Skeeter and Snaking, and a double TI champion coach in AUI 2000. So the vast amount of experience in that squad is very intense. Also, Malrine and ATF, as mentioned, both of them 19, one of the youngest players here at the International, although Malrine will turn 20 in just a couple of days. So he'll leave his teens, as you say. On the other side, we got ourselves BB team, and even though all of these players are experienced on this main stage, perhaps, Tigov, the nerves will be a factor for them.
Yeah, I think it's just difficult for BB. The fact that they've been together as a roster for so long, since last TI when they made the swap with Miro coming into the offlane. They've been so close, and they've been on the main stage, they've been against the top teams, they've been in grand finals, yet they're yet to make it. So I hope for their sake they've kind of been able to overcome the thought of what will it be this time. Like, if they have any doubt, that's when they have the struggles, and unfortunately they have choked a couple times before, and if they can get all those problems aside, they are a team who is destined to be in multiple grand finals.
I mean, the sad thing when you think about BB team is that internally none of them are happy with the results because they know that they're capable of so much more. And the word around the block is they don't really lose in scrims. Like, if you ask around, they play incredibly dominantly and they have better performance in scrims than they do at LAN. So when you hear something like that and you know they're stomping all of the Tier 1 teams in the world when they're practicing, but when they can't quite apply the same kind of dominance at a tournament, that means internally, somewhere at some point of the game, that same calls that are usually...
Drink your water, guys. Drink a lot of water because it's really important. Don't be lazy to drink water, right? It's all gasoline. Haha. Let's go.
I mean, we've all heard the meme about Psycha or Nightfall with the BKB TP out. It's funny, but it does apply to their play a lot. A lot of their play, not just the carry, can be summarized as BKB TP. Can we take the smoke and win it? What are the odds? 30% chance we'll lose this fight, or 70% chance we'll win? Maybe we don't want those odds. Maybe we want the 90% odds. And that, you can't have that kind of philosophy if you're going up against Falcons.
You definitely need to take risks when you're playing on the big stage. So I want to see, some more taken from BB team because they looked pretty good. Like first 15, 20 minutes of the game, it's pretty much always stellar. One thing they always struggled with was pushing the high ground. Like we've seen so many times. Game 2 against Talon in Road to TI. If you go way back during the Elite League, I casted more like I think 5 or 6 games. Every single time what happens is they have 20k gold lead, they can't finish off the game. So this is something they need to work on.
And you can see from the heroes picked against Falcons, BB, they try to shift their playstyle to try and match the aggression that Falcons bring. But again, based on the stat set, like it hasn't worked. And we heard as well in an interview with Save when they won earlier in the Road to International, like when he's having a good game, he feels like his team plays a lot better. When he's having a difficult game, he can feel that the win isn't as easy to secure. So I feel like maybe Save is more of the conductor for the team.
Kitty.
And that is something that against aggressive teams, when he gets shut down, it can be difficult. And yeah,
Hello Kitty is back.
He's got the outfit on. He's ready.
Sometimes that's all you need. Good luck charm, and you're ready to go. That is maybe something that BB team can incorporate in their play. I do want to talk a little bit more about the heroes both teams are using as we are close to getting the draft underway. What are some of the heroes that people at home should look out for? Which are some of the ones that you are going to pay attention to?
So the big one that both of these teams share is Doom, as we saw in the graphic that was pulled up earlier. Falcons have had pretty similar openers compared to BB team, who have drafted a lot of different things. But typically, when you look at Falcons, they're going for that Tusk first pick or that Doom first pick. And Doom is a highly contested hero for every team this tournament. BB team is no exception. Miro tries to get it as much as he can as well. So it's going to be a matter for me this draft. Are BB team prepared to steal the Tusk? Because they actually haven't opened with Tusk at all.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo so far has played 12 different position 5 heroes out of 14 games. And if coming into this series, you have to respect Tusk, you have to respect drinking buddies. I'm sure there's a lot of drinking buddies in the arena right now, but anyways. And yeah, I feel like you have to... Yes. I was just making sure I got one little crouch here again for that one. No, I think, yeah, you have to respect the Tusk on that one because he is the position 5 of the tournament. It is nice to say when you come into a TI that position 5 is potentially the biggest hero pool that you're respecting at the moment. Of course, there's Lunas and Miranas and Monkey Kings, but like the Tusk and the Tree, they are so prevalent at the moment. And there are so many spots on the Aegis for more teams.
I know that last year's, everybody was wondering what is going to happen when the ring fills up. We don't know what's going to happen. What about... Yeah. You see that Team Spirit last year got put in a new ring.
There's like 7 more spots.
There's 7 new spots
We did
created.
count 7 more spots. 7 more TIs.
Very cool. And yeah, Team Spirit has said no longer here to defend their titles. Means we're going to get a fresh champion, a fresh team champion potentially, as well as the final touches are being put in the booth to make sure all 10 players are confident and comfortable when heading into that draft. And we talked about the support duo hero, and I'm now curious, Effie, you mentioned earlier that the core of BB team is the top in the world because they're all top 10 MMR. But we also know that right now, as we mentioned, Tusk is one of the supporters of the tournament, and they play such a pivotal role. What's the difference between the two support duos?
Oh, that's a good question. So for Falcons, I feel like their support duos are kind of generalists. Right? You don't necessarily think of particular playstyles. Like they have Crit, who used to be, very heavily focused on roaming. He shifted to being very heavily focused on winning lane, but now he just does a mix of both. They will either collapse on the mid lane early if they're Falcons, or they'll try to kick the enemy carry out of their safe lane by actually bringing in their carry through the twin gate. But often the supports are focused on shutting down the enemy safe lane, which could be why it's such a bad matchup for BB team versus Falcons here. Whereas you look at BB team, I look at Save, that's just a lane dominator. Look at Toronto Tokyo, plays lane dominating heroes. The BB team supports are much more heavily emphasized on winning lane for as long as they can, instead of rotating through twin gates.
It also feels like for Falcons, they have that moment where if the lanes go well, the two support picks don't feel uncomfortable moving around the map together. other teams, they often have this disjoint between 4 and 5, where it's like, am I really going to gank the map with like a Winter Wyvern and again, Oracle's not been picked in tandem, but that type of thing, it's like two defensive heroes aren't going to make moves. So here it's like every single time you see like the Tusk, and then there's a Snapfire, or there's a Oracle, and there's a Rubik. Like, you know there's smoke potential always with Falcons, and sometimes that doesn't really happen with BB.
Yeah, one X factor that they do have on side of BB is wide hero pool. You did mention Toronto Tokyo. He has the biggest hero pool from position 5, but GPK and Saika, they're also playing a lot of different heroes compared to Team Falcons, who have been the most studied team throughout the year, winning everything. You are the ones who are, you know, getting your heroes nerfed. You are the reason why the heroes are nerfed in general. And then also at the road to TI, this is the team that did play most games, so there's the most information on the team, so it's going to be studied for sure.
Yeah, do you feel like maybe that's the reason why they're in the lower bracket? I think a lot of people before the road to the international even began had Falcons as one of the top 5 teams, top 4 teams at this event, maybe even a team that will definitely be featured in the grand final. To see them here in this lower bracket.
Possibly, but also this is the team that at Riyadh Masters they had a terrible start at the group stage. 0-4 group stage at the road to TI wasn't also as cleanest, and team is not as dominant as some people would expect them to be, considering their results in 2024.
And also, you got to give it to Tundra as well in the upper bracket series. They showcased the first Night Stalker, or at least in the upper bracket, so the Night Stalker showed up. Ramses just popped off, and then in game 2 it was like a 67-minute game, very close. So yes, Falcons in the lower bracket, but it's because of like the excellence of Tundra showing up in that series. Like in another world, Tundra, Falcons, if they were ready for that Night Stalker, if something happened in that game too, like it wasn't just a full stomp. So it's like one of those teams where like, they're in the lower bracket, but
Could have been different.
it could have easily been very different. And that's the story of most of the teams at the moment. Like it's not been a lot of shutouts, other than maybe Liquid Extreme. That was a bit one-sided.
And one strength, well, Falcons have many strengths, but one of their biggest strengths is their ability to correct as the tournament progresses. They do it faster than a lot of other teams. And we heard from Coach AUI 2000 on interview that when he was reflecting on their losing series, he noticed a lot of mistakes. They've talked about the mistakes openly, and they already looked better post-interview when that occurred. So when you look at all of the veterans we talk about, it's not just within the team in terms of the players who are playing, but also Coach AUI, who has won TI himself as a player and also as a coach. And he is the heart of the team in the sense that he can always guide them, let them know where they should make their improvements, and he does it very quickly.
There is one elephant in the room that we haven't really talked about yet, is that both of these teams come from the same group, and they have already faced literally just over a week ago. And it was a very strong 2-0, I believe, for Team Falcons. How much, Lacoste, do you feel like both of these teams have changed since we started them? We always say about how tournament meta evolves as a tournament progresses, which is very noticeable for everyone because of the heroes that are picked. But how much do you feel teams evolve and grow during a tournament?
There's always something new to learn. We saw at the start of the tournament, we had a lot of sniper who had terrible terrible win rate, sub 30% at one point, and then people started to realize this Morana as a carry is also not as strong, so you have this Tusk plus Wind Rangers, Tusk plus Lunas coming out, and people are starting to theory craft even more, so I want to see what they have been cooking for this one, because meta definitely shifting, and if someone bangs out something special, we've seen like Tinker support being bad and Tinker support in the hands of Extreme Gaming being very good, so different teams have different opinions how the game is played, and that's the beauty of Dota.
And when you talk about bringing out something new and something special, we've seen BB Team themselves pull out combos that other teams aren't playing, like their Coddle plus Storm, which sounds funny saying it now, but that has not been in meta, even though it was very popular in meta a year and a half ago. Not played so much anymore, and they're doing new things to enable GPK in ways that they didn't at the start of group stages. So if they can keep cooking, coming up with new things, don't play into Falcons' hands with all of their draft preparation, we could have a very good series on our hands.
I mean, we saw it on the graphic before, like contested heroes. Now that we're in the final 3 days of TI, this is where the coaches and the captains need to step up and go, Naga Siren's banned in every game. But do we have a way to potentially beat it? So then it's like a hero that's always been banned suddenly gets into the pool. And that was the same logic with Sniper. Day 1, day 2, everyone was banning it. Everyone was picking it. 30% win rate in the support role. And now no one cares about it. And I think there potentially is a couple more heroes that we are respecting heavily during the road to the International that maybe they can find solutions. And if they surprise you in a game 1 where it's like your entire logic is built around this hero never appearing, that's when all your prep goes out the window, and like the excellence experience needs to shine through.
Yeah, and there is, of course, the fact that there have been 2 days break. 2 days, I know they had some obligations in terms of media and things, but they also had time to talk about what they could be doing differently from what they have been doing. And I think it's very important to note, and I don't know how much impact this would have, the last series that we watched was between Extreme and Team Spirit. And we saw very different heroes, as we see here, some heroes that we have not seen at all, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, some of these heroes not being played at the road to TI or TI now would be very sad. You know, big team fighting heroes like Tidehunter, Pudge is always exciting, makes for very exciting gameplay, and I think a hero that we actually could see at some point will be the Arc Warden. I think that is a surprise pick for a lot of mid players, and that's the one I would keep my eye on from the uncontested.
I still think Lich is pickable. I love Lich. This hero, problem is he's not a melee position 5, he doesn't soak up the damage, but in meta where you're thinking about how to mitigate most of the damage from the enemy team, this Frost Shield with the Facet, it does feel really nice.
Yeah. Only the point to that is Nullifier is so popular because of the aura meta that a lot of those heroes, a Nullifier, okay, thanks.
I know, I was just trying to hype him up.
I'm sorry to kill the
He's
vibe.
dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
And Dispel supports like Enchantress and Shadow Demon make our Frosty friend Lich not so happy. But I do want to talk about some heroes a little bit more. The Tusk, for example, that we mentioned, I really think that will be the pivotal hero for BB Team in terms of how they crafted their draft prep. Because we saw the win rate pop up for Tusk, it said 61.8%, but it should be noted that when Tusk is first phased, his win rate is at 88.9%.
That's just mad. That's just stupid high
It
at this
simplifies
point.
the draft so much, but I feel like we saw Faceless Void rise up relatively recently, but against Tusk, like you know you're going to enable a range carry. And we've not really seen the melee carries come to light. But like Faceless Void, use Time Zone, Chrono if you want to. You get that swarming jump to find the backline. Like Tusk does not like fighting throughout multiple layers of stun and skirmish, right? Like I feel like people were a little bit too comfortable with the I pick melee 5, they pick range carry, I'll copy you and off we go. So I think there's so many answers to what is a high-paced poking hero, but not a lot of teams have really tried to explore yet. And I think Aurora did relatively well with their Void, Phoenix, kind of like the play for that mid-game fight logic. But again, I hope people have cooked up some ideas because no way Tusk can go unanswered for
No, for sure. This is the most overall hero that he's so balanced, like has everything you need.
He does have everything you need. I don't think he will see the light of day, but there's only one way to find out. It is time to get our first game underway.
BB Team versus Falcons. Game 1.
The draft is underway, and I know I was very confident in saying that Tusk wouldn't make it through, but we'll see, because again, 2 days time off means 2 days to theory craft how to potentially counter what has become the strongest hero in the game right now. So we're in it. We got BB Team on the Radiant side, Falcons on the Dire side. First pick goes the way of Team Falcons, and that means BB Team gets the overall last pick, which is a strategic good point to have, and they do remove the Tusk Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, they did the research. This is the team that did have success with the Tusk. They did have 5 out of 5 wins with the Tusk, and also 5 out of 5 games with Kunkka. So no, not really surprised to see those 2 heroes being banned out, but this also opens up some of the other heroes in the pool. Doom is still available, even though they didn't have much success with the hero. We still see the teams heavily invest into the hero because of what he brings.
And the change up from Falcons, they first picked Doom twice against Tundra in the upper bracket. It didn't work out for them, hence why BB didn't respect it in their first phase bans, and Falcons then shift towards a Sand King.
Yeah, and a lot of teams love to respond with Doom to Sand King because his Doom is a Bloodstone counter with the healing reduction. So Sand King is heavily dependent on that Bloodstone and later skirmishes in the game to just stay in the fight for as long as possible. And BB Team do go for the Doom. With that being said, I say that on paper it's a counter, but we've seen Doom lose a lot this tournament and to Sand King. So it is very player dependent on how the team can play and craft around it. But I would say that BB Team are one of the better teams at playing around slower offlane heroes.
Yeah, it's because they don't like to break too quickly. Like we saw the stats as well. Like the way that Skidder utilizes Twin Gate is far more than we see Psyche use it. And that then allows you, if you're not making moves, you're not going to be punished if you can win your lanes and kind of create this fortified areas like safe lanes one, off lanes one, GPK then connects where possible. Like if you don't make the first move, you just react, and then that's your way to enter the mid game.
And always this second ban phase is very limited, so a lot of thought goes into A, how to protect the hero you have already picked up, and B, how to preemptively protect the heroes you're planning to pick without giving too much away. Which is maybe why it's unusual to see the Storm Spirit already removed, Lacoste. I feel like that is quite a telling hero.
It is. It's also, given respect to GPK, he is a really mean Storm player, and they're also breaking the potential combo that Effie mentioned, this Storm Spirit plus Keeper of the Light, so I don't think we're going to be seeing Keeper of the Light. They will go with something more simple, Mirana, which is still a flex, but I would want this Mirana to be a position 4, considering she's slightly slower than some other carries right now. If we talk about the Wind Rangers, Lunas, she needs that extra item, she needs her level 15 talent, ASAP, level 20 as well.
She also needs setup, which
Yes.
BB Team are currently lacking.
And there's so many options for Falcons here. They can do like Rubik +1 to take a bit more fight to the early game. You can then go for the is Omni? Yeah, Omni's still available if you want to go for the buff up the mid Sand King, because we've seen Malrine play it a couple of times. You put an early repel on a mid Sand King, throwing in the epicenter, it's so much to handle. But yep, they go for the Omni Knight option, which is perfectly fine. And what are they pairing with it? Alina, a formidable lane, and that prevents Doom. Again, the reason why Doom has struggled so far at the road to the International, potentially at the International, is you used to punish melee carries. You would Infernal Blade the carry, you'd have Scorched Earth, you'd chase them down the lane, but because ranged heroes are getting picked, 90% of the time, random stat I made up in my head, like, you can never actually pressure, you only farm. So now Lina, is going to have a free lane, unless the 4 position is able to try and find some more fight there.
Ooh, and Enchantress is still in the pool, but a Lion coming out together with a Nature's Prophet.
So I think the player who this tournament impresses with Lion the most, because I'm not usually a fan of the hero, is Save. I mean, this is one of Save's best heroes. I don't want to see this being played as a position 5. You want the heavy kill aggression coming out of your 4, because there are 2 options right now for BB Team. Is they can double down with this Furion, he can TP onto the Lina, and then with the stuns of Lion, with the Scorched Earth of Doom, they can attempt to run her down, or you just leave the Doom at some point, and then the Lion just roams and tries to win the other 2 lanes. So this NP plus Lion kind of cover for potential map play in either of these cases that I mentioned.
The speed in which BB is going to play is, it should on paper be very, very fast. And again, they have historically played relatively slow, but if the Prophet's from the mid lane, that's when I'm most excited to see Nature's Prophet at the moment, because you get your level so much quicker than being in the safe lane, you always are hunting for that next move, and yeah, they have the setup, they have the tools to try and do it. Now Falcons, potentially finding some anti-aggression heroes can be pretty helpful for them.
They did play Nature's Prophet twice so far. They didn't play it from the carrier role, so most likely that's going to be a mid one, where they are going to be pressuring more the side lanes. You have that little bit of extra oomph. So with Lion, with Doom, you're never going to lack damage for killing the heroes. I want to see... I mean, there's still potential to run this NP as a position 1.
I guess the question here is, does Falcons respect the map play? Like a Centaur, for example, would be really good for the game, but it might be too greedy to get into the game. So that's why they've actually opted to go for the position 4 now, just so they get a little bit more information before they lock in a Mars hero. But yeah, picking up Hoodwink can secure most lanes. It can also play into the map and brings more damage, because Omni Knight provides nearly 0 damage in the early fights. It's only survivability. Therefore, Hoodwink's kind of having to do the damage for 2 supports here.
And it's also a very nice hero against Nature's Prophet, where you always can run through the trees, so you don't have to buy that Quelling Blade. And I love the fact that you can also use the trees for the Bushwhack setup. They don't have the best heroes in terms of vision to find this Hoodwink, so could be a really good pick. In terms of setup, they do have Sankey going in, and Lina's LSA look like there.
And there's a central ban from BB, so BB was thinking about it as well. Falcons, this is where hindsight kicks in at the end of the draft. It's like, maybe we should have picked our off lane instead of the Hoodwink there. But we'll see what heroes they have available.
Also, I want to say for Hoodwink, this hero has failed to impress on the old school style of play, which is you build Gleipnir, you scale as a second core, but she has looked good building these utility items like Solar Crest, like Lotus Orb, and just buffing up the carry. So if Hoodwink crit goes down this route, then you're going to have a Solar Crested Lina, you're going to have a Lotus Orb Lina, a Repelled Lina. I mean, she's going to be a turret in this game, and BB Team still don't have the means to address her later on in the game. Currently, the way that they're approaching this Lina is that they want to kill her as much as they can and choke out the map. If they don't have that, though, there's no plan B outside of her getting doomed in late game.
One option Falcons have is going for the Timbersaw. Sure, you're playing into a Doom, into a Lion, there's Mana Drain and Doom and whatnot, but if you're such a noisy hero from the offlane, your Lina's never going to get jumped because you have to jump the Timber. The Sand King will never get doomed, so it might feel a little bit weird based on what you look against, but it could just be a big enough wall to keep protecting Skidder as he wants to try and right-click away and be that kind of glass cannon from the backline.
And keep in mind, Falcons, for both Malrine and ATF, the Timbersaw is a staple.
Yeah.
No, this is not a comfortable pick for Falcons, though, because the flex is still open for BB Team. You don't know if this is a Mirana carry, you don't know if it's a Furion carry, you don't know if Furion is going mid, so you can't have the best offlane pick to counter the safe lane yet.
I'm down with some Timber/Razor for Falcons since they don't have the, they don't have the last pick, so they can flex both of these heroes to the off lane and to the mid lane.
Another hero that is the Pangolier. Like with the bans that Falcons are doing, it's very aggressive, kill-hungry heroes, which maybe leans Falcons towards picking a slightly, weaker laner but better for the game. But it's like Pango, it's Timber, Primal. Ooh. So now it's Sanking offlane, Primal mid. I feel like when you have Malrine on the team, it does scream he should play it. But Amar has been playing a couple Primal Beast games in his pubs, so it exists.
So the Primal, as long as he follows the Furion, is a great pick. I mean, it's considered one of his counters. He can onslaught from a long distance away, find him in the trees. He has the damage to kill him, and later on in the game, it's a BKB piercing disable. So this could, in theory, be played on either lane, depending on where BB teams show their Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, it's really, really annoying to play into. And Primal is one of the few offlaners that independently, with just boots, you can skip behind the tower. So if you want Crit to play active on the map and gank mid, gank top, you can just sack Amar a little bit as he just constantly cycles behind the tier 2, grabbing the creep wave at minute 5 plus, farming camp. So there is ways in which Falcons can play against difficult lanes, hence why picking Primal here also feels good if it can go to the off lane, if Amar is willing to pick it up.
One thing I always like about Falcons drafts is that they are anti-carry. If we talk about the Razors, the Dooms that they like to run, now you have Primal Beast with the BKB piercing tool, also Hoodwink with the break mechanic, so quite a lot of these heroes do get shut down prematurely with what Falcons drafted already.
And with that in mind, and the fact that for BB Team there is still quite a bit of flex potential, what are we thinking that they would like to go for? What do we like most in terms of where this Mirana is going to go and where this Nature's Prophet is going to go?
And I think if they can pick up, because Falcons have banned out potential carries, but I think BB Team could even pick up a Clockwork to counter the Primal, play him around as a carry, run Fury on mid, and just play off of his rotations. But they haven't looked that comfortable on their Mirana carry compared to, let's say, Team Spirit.
The other option is go for like the Morphling and just lock in the big carry. They go for Windrunner. But yeah, it's just the way in which BB can play this, because of the mid profit, it opens up for your carry to be a little bit greedier. And yeah, they're going to go for it. The double range safe lane against, it's Primal Beast off lane.
So this is a safe option for BB Team. We talk about them always taking the safe route, and Wind Ranger is a safe route in terms of what they could have done with their draft, but I think that it's going to suffer versus Lina, who likes to build MKB anyway. The Lina doesn't feel that threatened if the first rotations go on her, and later on in the game, Primal Beast eats Wind Ranger, right? He's got Pulverize for BKB, he gets Uproar stacks. They could have done so much here, and they went for the boring option, so I'm not a big fan of their draft in this case.
A boring option sometimes is also the most safe option. It's game 1, lower bracket, gotta play it safe, see what the enemy brings.
Yeah, they wanted to secure his farm in the safe lane, so they do have double range heroes. Wind Ranger, one of the strongest laners when it comes down to position 1, and also a little bit of extra oomph coming up from that Nature's Prophet Sprout into Shackle, so you'll always have something to use those sprouts off. And I'm going to give a slight advantage to Team Falcons in here because I love the team fight that they're bringing. These beefy boys for Lina, who's going to deal the damage, and you have all the buffs pretty much in the world and all the damage that's going to be soaked in with the front line.
Yeah, I mean, GPK, the entire early game, he is the playmaker for BB. And there's a Sanking on the enemy team, a Hoodwink, and a Primal, all constantly wanting to chase and find him. And you only need like 1 or 2 of them in the lane to get the kill. So GPK's got to be careful that he doesn't just throw his body into some early fights, die a couple times, and kind of delete the ability for BB to make moves. So yeah, if GPK scales, they have a game. If not, yeah, Falcons looks like the stronger draft at least.
I don't want to harp too much on Lina, but Lina came out so early in this draft, and your only solution if you're BB team and your early game plans don't work is she gets doomed. That's not a very dependable solution because we've seen Doom lose in these late game scenarios to Lincoln Spheres, to Lotuses, to proper team fighting, proper observer ward placement. So BB team have to play the best 20 minutes of their life to take this.
We did say that one of the strengths of BB team was their first 10 minutes. We'll see if this game they can show that prowess and deliver and make this a very difficult game for Falcons. But there's someone on stage who very much thinks that Falcons will take this game 1 probably by storm. Let's head over to that stage where Slacks is with AUI 2000.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Hello, Copenhagen. Time to talk to the man himself, the legendary Status here coming up at this event, potentially. AUI 2000, so good to see you yet again. Now, they were prepared for you guys, banned out the Kunkka Tusk combo, which you have an endless win rate on, but you let them have that Mirana, which is a pretty high win rate. Your answer for that was the Primal Beast, I'm assuming? This was, I believe, the first time we're seeing you guys pull this out at the International.
Wait.
This International.
First time playing Primal.
I've heard a lot of scrims have included him, but I have not seen him on the main stage.
I mean, we didn't know, but yeah, we pulled it out. We hid the strat. It was all planned, of course. We hid all our heroes, and that's why we're in lower bracket. We're just hiding strats.
So it's time to cash in on those hidden strats.
Apparently.
All right, now, I'm not here to stress you out, Ali, but this is lower bracket. Might be the last time you're able to talk to the fans, you know. We're going to do the other coach next interview. Anything these guys in this arena can do to hype you guys up and get you ready for this match and to win this one.
I don't know. I mean, I think we pride ourselves on being calm. So obviously we'd love to hear the cheers because I think it'll make them nervous, honestly. Like the more cheers, the more the hands are shaking.
All right, fantastic. Well, we can hear that crowd cheering right now. Best of luck to you, and we'll get straight into the game with our casters.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, it's myself, ODPixel, here with Fog, ready to take you through the action of this first exciting best of 3 of the day. BB team up against Falcons. Fog here in the lower bracket. We heard from the panel, the record as it's gone over the year. It's not been great for BB team. No. Something about this matchup, they just can't win a series here. It's where it counts the most, Fog, for them to hold on in this international run. They've got to do it today.
This is the time to prove it. And it's been really, most of the time, just toward those later stages of the game. So I think most of the time when we talk about BBT, early game dominators. It's just, can they close the games out? So many times this year, I swear, me and you have even casted them versus Falcons, 10,000 gold lead, going to 20 minutes, etc. And then they just can't close the game up and end up losing. So yeah, this is the time to prove it. And a very strong early game aggressive lineup that they've gone for around this Nature's Prophet to try to put pressure on the map early on. But is it going to work out? That's the question. As we see Falcons, they bring out the Primal Beast. Amar, not the most comfortable on it in general, but they are comfortable to pick it now that he's played a couple more times in these pubs.
Absolutely, yeah, looking forward to see what he's going to be able to pull out from the offlane on the Primal. I mean, overall, so do you like this approach from BB team? It is, again, one of those drafts, right, where you've got, what, 4 ranged heroes, 1 melee. A lot of this is going to be on the Doom to kind of tank the brunt of the attacks coming in from Falcons, whereas Falcons, they've got a lot more beef across their lineup.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of team fight on Falcons, which can be a bit of a concern. It's just about the early game aggression, and Skinner
stepping up with the blood grenade, looking to run him down. The heal comes in, though. Skinner at the right.
One more hit.
Save, it's enough. It is. First blood for save.
These two, I actually wish, I want a stat line at some point that we need to get. How often do these two get first blood? Especially in some of these lanes maybe that can have some difficulty with it. Doesn't matter. Even with the Doom, with that Lion, versus a Lina Omni, one of the most defensive lanes, they're still able to get that. I think Save in particular has always impressed us. The way that he's able to make some of these not most traditional 4 heroes kind of pop out, it's always very impressive.
Now look at some of these matchups so far in the mid lane. Some fantastic stuff here from GPK on the first few waves. 13 and 5 against the 9 and 0. Getting that early lead against Mallory.
Malrine should be able to do just fine, though. Probably just a couple extra denies that you'll see come out from GPK, but bullying the Sand King with the Nature's Prophet, a bit difficult. We'll just see the rotations. I'm curious to see if GPK is going to be pretty active, especially toward the top lane, toward the Lina, because I think that's why they wanted this, right? Yeah, you don't have the best ways to get on her at some points, but if the Nature's Prophet's TPing behind, you have great ways to dive.
I mean, that's the thing, right? If you look at both of the side lanes of BB Team, they can get action going early, right? They will be able to set up and, you throw a Nature's Prophet, and on top of that, Falcons have got to be ready for these early movements.
Yeah, because bottom, it can be a little bit of an awkward lane, right? You look at this Mirana plus Wind Ranger, there's not really any setup, but when there's a Shackle Shot and there's a Sprout, could definitely see some potential kills. But this one I would say is the harder one for them to get too aggro on versus the Primal Beast and onto this Hoodwink. They have good ways to reset away. And just very tanky overall. You see Amar just gets to level 2, or I didn't see which level he got it, but he has the Uproar.
So far, Psyker still having no struggle finding the CS down hit. Unless they get massively out of position. I feel difficult for Falcons to get the jump onto the Wind Ranger in the lane.
Yeah, it's all about if he just steps up a bit too far. They do get a nice side pull here from Toronto, Tokyo. And thing to point out also, they did get both of the Lotuses in these first 3 minutes. So always important to point it out. When you're playing with Mirana, not the most impactful. Sometimes we meme about this innate, but hey, 20% extra, you get 2 Lotuses. These things can add up in these side lanes.
Mid lane, as you say, starting to catch back up, but the deny is actually building up from GPK.
And let's see how much GPK's micro also comes in, because sometimes I see these NPs mid, it's trying to secure runes when you're playing versus these bottle heroes. So, I mean, Malrine's going to get at least one of them finished up and potentially just going to get a refill also. So, but GPK trying to put that hurt on.
That's a lot of damage from him and his
and look,
tree.
he's canceling the TP, so he is going to be able to deny away that top one. So nicely done.
Top tier mid play so far from GPK to start this one off.
His levels are going to be quick too, so as soon as that level 6 comes off, we're going to have to keep eyes on this Wrath of Nature, how much it's going to be able to do to these side lanes.
Of course, on the top, Snake King should be able to make sure the two of them don't ever get left or have to sit very low in HP in this lane. But the bottom one, probably the more vulnerable. Crit's going to have to be careful.
He's got to get some stacks going, it looks like. They can't get too aggressive down here, so Crit we'll work on those. We see Malrine also. It's the Sand King versus this Nature's Prophet, so he's going to be playing around stacks to ensure that he can keep that net worth consistent. Yeah, so far, all 3 lanes though. BBT looking strong.
And this is, as you said, sort of been the story a lot of the times when we do see BBT.
Yes.
Right? This is definitely the part of the game where you really sort of see the kind of the MMRs reflected, right?
Yeah.
They're 3 cores at the moment in the top 10 on the board. The laning, the mechanics early on, they're going to be pretty flawless.
Yeah, absolutely. And top overall, I'm just watching them. I'm always watching this top lane from BBT is how much they can go for these dive plays onto Skeeter, because Skeeter is struggling a little bit up here. 400 net worth behind the Doom at the moment. And NP has hit 6, so I'm watching. Wrath of Nature's up, TP's up. Do they want to make an aggressive move off of that immediately?
GPK is definitely going to be ready to join if they do want to dive. But at the same time, Falcons, you can always imagine a quick TP response from Crit or something, that they can respond and they can fight back.
The cool thing that he's doing right now, though, is he's got this catapult wave in mid, right? So he knows that Malrine has to TP back to the mid lane. So if he makes an aggressive move to his side lane now, there's definitely not going to be a Sand King. And this tower is taking a beating.
The 6 minutes in. Look how much damage has already been done by GPK to this mid tier 1. It's basically dead.
It's pretty much gone.
One more push, and this tier 1 tower is going to be taken off the map.
That's going to open up the map for him even more so, too, to make that type of move. Doesn't have to worry about... I mean, he doesn't have to worry about where the Sand King is in particular once they take out that tower. They'll have so much information.
Yeah, slow start, but a very steady and sure one here for BB Team. 2K net worth lead already, just 6 minutes in.
Lane dominators.
And Falcons, after when you're going through this laning stage, is it just sort of full focus on making sure you don't give up kills? What's sort of the calls being made from Falcons?
I think it's just making sure that Skeeter doesn't get surrounded.
Yeah.
It's going to come very soon. It feels that they're going to look to pressure these towers with this NP having such a good start. The tower's dead mid. So 7 minutes also, he can look to contest the Wisdom Rune if he'd like to, if they had a secondary person in position, but...
No, it doesn't look like it. Crit setting up just in case the TP was going to be coming in, but as you say, GPK not going to look to make that risky move, so Crit will be able to secure his own Wisdom Rune.
Don't need to make these type of risky moves. I'm sure they're feeling it as well, too. It's like, we're not feeling pressure on these lanes whatsoever. We've killed the Lina, NP's taken the tower, Wind Ranger's not under pressure. It's a free farm across the board for them right now.
Yeah, it really is. Everything definitely going to plan for BB Team. Up
Tokyo.
now, though, Toronto Tokyo is found in the trees by Crit. Look at the setup.
Scouts the ward. So he tried to make a sneaky play there, but the ward was already placed from snaking about a minute or so ago, so they will see, or 2 minutes ago, sorry. So they saw this one coming in, they got the stun.
Oh, look at this quick move now from the three of them.
Oh,
they want to try and punish Psyker here on the Wind Ranger.
See how far up Psyker does go.
4 heroes on the job here to try and kill this Wind Ranger. They get the setup here from Amar. Quick turn with the shackle shot. TP starting to come in from BB Team save.
Nice stun.
He's in with the stun to hold them back, but it doesn't matter. Crit still in with the bushwhack. Gets the catch.
Skitter.
They'll get the kill. GPK, TP's in and he's ready to fight back, but Maureen, he's turned up as well. He's in with the burrow strike and the epicenter in on
huge damage.
GPK going down slowly, but surely he's out. Toronto taking
another stun.
Crit. Once more with the bushwhack, catching the two of them. Double kill for Maureen. They've got the level 6 on the bar. They have to grab. They're going to get the team wipe.
The numbers.
What a fight. They bring the numbers. They start off with just the 4 of them. It gets the response from BB Team. But Falcons just able to play that out that little bit better. Crit getting some fantastic bushwhacks. And yeah, GPK TP's in, but after the initial sort of presence and a few right clicks, he's left vulnerable on the front lines.
Skeeter does go down, but they have overwhelming damage that comes in from this Primal and Sanking. Malrine, a clutch move. Level 8 now, we've seen a couple times Sankings do this with their first rotations. The first epicenter is devastating.
I mean, at the start, it looks like, hey, you know what, BBT, maybe they're going to get out of this, but Crit coming in from that extra angle from the left sets up. They kind of fully focus in on Skeeter, and that leaves GPK in this position where he's got nothing else to do other than to try and run away.
Yeah, in hindsight, it probably is just a bit of an over-aggressive TP where he goes. Maybe he could have placed himself a little closer to the tower on this Nature's Prophet, but he put himself pretty much right in the midst of everybody, and the big team fight damage that can come out from this Falcons lineup, it can accelerate quickly.
Yeah,
Sanking and Primal is a ton of early game damage.
Well, we see already. Might get another chance to take down Psyker there, and with the burrow strike, Psyker's trying to escape, but Snaking slams him down with a hammer. Falcons, they have completely wiped away those early opening, 7 minutes where BB Team were dominating the lanes. That's completely gone now.
And now they've got control of this bottom side too. 2 back-to-back kills on the Wind Ranger. Definitely concerning for him.
Now Maureen is going to hit some fantastic timings these games with his early involvements. 203, he's 1800 gold already onto the Blink Dagger. It's going to be super quick this game.
Yeah, and the levels are just coming out super fast just from winning a team fight like that, so. Overall, BB does have to be careful how they make those over-aggressive moves a little bit here, unless they can pop the targets almost instantly. Maybe once they have the Lion Finger, they can do another aggressive move like that to kill a target fast, but they need to kill them quick before Falcons reacts.
Absolutely. I mean, it is again the nature of the draft, right, that we talked about. The Doom, the only melee hero. Outside of that, it's a lot of squishies.
It's true.
And if they get caught in the wrong position in a team fight, they will get picked off one by one, especially against all this amount of huge burst in AoE, especially this stage of the game, right? Falcons, they've got incredible magic damage output.
Magic damage output and just lots of AoE stuns. So GPK starting to get the push going here with his Treant up top. It's going to die, though, so it does make his way at least to mid to maybe take away the rune from Malrine.
Oh, there it is, 10-minute Blink Dagger.
So early.
On top of this phase boost already, Malrine. He's already been a huge threat across the map. That's only going to continue now.
I think his courier's dead, though, right?
I think so. Yeah, it is.
I didn't see where it did die.
Yeah,
so, I mean, a minute where he's not going to be able to bring it unless somebody else brings it out to him. So it could be a little bit of space, perhaps, for Psyker to
Crit's got it. Crit's bringing it out.
Crit's bringing it? Okay,
yeah,
I was going to say, that's usually... I've been seeing a couple players doing this when they do lose the courier, and they're going to instantly smoke him, so... Really clever move, and let's see if they're prepared for it on the side of BBT. Scan comes out, so they're aware of at least GPK's positioning at the moment.
He's going to try and get the opening onto Toronto Tokyo, but a couple of leaps will be enough to save him. Under the tier 2, this might be a bit too much for Falcons. I mean, they may be tempted to dive the tower. We'll see.
He's pretty fragile on the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Straight away with the epicenter and the burrow. The bushwhack perfectly timed afterwards. Keeps Psyker locked down. Another kill on the Wind Ranger.
They might go for
really
more.
Holding his game behind. Got the catch, leaps, they're all on cooldown. Toronto Tokyo's got no way to get away from this.
And you can tell Mara's practiced that. He did the combo where you instantly use the charge afterwards from the pulverize. No way to react. They're accelerating things quickly. BBT, GPK's trying to do almost the same, but look at Falcons responding right away.
Coming in, Malrine, he's going to be ready with a blink stun if BB send anyone up to this tier 1 tower. I mean, they're already starting to hold back a little bit, GPK and Mirror, because I think they know This is not a safe place for them to try and push on.
I think for BBT, they need to just get this Blink Dagger on Miro so he can start getting involved, because map is a little bit scary for them at the moment without him. And like you said, he needs to be that tanky force to jump in and start the action. Otherwise, it's a Nature's Prophet TPing in and likely just dying to all those big magic bursts. So definitely needing that Blink, but it's giving time for Skater to catch back up. He was the one who was struggling a bit on the side of Falcons, but he is actually ahead of the Wind Ranger now. 2K lead for Falcons.
Yeah, they're, when they start to get the lead at this point, I don't think they themselves will feel under too much pressure to make moves happen. They're happy to farm up on all 3 of their cores.
Absolutely.
They know that it's going to still be quite the recovery needed for Psyker after a rough start here. 3 deaths in the early game as the Wind Ranger carry.
That can be pretty brutal when you're playing versus some tanky cores, right? Versus this Sand King and Primal that can just get on top of you. And then you throw an Omni Knight who just makes them even tankier, more durable. We'll see how they address this. Amar, he's also queued up the pipe, so really understanding the damage limits from BBT early on. There's the smoke, so they've got their Blink now in the Doom. Can they find anything? Because right now, everybody on Falcons is just split up farming.
They are. They're getting a lot out of the map right now, Falcons. So BBT, when they make these sort of smoke movements, they have to get something good out of it.
Otherwise, it just quickly starts to show in the net worth. It's going to, now up to 3K, it's going to quickly accelerate if they don't find a connection.
At the moment, nobody's down here. Their best effort may be to take the Twin Gate and try and look for a play up top, but even then, it's only Snaking showing themselves. You see on the map right now, they don't see a lot, BB Team. Falcons, whilst they're making as much as they can out of the lanes and the jungles, it's causing it to be incredibly difficult for BB Team to find some sort of successful movement. Snaking, they'll just have to maybe settle for it, but even that, repel and a TP, they're not even going to get the chance to set up onto a support. Falcons just completely evading the moves from BB Team.
Yeah, play the map beautifully. Snaking goes mid. It's the most dangerous position on the map, perhaps, but he's fine with doing that as this Omni Knight. Tends to be the case for Snaking. He does get picked off sometimes, but that's usually their plan. It's tough to get too over-aggressive on BBT because of how early that Sand King Blink came out, because of the Primal Beast. They have great ways just to counter-gank any of the BB aggression.
Still got a lot of damage. GPK can kind of get that level 2 in the Wrath of Nature.
Yeah.
He's closing in on the 12. And the Gleipnir. That's going to be the next sort of spot in which that they can look to get him involved. He's going to have a bit of control that's going to help him stop Falcons from getting the jump onto him.
Save. Looking for Snay again. Big Wrath of Nature.
I mean, they may be considering if they can go with the Finger Burst in the Doom. They're going to go for it. Now, the tempo of the game slowed down, so they're happy to drop some ults here to kill off the Omni Knight. And they'll get him. Snaking slowly but surely go down. Gets a few CS on the way out.
There's going to be an instant smoke from Falcons, though. So you get a kill, but it's on a 5 position. It's one of your big spells, probably your biggest one in this game committed. So have to avoid the ganks now from Falcons on the side of BBT.
And they expect that Miro is going to be playing on the top as we see Falcons come through the Twin Gate.
Yeah, we see Miro, of course, doing the trick. I'll try to point it out when I can, but selling stuff for Midas, etc. We'll be keeping tabs on him so he can keep that farm going. And they've reestablished at least that net worth a bit. Just from that one kill, things are at least evened out. He's farming very well.
He really is, yeah. Top net worth now on the Prophet. We'll see over towards the mid. Jump's been made over towards Toronto, Tokyo, but he's got a leap at the ready. He's out. See if they can continue to play around with Save. Anything to put a stop to this? There isn't, so Save's also away, but Amar does manage to get the grab on Toronto, Tokyo. So Falcons finding a kill nonetheless.
Falcons kind of gave them the respect there, though. Even though they didn't have Doom or anything ready, they were a bit cautious how they approached the 2 supports.
Oh, they might be going for Miro now, though.
Oh, now they see him up top, this ward too, spotting him.
Oh, okay. A little bit of a pause, Reno. We're going to see, though, after this, what Crit, he's likely to have to set up onto Miro, and Mallory does have Epicenter.
He looks pretty dead.
If they want to do it safe and sound, they can just set up with a Bushwhack, rev up the Epicenter, get in, and Miro not really having many options to get out of this, and does not have any backup nearby.
No. Unless they mess up their chain stun somehow and he's able to TP in between it. That's probably the only way that Miro is able to play his way out of this one. In the meantime, too, Falcons are pressuring mid. They have a pipe already finished up on Amar, so damage for BBT is a bit limited.
See Miro. Yep. He's going to try and juke around this one.
Okay, kind of mean he's still going.
They're going to get him. It's a little sloppy, but a kill's a kill.
Don't need the burrow trick save. Let's find the Hex on Amar, but Amar has 2,000 HP with a pipe.
Yeah, Amar's like, I'll go in. Save, he turns with a quick stun. But yeah, Amar very much showing right now, there's not a lot that he's scared of.
He looks pretty unkillable unless he gets like Doom and Fingered, it feels like. Especially if he has an Omni Knight behind him. This build is going to be very valuable versus the majority of magic damage that BBT has early on. GPK does have the Gleipnir finish. Level 2 Wrath of Nature is online. So let's see if he can make more active stuff happen. And if they want to make more active stuff happen, that is.
No, that's true. I mean, does GPK want to look to fight, or do you think he wants to look to continue to farm and get the BKB before he starts turning up? Because there is a lot of stuns on Falcon.
Yeah, I think the BKBs are going to be pretty necessary versus the Sanking and Primal. I mean, even versus the Lina. It's a lot of magic. It's a lot of just mixed hybrid damage on the side of Falcon, so they might actually have to wait for that. But do you really want to give so much time is the question. I think as we said, as the panel said, as everybody kind of knows throughout this year, you don't want to give time to Falcons. You want to be the ones aggressing and putting pressure on them. Lion save is close to a Blink Dagger as well. That's actually pretty impressive with like how passive the kind of game state has been. So perhaps with that as well, they're going to be able to make another aggressive move.
Yeah, between the Finger Burst and the Doom, I mean, it's not necessarily a guaranteed kill on a lot of these targets because they have so high HP.
Ooh. And also, Malrine does have a shield rune. So even if they throw, let's say, a Doom onto him, if he pops the shield rune post-Doom, could be problematic for him as well. As Miero shows himself for a second, and they're going aggro.
He's going to look for the setup, and Malrine's coming in with the follow-up. Miero, once again, not going to have anybody around to save him as Falcons pick up another freebie across the map.
They're getting so much. Just tough for BBT to make aggressive moves, and yeah, it does feel like it's probably going to have to get those BKBs online. I think Saika, you have to accelerate your BKB. We've seen a lot of these Wind Rangers. As the tournament progressed, it was straight Gleipnir most of the times, but I think the team started to recognize you need to go BKB a little earlier. But he's still not that close either. Those 3 deaths really slowing him down. Toronto, Tokyo.
He's pretty deep here.
He's
sort of testing the vision of Falcons. They're going to see him. They don't quite get the opening.
Nope. Those guys
are going to be off the mark. Marine's still able to blink in and try and body block him off. Toronto Tokyo is out at leaps. And that will mean that he is still very dead, despite the initial spells missing from Falcons. It doesn't matter at this point. They can kill these heroes regardless.
Just limited moves. BBT, it's going to have to be waiting for BKB.
Save.
It does feel like it. Save's going to go for a pick.
The opening.
There's an Omni here.
Backups. Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
That happens to the best of us.
I don't think they had him anyway. Now GPK.
No, I mean, that's what Save will tell you. Is that we weren't going to get him anyway. Well, that was...
Oh, no.
It doesn't look great, folks.
Things are crumbling quick, Owen.
They are first game out here on the main stage, and it may be getting to BBT.
It does feel like it's 3-15. I mean, after the first 5 minutes, right, that was them doing well in lanes, but nothing's gone their way at all after that. Miero spotted bottom. Amar, he's on him.
He is. See if Miero's got a way to play out of this. This time he might be able to escape.
But they also lose Toronto Tokyo in the mid. There's just action everywhere.
I mean, Miero has
comes
to drop
out.
down the Doom. Snakey's going to be here with the backup. Can they at least kill Amar?
Nope.
They can't. Not even with the 3th, and they have to fall back.
This is rough, Owen.
Yeah, Amar knows this well. He's ready to start throwing some tips out. This game is looking incredibly difficult for BB Team to hold on in.
Yeah, and Amar, they talked about the Primal Beast. It's something that Malrine has played the majority of their games. I know even at the last tournament, when they picked Primal, they actually had them swap, and they played different roles. So
here we go. Maybe they get snaking. He's pretty tanky still.
He's quite tanky.
As a support.
He has a solar crest.
See what he wants to do. How many buttons he wants to press whilst he makes them sort of spend a lot of time. They can't even kill him. Okay, they can't even get him close to dead.
Oh, and this game is completely fallen out of control. They get GPK as well. Top, there's a Bloodstone on Malrine. Top net worth. They can't even kill the 5 position. Sometimes Falcons, they sacrifice their 5s, their supports, etc. This game, they don't even have to sacrifice them. They're just running away with everything.
And this has got to feel rough for them. You've got to imagine, right? I mean, you've been there yourself. When you're on stage, a game happens like this. This is your first game out there. How are you kind of getting the team morale back together after beginning this rough?
It's a good question, especially when you're playing versus your kryptonite of the entire year. You come into this one with an idea, with a plan, and it's just completely fallen apart after the first 6 minutes, 7 minutes.
Here we go.
They're going to smoke again.
See what they can get here. They get the jump onto the side. Save's going to be there with a Hex. There's backup for Skinner.
Here's Skinner.
Race down onto the 2 of them. They'll get the kill. They'll be able to take down Chris.
Malrine,
trying to focus.
He's healing.
Bloodstone heal indeed. It's keeping him alive. He's over with the bar.
Oh
double
my
kill
God.
for Malrine. They're going to get GPK as well. Triple kill. They could kill Chris, but I don't think they could kill any other of these heroes on Falcons.
It doesn't feel like... I look at the timings Malrine's hit. He's got Bloodstone Veil, and of course he gets the most OP neutral item he could have possibly got for the scenario too.
My goodness.
The Vampire Fangs. He just sustains through it all. He's up to full HP. Level 18.
Well.
Oh boy.
We'll see it again. A little sort of split efforts at the beginning on who to go on.
They just don't have the damage at this point. I mean, Malrine, look, he's just soaking all but 3 targets beating on him with the Solar Flare active.
I mean, that's the thing. I feel like GPK TPing in there just gave Malrine more units to lifesteal off.
Perhaps.
He wasn't doing any damage.
Oh, boy. We've seen Doom struggle in quite a bit of these games, especially in this road to TI, but now, I mean, it's not Miero's fault in particular, but the whole lineup in general is just kind of crumbling. 4-21, they're going to lose their Tormentor too.
Yeah, Falcons just taking everything across the map. It's going to take some sort of comeback. Like I feel we just don't really see from BB Team at this point to turn this one around. It's going to have to be something completely, a complete surprise, something we've never seen before from them. Because right now everything is looking up for Falcons.
Because even when now at this point, the fact that the game has gotten so one-sided, when they get these BKBs, yeah, they'll be a little more survivable, but we've seen they just have no damage, and more of these auras are coming out. Primal Beast, we see Amar, he's got the Crimson. You can see Toronto Tokyo's desperate stuff.
Okay. He takes his chance, they get out. Toronto Tokyo, he's just trying to get some sort of vision.
Waves.
Getting something out on the map, but they kill him again.
Yeah. They've got no control of the map whatsoever. Like, everyone's just trying to, like, suicide lanes a little bit, but it kind of just is that at this point, the suiciding. 0-8 on Toronto Tokyo. And I don't think yet this game, I've seen them been able to catch any, like, arrow setups with the shackle shot or with the sprout or anything. I mean, I know the game accelerated quickly after those first 7 minutes, but they just aren't landing any type of synergy spells, while Falcons, it is landing nicely. And now pushing this tier 2, Amar dropping the flags, and they bought themselves a gem. So on top of already having complete control of the map, now they're looking to take out the little vision that BBT did have. So smooth sailing, it feels like now for Falcons, unless they make some type of crucial mistakes.
I mean, this is the thing as well. I feel like their lineup is pretty resistant to mistakes, right? They've got a lot of, they've got the auras online, they've got a lot of frontline, they've got a lot of ways to dive high ground, they've got a lot of save from snaking. It feels like even the high ground push for this lineup on Falcons is still a point where it's going to be so difficult for BB Team to punish.
I look at the HP on these heroes, right? Look, yeah, Malrine doesn't look as tanky because it's only 2200 HP, but he's got 30 armor, he's got that insane sustain that comes out, they've got an Omni behind. They're all very durable at this point, and BBT's damage, it just hasn't really increased too much. As we said, survivability's up, the BKB's up on 2 of the cores, actually about to be up on the 3rd core as well from Miero, but will that be enough damage for them to go through? Just doesn't feel like it.
And who do you even look to go for when they're sort of holding the defense against the 5-man push? If you're Miero, who are you jumping in and looking as your key Doom target?
At this point, who knows? You probably want the Sand King, but then you have to be careful of the Omni, so maybe some simultaneous initiation while the Omni sees controlled, but at this point now, Snake is just tanky, so you have to keep him controlled the whole time because you're not going to kill him. So I don't know, Owen, because you're also playing into Aegis, it's just complications everywhere.
Yeah, Amar's going to start working on a Lotus as well to throw another sort of problem into the mix here for BB Team.
Yeah, they're already ahead of the steps that they need to worry about, like getting these Lincolns and Lotus. They can start doing it if they'd like to, but... And there's some pretty crazy levels to point out as well. Malrine, we talking about how flawless his game has been on the Sand King. Level 20 at 24 minutes is pretty crazy. That has to be one of the highest XPs I think I've seen in this tournament.
And here we go with the push. BB Team, they've got to do something now. Smoke up's there.
Who do you go for? Hey, they got to go for some type of crazy wraparound, but the positioning has already been given up.
They're going to try.
Malrine's already in his spot to watch the smoke.
Can they make some sort of jump that catches Falcons by surprise? Save. Leading the way, they'll get the vision set up. The smoke will dispel here. Save's going to jump straight away. They're going to find Snake King. Can they kill him though? Malrine is in with the counterplay. The 2-man.
Miero's gone.
They're fully committing it onto Snake King, but they can't kill him. He pretty much fully heals. They just can't do the damage. Falcons survive. They'll tap out. GG is called. Falcons dominate game 1.
This one was not even close, it felt like. You know, we talked up BBT's early game, talked how sometimes they can get these advantages early on. That didn't happen, Owen. It's going to be back to the drawing board, it feels like a bit for them, as Falcons comes in very prepared today.
Oh, they really do. What a way to start their show here on the main stage, Falcons. And yeah, BB Team, I mean, not just a loss, but a rough loss as well. We're going into a series in which, you know, this next game too, they've just never been able to win that in a best of 3. They've never been able to take a series against Falcons. In this next game, they're going to have to do something that seemingly and statistically has been impossible for them.
They've got to kick it up a lot more. And, you know, I had a little bit of question. Is Malrine going to feel the pressure of the main stage? No, he did not. He dominated. And BBT, they definitely felt a bit of that pressure. Let's see what they can do afterwards.
Absolutely. What a showing from Falcons. And as you say, Malrine on his Sand King. Damn. Well, we're going to pass you back over to the panel, see what they have to say about that game 1 stomp.
Yeah, I don't think he felt the nerves at all for the main stage. If anything, he felt the energy on the main stage and channeled it into an amazing performance on his Sand King and leading his team to victory. Falcons 1 game up against BB Team here in the lower bracket of the International. Let's discuss how this came to be, because we pointed out some issues that BB Team might have during this game. And I want to start, Effie. We said it was going to get really difficult for them to shut down the Lina.
And it didn't even have to get to the point where Lina became this unstoppable force within Falcons, because the plan that BB Team crafted around their draft of we're just going to use our Furion's global presence, we're going to run down the Lina with Scorched Earth plus Lion, we're going to do that over and over again until she has the game. They didn't even execute that better than Falcons did. This here was the key play in the game. Falcons brought all of their heroes, including Cedar on Lina, through that twin gate.
So we're gonna sing, buddy. Happy birthday. You. Nanda. Baka yaro, bad boom. Kusso yaroga. Hunto baka. And overreacting happy birthday song, man. What's the meaning of that, man? And overreacting. How to do that, man? I can just do the common one. Baka. Baka bed boom. Let me upgrade this. So is it your birthday today, Sayat Ahmadi? We have ukulele. I think we can do ukulele, man. Bye. I'll do it. Full of emotion. It was a week ago. Okay. Of course, for Chotomatene. I'm doing setting on my ukulele. Maybe you can hear it. I don't know. You hear this? Maybe you can hear it. Okay, we will Google the what a bad boom, eh? Bad boom. Bad boom. This is how you read bad boom. Bad boom. Ukulele happy birthday. I go. Unto kana. See. Okay, this is for Sayat. Okay, nothing wrong with that. Let me check my voice, okay, on the live stream. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. It's not good, man. The key is wrong, man. No? Or am I singing it wrong? Choto. Oh, you go to F first. Okay. That was a good one. Okay. Choto mate kudasai. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Allah! Happy birthday to you. Happy. And I'm so bad, man. I've been not practicing for so long. Okay, I'm gonna sing in a cappella. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, Sayad. Alhamdulillah, man. That's a freaking bad losing. Bad boom, man. Bad boom. Bad boom. Bled. What the fuck? So bad, man. Bad boom, so bad. Alright, loose is loose. Happy birthday to you, Mr. Sayad. Yare, that's it. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. I mean, we just watch tournament together, right? If we win, we win. We lose, we lose. Okay, we just got one prediction correct. So bad. 25%, right? The match ends in less than 25 minutes. Less than 25 minutes. Can we cycle this? Can we can get to 7 home? Oh, 7 home. 5 home. Eh. Oh wow, did I just made a mistake? Not upgraded again. Upgrade a square. Later we can get that. Anyway, yeah, that's it. We're gonna go to the second game. Thank you for the bet. Thank you for the request. That was really great. Hontoga. I'm glad you like it, man. How old are you? Last week in September, right? Zum Geburtstag für die Paranaue Capoeira. Zum Geburtstag für die. I'm actually bad. Haven't been touching. What's that? NP? NP Horde? Nandakura. 24. Okay, that's a good age, man. You are born exactly at 2000, man. Barasi. Easy to count, right? So if you're lucky, you will die in 2100, right? That will be a perfect 100, man. Make Chinese Dota great again. All right, let's go, guys. Back to the watch again. Thank you. This time I bet. Okay. But I'm actually not good at doing bad, man. Right? So, but let me check. Let me show you something. Right? Let me give you the prediction. In this game, are we? I said that BB will win this. I go, we're gonna lose. Can we undo? Even my prediction says Falcon will lose against them, but it's actually so bad. Ay, honto sana. Baka yaro. Honto baka yaro. Alright. Go back to the panel. We wait for the drafting. They're still having a rest. This time you want to bet? What's the catch? Alright, I'll go back to my bet. I want to have some rest a little. Back to the main event. Let's go. Sounds good, right? Sounds good. Wait, see? Let's check. I think it's. Yeah, we kind of did some voice fresh. Yes.
Here on the panel.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch that first game. I thought Bepum is one of the really fast teams, and then watching Falcons kind of just crush them. And this 8-minute team fight was really nice to watch. No bias.
No bias at all from the panel. Why do you think it is that BB team consistently have never been able to take a series off of Falcons? What is the big thing that makes it incapable for them?
I think Bepum is a little static of a team, BB team. And Falcons usually brings their heroes a lot more than they do using the gates. Like Skeeter loves using gates. And BB Team doesn't really use them that much, so I think when they got outnumbered in that one really big fight, it kind of turns the whole game around. And once you're behind versus Falcons, they keep running at you and pressuring you, and they don't really give you any space.
And you feel that maybe game number 2, BB Team has got different things in mind because you know the squad very well. So do you feel like they can bounce back?
Yeah, I think it was kind of hero related. They picked Doom, which hasn't been doing good this tournament. And then I think giving away Sand King to Falcons is kind of their bread and butter. They play it only on mid. They don't really do this offlane, and I think they also picked, assuming it was an offlane Sand King with the Windrunner. So I wasn't really too big of a fan of how the draft played out for them.
Yeah, it did not play out very well. So let's focus our attention on this upcoming game number 2 because TGov changes are needed. And you mentioned earlier that we know that the BB Team has never taken a series off of Falcons, but we do know that they have tied in series, and that normally it is game 2 where BB Team takes that tie.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this is one of those moments where they are going to have to look at, you said the Doom, like, this is not a hero that Falcons would rush towards. They failed against Tundra picking Doom, so this could have easily been a series where the hero could have got ignored, but they rushed for it. And I kind of feel like when you have players like Amar, Ramses, ATF, like these type of offlaners with the greed, put them on the greed that plays into the map in the first 20. Doom's a little bit more static, where it's like, I want to farm my Midas or my Aura, and then sure you get a blink in like the difficult games, but there were so many different options in this draft, and I think they got a little bit too excited to rush towards what was available rather than the bigger picture. And if they don't do that in the second draft, then I think they'll have a much better chance at least taking the fight to them.
Yeah, a lot of teams gravitate towards Doom versus Sand King because his Doom is a Bloodstone counter, which is one of Sand King's big power spikes, but that just hasn't played out this TI. And the reason why is when you're looking at Doom, this is a very high cooldown ultimate. He doesn't provide like a blink stun the way that Sand King does, or Centaur potentially. So when you end up playing into Sand King, you think that you counter him, but map play, Sand King completely counters Doom because he's not playing on the same cooldowns. He's not dependent on Epicenter to get kills or run around the map with his supports. We saw Malrine constantly running around with his 2 supports, whereas Miro could only make a play every 2 minutes, and that really was why after the early game went so abysmally for BB Team, they just had no means of coming back into the game.
Yeah, I always think calling GG before any racks are down is definitely a pretty bad sign. But we'll see if they have a chance here to force out a third game to this series. It is up to game number 2 for BB Team to attempt that as the players will take the stage once more. We're heading closer and closer to that draft, and I wonder, we're probably also going to see a difference in pick order in terms of BB Team being maybe first pick this time around versus second pick. And Gunnar, how big of a difference do you feel first pick and second pick are at the moment?
I think it definitely depends on team. A lot of the mids at this tournament really are doing the cheese picks. Like, there's not much Huskar, there's not really the Dazzle. So I feel like second pick has lost some value in terms of this 24 pick. And the 18, and even having the first pick means a lot. The bans are kind of limited, even in the first phase. There feels like there's so many when there's 7 bans between the 2 teams, but you're always getting something. You're getting some crazy support. The teams that value Doom get Doom. And it kind of ends up that you just pick a really good hero, you pick stable lanes, you get 18 pick, which is always going to be really good. And there's so many worrying heroes. I think Puck is this really scary hero on 18 that people have to ban. They can't ban anything else, so I would prefer first pick for either of the teams.
The thing with first pick as well is you have 2 bans as well when you enter the next phase, and then your opponent, they have to instantly counter your first pick, and they have then 1 ban to try and fix everything. So it's like if you pick one hero incorrectly, if you waste that second ban, now suddenly your first pick team has 4 heroes with the last pick that Gunnar's mentioning, and that's the foundation of your entire draft. Like, first pick can dictate so much if they, throw in a curveball or they just pressure their opponent with, the better first pick overall.
And when the meta becomes more limited in terms of hero pool, like Gunnar was mentioning, cheese picks on 24, it feels a little bit different when second pick is around, but we're not seeing those, and the hero pool feels more limited in this meta, where the 24 picks can't be as strong as they used to. Like, we've seen some 24 pick trolls, we've seen some 24 pick, in this case, Wind Ranger, but none of these heroes have enough oomph to carry them through the draft. I do think, though, and I want to repeat this, that BB Team were in a position to counterpick that Primal on 24, and they just went for the most stable, boring option, which was their biggest problem.
Yeah, I think they entered game one thinking, okay, let's not try and go too far outside of the box, and that unfortunately isn't what's going to help you, progress further. And it goes back to the Tundra series, right? They're in a position, they need a last pick off lane, they're looking towards Ramses, what you want, he goes for a Night Stalker. Like, we don't see this hero at all, has many weaknesses, but that's like the statement you need to make. And yeah, BB had a very good opportunity to make that statement in their debut to the main stage here, but yeah, a little bit too much comfort.
A little bit too much comfort as we see the man of the match, Malrine, showing off his lucky charm with Hello Kitty there. And to be honest, for Falcons, it feels very smooth. We talk a lot about what BB team should change in game number 2. But Gunnar, in the winning position that Falcons are, do you feel like they are looking at something different for game number 2? Because it just felt almost too easy.
Not so much. I think they stick to their formula, which the way I see for Falcons is Malrine is going to be playing an aggressive hero that can go in. Mm-hmm. Every time they get Sanking, they pick it. Skeeter's going to be a hero that has a really strong nuke or a stun, so they can take the gate. He always buys Arcane Boots if you watch his games, and he wants to keep fighting with his team. He'll play like Troll, Lina, Wind, stuff like that he can go. Amar is just anything that's strong for the game, and then the supports just kind of fill in the little holes, like usually crits an aggressive hero, and they got everything they wanted in that draft, and I think they're going to keep doing the same thing every single game until someone proves that it doesn't work.
And the issue is, BB, they only have a single game to try and react to that. Yep. So it's easy for us to go, they need this or that, but it's like Miero needs to play the offlaner that fights into the game. I think their mid lane matchup, honestly, Sanking needs to get banned, because all of our Malrine's heroes, you can at least maybe think of a counter. Sanking feels a little bit too generic. Like we even saw in that game, he was able to just grab the creep wave before they met, Sandstorm to the side. So Sanking can play into pretty much any matchup. Like if Malrine has this type of mid hero, you're never going to have GPK in that mid advantage. I think if you can have a mid advantage, that can then break Falcons at least a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to find out what heroes the teams have in store for each other as we're getting ready for the draft of Game 2.
BB Team versus Falcons. Game 2.
And the roles have indeed reversed, where we have BB Team on the Dire this time around, and they get first pick. Falcons will therefore be reacting as second pick, and with that overall last pick. In terms of the bans coming out, we still have Falcons prioritizing that Invoker, removing him from the pool, keeping in mind that Batrider and Monkey King were first phase banned previous game, and the Tusk and Kunkka also are banned. Sand King as the key hero, if he's still in.
Yeah, Sand King should be something that BB Team are looking at, but this is something that every time I watch them, I just feel like they lack the confidence to do something new when it counts. We talked about Tusk having an 88% win rate from the first pick, and they have first pick, they ban out the Tusk themselves. They don't even try to acquire it for themselves, and they go back to their Doom that already lost. They are unable to break their formula under pressure, and I think that just might be their bane this tournament.
I think to bring up the Doom, something that Falcons did, Amar specifically, instead of going Midas in their series versus Tundra, he was going a different build. He was going Drums into Blink. And in the second game versus Tundra, was really close. I think that the Doom it was not his fault at all. He was owning pretty much the whole game. And so if they're going to pick the Doom, I would honestly prefer he goes his faster build, no Midas. You can use the Drums off cooldown, you can sell it because of the new facet on Doom, and you just kind of play this aggressive hero that is really tanky and walks in.
And we're saying it during game 1, but Doom thrives when the team wants to play quicker for Doom to follow, like you were mentioning. And I think if the game stabilizes, where Nightfall or Psycho, is hitting his creeps in safe lane, GPK is recovering, that's when Dooms just lose games. It's like 41% win rate so far at tier. Like you need to be aggressive. You need to play a quick, utilize the advantages. And that's why the Lion pick did a lot of work, right? Like they got the first blood in the laning phase. Like Lion sets up the Doom for success, but it's the carry, the 5, the mid that really has to fix the problems that Doom faces right now.
That's true. I think Nature's Prophet mid with Doom does not correct for a lot of his issues. He doesn't have that skirmishy ability to blink Sun to take fights when he's down, and then you're just entirely dependent on Doom being your playmaker through his ultimate ability, which is a formula that will not work. So I just want to see some Storm Spirit, I want to see some Invoker, I want to see some GPK hero come out here that isn't a Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, you did mention two heroes that previous game were already banned by the time second phase comes round. So I'm wondering if Falcons is going to put the same priority on banning out Storm Spirit, or if there are more heroes that BB Team can go for to make sure that they get a playmaker like that. We got Luna removed from the pool. Keep in mind for Falcons, this Mirana is incredibly flexible. We have not seen them play it yet on Skeeter or Snaking, but we know both of them can play it. The only Mirana we've seen from Falcons so far was in the hands of Crit.
Yeah, and it's incredibly strong in the 4-roll as well. When you can buff up your cores and give them that additional damage with the Solar Flare, and it's not fixed onto a core hero, I think it helps. I think Mirana core is very strong, but you're very greedy. You're always chasing that next item to pack a punch in the fight, and if your 4-player can put it off, like Crit, like Saxa, then yeah, I think it's got a high value there. Also very strong in lane.
I think the big thing with Mirana, specifically between the two roles, is that when you pick her and you get a really nice range carry later in the draft, you can just put her on 4. And then if you don't, you can still just put her as carry. So we've seen like really cool carry heroes, like Ame played Muerta the other day with Mirana 4. You can just kind of pick, and it forces the other team to have to ban Luna's, Lena's, Wind Rangers, stuff like that, because of how strong they are as a combo.
And now simplify the game further. There's a DK that keeps up the flexibility. Falcons love this combination of heroes throughout the entire season so far, and DK hit stun, me Mirana, me Arrow, hit stun as well. Keep it, yeah, textbook stuff.
And it enables Falcons to do similar things that they did last game, which is two-man smokes, the ability to playmake without bringing their entire game after the laning stage is over, which BB Team just didn't have. They had a Mirana playing with a Furion and Alliance support, so their ability to enable it through the support role did not exist. Now the flex for Falcons doesn't even have to be done. They can just keep it on 4 and it looks solid.
Yep. The big thing for BB Team now is they have to pick heroes that kill Dragonite. He's very strong when he sits either in the mid or the safe lane, gets to do everything, even hit the mid tower, as a lot of the Dragonites do. So they take the Snapfire, the ultimate is a really good tool of magic damage to kill the Dragonite. I think even something like a Timbersaw later in the draft has been good. I know some of the teams even run Timbersaw 4 specifically. I don't know if that's a BB Team special, but just these heroes that actually have enough damage to chew through Dragonite in the early game, and even scaling damage is always good for Sim.
Yeah, it also helps that I think DK players have shifted to the Armlet build a lot more. We've seen some players go for Midas, some players just skip Armlet, but you farm so quickly, you're so tanky that if you have only forms of cheap damage, then even if you are trying to kill him, one Armlet toggle and he disengages and your entire move has been broken. But going down the line of killing tanky heroes, you pick up the Elder Titan with the Aura, try and put as much damage potential onto the DK as possible.
Yeah, this Aura is going to do a lot in terms of amplifying Mortimer's Kisses, Scorched Earth in the fights, but physically it doesn't do that much to DK. What it does set up for, though, is a really nice ranged carry here on 18 for BB Team.
The Centaur Hoodwink has prevented the potential Morphling from BB a little bit, because that lane is so potent, you can't then get the free Morphling pick, get the Kanda to get buffed up by the ET Spirit. It complicates BB just a tad more.
Yeah, Centaur's an amazing offlaner kind of to prevent range carries. Range carries really struggle, especially like the Wind. She can never really kill him. He buys Blade Mail, so it makes his pick a little hard for BB Team, which is why I think they're going to take the mid. It's going to be a lot more stable. He does actually have a bad matchup versus Dragonite, but it's kind of what Mir was saying, that they needed a hero that goes in with the Doom, can skirmish, can be aggressive, and not this slower hero like Nature's Prophet.
Do you feel right now that they actually are still drafting in a way where they are conceding the early game? Like their damage outside of lane is like the Mortimer Kisses, the Doom, the ET helping someone else. Storm without items, like there's no real game I see right now unless Psycho on the carry wants to be aggressive.
It depends a lot on the support level 6s, I would say. So if anything, it's kind of hoping for a good early game for them, that they win their lanes, their supports get high XP, maybe they fight the XP runes, get both of them. But honestly, this draft so far is a lot going to be around the supports of BB Team. Whether they get these early levels, they can do the damage to follow up the Storm.
And you mentioned up the support level 6s, the Earth Splitter and the Mortimer's Kisses. These are very team fighty spells alongside the Doom too. But if you look at the draft of Falcons, they're playing on very low cooldowns. They're playing on the Hoodwink who's going around with Bushwhack. They're playing around with the Centaur's Initiation with Hoof Stomp. They're playing around DK, who, yeah, he does have Dragon form, but like Gunnar mentioned, he's pretty much always strong. And the Murano, who plays on Arrow Starfall. So Team Falcons can exploit BB Team very easily if their first couple of ultis just don't go well, because there's going to be a period of the map where the only hero they can depend on is, like Team mentioning, the Storm plus potential carry.
All right, what's the, you play off lane, Gunnar. Let's say you're playing Centaur right now. What's the carry you're most afraid of?
Oh, Dire Team ban!
There's not too many, honestly, right now. He's really stable and strong. In the past, it was Templar Assassin, but I think she's kind of been nerfed a little too much to be really strong. There's Drow that people kind of like sometimes because she has pretty good armor, so she actually doesn't take too much from a turn. But there's nothing, honestly, that really is jumping out. I could see them doing just a stable kind of like troll.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's
good lane. Yeah, I see.
Because that's the difficult position, I think, for BB. It's like, as much as you'd love to pick a hero that can maybe pressure the Centaur, because of the Hoodwink, it fixes the potential vulnerabilities that Centaur may have pre-double, triple bracer, which BB's going to have to find it. Because if this safe lane doesn't delay Centaur's timing in any way, or at least gets to use Twin Gate to open up other parts of the map when he takes over, then yeah, that's when I'm afraid for BB potentially having a repeat.
They kind of Weaver or Razor, just these skirmishy type. Oh god.
I don't like that one.
Very proud of you.
No.
Why not?
So like I mentioned, BB team are very dependent on their big ultis to take these team fights, and Falcons are not at all. So this Medusa's protection on the map, or her ability to farm, is going to be entirely dependent on the rest of her team taking these successful engagements. And if they don't, we're going to see Falcons play the same game as game one, where they're just constantly running at your face.
Yeah, and the flip side is, like, if BB gets to that state, like the late stage, the butterfly, the Skadi, holding the high ground, like, it is going to be such a scary base to break. But yeah, the journey there can be really difficult. Like, we don't see, you know, Ursa too often, but a hero like that to break down the Doom, the early, you know, the support's not really killing him off. Like, this type of hero could break the map entirely before Medusa even gets online.
The one here I'm worried Falcons might pick is Wraith King. I don't want them to pick it, but they picked it in the past versus Doom.
Sure.
And it does have a stun with Mirana 5.
How much do you think Falcons care about the scaling of Medusa versus let's just win lane and we know we'll win the game in the first 30 minutes because we have, you know, the Centaur, the DK to take over the map?
I don't think you're worried too much about Medusa. She doesn't seem like this crazy late game scaler anymore. It's this 25-30 minutes where if you let her free farm, she'll walk high ground with 2 items. Butterfly Skadi ends the game. So it's more so, do you have good lanes? Do you have this good mid-game tempo? And most like melee carries or strong carries can just kind of like right-click her in a fight.
And they tried to answer it instead by not respecting the potential late game of BB by, you know, locking in the aggression that they bring. And yes, carry DK, the mid Razor. But yeah, this is a very classic-looking Falcons draft that, you know, in history has broken games within 15-20 minutes if they hit their stride.
Does BB team have a better shot at forcing that later stage of the game compared to previous?
And it'll depend on how their first few engagements go. Like we saw in that game one, the game broke when that skirmish bottom happened and they lost 4 heroes for Alina. If they can take these good engagements, they have very, very strong team fights. Their team fighting is much better than Falcons, and they can play off of that to get to the point that Gunnar talked about, where Medusa has 2 items. I worry about their ability to win those skirmishes, though, because Falcons have drafted solid lanes, and they got the Malrian Gotcha Razor, which is going to pressure the Storm early on, making it so that GPK can't join these early fights potentially.
I think the biggest thing is the safe lane for BB team. If Deuce is able to sit there, be really tanky, and never get dove, it gives space for both supports. And if there's some really crazy dive where she gets ult off, the supports are level 6, and they defend this tier 1 tower for 12 to 15 minutes, I think it's going to be really good for BB team.
BB have to bring the numbers. And it's like, you need to respect the fact that, sure, your heroes maybe don't want to always rotate every time, but they need to. Like, if you see Falcons go for your safe lane tower, I want Doom there, Snap, ET, I want the kitchen sink thrown at the safe lane. Keep your towers alive, because if not, your map will just disappear.
So when a skirmish happens,
everyone goes.
You just want everybody to go in. And it sounds exciting, regardless of the outcome of that. It sounds like we got an exciting game number 2 on our hands. Before we get to the actual game, though, we're going to head over to the stage where Slax is with Coach Bulk.
Hello, thank you so much, Shiver. Yes, I am here, Amara GTO, our wonderful translator, and of course, Coach Bulk. Hello, welcome back. Now, question for you, after that first game, you know, didn't go the way that you guys were thinking, and some would say this is a pretty greedy draft. We got Dusa, we got Doom, we got Storm. Do you feel that way, that it's a little greedy? How are you going to make sure that this game doesn't end up like the last one?
Первая игра пошла не совсем по плану. Вторая игра вы пикнули Дузу, Шторма, Дума, и это вот очень жадно. Как вы считаете, вы сможете выиграть эти линии?
Я думаю, да, мы команда, которая хороша на линиях, раз. А во-вторых, мы всегда верим в ГПК Шторма.
Yeah, they think that they're a good laning team, and they believe in GPK Storm.
Ah, who wouldn't? Fantastic. All right, now I got a very serious question for you. Falcons has been your nemesis for a long time. You guys have won games, but you have yet to win a series against them. Whereas elimination of TI, you're down a game, it all comes to this. Is this the one? Are we going to see the turnaround? Will you be taking this series, and what did you say to your boys?
Фалконы были вашими заклятыми противниками на протяжении всего времени, и у вас не было победы против них в серии. Сможете ли вы победить? Что ты сказал своим ребятам, чтобы вы смогли их превзойти, и превзойдете ли вы их?
Ну, раз мы здесь оказались, значит, мы уже достойны. И, конечно, у нас есть хорошие шансы на победу. Неважно, сколько раз мы им проиграли, главное, что будет здесь сейчас.
We are already here at the stage, and no matter how many times did we lose, we are here and we will show the best of it.
Fantastic. Well, I sure as heck hope we make it to a Game 3. Let's hear it, my friends! You want a Game 3? All right, fantastic. Well, we'll go ahead and throw to the casters and see how this one turns out.
Here we go, getting into the action of Game 2 right now between Falcons and BB Team. Fog, that Game 1, it was a rough one for BB Team. Coming into this, what are sort of the key takeaways and what they've changed up and what they're going to try and take a game off Falcons this time around with?
More team fight in general. I think last one quickly, especially once those first two team fights kind of kicked off, the game was quickly decided. So I think they've, at least on the two support fronts, tried to fix that. Also, not having this quad ranged. They do have the secondary melee this time around, so maybe that'll help them fight a little bit earlier. But overall, I would say just, more team fighting in particular. But maybe it could be a bit of a greedy approach here with the Storm, the Doom, and the Medusa together in this lineup. Can be a little bit cooldown oriented. While on Falcons, it's fast paced. Tons of nukes. Every single hero has like a double nuke in particular. DK, Hoodwink, Mirana, Centaur, Razor. It's a lot of burst damage.
Yeah, I mean, across the board as well. Is it a similar setup in which BB Team should get a chance to get that early lead once again they got in Game 1? Or do you think it's going to be a bit harder this time?
It does feel like it'll be a little bit harder this time, because this time they have this Hoodwink and Centaur, which is a very oppressive lane up top. Like, they were pretty oppressive anyway, but overall I would say, quite a bit harder. Bottom also, this one does feel a little bit safer, I would say, from Falcons, just with Snake playing his very comfortable Mirana. But this is probably the one that I'm going to be looking at. It's always Miero and Save to be able to get these first bloods, so that's probably the one they'll get maybe an advantage in. But I think Falcons, they've drafted stronger lanes this time than last time, and a very strong, stable draft that they're very comfortable with. You can see the Grandmaster tiers and Master tiers across the board on their heroes.
We'll see how because of the mid lane matchup, we obviously got the Marine Razor coming in late on the draft. Up against this Storm, how well can GPK do against this in this 1v1? Obviously nowadays you have the static slide with the Remnant to help you in these range situations, but is the harassment of the Razors just too much?
It is, this is a great lane for the Razor. You can always play great versus Storm because you have that same movement speed, so you're gonna get the links up. It's very difficult as a Storm to prevent a link in pretty much every single scenario, and looking at least across the board of these three lanes right now, so pretty hot from Falcons on the first few waves.
Let's see how well GPK is able to do against this pressure. I mean, the plasma field, the static
might get him here.
One more tick at the static link, he's gone! First blood for Maori, won't be able to keep himself alive, but he won't mind a refuel.
I think he's suicided.
Anyway, indeed, he's happy to go down there. But just going to show that this mid lane matchup, it's not going to be a fun one for GPK.
And it's just a couple denies that really make the difference there. Hits the level 3, immediately pushes forward, gets the bottle. It's pretty much everything hitting synergy at the same exact time from Larry and really pushing the limits of his hero. Hitting level 3, getting the bottle, instant dive onto GPK. Bottom lane is also going... I saw they're getting decent harassment onto Skeeter. Now he's reset back full. Doom has 3 CS.
Oh.
Miro's not getting too much
but now he's got 4.
Either. Now he's got 4.
But indeed, not great on these first few waves. You say something on paper you don't expect to be that rough for the Doom on the first few waves.
No, not in particular on the CS. Usually you do see Miero get majority of them there, but I guess they were more focused in trying to just push out the harassment. I think they almost used all the regen until Snaken got his second set of tangos, but either way, it's a DK. He's able to self-sustain anyway. So we'll see how they're going to be able to do on those last hits. And top, this is the one that the Medusa is doing a lot better in, but this is a lane where kills can constantly happen.
And overall, how strong is the Deuce this game?
It's okay. The issue is just the Razor kind of... that's going to be his target to link in every single one of these team fights, right? So GPK...
He's going to need some TPs, a couple of TPs were threatened there. to make sure the Maureen doesn't dive in for that.
I'm not too sure about the Deucer, because, yeah, the
chill guys, you know, he saw those TPs coming and he's like, you know, it's going to be a 1v1. You know, why are you adding the extra backup in? I mean, they might still get GPK. They will.
Oh, boy, Owen. They're putting the pressure on him right from the start. Maureen popped off in that last game.
Yep.
And this one already having this beautiful start. And to talk about the Razor, so you were mentioning about the Medusa. The Medusa can look good if she's not getting linked constantly. But this is a lineup that can be kind of difficult to prevent that link. Yes, you'll have Cookie to at least distance a little bit, and you have some stuns and everything, but Medusa is very slow.
Yeah, and I feel like the Centaur really adds another issue into the mix for the Medusa, right? You've got that Stampede, so you can very easily choose when you want to get in, keep everyone on top of the Medusa, and when you want to back off and get away during a Stone Gaze.
And this is a game where Amar is going to absolutely free farm. It's a Centaur versus an ET Medusa lane. There's almost no way for them to put pressure on him unless a third, potentially even fourth hero or something comes up.
Pre-level 6, this is not going to be an easy time for GPK.
Hey, Crit.
He's looking to start something here. See if, is there any way GPK can keep himself alive under the tower? I don't think so. There's going to be another plasma field coming in the second as Maureen is ready with the next nuke to take him out once more. I don't think he can come back to the mid lane, Fog.
To the jungle you go. It does feel like he has to. And this is a really smart play from Crit. He's like, my Centaur is not touch top. He's gotten the Retaliate build, triple bracer even. He can make the moves around to do this. GPK needs help. Stack away. I think Toronto Tokyo has to start getting some of these at the least ready for this Storm Spirit to catch up.
Snaking, he might be able to kill Saver. He's got another leap and a Starstorm in a second.
He should just have him here.
He's playing careful. Doesn't want to dive in, so Save will survive. Actually, maybe turn their efforts towards Mira instead, but he's a little too beefy for the two to take down. So
they're bullying. They're bullying these lanes. These two in particular.
The farm, I mean, we talk about GPK dying in the mid, but continuing from what we saw earlier, this bottom lane, that's where the suffering's the highest. Only 11 CS still on Miro.
He has to buy salves also just to stay down here. He has to buy the raindrop as well. These lanes, they're absolutely getting dominated here from Falcons. Only the Medusa doing well, and we'll see what Saika's going to be able to do to get involved with that, because it's not really usually him with BBT that looks to get involved early on to fix things. It's usually GPK or Miro or one of the supports to kind of bring things back after a potentially bad laning phase. It's usually not Nightfall, usually not Saika for this lineup. So yeah, just defend the stacks. So you see GPK is trying to get that level 6 as fast as possible. Toronto Tokyo is going to soak the mid lane, but you can see Crit and Maureen, they're looking to pressure this tower with this catapult wave and the 6-minute power rune.
Bottom lane. Trying to go aggressive onto Skeeter here. The two of them have enough burst to take him down. They don't. Skeeter's able to walk it off. Can go over to him, and they just don't have the burst to really 100-0 this DK between the two of them. It's going to take more from BB Team if they want to try and get these early kills in the side lanes.
I do like at least they recognized at least the issue that was going on massively, right? Storm's jungle is catching back up. Toronto Tokyo actually dragged the mid wave, so the first catapult did only 150 damage. So all things considered, a little decent adjustment that they have done for now. Crit, though, is going to be stalking GPK, of course. GPK still not quite 6.
Needs a couple more creep camps to get that 6 online.
So just going to open up opportunities for what Maureen wants to do with this Razor.
Save. Is there any way for him to break away from this? The cookie, it's not going to get him far enough away.
The wisdom rune.
Oh, Maureen's going straight for a standard set for snaking, and the TPs are coming in. So BBT might be able to secure it for themselves. Toronto Tokyo, who's going to get the pick up first?
He gets it.
He does indeed. Toronto Tokyo making sure that doesn't fall into the hands
of
Falcons, and Maureen just continue to clean up on the map. This is, for someone's debut performance on the main stage at International, it's looking pretty good for Maureen.
He's not feeling the pressure at all. If anything, he's thriving off of it.
He's looking better than ever both of these games.
Absolutely dominating from the start, now making these early rotations. Bottom tower now also getting pressured. They have this catapult down here. It's not level 6 on the DK, but they have to address this as well. And it's a lot of bleeding happening quite early on that they need to address all over the place, on top of a Centaur free farming. Yes, Saika's farming, but the other two lanes are devastating at this point.
I mean, if you think about 7 minutes into game 1, I think we saw what BB Team, they had like a 2k net worth lead, and we saw how rough that game ended up. This time, it's gone the other way. So if they couldn't do it with the early lead they had in game 1, what are they going to do here in game 2?
It's a good question. Supports need to get levels. That's going to be the thing in particular. I think Save needs to get his level 6 pretty early on. They're going to get involved mid. Crit, he should get picked off here.
A little bit of something here for GPK as he tries to get this recovery going. Maureen able to grab the rune in time. He's got an amplified damage rune. They're going to try and get in on top of him.
He's too fast.
But yeah, Miro still just level 4 on the Doom. Not really a lot to throw out from him right now.
He is so poor, and that experience is definitely problematic for a lineup that's quite greedy. Level 4 Doom.
I mean, it's rough. I guess this sometimes happens. You know, it is the first pick hero. You do expect it to be dealt with. But there's something about this Doom hero, right? A lot of teams, they really try and make it work, and it just hasn't been working a lot of the times, Fog.
And overall, this hero does want to play from ahead. You know, the innate ability is all about having higher levels. If you're like the lowest level in the game, you're never going to have this extra damage that you can sometimes kick out, which is necessary. So, yeah, we'll see how they get Miro back into the game, because that's going to be a bit of a rough one, especially since GPK is having a tough one also.
And they might just be able to kill him here. They've got the bushwhack set up, arrow to follow up. Miro is going to try and get under the tier 1 tower, but the leap's there from Snaking. He's out of the game, and he's just going to continue to get kept at this incredibly low amount of level and farm at this stage of the game.
This is crazy. This tower's dead. Support's not quite 6 either. Toronto, Tokyo, and Save still haven't hit it, and that's the 2 big damage dealers on the side of BBT in the early game. Besides that, they don't want to bring the Medusa early. And scary for GPK at this point. Yes, he's gotten a little bit caught back up here, but him getting involved, there's so much chain stun. 4 heroes have a stun for him. So very susceptible to get burst if he does make an over-aggressive play. Amar, the Blade Mail is almost finished on top of having Max Retaliate and Quad Bracers. Damage is definitely going to be an issue again this time for BBT, unless these supports start to get these 6s soon.
See what the move's going to be next. Falcons kind of got their eyes on the mid lane. BB team do have the 3 of them here.
Skitter is here, level 7.
So going to get the setup with the bushwhack. Can't quite get in with the follow-up angle for a stun. So GPK will be able to break out of it and maybe fight back. Jumps in over towards Snaking. Snaking's able to get the leap off. They didn't have the damage to kill the Mirana. Now BB team have to be careful, keep their distance.
Malrine gets the RNG. We'll be able to get that haste rune. An Ogre Club already on him, or Ogre Axe already on him. 1700 HP on strength charts. He's going to look for aggressive plays.
He certainly is. Malrine, he's tempted to start diving around this tier 2. He'll hold back.
I mean, Miro is still only level 5 on the Doom. I was like, oh, the only potential for them to really go for Malrine is if the Doom TP's over and dooms him, but he's still level 5 at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Another tower to fall. They can't hang on to these towers because the level 6s and these lanes have just gone so poorly. These towers, losing them this early with a Medusa lineup, with this type of greed, it's devastating.
If they catch Miro out here again, his game's going to get very close to being irrecoverable.
It's almost already at that point, it feels like.
Malrine, he's ready to dance around him here with the static. He won't dive the tier 2 again, though. He's given the respect for the potential backup to be there for BB team. So Miro will live.
This might be the roughest start I've seen from Miro this tournament, actually. Bottom 4 net worth, 2 supports on the side of Falcons already soon to surpass him. And hey, I've just seen Amar do this entire time. He's just dragging waves, maximizing his farm. Yes, Saika's getting farm, but it's not actually at the same pace that the Centaur or the Razor that have been able to do so.
Can this Medusa solo carry a game in this day and age and in this patch?
I don't think 4 Protect 1s have really been looking too much like the dominant strategy lately, but we'll have to see if Saika can do it. They're going to smoke GPK. They have level 6 on save. Now they actually have damage to follow up with the pull.
And they do have the 6 on Miro now.
Okay. Can they find one of these big kills? Malrine in particular would be the best one that they can find, because he is approaching a BKB, which would kind of stop their aggression if they do try to save.
Should find a quick and easy one here. Snaking will take that.
I mean, they actually have to find Malrine before BKB. If they make the move and Malrine has BKB, he might just pop in and be able to turn pretty much everything onto them. So losing save there definitely hurts a little bit of that potential momentum that they could have started going for there. 6K lead up onto Falcons.
That's a crazy advantage. They've played everything perfectly.
And Skitter just goes blink. You know, he knows he can be really aggressive to get the catch onto GPK. He's got the follow-up. If he gets the stun, it's very likely to kill.
Dragon's out. They've got the angle with the arrow. Do they have the burst? The bushwhack, the sharp shot? They certainly do. GPK dead again.
Oh boy. It's too fast-paced. The items are coming out too quick. It's 12 minutes in, Owen. They've got great vision control as well around this area, and with some sneaky wards. Look at this one that they placed right there. I don't think I've seen that one too often, right above crit. So they'll be able to see at least movements that come down, and that one's not going to get de-warded.
Absolutely, that one's going to be there the full duration, 100%.
So whenever you've already gotten the mid tower and the bottom tower, so that's like the avenue to be able to get into these Ancients and stuff like that. So they're going to keep tabs of pretty much everything. Got a slight pause here.
I mean, what is the game plan for BB team? It's got to be looking towards Psyker on the carry, just saying, you know what, guys, Deuce is farming.
I think at this point you might have to start, like, I think Gunnar was saying it too, is like this drum build on the Doom is something that people have looked for, but maybe Miro wants to go for just his recovery, this Midas and stuff, but I feel like you're starting to get to the point where you may want to put all your eggs into the Deuce basket. Like the Solar Crest, the drums, throw everything possible to amp her up. But I just don't know if she can do it on her own. Versus the Stampede to close the gap with the Razor Link. Right. It's just difficult to say.
You can really buff the Medusa up and have them ready to defend on the high ground when these pushes come in from Falcons. But yeah, Falcons, they're just going to dive in.
Yeah.
Get on top of the Medusa. They're able to stay on top of Psycho with the static link from Maureen. Sure, the Medusa might take a bit of time to take down, but there's not going to be any damage coming out from BB Team.
That's the biggest thing, is like, where's the damage really going to come from? Especially once Amar is able to get this pipe, and he's getting closer and closer. He is farming up a storm. It's been an absolutely free game for the Centaur, nearly level 11. 2,300, they would have to throw literally everything onto him to kill him. And it might not even work out. He's going to go Blink instead to get more aggressive.
Psycho's got to be careful as well, because Falcons know that Psycho's been farming around this area. So if they show themselves at all, Falcons will go straight for them. Quick TP is indeed down to the bottom lane. We'll try and make a move here instead. BB Team, they've got the smokes up, but they're moving towards top. We'll see the Stampede coming in as they look to catch out Miro, and with that jump stun, they'll find the opening, but they won't get the follow-up. The timing not quite there, so Miro able to break away from the combo.
All right, let's see if they can get the Centaur with percent-based damage. If he was maybe further up, perhaps, but not the easiest kill whatsoever. How many TPs are available on the side of Falcons too? They've got 2. So if they do see this play happen,
do this? It feels risky.
They're going to lose a lot of HP potentially going for this. Let's see. Amar.
He's already out. They're going to continue to try and jump in. They've got the kisses coming in.
The splitter's not hitting. He's alive.
He's able to indeed dodge the splitter and now ready for the turnaround. The stomp's not going to connect either. BB Team, they try and make something happen, but it's not going smoothly. They've got Psycho moving over as well, as they're desperately trying to find some sort of kill, but they're in with the jump. The stun onto the 3 of them there. The cookie comes out. Can they actually get a kill? They'll bring Skeeter down.
That's one.
Amar is getting low, but they're dying in return. They've lost 2 of the BB Team. Psycho's going for the TP out. They've got nothing to stop it. So Psycho will get away. GPK. He's been found in the trees. Amar hunts him down. BB Team, they came for him, but the backup, the turnaround was there. They get Skeeter. It's something, but it's costing them 3 heroes, and they're just not killing Amar.
No. And I mean, even if the splitter lands, potentially not getting him either. They had to hit absolutely every kiss and the splitter onto this tanky Centaur. He saw it coming. Yeah, Psycho even having to get involved. And now at this point, Maureen does have the BKB. So before you were able to find him once, he's going to be able to pretty much BKB and just link right past to find the deuce in a lot of these situations. This game is
check this again.
Very difficult for BBT.
They really went for this. But you see Amar keeping his cool, seeing that splitter coming in straight away.
He felt no fear. He felt absolutely no fear.
He was running back in.
He was high-fiving before every spell was even thrown out.
And we see here they surround Skeeter, but of course this gives a beautiful angle for Amar to just come in with this 3-man hoof stomp. And a bit of a miracle, if not anything else, that BB Team actually got a kill out of this.
And they get the Wisdom Rune too. I think if that Stone Gate didn't connect, they all just die and get no kills at all. And this is kind of how they have to play. I think they have to hug GPK with the 2 supports like this and just hope for the best that there's going to be recovery for the Dusa and the Doom. Because if they look to play slow, and if they just slow down too much with these 3, it feels like Falcons is going to scale Tricore. So I want to see these, honestly, continue to be active. Maybe not look for the Centaur in particular this next time, but who do you go for now that the Razor has the BKB? Because that was the other one you wanted to get pre-BKB, but now the Maureen has it. If you don't get the instant chain stun, he's going to be able to survive. Crit. Should be fine up here.
I guess that's the thing as well. They just don't have much chain stun to offer up.
And Miro again.
The angle's there this time round for the arrow to hit. No problem after the Dragon Tail stun.
Oh, this is rough. Similar to the last game, but I mean more so, more stompy in particular,
this
because the laning phase
rougher.
was just an absolute one-sided affair this time from Falcons. And Skinner even getting closer and closer to an Orchid, so they're getting more and more answers for GPK. Already has to deal with 4 different heroes with stuns.
I guess the good news for BB Team, that at least this time round, that the hero that is very farmed is the Medusa, rather than a Nature's Prophet.
Very true.
If there was a hero out of the 2 that's more likely to have a chance of carrying a game in a comeback, it would be Medusa. He's going to be found by the hoof stomp, and the Dragon Tail's there to follow it up. The stomp will come out, but not in time to save GPK as Falcons find another.
Stay with
the arrow. The angle. Whoa! He's going to get the connection there along the tree line. Amar's got Blink up in a second, closes the gap. As indeed, off the back of that, a lovely connection from Snaking. They'll get themselves another one. Falcons, 14-4, 9k lead, and we're just 17 minutes in.
Yeah, I would say that the one thing that you're mentioning, though, is like, yes, the one good news you could say for BBT is that their draft is more about scaling toward that later game. In that last draft, it was more about just snowballing everything out of control. So this one, it can scale. Just with this type of deficit on the Doom and Storm, it's hard to see that the Deuce is able to do it on her own. And there's just so much stun too. Sometimes the Deuce can do better because you're not playing versus so much chain stun and so many anti-carry, but it is a lot of control. So
yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what sort of build GPK goes as well, having to kind of play this.
Have to go BKB.
I feel like his best use might just be to get the BKB and then just go for the axe. You know, have some sort of setup that's going to enable the Medusa in these team fights. Because when you're this sort of far behind as a mid-storm, it feels very unlikely you're ever going to be able to do anything offensive on your own.
I agree. GPK could be in trouble again. The arrow.
Hitting this combo every single time.
It's so easy for them with this type of chain stun, right? One hero shows they have a plethora of ways to follow up with it. BBTs, it's a lot harder to execute, a lot more greedy, and Falcons is just taking advantage of it on every single one of these fronts. We see the glyph come out, the ET innate, of course, coming into play. Lots of damage from it, but yeah, they don't really care.
I mean, I guess the question is as well for BB team, how early can you fit the Divine Rapier on your shopping list if you're Psyker?
You need the I mean, maybe after the Butterfly, but that's still, it's craziness. This is usually when the Medusa hits the power spike. It's the Butterfly Manta timing, and then you're able to kind of group up around her, but they're at such a deficit. And it's not like their draft is all physical damage either. It's a ton of magical. It's a ton of just everything across the board. Skitter, Orchids at the ready. And they've got this deep vision down already. Again, too, I mean, sneaky wards. Another kind of sneaky one that Falcons placed that might not also get dewarded. They're keeping tabs of BBT completely. Amar?
Gonna try and make the jump on him, but he gets the blade mail off in time, and GPK? He's pretty much jumped in immediately to his death. They will kill off Amar. They're gonna get Skeeter as well by looks of it with kisses. So BB team, they'll absolutely trade GPK for that one. They get 2 big kills in return.
He might just have to be the sacrificial lamb in every single one of these plays.
I think they could do that play again. It's gonna be brilliant for them. The problem now is they've split back up, and Psyker is being watched here by Snaking and Mallory. Get him with the jump.
Body
He's
blocks.
coming over, indeed. They're controlling him. The Static Link's building up. Save, trying to break him away with the cookie. But Mallory's ready to dive with the BKB. The mana's gone. Psyker's out. Save, also likely to fall. Mallory is falling very low himself, but there's just no one else on BB team here to punish it. So whilst they do get that 2-for-1 in the mid, it very quickly continues to keep going the way of Falcons as Falcons are able to dive in and find Psyker +1.
Yeah, they have this deep vision, so they see when everybody's split up almost immediately, and they don't slow down. They look to make that aggressive play. The highest damage, I think, so far that we saw is BB, the glyph, by the way. That's the ET innate that actually was almost bringing down Malvern. It was actually quite significant there. But ends up surviving again, and they do find that big pick-off before the Butterfly is finished off.
And the thing is, they were able to make that play at a point where Amar had a lot of his net worth up in the courier. He just got the completed pipe delivered out.
Oh my goodness.
So this was without the pipe in the equation. Now there is a full pipe on the Centaur.
He could just
Unlikely
survive.
you're going to be able to kill him and Skeeter on the DK next time around in that sort of situation with the kisses.
Oh, look at top 2. They have that deep ward that we were talking about from earlier. GPK could be in trouble again. They're getting the full surround.
GPK.
Oh, he spotted him.
Amar knows where he is. There's a little bit more mana to play with. In fact, GPK is going to try and get a kill out of this, but the pipe's out from Amar. He can keep Crypt perfectly safe. GPK cut down once more by Amar with a double edge.
It's been a long time since I've seen these type of games with a mid laner having about half of the deaths of the team. They are putting all the pressure onto poor GPK. 9 of the 19. So they are set up to potentially get the 2 Wisdom runes, though. So at least one thing going their way here. And Psyker is getting closer and closer toward the Butterfly. Level 15's been hit.
Okay.
But it's just him. It really is
It
mostly
really
just
is.
him.
If Psyker manages to successfully carry this game, it's going to be one of the greatest carry performances of all time.
Yep, does feel like that.
It's going to have to be. They get the jump. They're ready to catch them here as BB team try and retreat back to the base, but Save is caught outside of it. Falcons, they'll take the Tormentor.
Like if this Medusa, if Psycho was playing like versus this lineup that didn't have this anti-carry Razor or something like that, perhaps I could see more of it. Just there's so much. It's not even just the Razor. I do have to factor in the other thing as well too. Is Breathe Fire. You can never really factor down these anti-kind of carry mechanics that just reduce damage. These things add up in these type of lineups when you are limited on damage already.
For sure. I mean, it feels like the cookie is not going to be enough. We need to see some like Force Staffs.
Force Staffs for sure.
They've got to get some Force Staffs. If they can sort of set up a fight in which Falcons commit and get the Static Link onto Psyker and then they're able to break him away, then maybe they can turn around a high ground defense.
Yeah.
But they need these items, and it's going to take a lot of time, because at the moment, they're just not finding anywhere close to the same amount of resources from the map as Falcons are.
Yeah, Solar Crest, 4 staffs, just try to get anything that you can to amplify him, but yeah, the farm is just coming slow from them. They're not really getting these items built up, and at this point, now 12k lead, the supports on the side of Falcons are actually getting these items so much faster too. Crit, 4 staff plus Solar Crest done. Snaking, he's got the drum, shard, and his bracers. Even 2k gold, so can look for maybe another Solar Crest or Vlad's, whatever he wants to go for. Just across the board getting too much. The supports are soon to surpass 2 of the cores. We could see 5 of the top 6 networks be out for Falcons soon if another fight goes their way. They've got a timing though. Butterfly has been finished on Saika. They have to play around it.
And we are seeing in the team fights, Saika only dying the once when he was caught on his own. Outside of that, he is doing a fair bit of damage. The damage is coming out with the Deuce, especially now, I should say, next time around with this Butterfly being shown as well. And yeah, also just because of that static link, I guess he can't afford to go for anything other than the Hurricane Pike himself, just so he has that extra range and ability to break away from Mallory's attempts to get on top of him in the team fights.
Hey, it makes sense.
And then after that, maybe we'll see something spicy, if they can hold the game out that long.
Yeah. Because looking at the supports, right, you have like almost Greaves on save, but nobody else is really close to that force, so can see why he wants to accelerate it. And Falcons, after commandingly pressuring pretty much the entirety of this game, now they can kind of slow down, finish up a couple of these extra items.
Now, wouldn't even be surprised if we see Saika get the 4-staff component of it first.
I think so. I was thinking the same thing, to be honest.
I wouldn't mind it, especially on a Deuce. You do stuff with the mana, it feels good.
He just needs to have as much damage as possible. He needs to not get linked, and needs to not get breed fired.
Yep.
It's tough for him. It really is.
Yeah, Toronto's going to be trying to get that Lotus on for him. Definitely going to be another way to deal with the big threats from Falcons.
I mean, that's optimistic. You know, it's quite expensive, so it does mean that they want to play for just slowing down the pace much more. They do have a lineup that can slow things down with ET overall on the high ground and everything, but...
I mean, that's the thing right now. Falcons, they have this 14k lead, but we've not really seen them show any indication of trying to hit the high ground yet.
They probably don't. I mean, maybe they just don't feel that pressure, because it is a 4 protect 1 at this point on the side of BBT.
And top Skeeter. Another quick jump and quick kill. They get saved. GPK this time round should be far enough away to make it out without any interruption.
Yeah, I think that they're not afraid about this Medusa. Just because they do have this triple scaling cores. And the supports, as we said, you know, they're likely to get the 5 of the top 6 net worths. Mirana has now surpassed the Storm and surpassed the Doom. That's the 5 position.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing as well, right? Mirana and Hoodwink, these supports both do incredible scaling physical damage output.
And you can imagine that Snaking's going to go, perhaps going to start being able to spill down that way. Level 15's been hit. He's got the leap attack speed. You can never really write off these damaging supports with Solar Flare.
See Falcons. I mean, the question is this a lineup from Falcons that you expect to see look towards the Roshan pit anytime soon, or?
I think the world's their oyster. I think they can kind of do whatever they want right now, just in terms of map control, because they have vision as well that's been very sneaky. I have to commend Snaking, because I've seen, I think, 3 or 4 wards now in the last 2 games that we haven't seen too many throughout this tournament, so they're just keeping tabs of BBT nicely, so I think they can pick and choose what they want to do. Now that it's shifted top, they're probably going to go for this Roche. But yeah, they just have options open.
And incredibly unlikely that BB team's going to even attempt to make any moves over there. They'll just try and take the most out of the fact of the map being left vacant by Falcons, spending time in the pit.
Yeah, they're just trying to finish up one of these next few items, these next things to amplify and buff up the Deuce, but Falcons gonna accelerate things massively here in these next few moments.
They will. This is definitely going to be the key for them to, if they want to, break the high ground. They got the Aegis, they've got the full Crimson now on top of the pipe on Amar. They're ready to go.
Yeah, I have to keep checking all these couriers because everybody just is so rich. They're getting so many of these. Yeah, Gem now on Snake 2 to control vision.
And yeah, GPK's got his BKB, and yeah, I like this. Axe queued
straight to Axe. He needs it. I mean, he needs to just play. They're playing for Protect 1. He is not a carry at this point. It is all about the Medusa's game.
And the Axe is going to be big because there is that huge wombo combo.
It's very far,
I mean, it is very far. They need a good sort of, 5 or 6 more minutes of this game. And obviously with this 4 minutes on the Aegis from Falcons, highly likely that Falcons might get a lot done in this upcoming 4 minutes.
Yeah, they've got the lanes pushed into, they've got mid and top pushed out, and they have this ward bottom that's been watching Saika the entire time farming. See where they look to hit.
Still a tier 2 to take down on the bottom lane for Falcons.
Imagine that's probably where they're going to end to go now next. As Amar, a Crimson Gardener also, so talking about all these damage mitigations and stuff like that for Medusa, her damage is not that explosive, especially not to Crimson right now. It's all about that next item. They're going to look for a smoke. They're going to try to be sneaky here.
This is risky. especially if it's going to be Skeeter that kind of catches the brunt of the attack with the Aegis on him. What do BB team want to do about this? They've got eyes on Skeeter.
They lose their ward, so not going to be able to see the back lines. They're going to look for
it's a deep wrap
very
around
deep
here.
wrap.
Can Toronto, Tokyo, or GPK find some sort of setup? They got, again, Skeeter's not the one they want first. The timer's ticking, the smoke running out. It's kind of awkward now for BB team.
They see the mid lane pushing in. The fact that nobody's showing there, they know that there's this move happening.
Amar is ready to scout this out. They're going to try and go on him. They're going to drop the Doom down, see if they can kill off the Centaur. It's a lot of damage. It should be enough. They've got him. Can they get anything more though? Mira's been jumped in response.
Syka's in trouble.
Take him out. Yeah, Syka taking huge amounts of damage, but they get the shakes down onto Snaky. They found a second. Marin's got to break away, keep his distance.
They got a gem. This is pretty big so far.
But Toronto Tokyo's going to get caught on the way out. So the gem will return into the hands of Falcons. It's not a bad effort there from BB team. They choose to fight into the Aegis, and they do get a 2-for-2 trade. Which, when you're down as far as they are right now in the net worth, you probably take that.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, they were able to get this. The Stone Gaze in particular kind of stopped Malrine from being able to full commit onto this Medusa, so not bad. One step of many. I mean, you're still at a huge deficit, of course, but you're going to get a big kill, big surge of experience from taking out this level 18 Centaur.
And it did look risky at the start. I mean, we saw sort of how quickly Syka's mana pool just got shredded by the damage output coming in.
Did he get like, I think he had either a big snake or somebody passed him like a Lotus or something, because he got a pretty decent restore afterwards. Maybe it was the Greaves. Didn't quite get to see. All right, best fight we've seen from them so far in this series, let's be honest with you. Get a 2 trade here, and level 20 now up on the Dusa. Good experience. So the Stone Gaze duration is actually pretty relevant now.
And we are seeing, this time round, if they get the jump onto Amar, they can kill this Centaur.
You have to use everything.
Sure, it takes a lot, but it's proving to not be the worst way to start a fight.
But now cooldowns, 40 seconds on Doom. BBT is quite cooldown reliant to be able to pop those heroes, so Falcons looking to take advantage of those now for the moment. But BBT, as soon as those cooldowns are up again, they could look to go for this fight if they can find a nice type of wraparound like that again. Of course, they lost their vision, and they were not able to recover that gem. But if they can get vision down, if they can look for these type of flank rounds, if they can throw the kitchen sink onto one target, they can kill them.
Well, next fight round, Skeeter, especially taking this tower down, should have the money to get the AC out to him. But only a minute or so left on the Aegis.
They actually still have this ward on the high ground around the triangle, so sneaky little placement. Could be important for them to get a wrap. Skeeter, though, accelerating things more. As you said, 60 seconds on this Aegis, wants to force as much as possible.
Yeah, AC on the courier. They're going to try for the jump mirror, look at the backline. He does get the Doom out, but indeed the Stampede was already there. They just turn and tear through Miro.
Oh, no.
He's out for 50.
That is not the initiation they wanted at all.
And the push now, it will continue for Falcon. Skeeter, he's going to look for the jump in. He's able to get the Dragon Tail, so they're trying to use the cookie to keep Toronto Tokyo safe. They'll be able to keep him alive. Now GPK able to turn, get the Vortex back onto Skeeter. Syka, has he got enough damage to take him down once they have?
That's the Aegis.
The Aegis gone. Having to do this 4 versus 5 though, BB team. Still 30 seconds without Miro, and even when he's up, they don't have the Doom.
They still have the other ults though. Stone Gaze plus Kisses plus ET Splitter is at the ready. Falcons, they will respect it. Back up, finish off the Satanic for the Razor, and take out that ward that was placed there from earlier. They knew because of the way the Miro jumped that some type of vision was there, even though it wasn't the greatest type of initiation ever. And now no Doom, 80 seconds when they do respawn. Syka has found that 1 damage item though, on his way toward the next. Is the top net worth?
I mean, without a doubt, considering how far they are behind in net worth, they're still definitely giving quite the fight here, BB team.
Yeah, especially when it comes to these high ground pushes. That's pretty much where they thrive, if they can get some type of dream connection with these Stone Gaze and stuff like that. But again, gonna keep reiterating, looking at the net worth, it really is just the Dusa versus the world, and those 2 supports about to surpass the mid and the offlane, even Crit. He's starting to get scaling items too. The Atos, the Gleipnir, it's starting to get queued up onto this Hoodwink as well. Snaking also has a BKB on this Mirana soon.
Tormentor once again. There's going to be Falcons.
Skeeter gets a freebie.
GPK halfway towards the Aghanims.
Getting closer and closer. It's all about that big wombo combo. If they can just have them all inside. I mean, it's going to have to just be some type of Stone Gaze that catches onto 3-4 heroes for him to do the damage still. Gold lead continues to grow.
Psycho should have the full Daedalus ready for the next defense. 100 gold away, and pretty much going to have it with this next wave as he pushes out.
And how close is Tokyo to his Lotus? Okay, still a bit away, but if they can even get some type of Lotus play onto a Link, it could be huge. Still need some time, of course, but...
Amplified damage rune in the bottle, full Marine on the next push forward, and as you say, with the Satanic on top of the BKB, they've got multiple ways that they can absolutely charge in onto the high ground, and BB team, they're going to have so many kind of threats to deal with. Their team fight execution has to be completely flawless from BB team at this point on the defense.
They have to pop a target almost instantly with the Doom, and then they have to play this kind of 4v5 scenario and hope that this Medusa can get this good positioning for the Stone Gaze and everything. They're playing around this high ground again, so looking to perhaps catch Falcons off guard.
I mean, do you think, is it a bit of a surprise or a concern for Falcons that because of the support build, they don't have anything like a Lotus to try and deal with the threat of the Doom? Or does that not matter? Or is that a part of the game where the greed could hit them a little bit hard?
I think that they're probably just feeling comfortable because they know how much gold that they're getting on the map. You know that BBT's just been trapped inside the base for the majority of the time, so they probably just think they can outscale, but maybe we will see at least one of those picked up.
GPK is going to be able to poke at the BKB from snaking.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the full Lotus done on BB team's side of things. Toronto Tokyo is going to have that ready to play in the next team fight. He can get that down onto Psyker. Should be able to really enable this Medusa to get a lot done in the team fight.
This is sneaky. Someone has to be careful. They're going to show. Rax dies super fast at this AC. But no more creeps. So it's just a range Rax that gets taken out.
And they can hold back. Wait for the next Roche if they want to.
I just keep checking Psyker's items, just waiting to see when he's going to queue up the potential Rapier. Doesn't need it just yet. Scotty's going to be very effective versus the enemy lineup too, if he's able to get it, if they can keep slowing things down.
Let's have a look here. Roshan. It's going to be a shorter respawn. 45 seconds until it's back up. Miro farming pretty deep down here. Unlikely to get found by Falcons.
The safest place is the scariest place at this point for them. They have to take these type of risks to find any farm on the map.
The question is, if BB team, do you think they feel strong enough to try and tackle the next Roche fight?
That feels a bit dangerous because you don't really have vision. If they could have gotten a ward out there perhaps beforehand, then maybe, but I think going out there blind is quite a risk because you're making the call that this could be our last fight.
Sure. And I think as you say, the high ground.
Their high ground is strong.
It is indeed where they're feeling pretty good, and they dealt with the Aegis push last time around. Sure, at the end of it all, they still ended up losing a melee Rax. But again, considering how far Falcons are ahead, and that's all they got with this lead and with that Aegis push, I think, yeah, BB team's going to be telling themselves, let's just wait for them to come to us.
Just wait for high ground. Yeah, you kind of have to at this point. You have to play for them like around these type of cluttered areas where you can potentially land like a 3-man splitter or something with these pulls, and they do want to buy time, like you were mentioning, until GPK does have this Aghanims finished. And he is very close, right? He's 500 away from it, so if they can get like the perfect synergy of everything just combining together, maybe there's still that chance for this Medusa. It's still a tall task, but she is the top net worth, which is all important.
Yeah, pretty impressive that amongst all the chaos, Psyker's been able to stay at that position.
Only one death. And somehow also, GPK has stopped dying, right? I think it was, when was the last time actually that he did die? I don't know, it's been felt like, what, 16 minutes or something since he's died? Can't really remember the exact timing, but he had 9 deaths pretty early in this game, and he has stopped at the least on that. They're gonna buy out. So Psyker does spend the gold to get the BKB. They spend all their gold.
Okay. It's going to be a hard high ground siege for Falcons, and which is a funny thing to say when they have this much lead in gold, and they should have this next stages. They're going to start in the Roshan. BB team looks like they do want to try and take the fight out here.
Okay, I mean, they spent their gold for it. Falcons do stop hitting that Roche for a moment. They also spent quite a bit of their gold, if I'm not mistaken. I saw Mari did finish up a BKB before everything. Now they're going to continue threatening it. It dies fast.
BB team, I don't think they're going to feel they can swing across, especially taking the Watcher. They know that Falcons knows that they would be coming over towards this part of the map. So it looks like if anything, they may consider setting up around this high ground and try and catch them before they make it to the base.
This is a risky move if they do go for it, though, because they don't know exactly that there maybe is no vision there. There could be like some sneaky ward. Let's see if they do look for the jump. I mean, GPK, he's got the Arcane Rune. He wants to get some type of dream 3-4-man pull.
It's risky.
It's very risky. And they'll show the illusion. So now at this point, Falcons, They already were playing careful. Look at them playing on the top side. They were avoiding that walk up the hill anyway.
I mean, they're still holding on here, just in case Falcons let anyone drift away up to the high ground on their own.
They're waiting for someone to show on the map and then potentially maybe look to catch if they see them split up.
I mean, maybe it's also just the threat of them being there, right? They know that it's unlikely Falcons are going to walk into a bad fight, but they also know that if BB Team are sat on this high ground, they reveal it with the illusions, Falcons, they're not going to immediately come in with a push on this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, they can just go back and finish up these next few items because they are getting closer to some big ones. I mean, I've been waiting for Crit to reveal which one he goes for, by the way, because he's had the Gleipnir queued up for quite some time, but hasn't quite committed for it if we do want to see like a defensive one for him. And the Rapier does get queued up from Saika, so he is still feeling like he does need that explosive carry potential.
Medusa with a Rapier this game does sound kind of terrifying.
He's spicy, especially if he's able to hit 25. If we're able to see that split shot use modifiers with the Daedalus and Rapier, definitely still that chance.
And it's still though, you know, Falcons, they seem very relaxed.
They do. They seem very comfortable with just waiting to go for the later stages. BBT playing around this vision.
Do they want to jump Skeeter? GPK's thinking about it.
Oh, GPK got a Timeless Relic also, by the way. So he pretty much got the best things he could have gotten for the situation that they're put in.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. I mean, with the Timeless Relic, right, you're pretty much guaranteed to have enough time with the Vortexes to set up for the Elder Titan to get in position, the Stone Gaze as well, these Stomps, Earth Splitters. It's a lot of wombo combo potential from BB Team, but they have to land it perfectly because of how far ahead Falcons are.
Malrine, Refresher has been purchased, so insane amount of damage now on this Razor. GPK, jump on two.
Look at the Vortex onto the two.
Instantly stunned.
Skeeter's in with the jump. The Dragon Tail starts straight away. GPK is going to get the BKB off. He zips away. GPK survives.
Saika's stunned though. The arrow connected on him.
The Sharpshooter comes in as well. Lotus has been thrown down upon him though. Cooking him out to the side. Mira's going to make the jump in over towards the Razor. Gets the Doom down onto him. Amar leading forward. Saika trying to stand his ground and fight back. He's doing a lot of damage here on the Medusa. Bringing Snaking down low. Can't stick around any longer though. The BKB's about to wear off.
He's running low on mana.
Ogre Seal totems away.
Saika.
Falcons, they're going to look to certainly chase it. The Plasma Field won't catch on. And they don't want to throw themselves into the high ground yet. So Saika will get them space to head back.
He's stunned again.
GPK, he's not going to get the same chance though. The stun into the silence. They've caught it. The cookie. He's not going to save it.
The Orchid Bird. It's too much.
70 seconds. No buyback on GPK.
They used absolutely everything there to kill a target. They didn't kill anybody on the side of Falcons. Able to reset, sustain, Refresher still at the ready for Malrine, so he can use it if he wants to, and he still has his Eye of the Storm ready in 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, still 2 minutes left on the Aegis for Skeeter. The push coming in once more, tier 3 down in the mid lane. Skeeter, a little lean onto Saika though. She used the cookie on the illusion. They've got the force back onto Saika. We'll keep him at a safe distance from Falcons.
That was a risky cookie. Gotta save those to be able to reposition the Dusa as much as possible. But it will push Falcons at least back for the moment. But DK Dragon Form's about to be ready again. They've almost got BKBs at the ready on the Razor as well. And Doom is going to be on cooldown for 50 seconds. Falcons will back up, look to farm up a little bit more. They're content with keeping this one going. It feels like they know that they've got this scaling going. Even though in that last fight too, the Link was actually reflected from the Lotus Orb, you could see that it still wasn't enough for BBT to look to turn to fight with this Medusa.
And Falcons there, ready and set up in case BB Team do start to try and look for these sneaky smoke plays coming out of the base.
And they've got everything at the ready. Gleipnir now finished up onto the Hoodwink, so we see GPK fall into the bottom 3.
Snake King's ready to start work on his Satanic.
Oh, well, look. That'll be a pretty interesting one for him, but sure, why not? And the push commences. Doom, 5 seconds until it does come back up. BKB's at the ready on the side of Falcons.
With the jump. Straight away going to start off the action on towards Saika. They get the silence in as well. Quick Manta to remove it. Illusions will block the arrow. Falcons, they'll hold back. It's a full Bloodthorn next time round. That Skeeter's going to be ready to slam down on these heroes.
He's just trying to force this type of reaction. If they can force the Medusa to use a BKB, then Saika just... It's very difficult for him to fight.
I mean, if BB Team can hold on for just a few more waves coming in, Saika is going to get very close to this Divine Rapier dream.
He needs both timings, though. I think he needs the Rapier and that 25, it does feel like. Yes, he's going to be able to do decent damage single when he's got that Rapier, if he does get it, but feels like he does need that explosive damage on everybody. Because it really is him versus the world.
Oh, check the time. Torment is up again.
Perfect timing, and Aegis reclaimed, so Skeeter doesn't even lose HP during it. As I think Snaking did commit for it, by the way.
He did.
I think he committed for the Satanic.
He's getting that Satanic online.
Not too often you see these supports get it. I think the last time I saw support get a Satanic was like a Hoodwink, I think, getting one in some crazy game. I think it was Boxy at some point in some tournament, but this is not something you see too often. But he's wanting to scale. Again, level 20's been hit now for him too. So that crit is online. And same thing for, crit as well too. He is online, so pretty much 5 cores that Falcons have been able to build up.
Yeah, 30k lead pretty much coming up on the numbers here from Falcons. They're enjoying this.
The Rapier's purchased, Owen.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Can Psyker turn this game around? Here, on the TI main stage, it's where it counts the most. The BB team, they've never been able to take a series against Falcons.
Can you imagine if this will be the way that they do it, off of a Rapier purchase?
Or this may just be the end of the game.
Or
we're going to find out.
We'll have to see.
The smoke's coming out. They're ready for the setup. Mosquito's out for the blink. GPK.
Done too.
He's going to get the opening here. Straight away to raising. Going to lay down the Doom as well. Snaking. He gets shredded completely. They're able to take down Amar as well. Now they're going to go towards Marine. And then great start to the comeback here. Potential from BB team. As they storm outside of the base, they take out 3 heroes. They're dead for a long time, folks.
They are. GPK found the perfect 2 targets, and they got the Doom onto Malrine. The ideal situation for them.
Oh.
And level 25, it's about to hit as well.
For the sake of the pubs out there and support Mirana's farming Satanics, maybe it will be a good thing if a comeback does happen. Can they do it with this Rapier Medusa? And the 25, as you say, he's basically got it.
He's basically there. The important thing is, too, now at this point, when you're able to get these type of kills, these sequences...
check this out again.
Their respawns are long, so Doom and everything comes back up as they respawn.
And as we're saying here, if they don't deal with the Medusa, Psyker, he'll kill them. They will all die.
Absolutely. It's the perfect jump. You couldn't ask for a better one there from GPK or from Yero. Even though there's that 22,000 lead.
Could
got
it
the
be
damage
that,
on the Dusa.
Yeah, Falcons, maybe they were just a little too relaxed this game. Because BB team, they're getting the chance to get back into it, absolutely, around this Medusa. And in a style, as you say, that just hasn't been doing too well. The 4 protect 1.
But look at the itemization that they've gone for, too, with it, right? It's a Vlad's also on save. It's everything about throwing onto Psych at this point. What is GPK queuing? I'm almost thinking can he just go down like a refresher route on the Storm?
I wouldn't
Feels
mind
like a double pull. Yep. All he really has to do is set up for the Doom or for this Medusa to get in position to get these type of plays. He's got the damage. Miro, he does have a refresher also finished up too, so they will have that secondary round of them. And so far, I'm just clicking around. No Lincolns, no Lotuses purchased for the side of Falcons. I'm clicking on Snaking, and I'm seeing the Satanic.
He's getting a Hurricane Pike. At least he's getting a Hurricane Pike. Yeah, but it gives you 4 stuff. It's going to help a little bit.
I definitely feel like that Satanic could have been like a Lincoln's for him, because it feels very greedy from him in particular. But
let's see.
Let's see how the
Maybe
next fight
Falcons
goes.
are able to just end the game now, as they're coming in with the smoke. And of course, being a 4 protect 1, if they kill this Medusa, it should be game over. He does have buyback available, but of course that will be without that Rapier.
But Falcons, they're the ones wanting to start a fight, because if BBT is able to just get the starting of the fights a lot of times, they can delete heroes.
BB team.
They're reading the movement.
And a bit of a spooky location here.
They've got a...
Falcons might not quite expect.
They saw the ward placed in their base. They have a sentry down, so they saw that Falcons were sneaking.
They're going to try and jump Marine. They're in straight away. They're going to Doom down onto Marine. He's getting shredded. Amar comes in with the car. He's ready to wheel Marine back out to safety. Amar with the Aghanim save. Now they're ready for the turn here, Falcons. They go straight towards Miro. They take down the Doom, but Psyker, he'll take Snaking out in return.
Miro spent his gold.
They're going straight for them now with the Stampede. They're ready to get back in onto them. Skinner gets him with the jump drag tail. The Cookie gets Psyker onto the high ground. They'll be able to tear Psyker away back to safety. GPK pumps the BKB. The ball lightning back up to the high ground. The cause survive. The 2 of them. It's just Miro that's out for 55.
He spent the gold for that refresher, and he gets caught in the front line of everything there.
And we've got to look out for more players like this. Amar with the workhorse, with that car. He's ready to bail them out, and if that wasn't there, if he wasn't ready, Marine was absolutely dead.
He tried for... I actually didn't even see in the last fight, I'll be completely honest. I was wondering what happened with Marine, why he was like ghost form in the bottom one. But yeah, it was that Aghanims this time. It does play it safe to be able to get the reset from the Doom. Roshan in 40 seconds. Doom will be respawning in time, and he will have... Okay, he won't have the double Doom. He'll
check
have
this
one
out
at the
again.
ready.
And see how quick they are to jump. But Marine, he knows that Amar's ready to back him up. Indeed, without that there, he was absolutely dead.
Very quick reaction. Toronto Tokyo in a dangerous position right now here. Amar. Whoa, he found him.
And he's in with the stun.
They got the 2 supports.
And there's nobody to get Toronto Tokyo out of this. Toronto Tokyo's gone. Saika's going to try and fight back. GPK's in with the Sims. Going to get the grab, get the Vortex onto the 2 of them. Jump forward as well from Miro. They're taking crit out. Buyback comes in, but Miro is safe. They're ready to continue chasing. Amar trying to drag Marine out of the fight and will succeed. Gets them away from BB Team. Both teams dropping the buybacks here. Saving Toronto Tokyo for BB Team and Crit with the one from Falcon's side of things.
Oh, and this card is doing wonders, and it's got such a low cooldown. It's back up in 10 seconds. Every single time he can actually use this to bail Malrine out.
Someone's got to find Amar.
They really do. Malrine, he's got the BKB back up also. Level 25's been hit on the DK. Lots of buybacks used. These supports have to be careful. The arrow will scout.
Stone Gaze is up.
Saika in the front lines.
They're going to get the jump on him. Dragon Tail, little Bloodthorn, they need back up. The Vortex comes in, but Saika's falling low. Can he get the snake out? The man has gone. Saika's
in trouble.
He wants the BKB, tries to stand his ground, starts to attack back over towards Amar. The damage is done.
Saika's still alive.
He's surviving. They'll force out to the side, turn towards Skinner.
He's still alive.
They're going to get 4. It's snaking against the world, and he's not going to succeed.
Oh my goodness.
For Saika, BB Team, they're turning the game around, folks.
He was out of mana so early in the fight, but he was able to stand the ground. They get the connection. The Stone Gaze connects. Oh my goodness, this game is delivering.
And into the Roche pit.
Aegis
They're going to
plus
be able,
Aghanim's.
So much money on Saika as well. He's still got a lot of options for what he wants to pick up next. But we'll see this. They absolutely felt here, Falcons, that they had him. You
How
see
did
the
they not
mana drop
finish him?
slow. But Saika, they couldn't quite do the damage beyond his mana pool. He keeps his distance, stands his ground as well, attacking back onto Amar. What a fight.
Unbelievable. Insane stuff. Just little maybe just butterfly evasion and stuff coming into play. Every little possible small thing keeping Saika alive. Falcons starting to feel a bit of that pressure after having a 30,000 gold lead.
I mean, there was always a sense that this could be coming, but with BB Team, they've just never really done something like this before.
No, this is super impressive for Saika in particular. And also, have to give a lot of credit to GPK. This man had 9 deaths in the game.
Yep.
He's got 10 now, but the pulls he's been able to get, the jumps, they've been crucial for this comeback.
It really feels like all the times in the past in which BB Team have tilted out of rough games, they've just been saving it up for today, folks, where it counts the most.
Now they've got Banner too. This Rax in jeopardy, and these long respawns. Doom's coming back up. Everything's coming back up for BBT. You couldn't bring down this Medusa once, and now versus an Aegis, the gold lead has gone to 0.
Incredible stuff there. And yeah, Falcons. What would you imagine is the vibe from their side of things right now? Like, what are they saying? What are they doing? This is a completely new position for them to really be forced into.
They probably just felt like they were comfortable with the multi-scale because of how much Crit was farming, because of how much Snay was farming, because of everybody. But now I'm looking at the itemization. They're like, we need to get ways to prevent this Medusa from attacking or prevent something. See, Snay's queued up like a halberd, but these items maybe are coming after the fact that they needed them. These Dooms have been hitting. The Stone Gazes are connecting, and now just Swift Blink. So positioning for Saika, it's always going to be there. Feeling like this Medusa now has the advantage in the game. And the positioning overall, BBT, they've been able to get these beautiful jumps over and over again. GPK's
Saika's in.
Somehow hit level 25 throughout all this.
They try with a jump. And with this Aegis, I mean, we saw how much they struggled to take him down once in a team fight.
He's high-fiving him.
Gonna get the jump again.
It's a good link.
The static link. That should be the Aegis gone.
Uh-oh.
But you've got to imagine this was part of the plan, because they just presented the Medusa up. Let's see what the backup is here from BBT. They get the jump. Started there immediately, holding the two of them. They'll try and cook Saika out to the side, but
Saika's going down.
The Rapier hits the deck. Falcons still defend, and they're ready to kill off more as they look towards save. Tried to hide with the glimmer, but they found him as well.
Uh-oh. And that's a rapier. Wait, they give it a snaking.
Oh, I mean, he's the one with the Satanic. He's like, guys, I didn't farm the Satanic for nothing. Give me the rapier.
Oh, man. It looks like they were putting him out there on a silver platter, but it seemed like they had an idea to play around it, but now Doom dead 70, Snap gone.
I would say these incredible 20,000 gold swings in these fights.
After making such an unbelievable comeback throughout the majority of this game, it takes one mistake.
Oh, no. Maybe the BB Team of old is still within them.
Falcons.
They were so close to turning this around, but it's just been completely redeemed there by that successful defense from Falcons.
And you can look at kind of how it all plays out is Saika has to swap the BKB in, right? Because the Aegis is getting reclaimed. He has to swap in it. It wasn't up, so he actually just gets hit by the first stun.
Yeah, instant
followed up from the chain stun, and they're able to connect absolutely everything, and he can't get anything off before they get all those spells onto him.
Well, here we go. Let's see if they can hold now without the rapier on the Medusa. Now things are going to get back to being very, very hard for BB Team.
Especially because now even snaking with a rapier, his damage is also pretty absurd. And now these Rexus, the final set. 15 seconds, no doom.
I mean, this genuinely could have been the plan all along for snaking. He's like, I'm just going to get Satanic, they're going to get rapier, they're going to lose the rapier, and I'm going to take it for myself.
He wishes. Imagine having that much foresight. That'd be pretty impressive. Skitter, the final racks. There's no glyph. You got to go soon, BBT.
GPK a little slow with the jump there. They get the range racks, the melee racks, they're out. Same time, their creeps are pushing in top, BB Team. So Falcons will have to head back and deal with that one. The game will go on 52 minutes in now. BB Team, can they get that sort of swing back again this game? It's going to require another rapier.
It's going to require another rapier, exactly what I was about to say.
I mean, Psycho should be able to farm that out pretty quickly. But it depends how much time Falcons give BB Team in these moments.
What's he going to sell? I mean, maybe you just sell something. Maybe sell your like Manta or something just to be able to get it. I feel like he's going to have to open up an inventory slot.
Sure.
But we'll see. Back up to the 30,000 gold lead very quickly, of course, as you were mentioning, from that fight swing.
Look at that. It's as if the comeback never happened, really.
They did get almost 2 full sets of racks at least, so some momentum pushing out of the lanes, slightly. But it's just this range racks now left top for the side of Falcons. And Psycho, he needs the rapier. So yeah, sells the Manta.
Okay. That's pretty much
has it gone.
400 gold.
400 gold.
So there should be, well, there will be a second rapier thrown into the mix this game. There it is.
He has to get the BKBs off, though. They have to still get he still needs all this defensive capability. If he gets caught from an initial stun, I still have massive concerns for this Medusa.
Yeah, they've proven that they've been able to burst through him.
Yeah. And also the team
just
needs to be closer. Let's be real here. That last fight, they put him out so far. They were, what, 2,000 range away?
It looked a bit rough. It looked like losing the Aegis was kind of like part of the plan, but then it seemed to play out like there was no plan at all.
Smoke up, Miro. Oh, Ninja Gear.
Get the jump. They're going to throw the dude down. I mean, it's not a bad target. They get rid of Amar. They get rid of his workhorse car. There's no save.
I mean, if Snay has to be cautious with his positioning, too, on this Mirana, he is very important in this game. If he gives up a rapier, too, the game could just swing back and forth constantly. That's going to be their cruise. That's going to be the key target, though, they have to go for. I think the Doom just has to be thrown onto Amar in every single one of these situations. At least one of them. Otherwise, he's just going to stampede, Workhorse out, one of the boys. So if they can keep playing around those visions, getting that type of Doom, then they still got a fighting chance with this Medusa.
Sure. And Toronto Token's going to be able to enable a lot, like with this Ags, and now going for the AC.
True. He's actually starting to get some scaling.
He's
got
scary.
The 20 talent. Gone are the days, though, of ET being able to just jump in a lot of the times and be able to do that constant briefcasing. But if he's able to get the AC and match, maybe there's that chance, too, for him.
Now, if you get the AC, and if you can get that rapier maybe from snaking, you know, you never know. This ET could be going far.
Look at Maori and telling them, come high ground, because that was where the blunder definitely did happen before. Other thing to point out, Crit Wind Waker is finished up, so other ways to prevent Doom. So now you have to look for quite a few different targets to at least focus fire. Initiations are going to still be, it's kind of been the most important thing for the side of BBT throughout most of this game, but yeah, even more so than ever. Looking for this annoying Hoodwink, looking for this Centaur with one of the Dooms.
Well, that's it. Yeah, I'd still imagine overall Amar's going to be the key target.
Yeah, absolutely.
You take him out of the fight, it's absolutely huge, because his saves have been crucial.
Yeah. And I'm wondering to see if maybe he does queue something like a Lincoln's himself. He does have the gold soon for it on Amar. He can consume that Aghanims and then go for it afterwards, so yeah, we'll see. There's still a lot of item growth that can come through at both sides in this game.
Smoke time from Falcons. They're ready to go again. Both teams very close to the point where one successful team fight could draw out the finale of this game.
How much buybacks are there? Or how many are there? It looks like Falcons has the majority. The 2 supports don't have it, but the 3 cores do. While on the side of BBT, they kind of have to go all in for most of them here. GPK can play around it, but the rest of them do have to spend their gold, it feels. And Roche, how long is it going to be? It's a fast one, 20 seconds.
And at this point, I'd imagine, has it fallen back to the point where BB Team probably don't want to fight around the pit? Sure, maybe take a fight outside of the base, but not actually in the pit? Or do you think now, back with another Rapier on the Medusa, they could actually look to go fully aggressive?
It's total chaos at this point. I think you can any fight that you can take if you have vision is important for BBT. So if they can get vision down there, then perhaps, yeah, look for that fight. Miro has also hit 25, so the mute is online. It's a big power spike for them on top of everything.
Absolutely. Whoever he gets the Doom down onto, as long as Psycho's able to follow up, get his BKB off and get the hits in, they will kill. Unless, of course, the jump isn't made indeed onto the Centaur.
So we'll have to see if they do get the connections.
And as you say, the Wind Waker also another option for Falcons to counterplay the jump from BBT.
And yeah, I think you'd said it before, but Maureen does have Lincolns finally, so they do have at least one of the blocking. And they can purchase a couple more. I mean, they have like 7,000 gold on several different heroes.
Yeah, I'd say if anything, Maureen's probably got to look out to get that Lincoln's thrown onto Amar, if Amar's the one being targeted first.
He can do fancy stuff, right? You can Lincolns, you can pop Refresher and block, or send another one and stuff like that. This Roche, it dies too fast, they can't contest. And difficult for them to come out there now at this point when Falcons has the vision too. 57 minutes, we could be approaching toward this 60-minute mark also.
Indeed, and you can only imagine the potential there. Something like a Mirror Shield coming out for Psycho.
I mean, explosive damage can come into these Apexes and Stygians. They're nothing to laugh at this point in the game. Falcons, though, with this Aegis. See where they look to go.
Let's see. BB Team. The remainder of the smoke.
They have to just literally play around vision. If they see an occasion where they can get a multi-hero pull, that's where they kind of just have to take it. Even if they're playing into Aegis, I think they have to seize any opportunity they can get where they get multiple heroes inside this vortex from GPK. Even if it's risky, you don't want Falcons to just get free setup onto high ground pushes.
And Falcons.
Tense moments.
They're on their way. Sending in the illusions first, seeing if they can get any information out. BB Team remaining completely hidden. Looking to fight underneath their ward setup here, BB Team. Falcons, they're careful about how they approach this. They know that BB Team's likely to be looking for this sort of play.
It's deep breaths from both sides here. It's patience.
They're going to get the Vortex opening and straight away over towards Skeeter. They're going to look to burst through the Dragon Knight. They've done so. He's out the once. Now they turn it over towards Amar. But Miro found the Doom target. Amar has to back off. He's trying to push on forward, but the Earth Splitter catches him. Maori trying to heal up here with the Satanic. Is it going to be enough to keep it alive against the 5 of them? It looks pretty good. They can't quite bring Maureen down. They've got to start backing up. He's been caught by the block. Is there anyone to break him out of this? They're going to try and get him back up the high ground, but they can't.
He's down for 2.
The Bushwhack catches him. He's out for 2 minutes. No buyback available on Psyker. This could be it for Falcons. They're pushing on. That was the fight that they were looking for.
Another catch.
20 seconds until Psyker can buy back. It's on cooldown. He has the money. Can they last 20 more seconds? GPK trying to buy them time in with the Vortex onto the 2 of them, but Maureen and Skeeter, they're looking to close it up. The fortification's there. 7 seconds until Psyker is back.
Can they push them off?
I mean, with these 2 Rapiers now on Falcon's side, I think they push fast. Mirrors in with the Doom. GPK trying with it, but Amar's in with the save. He's going to get Skeeter into the car.
The throne's dying.
He allows Skeeter to keep hitting the H and close the game up without any interruption. GG is called. Falcons, they'll do it 2-0, knocking BB Team out once again.
This was one of the better recoveries I've seen from BBT playing versus Falcons throughout this year, but it didn't matter. One mistake on that high ground push, Falcons capitalize. Oh man, a devastating game for BBT, but what a performance from Falcons with a very comfortable, stable draft. And Maureen at the end, he just ran through 5 heroes on this Razor with no fear.
He really did. You know, in this sort of game where things got as crazy as they did as the minutes passed and we got to that sort of 60-minute mark, yeah, Maureen showing no fear at any stage of the match, especially at that end point, knowing that he could go in and he could just survive against the 4 of them. He was super aware of what BB Team had already thrown down on the rest of his lineup. He knew he could get away with that sort of play.
Yeah, have to give some commends, of course, to BBT making this type of potential comeback. It was a 30,000 gold lead at some point. They swung it back to 0, but Falcons do find that one opportunity when it's just a split up Medusa that they're able to take that most important team fight.
Absolutely, yeah, one of the closest the BB Team's come, I feel, in the game against Falcons, where they were so close.
So close.
So close to turning it, but then they got a little bit ahead of themselves with that push down mid, losing, Psycho with the Aegis and quickly a second time, as you say, largely down to the key timing of Falcons getting that stun jump immediately on the respawn of the Aegis, leaving him no chance to BKB. Well, what a game. I hope we get many more of those today. This series, as we saw, Falcons, they take it 2-0, moving on in the competition and knocking BB Team out.
I am here with Crit. I mean, your first win in front of the home crowd. How does that feel?
It's very special. I didn't really know how I was going to react playing here the days leading up, like just being at my apartment and then going straight to TI. It's crazy.
I'm hearing a lot of support from the crowd, which must be nice, but how do you keep your head in the game during this match? Because it got pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we're a very composed team. I think it helps. We have experienced players like that are very good at it. The booth's also very soundproof, so that helps.
Yep, soundproof booths will certainly do the job for you. And of course, you talk about experience, but of course, you also have Malrine here as well. This is his first TI main stage. What was it like for him? You know, he seemed so cool, calm, and composed coming into these lanes and just demolishing. You know, was that because you guys were helping him out, supporting him, or is he just a cool character?
I think Stas is just a person it's kind of up to him. I mean, we obviously try to help him as much as we can, but he's such like an energy bomb, and it's kind of just up to him on the day to just be there, and today he just decided to show up and be the best player in the world.
He certainly did. Absolute performance from him and all of you, to be honest. Congratulations. And of course, there's more work to be done. Who would you rather face in your next lower bracket game? Is it Cloud9 or is it Liquid?
Well, I don't really know Cloud9 players that well, and I'm good friends with Blitz, so I'd say I'd rather play Cloud9 so Liquid get top 3.
All right, Crit, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Copenhagen, give it up for your local legend, Crit. And we'll pass it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Nomad, and congratulations to Crit and Team Falcons for moving forward and, of course, securing top 6 here at the International. We'll see how far they can go through this lower bracket. This game too, though, it looked spicy. This was exactly what everybody woke up here to come see because it could have gone either way. Tigov, this was magic.
It was, and you know, for BB, they're not, you know, they've been here before. In regards to like last TI, 68,000 comeback, they made it. You know, they also lost a 30,000 comeback. They was what 30k down this time with the Rapiers. Like they were so close to doing it again. Like for all-time TI history, BB holds the record for like #1 and #2 for winning and losing with comebacks. Like this is their home ground. They're used to it. But yeah, unfortunately, they weren't able to overcome the Falcons kind of class.
But they put up a really good fight, though, towards the end, which was just great to see. It looked like at the start that they were going to go out with a whimper, but they went out with a bang, Shiver, and that's what TI is here for. But ultimately, this game, I think Falcons played an incredible game, but I want to talk about their identification of who the key target was in this game. We talked about the Medusa a lot on the draft, but Falcons identified that Storm Spirit was their central key in this game to get it moving, to give them an entry into that mid game, to allow them to skirmish. And what did they do? They shut him down entirely. Malrine on that Razor, with that last pick, not only did he counter him, first let him solo, but then they brought Crit to that lane. They camped the Storm Spirit. Malrine then goes bottom and wins that lane. And GPK, this is one of the most difficult early games I've ever seen him play.
Yeah, he's a player always known for kind of crushing his lanes, having this really early game advantage. So him going into the 6 minutes, 0-3-0 is just not really what you're expecting to see from your mid lane.
No, painful. Double-digit deaths, Gunnar. I want to talk about offlaners, Gunnar, because you already, very early on, pointed out that you loved the way Amar was building his Centaur.
Yeah, I thought his Axe purchase is really good. I think it's kind of underrated nowadays. It's been buffed so much, they're invulnerable, so they don't take any Doom damage. And it also gives them haste, so he can run away from like a Doom. And you saw, I think, 2, 3, 4 fights. He basically just saves whoever gets gone on. There was the one fight top that it was actually on cooldown, and that was the fight that pretty much swung the game and almost gave BB Team the win. But besides that, it honestly did so much work. And even here, you see the DK can't get stunned. They can't stop him. He's in the cart and can just hit the Ancient, and at some point they just win.
It felt like it was like the best usage of Centaur Aghanim's I've ever seen. Like every time I see a Centaur player pick up Ags, it's like they have to use it one time to understand what the spell even does because they don't know. Then they use it, but like Amar, he knew exactly what he had to do the entire time, and yeah, a banging game and great itemization.
Yeah, and that Centaur cart, it's an 8-second duration, correct? 8-second duration, taking that off of Doom, if you can save some key targets, all of a sudden you become the priority Doom target, which is what we saw in the last fight. Miro on his Doom had to Doom Centaur. And what happened after that? That was the first time we've seen Razor not doomed in a fight. Then Malrine runs in, Satanic, runs into 3 heroes, zones all of BB Team away from the Medusa, who was isolated on the side, killed by Skeeter's DK, and we finally saw the power of what Razor can do in fights when he's not carted away for 8 seconds.
Yeah, we really did. I will say, though, seeing BB Team exit here must hurt, as they came in with higher expectations than that. For some words from BB Team, we're heading over to Pyrian, who's talking to Saika.
Yeah, thanks, Sheebs. I am here with Saika. Saika, first of all, we're all really sorry to see you guys go out of the tournament. You put together some really great performances. What went wrong in this series, just briefly?
I mean, I guess we were just forced. First game we had the kind of free lanes, and we couldn't really make move first, I guess. And the second game we just got crushed from lanes, from bot and mid, and the game was hard from that point.
But you guys were so close to pulling it back. It was a fantastic series. Did it feel a little unlucky to bump into your year-long enemies, Falcons, here in the lower bracket?
I mean, I guess you can call it unlucky, but anyway, if you want to win tournament or get to super far, you have to beat everyone. So that's just life.
So this season, I think we've seen some glimmers of real brilliance for you guys. What are you going to do to come back next year and turn it around and maybe even win a TI?
I mean, hard question. I guess we're just going to try to become better. Maybe some changes, not sure.
Okay, and last of all, I know you guys have a ton of fans. Is there anything you'd like to say to them for supporting you this year?
Yeah, it was a decent year. Thanks to all fans, especially CS fans, for supporting us. We could feel it. So yeah, we'll come back stronger.
Well, thank you, Saika. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Can we get a round of applause for BB Team and Saika? Thank you. And the tournament, of course, continues. And for more on that, back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Pyrian and Saika. As we say goodbye to BB Team, they've had a tremendous year. They came top 4 so frequently, Effie. To see them here out in top 8 is uncharacteristic for them.
It is, but they didn't look like they were in top form throughout this tournament, to be honest. That's why they started in lower bracket. But we heard from Saika, they could do some changes. It could be gameplay. It could be someone related to the team. But this team does have a lot of potential. Ultimately, I think they were their own worst enemies. That is always the case with BB Team. You can see them fold under pressure. You can see them be a bit too afraid to make any decisive plays or change up their drafts in an elimination game. And unfortunately, they're out, but they did have a great year.
Yeah, it's been about 2 years of an empty trophy cabinet for them, and with the interview as well, it's the first time I've actually heard a player go, there might be changes. Everyone else, when Noun's got eliminated, it's like, we're going to stick together and I can't wait for next year, there's that kind of, woo! So, yeah, we'll see what happens with the region, because, if one of the top teams hasn't really made it, then maybe we get some spicy shuffles, but yeah, that's a whole other story, and they had a good run.
Yeah, I think, Gunnar, if you look at a team and consistently indeed falling a little bit short, at some point, a team will have to make choices. I would imagine that from a team perspective, that's very difficult to already think about when you're only just eliminated,
especially this year, the next season is really packed.
Yeah.
There's qualifiers coming up within a week of this TI ending, so there will be moving parts, I think. So probably not immediately after you lose, you're going to think about it, but in the coming days, it's going to be something.
It is definitely going to be something. I think also something that BB Team will think about is this game that we just watched, because they were so close to forcing out a 3rd game to this series. They were so close if they were having that Medusa live just a little bit longer here and there, but it was Falcons that was able to pinpoint exactly how to get to that hero. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Cheever. Yeah, it was a very close game towards the end. The teamfight moments were so close. I want to show you some examples of that comeback fight that BB Team had where they almost got back in the game. Now, right before this clip happened, the Mirana arrow was used kind of scouting to look for this ward here. But what happens is Skeeter's going to use his Bloodthorn item here to increase the accuracy against Medusa, who's got a butterfly. But watch the stun duration. They need a follow-up stun. It can't be arrow. It's going to be the hoodwink stun. But watch this Storm Spirit zipping through. Just by chance, happens to cut the tree. That's going to interrupt the stun that's catching the Medusa, and as a result, she gets to use her Manta and her BKB. That basically starts panic mode for Falcons, because that's the person they're supposed to lock down. She gets her ulti off, she gets her BKB off, the Doom on the right targets happens, and that's why they're able to turn this fight. That stun being interrupted and removing the quick Bloodthorn completely changes the outcome of this fight. Look at how it was later when the game was even up and BB team is sieging the base. First stun, into second stun, into arrow, full stun duration while Aegis is coming up. He's going to swap his BKB from his backpack here into his inventory. It's going to come up just a little bit late, and watch for the frame perfect stun from Amar on the Centaur here. Catches the Medusa, she gets stunned again, follow up with another stun. This is the DK stun now. She takes 2 lives and doesn't get to be unstunned for a single second of it here. That is how you beat the Medusa. That was the plan for Falcons, but the fact that they messed up that previous fight almost gave BB team a chance to win this game. It was really, really close.
Thanks, Purge. 1 second, Gunner. 1 second, and we could have had a whole different story here.
Yeah, I think even the BKB, it was kind of a sketchy high ground, I would say. They had to do something. I think they were feeling the pressure of the game, that it was getting to the point where they're stronger, but they need to keep pushing forward and getting more and more, because I think their draft definitely had a point where if the game goes like 60, 70 minutes, even with the Rapier on the Medusa and how strong she is, they're not going to just win for free. So they wanted to close it out, and it just wasn't enough that time.
Yeah, also, actually, the Doom on Mir, he ended up blinking in the second Centaur stun. So on Medusa's second life, the Doom couldn't cover for her because it was a very well-timed stomp or an unlucky timed blink by Doom. So it was just a matter of little things.
A matter of little things. That's sometimes all you need to get victorious here in the International. It is Team Falcons that move forward. We'll see them again tomorrow. For now, they'll get a little bit of a break, and that means we are also moving forward with our next lower bracket match. We are going to watch Aurora taking on Extreme Gaming, and before we get there, we are going to learn a little bit more about Extreme.
当时比赛的气氛就是很高昂的，大家都很开心啊。打完雪碧就是大家都比较开心吧，因为大家都感觉这次可能状态不是特别好，然后能进场馆就还有继续往上冲的那种可能性吧。我觉得我们会就是一直进化，然后看能不能就尽量往上冲吧。对战雪碧之前我们就做了很多准备吧，然后第一场的时候。我们在前20分钟基本上那个地图都是黑的，大家只能龟缩在那个野区等着对面来。然后后面在局势有一些好转的时候，可能我们太冲动了，在没有买活的情况下，然后冲高地被翻盘了。然后后面2把我们就调整了一下吧，然后就是在战术上选择的比较成功吧，就比较轻松的赢了，就这样。到目前为止，可能赢下 Spirit 算比较开心吧。就是对于对阵欧若拉，我们还是比较有信心的。他们欧若拉战队是一支比较偏防守反击，然后比较偏打中后期的队伍吧。然后我觉得我们打他们，就要么就是前面就是可能会打到比较后面吧，我感觉。我觉得欧若拉也是一支就是不能小看的对手吧，就我们会尽全力跟他们对阵。我感觉剩下的队伍最强的应该是 Liquid， 因为在跟他们打的时候，感觉他们的每个人的决策，然后包括团队的决策都做得比较的完美吧，就感觉他们挺厉害。最不开心的一刻，那肯定是被液体第2把就是速通了，玩了个伐木机，然后就感觉。那把挺无奈的吧，就是开局我们拿了一个1血，然后我们就被19比1给速通了。就输给他们之后，我们对阵容和那个打法上做出一些调整吧。我们调整了一下心态吧，因为我们觉得我们打液体第1把打完，然后可能心态不是很放松吧，第2把有点太紧绷了大家，然后在一些英雄的选择上也做了一些调整。我还是很期待，就是能在观众面前打比赛吧。对我来说意义也算挺大吧，因为这也算是我第1次 TI。我觉得有希望，但是需要大家就是比每一天都比之前做得更好，我觉得有机会。 我觉得我们1/8概率吧。
1 in 8 probability, he says. Well, I think we'll see about that. 1 in 8 is no longer correct. I think it's now 1 in 7, as there's 7 teams left. We'll see how they do against Aurora. Extreme Gaming versus Aurora is our next match in the lower bracket, and I'm once again joined by Lacoste and still with Effie and Tigov. As we're gonna break this matchup down, we have heard just now from XM is his first time playing in front of a crowd. There are actually 2 first-timers here, Lacoste. Of the 3 remaining, 2 against each other.
Yeah, XM, he's been playing Dota for a really long time. He goes back to 2017. He played for CDEC, he played for Azure, Vici, eHome, all these Chinese giants pretty much, but never played on stage, which is a bit of a surprising one, considering how skilled he was. But now he has the chance. And if we look at his hero pool, some heroes that he does play, Sniper, Viper, these Pangos, he's a hero specialist, and it's very difficult to lane against this guy.
And he's the most annoying kind of hero specialist because he specializes in shutting down the enemy on lane, not in rotations, not in tempo, but just out-filthing the enemy. He plays Viper and Sniper like Lacoste mentioned, but even before, when he was getting famous, he was also playing Death Prophet and Necrophos and all of these green heroes that are so slow around the map, but so disgusting. But he's been doing it for so long that even these slow heroes that he specializes in, when he plays them, they look tempo. When he plays Sniper, you see him rotating to side lanes and ganking, TPing in.
Yeah, you do see them, and one thing you will also see is their opponents, because it is time to bring the teams out on stage. Let's welcome in Aurora.
Welcome on stage, Aurora Gaming.
23 Savage, Laurenov, Jabs, Q, Ollie, and Coach Sunvi taking the stage. They started out in the upper bracket, but had to continue a lower bracket run, knocking out Heroic already. So 1 region eliminated. Can they eliminate another region here today? That is up to Extreme Gaming.
Welcome on stage, Extreme Gaming.
We got Ame, XM, XXS, Zinq, DY, and Coach Mats, and they have a lot of loud fans here in the Royal Arena, as you might be able to hear. They are in the lower bracket because Team Liquid knocked them down, but they therefore were able to eliminate the defending champions. Can they continue their run in this lower bracket? We'll find out. 1 best of 3 between them and the continuous road here. For both of these teams, it would mean so much to win this best of 3 for a multitude of reasons, Tigov. For Aurora, this year, they have not been able to breach top 8.
Yeah, and also, the region at TI hasn't really got further than top 8, so for SEA to win this, to come further on, it would help a lot. It, just fix that. And then also for Extreme, China, this is probably one of the worst TIs for the region, right? Normally, they're grand finalists, top 3, top 4, and Extreme, again, the only team here, so it is scary to think that the winner of this series will be the only non-European team left at the International.
And you have put a lot of stock in that at the start of the day. You're like, one of these teams, gotta do it.
They have to, as much as I love Europe, I kind of want to see Europe versus not Europe for the grand finals. So whoever wins this, I am going to be 5% biased for the rest of the
5?
Yeah, just 5. Because I'm normally I don't mind who wins, but for this one, they've gained 5% of my opinion for them winning.
To which regional team then does your 5% bias apply now?
Oh, Extreme.
Well, we can back that up with numbers. I mean,
Yes.
he seems very convinced, and I think Lacoste, it's a little bit of a David Goliath once again here.
Yeah, same as in the previous series. 2024 didn't look too good for Aurora against Extreme Gaming. They had only 2 dubs when it comes down to games, 11 losses, never managed to win a whole series against them. This is the clash of 2 different playstyles when it comes down to what they want to bring in the first 10 minutes of the game, how they play post 30 minutes. I think also the stats that we have the second worst team at stacking camps, that's Extreme Gaming, against the best stacking team, so they're focusing more on the later stages of the game. Aurora, they will need to speed things up if they want to match the pace of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, and that's where my concern comes in for Aurora. Like strategically, Extreme has looked their weakest against Liquid, who crushed them in a 19-minute game. Extreme was trying to pick up a PA, there was no room to farm, and Aurora so far hasn't shown that speed of play.
Yeah, and if you look at the average win time for both of these teams, this is a huge difference. Extreme Gaming, when they've won at an average of 35 minutes, whereas Aurora at 45 minutes. And playing this very late game oriented playstyle can work against a lot of other teams, but not Extreme. Like T mentioned, they looked the weakest versus teams like Liquid that can beat them quickly, but outside of the laning stage, Extreme have little to no flaws, and they are an excellent late game team too. If Aurora wants to take them to that minute 40 plus chaos, Extreme have been there before, time and time again throughout the year.
And I think that's where Extreme have learned a lot from the Liquid series. Like against Spirit, they were picking up the Tusk with a Luna and a Visage, and in another game they had an Undying with a Centaur in the offlane. Like they made sure their lanes were so strong that they could break their opponent. They're not as quick as Liquid, but they've at least kind of shifted in that kind of trajectory of playstyle.
And you did mention Tusk as a hero. I think this hero, whoever has the first pick, is not going to be able to play it. We can see some of the unique hero picks for Extreme Gaming. As tournament progressed, we saw Ahmed bang out the first Medusa of the tournament that did play Slark as a position 4, Timbersaw as a position 4, Muerta. Win rate 0, unfortunately, but the hero looked good in some of the games. Not when you looked at like the whole thing, but in the laning stage it did look good. These are the hero specialists, and Ame also has massive hero pool that he's not afraid to bring out some of the older heroes that are not considered to be meta right now.
And that's the cool thing about Extreme Gaming, that I'll bring up the last series for a little bit, but something that BB Team lacked is the ability to get creative when elimination is on the line. That's not the case for XG, because a lot of these unique heroes we saw were pulled out in their elimination series versus Spirit. That's when they busted out their Undying plus Medusa. That's when they busted out their Muerta. They are not afraid to try new things, and if they're in a position where they're playing against an opponent that doesn't crush them on lanes, that opens up for so much creativity in their draft because they can survive the early game onslaught.
I mean, they're also just not afraid to pick, the same heroes. Like XM, we said about his hero pool, but he doesn't really vary. Like, if he wants to pick Sniper, he picks Sniper. It doesn't matter if there's a counter, because down the line, then the next pick from Extreme will then be able to fix a problem that might get created. I think it is very good to have a core player that isn't your offlaner confident in just pick me my hero at any point in the draft, and I'll play you the best game I can try.
And he's not the only person on XG that had that approach. Pick me my hero no matter what. We heard from Coach Maps of XG after they picked Muerta in that game 1 versus Spirit. He was asked, why Muerta? And then he said, at the start of the draft, Ame said, pick me Muerta, IDC, other heroes. He did not care.
Until after his ancient exploded.
Yeah. But then they also adapted, and it's a good thing to know that the confidence of the team is with a person that can make a call like that. Even if it doesn't sometimes work out, you got to trust your players always. When you guys are talking about XM and his hero pool, I kind of feel like we should look at the matchup in the mid lane with Lorinov there as well, because if we're saying that maybe Aurora is not such a fast-paced team, is Lorinov the player Lacoste where the speed from Aurora would have to come from?
Depending on the hero that he's playing, he's also the type of a player that will play Viper, that will play Sniper, so they do have quite an overlapping hero pool, but he also does play some other heroes, like a Timbersaw from the mid lane, which I think is going to be heavily contested. This is also a flex pick for them. This is when they looked the best. When he was playing the Timbersaw, he also has Shadowfin in his pool if it's a really good matchup for him. XM, his hero pool is really not that big.
No, I think for this series at least, we've mentioned so many times in the road to the International how important Lorinov is for the team. If we see a world where it's like a Viper for XM against a melee hero for Lorinov, and then the supports of Aurora can't rotate, that is kind of like potentially the beginning of the end. So already I'm looking for active supports on Aurora, and potentially a matchup that can go 50-50. I don't want to see the Sniper versus Storm where XM just gets to, hoo-hoo, ha-ha, his way through the laning phase.
I agree with T entirely. I think we're going to see a lot of targeted bans on XM's hero pool, because that is how you protect Lornoff. If not, we're going to see these filthy counter picks come out, and then Aurora's early game strategy is going to crumble because they're very dependent on their three-man ball that involves Lornoff plus Ollie plus Q. When these three can play together in tandem and Lornoff gets a good start with good net worth, they make a lot happen, and Aurora can look active. When that doesn't happen and Lornoff is playing catch-up in the Ancients, they can lose so quickly.
So you're putting a lot of stock there also in the support duo being able to help Lornoff.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe even we could look towards 23 Savage a little bit. Like, he played Spectre recently, and he played very, active. He went for like Blade Mail and Radiance, but he was always like looking for that next chance to join a fight. He played Faces of Void as well, a hero we haven't seen too much. Uses Twin Gate, wants to throw out some Chronos. Like, he's throwing enough contribution early on, maybe not as much as other carries, but I think 23 Savage, if he can be a little bit more active as well, that can help a lot. But right now, all the pressure feels like Lornoff is on his shoulders at the moment.
I'm looking at the position 4 and 5. I think when Q is having a blast of a game, he's kind of leading the team, feeling himself, making all these moves across the map. There are games against Heroic. If he didn't have that Tusk on position 4, if he didn't go for the right item build 2 times in a row, they would not win that game. I'm still slightly worried for Aurora Gaming, because out of the 8 teams that we had today, they were the only team with the sub 50% win rate, actually sitting at 43. And if we look at some of the games that they played, that they got here against Heroic, game 2, it was pretty much Heroic sided. And then you had game 3 where they were playing against 20k gold lead. So this team, they are very good, very clutch when it comes down to post like 30-40 minute fights, but they need to get there somehow.
Do you think Jinyu, he cooked up the Slark support, the Timber support, again, Alp support a little bit. Do you think he's got anything like that prepared for us for the main stage? Or has he been told, hey, you're playing just Rubik and Mirana for the rest of the tournament? Like,
I think they want to speed things up, so the itemization that he did when they were playing against Team Spirit, Tusk 2 times, double bracer, magic wand, straight into Solar Crest, no blink, no shenanigans, built to Vlad so that they can push and end the game. So I think he has a pretty good understanding what's really good right now.
Yeah, I do want to get back a little bit to the win rate of Aurora. I think it's heavily skewed, Lacoste, by the first day. Some teams need a little bit of a warm-up on the first day, and Aurora, in the first day of groups, they went 0-4. Their opponents were Team Liquid and Team Spirit, and I think we can give them a little bit of a pass, because since then they have looked very good.
That's true, but also if we look at some of the games that they did push really to the limits, Game 3 against Team Zero, one of the craziest games we had at the Road to TI, this is the team that kind of thrives in that environment when things get pretty chaotic with the tier 5 items and everything, and this is how they break you. But I don't think Extreme Gaming will let them get to that point.
All right, so we're going to see them, Effie, trying to push the game long. That's Aurora's plan?
Ideally, that's not their plan, because this meta does not favor you to farm up to that point to play the late game draft. If you're doing that, you're already conceding so much. So while if it does get to that point, Aurora are comfortable with that, they should still look towards enabling Lornoff, like we mentioned in the early to mid game. And that's kind of why we saw the win rate of these 2 teams versus each other. Aurora's is quite low. It's because Extreme Gaming, they also thrive in the late game, but they're capable of winning games in 35 minutes, like we saw in their average match win. They're just a very hard matchup for them in that sense, where you want to take it to late game, we can do that. You want to fight mid game, we're better than that at you. Lanes, we're also better than that at you.
To me, this matchup is all about adaptation. How much you're going to be adapting. You didn't play for a couple of days. We've seen Extreme Gaming adapting quite quickly after losing to to Team Liquid, and then playing against Spirit, using that speed to beat Team Spirit. While on the other side, you have Aurora. Jabs, in an interview, he did talk about improving as a captain, but not improving as a player, and you need to be able to bring your A game when it comes down to the main stage.
That's another thing as well in regards to the interview. Like, in one of the coach interviews, we had somebody say that they're focusing on themselves for the draft rather than fully kind of leaning into what their opponent's doing. And I think a team like Aurora, they're not strong enough to go, this is our Dota, try and beat us in the draft. I think they have to respect what their opponent often does. Otherwise, we are going to have these kind of mismatch of drafts where it complicates it just a little bit more. And that is something I think they have worked on. And we saw it in the Heroic series, at least in Game 2 and 3, where they were leaning more into playing into their opponent.
Yeah, talking about the series that we saw both of these 2 teams play last, we said Extreme Gaming has had a lot of different heroes shown. They also lost one of their games against Team Spirit. Do we feel like potentially Aurora, that have struggled against Extreme, as we pointed out, have learned something from the series that Extreme played against Team Spirit that they could potentially pinpoint a weakness?
I think that if you watch that series, something you need to address is XM. Like XM, throughout that series, shifted the priority in his heroes earlier than when he used to, because typically XG were picking him on 18. They were closing a phase with either Viper, Sniper, Puck, or Storm. And as the series progressed, the priority went up. And I think that a lot of XG's playstyle revolves around XM kind of stomping that mid lane and not needing to bring supports to it, thereby enabling them to play their supports on Ame. If Aurora watched that and they shut down XM's hero pool, then they have a shot to overwhelm them in that sense.
They needed to adjust because throughout 2024, first 6 months, XM was the best player in terms of giving him priority to what he's going to get in draft. So 23-24 pick pretty much was always for XM, and that's why what Effie said makes a lot of sense. They needed to shift it because his hero pool is not as big, and they also want to get his hero early, knowing that most likely it's not going to survive the second and the third banning phase.
Yeah.
Spirit also did the Aurora style of draft, which is like lots of team fight, high cooldown. So if they do that, then Aurora might struggle. So hopefully don't go all for the big team fight, have some layers of aggression elsewhere.
But we have talked as if Aurora are at a big disadvantage here, but I do want to give them credit where it's due. We've often said that Aurora are a team that have two sides to them, one that is incredibly dominant and crushes the team in front of them, and one that completely crumbles. So they are capable of beating the best teams. It's just that their stability in being in that form, I don't know what contributes to it, but it hasn't been there yet.
Let's find out if it's here today, as we are ready to get our first game started.
Aurora Gaming versus Extreme Gaming.
We're here with the draft of Extreme versus Aurora, with Extreme starting on the Radiant side, Aurora on the Dire side, with first pick, meaning overall last pick goes the way of Extreme. And let's see what they have in store for each other. We're going to see a lot of the usual suspects already removed from the pool. And when we're talking about seeing XM's hero pool targeted, it is mostly showing right now, Lacoste, in that Sniper being overall first ban for Aurora.
Yeah, I think if they still stay in the tournament until the end, we're never going to see XM Sniper again, because people understand how strong it is. It gives them ability to rotate early on, as he's already... Like, Sniper's not a hero that can rotate easily, but he makes the hero look very playable and can make moves to different, like we saw a triple kill when the last time they played with Sniper, and Aurora Gaming will pick up the win, Ranger.
Something they haven't really done. After day one, when they lost 2-0 to Liquid with first phase win runner, they completely shelved it and pushed it to a later pick. So going back to kind of a day one playstyle.
Ooh, we haven't seen this hero. The whole previous series was ignored. For a little while, this hero was a very popular pick in the support role.
Extreme utilized Tinker really well because they're not afraid to look for that next fight for Tinker to play behind. A lot of teams, when they pick Tinker before, it's like Tinker plus Kunkka, only defensive tools, no map play. But the way that Extreme utilized Tinker against Spirit, it was really refreshing to see. Like pushing the hero, utilize the cooldown reduction, get the auras and the items into the fight, and just don't be afraid to just showcase why this hero was one of the strongest of these.
And also, when you think about Tinker as a hero and how to make him work in a draft, it just naturally fits into XG's core players. Like XM, we've talked about him being kind of a turret player, not much of a rotator or a tempo setter. And XXS has been playing a lot of Visage, a lot of Enigma, these heroes that run down lanes and push. Tinker loves playing with cores like that because he just goes behind his Viper, he goes behind his Visage, he stacks marches, and they take towers.
Tinker takes a lot of farm priority in the team, and we can go back to Jinkyu's atomization that he did in the last series that they played against Team Spirit, because they had Tinker in 2 of those games, which means that Tinker wants to take over the triangle, he wants to get to his, Glimmer Cape, he wants to get some Holy Locket, Guardian Greaves, whatever is necessary for the game, which means that your other position 4 is not going to be able to get as much farm. That's why Jinkyu is changing his item build as well.
Yeah, we got ourselves a second ban phase on the screen. Aurora removed Omni Knight and Luna. I don't think that needs further explanation. And we have Extreme Gaming going into their bonus time to think about what to ban next. It makes me wonder if there's any heroes left in the pool, T-Gov, that we have overlooked that are some of the usual suspects. Because, for example, Doom is still in the pool, but I don't know if either of these teams really want Doom.
I mean, the usual at the moment would be the Treant Protector, the supports that are slightly more defensive in nature, but maybe that's what Extreme want Aurora to pick up, because if you have a scaling carry plus defensive supports that can't map play, that enables Tinker to feel better. So that's why I don't think they are, leaning towards what have been some of the tournament favorites for the bans.
Ooh.
Muerta coming out again.
I thought a 0% win rate, right?
It's 4 for 4 on losses, I believe.
Oof. Rough. I want to see some Clockwork for Aurora Gaming, because it can be paired up Clockwork +1, because you have Wind Ranger with the setup. It's always going to be good against Muerta. A little bit of extra stun. Either that or some real kiting. What Muerta doesn't like is when she uses her ulti and she can't deal damage. Same can be said about the Wind Ranger, but I would say Batrider maybe for Q, or if they want to pick up Clockwork, I feel like these two picks would fit in real nicely for Aurora.
There's also Treant Protector as
Sure.
a lane partner for Wind Ranger, we haven't mentioned, but I love the confidence to pick Muerta here, because like it was mentioned, the win rate is low, but they looked good when they played it versus Spirit. I mean, that game could have been theirs if one or two things had gone differently. And Muerta, as a hero, it addresses the safe lane Wind Ranger flex in a really good way, because I do think if you're just talking about hero-to-hero matchup here, Muerta wins that.
Yeah. ET from Aurora, now you can... I mean, technically, like you said, Muerta flex could exist, but with the ET, she presses ultimate, alright, go to sleep. You now don't get to right-click, you get to disengage, take your fight, and Aurora utilizes ET quite nicely, where they always layer it with that additional damage source to utilize the passive really nicely. The magic resistance and physical.
You said there's a flex potential from Muerta. Is there flex potential for the Wind Ranger, as we do see the Clockwork still picked up for Aurora? Wind Ranger has been played by Jabs on that offlane. I don't know how good the carry-to-carry matchup is for Wind Ranger versus Muerta. I normally assumed that Muerta
I wanted
counters.
to see that hero so many times, because Muerta feels really nice against Wind Ranger. During your ulti, you're not taking physical damage. You're also building into items that can kite Wind Ranger. With your Hurricane Pike, you have Maelstrom, so with the procs, you can go through the Wind Ranger's Wind Run. And there's the Mars. So you need something to tie up this lineup, something that can keep them in place so that you can deal damage with Muerta. I would love to see maybe some Darkseer for Aurora to give them more team fight, because right now they don't have any.
Yeah, and Extreme is just making such a bold statement here with the picks, where the Marcy plus Muerta lane, that is, got a lot of kill potential. Tinker plus Mars is actually really hard to kill. You got Spear to disengage, you got the Matrix, the heal from the March of Machines. Their side lanes are, you don't really need to help them. They're very independent, which means the last pick for XM, you see 5 heroes, what do you want to play, boss? Now you kind of push forward in the game. And Aurora, they have some map play where Clock can find their backlines, but because of how greedy Winnon is, mid, offlane, or carry, the build is going to be the same. Maelstrom into BKB, Gleipnir, no BKB. Yeah, they had to find a hero that could just be in front, because that is not Winnon. And Timbersaw, a hero that we've praised so many times for Aurora, often first phase banned, was able to sneak its way through the draft and does fix some of the things that we needed. Timber is really good against Tinker, Mars, and Marcy. You just run through the map, and Muerta, such a greedy carry. So love the Timber pick.
The Timber pick is great. We talked about how Aurora have looked best with Timber. Lorinov just plays it incredibly, but it's going to provide them with so much damage. But not just that, the Eternal Shroud. Once Timber gets this Eternal Shroud, he can just completely face tank the Mars Arena for his team and turn after that. They don't have the damage at the moment on XG to kill this Timbersaw.
The trade-off for Aurora, though, is they don't have the damage. Timber's unkillable, technically, but where's the team fight after the first 25-30 minutes of the game? Once you enter, the average win time for Aurora, they are lacking just a little bit compared to Extreme. But the journey there, they are going to be very scary if they play behind the Timbersaw. And of course, banning out Viper from XM, you need to make sure Lorinov can get through the lane.
Yeah. And removing this Darkseer that we did mention makes a lot of sense. They need some team fight, and also because they have ET and Clockwork, means that Clockwork is going to be played as position 4, because ET, is not a hero that can be played as position 4 as effectively. So what else are we looking for from the off lane? I'd say maybe some Visage, maybe some Beastmaster, but then you're going to have double melee. The reason why I liked it, I thought they might pick up that Darkseer instead of Timbersaw, which I would prefer, but I want to see what they're cooking on Aurora.
Now that the Timbersaw is in play as beefy frontliner, would you be okay with switching that Wind Ranger to the offlane position so that you pick a new carry for 23 Savage instead?
I've been thinking about that, but nobody did it yet because
Apart from
you want to have
Aurora.
Oh, they played it?
They played Wind Ranger offlane, yeah.
That's doable. You can still buy into like some aura items, I've seen like double, triple bracer into mech Greaves, and then you start to scale with your, Gleipnirs and stuff, but you can also go for more greedy items if it's a good game for it.
I think it only works if they put like a Faceless Void carry, where they accept that the early game is all Timbersaw, and then eventually Winner will become a core and become relevant, and Void will have all the farm, right? But if they don't do that type of carry pick, then a high playmaking kind of map progression offlaner could also be really good.
Okay.
The issue with Wind Ranger as a carry here, they ban out XM Storm, that just leaves his puck in the pool of heroes you've seen played. The issue with Wind Ranger carry is she's solved quite well by XG's picks. Like, you're going to have the Arena from Mars either protecting his team or as a tool to kill her before she has BKB. Muerta has the better hero matchup, and she's going to be pressured on lanes. Also, once they start to play into Tinker's March, Wind Ranger cannot comfortably join fights versus March if she hasn't already farmed up a couple of items. So maybe just flex it to offlane and pick the Void that you talked about, T, because it looks like that would be much better than for them than the heroes they have now.
It's like Void carry or Visage offlane is kind of where I'm leaning. Like, just, Timber's going to break the early game for you, so take the buildings. That's Visage.
Yeah.
Or secure your late game.
Enigma, though.
Same thing, right?
Sure, break the map. You've got Eidolons, you buy Drum, Vlad. It's also kind of, I guess, in between the 2 points I'm making. Enigma secures your late game with Black Hole, but also takes the early game pressure with the Eidolon. So yeah, kind of meeting in the middle there and rounds out the draft nicely.
Also, by kind of solving Muerta, you can just Black Hole her when she ultis, then your Wind Ranger is in a much better position to scale into the late game.
A lot of XM's heroes have been banned so far. He doesn't, maybe he wants to bring out something new, but from what I'm seeing, maybe, it's a relatively good puck game. They don't have the real lockdown. You have early damage against the Timbersaw, against the Wind Ranger. Coil pre-BKB is going to be very effective.
They got a lot of time to think about what they want to pick, but they don't need it. They'll just straight up pick that Queen of Pain.
It's the damage. It's the pure damage against Timbersaw. We wanted to see this hero throughout the road to TI so many times, but nobody wanted to touch it as much. But Queen of Pain, this is the hero when we were coming into TI, every single mid laner did play it. It provides you with a lot of damage. The new build with no Shadow Strike whatsoever and limited lockdown, it feels like a really nice co-op game.
I love it in this game. They, like you mentioned, limited lockdown, but outside of having this pure damage for Timbersaw, it's also excellent at rotating. So you can shut down this Enigma on Queen of Pain if you get a power rain or two, and then you just take away the power of Enigma's push, of his blink BKB timing on that Black Hole, and you enable your Muerta further.
So do you believe in the draft of Extreme or Aurora?
I like Extreme's draft. I think it ticks almost every box. I think XM got a great hero here, and as the game scales, it can get scary for them if Aurora get to that mass where Enigma's just going to get these great black holes, Timbersaw's going to get really farmed, Wind Ranger's going to be valuable, but I don't think XG will let Aurora get to that point.
Yeah, for Aurora, it's like early game feels really good, but then they need items to fix the Queen of Pain problem that Extreme have created. So if they can kind of balance the amount of times XM will just slaughter the backlines, Hex on Timbersaw, game comes back in. So I think I'm leaning Extreme, but I can see a world where Aurora, they're so aggressive that the items come into play and then they fix it. But yeah, this Queen of Pain pick is very, very scary.
How is Aurora going to deal with that Queen of Pain, Lacoste?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think they have the answer because Wind Ranger, when she is playing into this Mars matchup, into a lot of lockdown, she needs to buy Maelstrom into BKB, so you will not have Gleipnir available. Enigma will need to be that hero that's going to use Black Hole on this Queen of Pain. Otherwise, XM, he has a pretty free entry to the game.
I'm hearing a lot of pressure on Jabs, having to Black Hole and Muerta
and take
Queen
towers.
of Pain and take towers. That's a tough ask.
Good luck.
All right, so then I would imagine that for Extreme, they're going to try to shut down Jabs a little bit, Effie.
They should. I think Queen of Pain, like I mentioned, is an excellent rotator, but all of XG's heroes can play make if their side lanes get off to an okay enough start. You can all of a sudden bring your Marcy to the Queen of Pain. You can do these two-man smokes, so you can invade the enemy jungles.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen in this first game of this best of 3. Before we head into the game, though, we're heading over to the stage where Tsunami is with Coach Sunby.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Sunby, coach of Aurora, where I was hoping to go back in time a little bit with you because it was a few months ago at PGL Wallachia that you spoke to me about the concept of fraudulent wins, which are wins that your team gets the W, but you're not really happy at how they got it. So I was wondering about your heroic series earlier. What was your stance on that as a coach?
I'm happy we won. I mean, like, honestly, yeah, it was probably one of those fraudulent wins, but win's a win, dub's a dub.
We take those, especially if it gets you to a stage like this. And how about taking heroes like Timbersaw? You are one of the few teams that have found success with it at this event. And was it a Jabs idea, was it a Lornoff idea, or you didn't even know until the very end?
It is a bit of a scary pick, but I mean, yeah, no, our Timbersaw is really good. You know, other people, they just not like us.
You guys are built different. Well, I can't wait to see how it plays out, Sunby. Looking forward to this game number 1 as we send it to our casters.
Thank you so much, Neil, with the always good interview, hearing how they feel about the draft, how they feel about the Timbersaw, scary hero, and one that we weren't sure if we were even going to be able to see. It's so iconic for Aurora.
Yeah, there's a couple heroes who've had those L's over and over again, but the teams come back to them because they have the confidence. And he says, they not like us. We have the Timbersaw on lock here.
Unbelievable. Yeah, well, I'm really excited to see how the rest of this game goes, too. Already through the draft, we saw some crazy switch-ups at the end there. The Enigma, we saw this as an answer a couple of different times against these, like, iconic position ones. You think back to the way that, you know, Beast Coast were able to take down Hector, Vitaly playing on it, and this time all of that pressure is on Jabs. Can he hit the big black holes? Are they going to be able to shut down Ame?
It's the Aurora Classic, right? Leaving that last pick as late as they can in the draft for Jabs and putting a lot of pressure on him, right? Whether it's trying to go for a faster game with the Visage or trying to be the person who has to do so much in this one on this Enigma, it's just something that they've gone to before, and it's been successful. So all the pressure on Jabs, he knows how to handle it.
We'll see how it goes. As already out across the lanes, XM playing on a Queen of Pain, another super iconic hero, and one that is probably going to create a good amount of issues early on here. We've seen these Dagon build rushes, this item that's been like completely out of competitive, but now with this Masochist facet, you see it get rushed so often, and then you start getting this crazy intense burst damage out of her.
Yeah, I think the Queen of Pain, alongside pretty much every hero in this game, I look at the players and I think, yeah, they're happy. You know, like we're watching this draft and just thinking that they've all played a lot of these heroes, they all feel very comfortable on them. It just seems like comfort was the name for both teams here. I feel like they should all be super confident with their hero picks and player combinations, and that always makes for a very exciting mid-game.
Well, we'll see how the early laning stage goes out. Already looking pretty solid for Aurora. And of course, the Enigma, if you're not able to kill those Eidolons in the lane, it starts to become a pretty big issue. Ame will have some trouble CSing against that, most likely. And actually has the support of DY here in the position 5 Tinker, which if you're coming back from Dota after a long ways away, you'll not be super used to this, but he actually doesn't even have any cosmetics. That's how you know he's a 5 player.
That's right, yeah. No, not quite ready for it. Does get a courier, but might pay for it.
And the battery assault, DY getting ran down. Will it be enough damage? The answer is yes. Jabs drawing that first blood.
Yes, the Martian Machine now heals, but it doesn't heal that much at this point in the game, so not going to keep DY alive here. The Clockwork at the earlier levels, pretty terrifying. Very hard to deal with the battery assault if he gets up close on top of you for most supports.
Well, and, you know, of course, that big switch-up of having Xingqiu on Marcy, it does kind of raise some questions, like, are they going to be able to get enough farm onto Xingqiu, who so often for this team has been the playmaker, the one that gets a ton of farm, turns into that sort of fourth core? Will he be able to have a good game if Tinker's just farming up all around the map? Or maybe DY's going to play it differently.
Yeah, I imagine that Xingqiu's still going to get the lion's share of it, because you're right. I mean, they rely on him to make those rotations here, and alongside a Queen of Pain, yet we have ourselves a little bit more mobile XM than we sometimes do with his more static playstyle. So he's going to need Xingqiu's help.
Yeah, this ain't Viper.
No.
It's a little bit of a different from him or the little dwarf sniper that he sometimes runs. As comes on over, tries to interrupt the pull, but not quite going to be able to do that. Ollie make sure that that one gets off. And 23 Savage playing on the Wind Ranger. For me, like this and Luna, and maybe Mirana, are like the heroes of the tournament. We've seen them so often. We know how you itemize. We know what the counters are. It feels like that's always one of the key things you need to watch for in these drafts.
Yeah, it's been getting harder and harder to win with this Wind Ranger hero because teams have just played against it so much that they recognize that with this Whirlwind facet, she just has like this window in a team fight.
Right.
And you have to play around that, and oftentimes it has to be with the BKB, so a lot of it's about just ensuring that when you try and go in, you get the finish. And they have a couple very good heroes for that, right? They have the ET to set up, they have the Clockwork to set up, and then they have the Black Hole as well. So there's definitely a way you can see where they can just chain it all together on Aurora, and it's going to be really hard to fight back as XG.
I want to see what the timing is that they try and pressure. Are we going to see some of these twin gate movements come out? Has been the thing that happens every now and then if the lanes get shoved a little bit too far.
Get a little spirit action there, you know,
absolutely.
The momentum ET coming all the way around.
That's a good call. Could be pretty nice. XM so far 28-7 versus the 23-2, a slight lead there. But yeah, the big one right at this moment feels like it's Muerta sort of styling a little bit on the Enigma. In spite of that early kill, Ame's getting a lot of CS here.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things you're kind of hoping for Enigma, is that you don't get like mad counterpicked here. You know, we think about the bristles, the gyrocopters. This isn't the worst situation, but it's still a ranged hero who has a ranged support who's also hard to kind of bully with the Clockwork as long as DY keeps his space. So Ame is able to just kind of sit and click away. But Jabs, it's not like he's having like a terrible time. So net worth-wise, they're still pretty close.
You see there that early ward place down too, already anticipating that there could be a movement through. I mean, even honestly, a power shot or something like that could really cause some issues if the wave is really super shoved out, but they have to be in a position where they can get aggressive. So far, just hanging out, trying to bully back XXS when they can.
Yeah, the 6 happens first for XM here, so he immediately takes the high ground, is trying to pressure onto Lornov. Seeing if he can find something with that pure damage, but...
And Queen of Pain do it.
Yeah, no rotation, so... But still some respect there from Lornov, of course. He's looking to get 6 himself.
Right. Yeah, just going to whittle him down. If Lornov steps too far forward, that's a pretty easy move for a kill. The big thing to watch, 6-minute runes coming up as Q is going to stack those Ancients, and it is going to be an Arcane Rune.
Oh, that's so good for your first rotation as Queen of Pain. Having that faster Sonic Wave to come back.
And now even glyphing the wave, wanting to run back behind it, takes a tower shot or two, but is going to bully all the way forward. Now Xingqiu is nearby, so too is Ollie.
Yeah, he's close on Ollie, but Lornov is still far behind. Like, he's still level 5.5 right now. He's a full level down on this Queen as the creeps are still coming in, so there's not really this, like, spirit into Stomp setup because the creeps are back at the tier 1 dying. Lornov is out of XP range right now.
He needs to get these creeps killed right here. If he gets this, then he... Well,
no, he missed like a full wave.
Oh,
like,
man.
The range creep finally gets through.
He didn't even get it off of those other ones because he had his 2 supports nearby.
That's so brutal.
Those soaking a little bit of XP means Lornov still doesn't get level 6. And you can see how rough this little window ends up being here. Some pressure onto that tower. And XM might just be able to do it again, honestly. 7-minute mark, though.
Yeah, that's going to pull the supports away here. They're going to go back for these Wisdom Runes, each grabbing one here.
But yeah, you can see, needs to be very wary. And XM, as soon as he's off the map, you've got to play careful on these side lanes. Even if he's just farming up in the jungle, without any extra knowledge of that, I mean, could be a very easy rotation for a kill onto Aurora.
And we just saw Lornov get 6. That's now level 7 there for XM in the mid. So quite the gap here.
And that extra time means Jabs, he gets to his level 6 as well. Unlikely you get great usage out of this killing Ame, but if you can, it would obviously be amazing. They do bring 3 down bottom, though. Tempting fate slightly there as Ollie and Q are going to back away. Kind of like an awkward support duo to make rotations and get kills until you start getting those ultis online.
Yeah, you really need the hookshot available there for Q. He's currently double stacking in the jungle, though, using his flare. So they're trying to make a big bank at Ancients.
Yeah,
help out their cores.
A nice way to try and set Lornov up for some more success later. But in the meantime, it's constant pressure, and this tower now down below half HP. Just whittling away slightly.
Little indisciplined play here. They're going for it.
A jump forward, wanting to find him. Dispose, pulls back. Is it enough damage? He's super low, and it is. I think you even saw a blood grenade get thrown in there as they find just enough damage.
Yeah, XM had one with him there just to make sure that first rotation was going to be successful, and, well, it didn't take much rotating. Just gets it right there in the mid. As 23 Savage now down bottom, matching up versus Ame.
Would love to get something here, although, again, like you said, he's getting somewhat low on 23 Savage, too. Quap does not have Sonic Wave, but a rotation with just a couple points there might make the difference, and DY forcing 23 Savage back.
He actually can't get through the twin gate. He's going to have to TP back up top.
So now they know that he's stuck up here. And Aurora not able to get things going their way early, off to a 3,000 gold lead at just 9 minutes.
Yeah, and that's that mid tower down. Also level 8 on XM has the 4 points in the Scream of Pain because he took the second point in the Shadow Strike to help out with the laning stage, and it didn't even really punish him because he didn't have to rotate. You know, he got some help coming to mid lane. He had this big level advantage over the Timbersaw as well. So this has been going very, very well for all 3 cores of XG, as you can see, as they're the ones at the top of the chart. But they're not that far behind.
No.
Sure, Lornov's not having the best time. But unfortunately, I guess the Enigma doesn't have the best early rotations. Neither does this Wind Ranger. We all know how greedy she feels. She wants this Maelstrom. And then into that early BKB more than likely. It's going to be hard to afford an early Gleipnir in this one.
It definitely feels like they're very much taking measured losses at this point in Aurora. We just saw a smoke be used by Aurora to clear an Ancient stack.
Yeah.
Like, so that way you wouldn't take extra damage on the Timbersaw. He could stay out on the map. All of those Ancients are now dead. It's, you know, obviously not being used to get a kill, but it's being used to generate net worth independent from that.
Yeah, and some experience as well here for the support duo, right? Because again, we need level 6 here. Try and get Q as well as Ollie into those ultimates.
And I think this was the other thing to consider. If we think back to that draft, there was a question on that 4th pick. Do we take Timber? Do we take Darkseer?
He's so close to hookshot.
They're really, really right there, but it's not going to quite be enough.
19 XP away.
They're coming to invade to try and steal it away. The stacks have already been taken, though. So at the very least, making the move to clear those first, and now they're going to try and block out those camps.
All right, they're under a ward here as well, as they will get 6 on the Clockwork. So XM knows that they're nearby.
How many of these losses can you take before you start to need to make some counter move of your own? It's only 1 kill to 1 kill, but the pressure around the map definitely being applied by XG.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see XXS up there. I mean, he's 0-0-0 on a Mars at 11 minutes. Like,
right.
He has just been chilling. Last hit's 85 for himself. He's super wealthy. Hasn't really felt pressured. Xinq's even been rotating around, heading towards that mid lane, but no pressure coming XXS's way. And now they're just going to go right into this tower. 23 Savage very low on mana. Can't come in for a commitment. Doesn't even have a whirlwind because he's been farming. They're not sending up with the support duo. This tower is going to fall.
So another tower going to be claimed by XG. Not fully extending out a lead. It's still sitting around that 3K mark, which obviously we've seen people come back from multiple times. And would not even be surprised if this was an anticipated loss given how they've been playing around it. But nonetheless, you got to imagine at some point they're going to make some type of move. Is DY?
Oh,
this is a lot of farm for Ame. Oh man.
This is something you would love to interrupt as Aurora. This is kind of what they would be excellent at, right? Like this Spirits playing in here with ET. This is the dream, finding a giant fight like this. Hook shots in, but they're not ready. They don't have the vision for it. So this is just all going to go the way of XG. I mean, they are going back their own way to their own Ancients on the side of Aurora. So no contesting this. This is a ton of farm.
Right. This is a lot of gold. And Ame going straight for a Mjolnir. A build that I haven't seen in a while, but maybe a testament to how they feel this game is going to go. They're like, all right, if Aurora's not going to fight us, we don't need to get fighting items either. We can just make the moves. And instead, XG, they're going to take the fight to them a little bit, go to engage, but again, it's just a little bit late on this move. The stacks have already been taken. Jabs is an option, though. XXS. He's just behind those trees right there. Does he realize where Jabs is at? Reveals him for the moment. Malefic's down. Black hole on to 3, but there's no help nearby. TP's come help me, team. Team, please, I got them all. And there's the shackle shot. Connection out. DY in trouble. Sonic wave, but it's not quite enough to kill off Jabs. Can they look for more? Lorenov finding DY. They're going to kill the Tinker. Find the finish on to Xinq. Just barely getting out of there. The Chakram's not quite on the mark. And Aurora, they're going to back away.
Oh, great escape there from Xinq. Almost got 3, but Jabs, he didn't even know that he got a 3rd here on the Black Hole because of the Bloodsport. Guy can't see in the arena, and he catches 3.
That's crazy. Well, not often you see the 3-hero black hole at, 12, 13 minutes, and then nobody's around him to help. But it ended up working out for Aurora as the TPs came in. You know what's funny about that is that Jabs had to tell his team, hey, I got them all, guys, come TP, because they couldn't see it.
Yeah, they got no idea what's going on here.
You can't see inside that arena. And so Malefic's down, black hole, and then, guys, I got him!
Yeah, Zinq was mid going for the rebound there, so he doesn't have it in this play either, so he can't assist his team on the actual fight immediately after.
14-minute. XM stepping forward. There's a lot of heroes right there.
They want that Wisdom Rune, but Q's in.
And they managed to take it. Q with the Wisdom Rune. Hook shots to get out, not wanting to take this fight.
Does not have that facet.
That hook up facet, yeah.
Just to clear up. Just wants to escape and survive.
Well, still, XG with the slight gold lead in spite of the way that fight went. Because this is the problem, right? Once Black Hole is down, you don't have that many great fighting spells.
That's true, but I think that actually went pretty well for Aurora. They were trying to really choke them out there by trying to get in there, get the 14-minute Wisdom Rune right, knowing that they can't fight, but Q able to sneak it away and then immediately hook shot. Like that's a lot of time where XG could have been farming up more stacks, and they do come in and obviously take a lot of this net worth away from Aurora, but I feel like XG just kind of swung for a big haymaker and only got him a little bit.
Trent, it is 15 minutes, and there is a carry with 1,100 HP in this game.
Listen, Ame, you know, he's an older player. He's a fan of the classics. He doesn't even know what a Gleipnir is.
That's right.
He just says, "What? I will shoot. I will do the damage. My teammates are supposed to control them. That's not my job."
I mean, he is very, very susceptible to getting blown up in this game if things go a little bit wrong. I'm reminded of that PA game that he had the other day.
No, we don't talk about that. They're looking good in this one.
It's a glass cannon build, that's for sure. If they can find Ame in these fights, he's going to be in trouble. But so far, he's either been able to stay out of them or buy some extra time for himself. Ame wanting to be that big damage dealer later, the uncrowned king. In the meantime, for the rest of the squad, it is slowly extending that lead for XG while Aurora try and build into these items that allow them to fight.
Yeah, you can see right there working on that pipe there from Jabs, and then the BKB probably going to be the most important one there for 23 Savage, and we'll see how these timings match up with a potential first Roche as well.
All right, will they be able to secure that and then really put the screws to them? In the meantime, XM going in, I think it was for a Shiva's I saw, after finishing off the Dagon 1.
Yep. So, does have the Veil coming out.
It's a 5k gold lead.
They have some pretty good vision here for Aurora. Have an idea of where they're moving. XM going over their ward, so they're trying to set up and ping. Q has the hook shot. All these nearby. This looks pretty good.
Get him.
Misses it.
Not quite on the mark, and as soon as that's down, like the whole fight falls apart. Jabs TP'd in for that. He's got pipe drums right now, would love to be able to set up for a fight, but no chance to connect.
Oh, that's a painful one there for Q. Someone who's been so consistent on these support roles and has clutched out many a gank for this team over the year, not able to get that one.
Right. Well, and with, again, sort of the straight-up matchup here, you got to imagine that Aurora, they're seeing something in the draft, they're seeing something in how they anticipate this game going, where they're confident with it going later. They're very much willing to sort of look towards a late-game black hole as the answer. Obviously, the Wind Ranger can just be such a monster in that window as well. We'll see if they can get there.
Yeah, they're not panicking, right? It's not like Jabs is rushing like Blink BKB. He finished the drums, he finished the pipe. It's like things are going to be okay. Our support duo is extremely good at defending towers, right? As long as no one gets picked off and it's too one-sided of a fight or anything,
right?
ET and Clockwork are really hard to push into. Especially, like, as you pointed out, when you have a carry with a pretty small HP pool.
Right. Yeah, Muerta always a little bit susceptible to that. But XG, they are going to make the move into the pit now. So the first Roche attempt of this series. And Aurora, they are smoked up.
He's coming in. I mean, they have the ward here.
Okay. And realizing what's going on.
Thank you for the sub, bro. Thank you for the sub.
It will be XG smoking up now in turn.
All right, we got that Blink Arena on XXS.
So Aurora willing to give up towers across the map, but not willing to give up this Aegis. As that ward.
He is wrapping.
Eidolon's killing sentries. This is going to reveal Zing's Q's position. Now seeing him with Q, don't want to start on that Marcy.
Yeah, he knows they can't hookshot him, right? Or this fight's not going to go well for Aurora, so XinQ getting a good read on this one. He's also very tanky. Double bracer, has the crown, and waiting to chase you now with the Lance of Pursuit.
And XM is going to TP for the Illusion Rune. Okay, yeah, they're like, all right, well, you know what? Nobody's taking Roche then. We're just going to leave it alone. We'll just go back to farming.
Yeah, this is not Focus Fire Wind Ranger with single target abilities, so
right.
it's a little faster, but it's not fast enough to try and take the Roche.
Well, an interesting moment there. And yeah, I guess that is the thing, is that really Ame on this Muerta is the only one that can really, truly sneak the Roche. Just with a Pierce the Veil, it does so much damage. The other heroes in this game not really capable of taking it out. And so you can see Ame sitting top of the chart, 11,000 net worth right now. And the main hero that's sort of catching up independent from the cores is that Tinker, as we were talking about. He's having a nice time. Already with the Holy Locket in the mech.
Yeah, DY not the player you think of when you think of scaling and farming a bunch on a support, but knows he has to do it on this one.
Right, and almost like single target, I would imagine, just completely focused on keeping Ame alive in these engagements with that barrier and everything else that he can throw on him.
Yep, it's maxed out here, so ready to go.
So 7,000 gold lead. Hits just keep on coming as Roche is going to go down south, but a smoke up now comes from Aurora. They've got the Clock and the Enigma together, Lorenov in mid. It feels like you got to do some like hook shot into Cog's back with Black Hole if you want to kill the Quap. Anybody else doesn't feel like it feels like you're committing a lot to get the finish.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, 23 Savage does have the BKB, which means he can now build into that Gleipnir. Okay. That'll help you out a lot, but XM still almost done the Shivas, just about done, and then you imagine it'll be defensive item after. Something to make sure that he doesn't get chain stun down if they have any sort of a gap, or if he can just escape from the root. Would be the way to go here.
Or you can just go mass damage. Level up the Dagon, man.
Sure. Yeah, you got Tinker. Just put all the pressure on DY. He's going to lock it in a mech. He'll be fine.
Yeah, save me, buddy. Aurora, they're going to take down this tier 1 tower, and then they're going to hit into the pit.
This is pretty good. Down. Daytime, but XG making their way here as well.
Can they get here in time? They're starting to run this direction. Roche down to half HP already.
Sending out the Spirit, trying to find them. They see Ame.
XG's in Q. He's the first one getting close, but you can't rebound off of enemies. They're just going to claim this, I think. They're getting there in time. Q looking at position, gets the Cogs pushback. And now, XG, do you really want to fight into this Aegis?
23 Savage?
He's just in here now? Okay. Needs to be careful, pops the BKB and then the TP out. So understanding that was gonna go really badly, but Jabs, he's not so lucky, not able to get out of there. They're gonna find and kill that Enigma. So they lose the ET and they lose the Enigma in that fight, but claim the Aegis.
Yeah, they're able to take that away from XG. It was kind of looking like they were just gonna try and secure this Aegis and move on from there.
It just feels like every fight that goes on, like even when good things are happening for Aurora, I'm looking at this gold lead just go up and up and up for, actually, this is the Tinker effect, I guess.
Yeah, they're not going to get their Wisdom Rune, but they could pierce the Veil and just take their Tormentor if they want to.
An opportunity.
Don't even need to if they just all run on up here. No Pierce the Veil required with a Mjolnir.
Lorenov sees it's being taken. Can he steal it away? Not quite. Tried to sneak it, but more of these objectives into the hand of XG.
Everyone's up, though.
Everybody's up. They didn't use that many spells.
Jabs is really close to the Blink Dagger, though. And he's not here for this if they start a fight.
I mean, this right now, XG is playing like they're the ones that have the Aegis. Dispose. Make sure that Ame doesn't get a free hook shot on him. But that's the extent of it. They take the tier 2 tower, and they're still the ones that are playing forward. Aurora not willing to give them a full fight yet. They don't feel like they can win it, I guess.
Everything's coming together right now, though, right? Blink Dagger's going to be out here in a moment for Jabs. The Gleipnir is done for 23 Savage. They're going to have to smoke out, and they're just going to have to hit a hook shot. It's pretty much that simple. Q wants to get in there. He wants to be committed. He's got that Blade Mail.
They're so close to this Gleipnir, too. For 23 Savage, just needs another 150 gold. The Blink Dagger is now done for Jabs. It's got to be go time right about here. Does not actually have it delivered yet, which would make the difference. But there is the completed Gleipnir. Can they get together and take the fight now? Currently, there's only 2 heroes up here.
They have good vision.
And Ame.
They're going to smoke up. All right.
Now moving. In towards mid they go. They find him. Xingqiu right at the start. Disposed. Didn't hit the shackle, and now control is out. Do they have enough to bring him down? 23 Savage living. Hook shot landed onto DY. Jabs on the side. Finds Ame, but where is his help? He doesn't have any friends nearby. Ame gets slept for the moment. Well, the fight's going on down south. Lorenov can't get over to it. That was a full black hole, full sleep. Ame is still living, and now he has a regen rune, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Aurora, they waited for their moment. They take the fight. Exactly what they needed, and can they find XXS2? Shackle, but the blink away. There's the TP out.
Yeah, no one else going to find him there. Hey, that isolation play by Jabs, right?
Yeah,
he knows he doesn't have the allies there, but 23 Savage got the initiation in the middle there onto Xingqiu, kind of messed up how they want to play that fight. DY falls quickly after, and even though there was no one helping to get the kill during the black hole, there was also no damage coming out, which they desperately needed from XG. I mean, 247.
Yeah.
That's pretty low.
I mean, I guess that's true. If you can just keep Muerta away and fight everybody else, you'll have a pretty good time.
Yeah, got hit by the Earth Splitter as well, too, so it was just immediately like backing away from Ame. There wasn't a really good opportunity to try and fight.
Well, like we said, Aurora, they were waiting for a moment when they felt like they could win a fight, and they did just do it. Can they replicate that again without an Aegis this time? We'll have to see. As it does look like, at least for now, XG gonna have to lick their wounds a little bit. That ward just barely not caught. And of course, it is gonna be that BKB coming out next for XM.
Yeah, gonna need it for the full commitments into these fights. Q also level 12 here on the Clockwork, so greatly increasing your potential there for the initiation. That's gonna help a lot. But XXS now have that bailout item of the Yules, either for the initiations or just trying to delay stuff in a team fight.
Oh yeah. Much needed. And now 4 heroes getting together up top. Of course, they know no black hole, another 50 seconds. There's an opportunity here for XG to take more around the map. And Ame, I mean, he's still very, very squishy, up to, what, 2100 HP at this point, going next into an MKB. He is going to hit so hard if he's free to just go to town.
Yeah, you can see there the way that they're confidently stepping up because they have DY just mass spamming heals. He's just sitting in there with his Holy Locket ready to jump on him if necessary. And decided not to finish into the Greaves. Had them queued up for a while, but instead wants to get that Glimmer Cape.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of magic damage that Aurora can still pump out here.
Well, and the other thing is you've got to think about that natural order, too, from the ET.
Yep.
So often it has, like, the most effect in the fights, and you can barely even see it sometimes, it feels like. So needing that extra magic resist as another Tormentor. Going to get taken down, DY. Now getting that Warp Flare. More ways to try and interrupt things, and the full MKB done for Ame. How hard can he hit? As, again, Aurora taking the more passive approach at this phase in the game. They have Black Hole back up again. Don't feel the need to really put the pressure on. You need to wait, obviously, for that Roche fight, because if they use Black Hole now in the next 2 minutes and Roche is like an insta-spawn, they're in a pretty bad spot. That ward scouting out that smoke. And you can see immediately Aurora just run to the side of the map.
Yeah, they are scanning here. They're going to know that 23 Savage just moved through here. Oh, this is a big pick for them.
Oh, that can't happen.
BKB? Does he need to?
He's just running.
Right.
Ollie.
They'll give him Ollie. That's a big smoke. They only get the ET. That's fine. There's no Roche to immediately grab here. They can catch the wave mid and pressure that mid tower, though. And again, try and force some sort of a jump in from Aurora. And that looks like it's going to be the plan. They just set Ame up here. Get defensive DY right next to him. And look at this tower go.
Another tier 2 tower taken.
They're just farming camps all over the map as Aurora. Just, no, we will not be baited into this. We'll fight you high ground. We'll fight you high ground. We'll fight you at the Roche pit. Those are the 2 places for us right now.
It feels like this is what the Aurora games come down to often. I feel like they very much are just like, you know, willing to take these measured losses and not really put themselves in a bad position. But it does mean that they sometimes feel like they're playing from behind a little bit.
Well, if there's anything they've learned over the past couple of years, is that anything can happen in the late game.
Oh, yeah.
So certainly the C mentality of, let's go late game and see what happens.
Is that no neutral? Oh, no, it's ceremonial rope that he gets. Okay. So opting for that one on the tier 3 Newts. 6-6. And waiting to see how long this Roche respawn is going to be.
Oh, a huge pickup, though. The farming after the Blade Mail. Q has the Aghanims. This is super important for map control.
Whoa,
just
really?
spamming out these flares constantly.
Wow. He was able to get a lot of farm on that clockwork.
Yeah, he's been busy.
And around a mid lane Roche respawn time, 1.5 minutes, as the BKB should be completed at that point by Ame, barring some type of crazy fight that happens, but Dual Scepter lift up now, pops the BKB, might just need to TP out of here.
Yep.
23 Savage, okay, does get away.
Always going to be an option here, until Xingqiu maybe gets a basher.
Right. Well, and even then, you got to deal with the win run.
That's true.
Need to get Abyssal Blade. I'm sure he's eyeing it up. But Jabs is queuing up now the BKB Black Hole, so we'll have that, again, unanswered threat at this point in time in the game. And they don't really have anything that will make it easier to deal with that as time goes on.
Well, smoking up, they're going to run into XXS.
Big jump if they can get him. No vision inside. Jabs pops all of that auras, but XXS down to a little bit lower than half HP. Now they miss the hook shot again. DY, though, he's still taking a lot. XM runs into all of them. 23 Savage, no BKB means no life. And 2 dead. An easy fight win there for XG.
Yeah, maybe trying to find something there on Aurora where they can get the blink into the black hole, but things did not start out the way they were hoping for. And now with only 10 seconds left here until the Roche is going to respawn, they're in an excellent position here on XG.
Trying to catch these waves and slow them down, but yeah, another unfortunate placement there on the hook shot. Ends up missing, splitting the uprights, and now you have a little bit of a scary situation. Jabs does have that BKB ready, but now also has the dagger on him, so needs to wait for that to expire before he can run back in.
They just don't have the damage to kill them right now.
It's too hard to deal with.
Yeah.
You have buyback on the Wind Ranger, but you hate to use it here. This is going to be a full set of racks. Ame, he takes it so quickly. Dodging away from the Spirit will not get slept.
Oh, if they don't get a racks here, this seems really good for Aurora. Because now they can at least fight the Roche.
Right, that's true.
Because they, in theory, probably could have just went immediately, but they might not have been sure that it was up yet. They don't have that same global vision that Aurora do with the ability of the flare, so would have been risky if you back for the Roche pit, then it hadn't even spawned, right? Oh, we don't put that stat up there, production. Come on.
I mean,
he's trying.
You got to call it how it is sometimes. It's an unfortunate situation, but it's how it goes. One of those was to get away, though, so he hit that one.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And there's that vision as well from Aurora, now knowing that that Roche is up, going to make their way down here. And Jabs. We talked about it. As the game started, the draft, the panel, they talked about it. The pressure on Jabs. Well, it's reached its pivotal moment.
That's right.
It's Blink, it's BKB. It's a Roche that they desperately need to either just deny right away, like by somehow winning the fight and make it kind of middling there versus XG, or outright take it themselves. But if this just goes the way of XG, and Ame gets to march down there with his Aegis in hand on this Muerta, it's looking like a pretty hard high ground defense.
You've got to put on a stop here. At a certain point, you got to say, this is how far you go and no further.
Some sneak. I like that sneaky ward there. That's good. From C right there from the high ground.
Line in the sand. Let's see if they can hold it, though. XM, he's the one that's up front and center with that defense matrix on. The Renoff can decide to run in if he wants. It's pretty scary into all of those heroes, but somebody kind of needs to get thrown forward so that way Jabs can follow up with the black hole.
It'd be nice if they had a smoke. That would be super helpful for Aurora, but I don't think they have any, unfortunately. Actually, you can see it queued up on Ollie. It's like, please come back and stock. 30 seconds till it restocks.
And, well, if they wait until that smoke comes in, the other thing to note right now is that Tinker's out pushing around the rest of the map. He's shoving out all the lanes while this is happening because he can come back in at a moment's notice. But
no, don't pick me support Tinker. Oh, no.
The scary part, though, is that if you do wait another 30 seconds for that smoke, Roche might start switching over to the other side, so they want to start it now.
Oh, this is good. They forced the BKB.
BKB from Lorenov 2 now. But with Arena down, that's the big spell used on the side of XG. That's been how they've been able to defend against this Wind Ranger. And now both teams buy the smoke immediately. DY, he gets his out a little bit quicker. Oh, they're going to be smoked up earlier because of the Tinker. The other one's flying out, and now Aurora already making the move to try and take down Roche. Are they going to be able to get it in time?
Oh, this is some risky positioning.
Roche made some moves. They already made the call. The two supports off to the side. XM finds him right at the start. Can they go for more? Misses the spear. And now, oh, Lorenov stepping forward, still looking for their moment. Where's the black hole? It's a little ways away. Rooted, still great vision. Jabs, he gets it broken, and now he's found. He's going to die. Jabs, he gets the black hole, but he goes down. That's not what they needed. Hook shot off the mark. It's all falling apart for Aurora. This is not the way the fight was supposed to go. As Q is going to TP out, they are going to lose this Aegis, spear out, Lorenov down. XG, they reign supreme here in the pit.
Oh, what an initiation there from XG, making their way over along the tree line. You're trying to hide your two supports here, but there's the Shivas, right? Like, just jumps right in there, they get found, the fight breaks down from there. Savage, he comes in here with the BKB and the whirlwind, but yeah, Ame stands tall and delivers the damage that they need on the side of XG. It's one way they play these fights, and they're getting it.
Unreal stuff coming out there. And I mean, XM and Ame in this game, the king and the queen, making it all happen. They are 23,000 gold up right now at 35 minutes, and it's felt like it has been all them all game.
Keeping it very simple here, just going for the racks and walking away, trying to be savage. Has the BKB, has the whirlwind, but doesn't have a good opportunity of a fight.
And Ame just an absolute monster in this game in terms of what he's capable of doing. If you get too close, he's buying his third damage item. This guy has a BKB, a Hurricane Pike, and then just 3 damage items. Will rip you to shreds. The Rocket Flare gets spammed. They do also now have a refresher on the Mars. But it is very good high ground defense. So I think with this round, are XG going to stick around? It's kind of feeling like they're not too afraid to. With the heal bots coming in, they have the calling. Ame down. XXS jumps forward, Giants jabs. Ame is very low. Obviously still has that Aegis in hand, but 23 Savage going to run forward, trying to find DY, getting him low, getting him dead. Sonic Wave, they dodge that one. Q, he hits the hook shot. That's what they needed. Now pulling in XM. The silence is there. Refresher, BKB, round 2. Do they have enough to deal with it? They've already caught him. 23 Savage.
Oh, man. They made this fight happen, but the Black Hole's just coming back now in 3 seconds.
And they
Jabs
don't
just
have
sitting there
buyback.
waiting, smoked up.
They don't have buyback. He can't do it alone. Jabs has so much damage ready, has so much control ready, but they don't quite have what they need. Maybe with like the big AoE hits if they can catch all of them, but it's not likely that that's going to happen. As the last set of racks is going to be claimed. XG, they have looked so strong throughout this game. As they head on forward, hit the tier 4 towers, still 40 seconds without a Wind Ranger. And they just cannot go in and fight this. They are about to have Clockwork back up again for potentially a final stand here to see if they can stop all of this bleeding, but XM ready to jump in. He finds him immediately onto Jabs. No chance to get anything off of the jump forward. Q takes him down too. The hook shot's in, but it's not nearly enough. Ancient exposed. Ame still taking a lot of damage with that blade mail. But in the end, they're gonna take down the Clockwork. They're gonna head in onto the Ancient. They're gonna pop Glyph just to try and stay alive as long as they can on Aurora here. A buyback comes out. 23 Savage is actually back up again.
Oh, Ame's not done though. He's going back in with the sidekick.
Not willing to back out at all. The run forward here, they can taste the victory. If they can go in for the finish, only a few thousand extra HP. The jump in, 23 Savage is dead. GG is called. XG, they win game 1.
Now, we often talk about it as XM being the tower who gets to stand there and hit on his Vipers and Snipers, but it's the Sniper of the Muerta here. It might lose 4 times in a row, but not a 5th. Ame wanted it, he got it, and it gives them the W here for XG.
Very impressive performance from XG as we head on back to the panel, let them break down that action.
Thank you very much, Trent and Lyrical, here to break down game number 1 of this best of 3 elimination series. It is Extreme Gaming that take game 1 and left Aurora struggling. Lacoste, we talked a lot about Muerta, I feel like, for these past 2 weeks. And finally
it came out. Really happy about seeing this hero as a carry, as a counter to Wind Ranger as well, with the itemization and everything. The hero feels nice to play. The thing you need with Muerta is not to play against any counters, and you also want to have some kind of a setup. I think this whole draft kind of took the wrong turn for Aurora when they picked this ET, and also with the Timber Saw. I feel like they needed some extra lockdown, something that this Muerta is going to be afraid of, some Brewmaster, some Batrider that can keep her in place. And with the itemization, you could see that both Queen of Pain and Muerta, they were not afraid at all. They were building in these late BKBs, and we're going to see the Roche fight that kind of ended up pretty poorly for Aurora still.
Sorry, but this fight is so interesting because 23 runs back into the pit because he wanted to take the fight, but the rest of his team disengaged. So there was a big miscommunication here, which led into a BKB TP misplay. So when I was watching that back, that felt a little bit scary for Aurora, that at this stage of the tournament, they still haven't reached a consensus in shot calling.
Yeah, and before that, the entire early game was destroyed by Extreme because they utilized the Queen of Pain really nicely. They shut down the Timbersaw, going for 2 points in Dagger to pressure the 3-1-1 build from Lorinov, and on top of that, they bring the supports. By minute 8, minute 9, they're taking the mid tier 1 tower against Timber. And then when Enigma, like the whole concept of Aurora's draft was Enigma plays behind Timber, take every single tier 1 tower, get a quick BKB on winner, Roshan, play the game. But the fact that they shut down the Timber, they prevented from Black Hole even feeling good, and then the point that Effie made as well with that Roshan. Like, I like the fact that Aurora tried to utilize Roshan as a comeback mechanism, but once they get the tier 1, once they take the Roshan, they just didn't fight that well to capitalize on it. And then the rest of the game was Extreme, very slowly, waiting for the items, waiting for their opportunity, until they fully broke down Aurora.
Yeah, that Quap pick worked out really beautifully. Like you guys mentioned, the supports coming mid-early, shutting down Timbersaw even more. But another thing that XG did based off of that mid lane dominance was they took over the Ancients and the triangle of Aurora very early on. And that's why after the laning stage, the network lead just kept building and building. It's because neither Timbersaw nor Enigma had access to their Ancients or their big camp. That was taken away from them for like the first 18 minutes of the game.
And when Extreme have this advantage, you really see the impact of Tinker, right? Tinker in this game did 35,300 healing by himself. The entirety of Aurora did 125. So you can see just kind of the mismatch in the fights, just how sustainable Extreme are. And with the layering of the Mars Arena, with the Psychic of the Marcy, the heals of the Tinker, you can keep heroes like Muerta or Quap alive in these fights.
The reason why I also like the whole setup from Extreme Gaming is this is not a 4 protect 1 strategy that we sometimes see with some of these carries where like you have solo Wind Ranger, some mid laner that doesn't deal as much damage, but now you had Queen of Pain, and this Queen of Pain had a pretty free game. Also, with Muerta, you need somebody to set things up for you. So there's XXS going in. He died only once. All 3 cores combined died only 2 times on side of Extreme Gaming, which tells a big story how this game was played. And I also want to point out that Ame, his positioning was top tier. Did die once, but there was this like one gank after that. Sure, you have Tinker with his shield, with the Glimmer Cape, with all his items behind, with the marches, so it makes it easier, but he was never pretty much Black Hole beside that one solo Black Hole where the rest of the Aurora, they were unable to connect on Ame.
Yeah.
And Extreme Gaming have such a good read of the game on when to farm and when to fight, because after they lost that fight mid where Muerta got Black Hold, there was an Aegis, didn't go that great for them, they just chilled. We didn't see them making any moves for 5 minutes. They farmed up a BKB on Queen of Pain, they farmed up a BKB on Muerta, and a Refresher Orb on Mars, and they took the game.
Yeah. And 100% kill participation on XM's Queen of Pain. First time they pulled this Queen of Pain out for XM, the Liberty.
Probably not the last time.
Probably not the last,
No.
but also we were talking about the values of like first pick, second pick in the draft, and how 24 pick isn't the the craziest thing anymore. We've seen Tundra utilize Nightstalker now. We see Extreme utilize Queen of Pain. Like there are some picks still available that teams aren't really respecting that much, or at least they've forgotten. Like we've so many days deep into the Rosington International that some heroes are like, whatever, they don't exist anymore because we're in the tournament, and then you bring them back and you close out a game quite quickly.
I think it's that a lot of teams lack confidence to bring out a new hero or a hero they haven't practiced much on 24, and that is the difference between The series we just saw, BB Team versus Falcons, and this one, they will play whatever they need to on that last pick. And DY on his Tinker, like you mentioned, Chiefs, 35k hero healing. But not just that, the synergy of having Tinker and Mars in a lineup, pretty awesome, because Tinker takes care of the auras, takes care of tanking your team up, which enables Mars to just have different itemization. It enables him to go Blink, Eul's, Refresher instead of the standard aura recipe that offlaners are doing.
Now, I do wonder, a game like this, we said there was a lot of pressure going to be on Jabs, on his Enigma. Why couldn't they force out more fights, Lacoste? Because I felt like this was a fairly slow game, which favored extremely, and I just don't know why Aurora couldn't find more fights.
He had Jinkyu, he had XXS and XM on his ass throughout the whole game, pretty much. They were jumping in. He was unable to land a good black hole. There was like one black hole when they jumped him near the tower. He was a quick reaction from him using that Malefice, but other than that, he got shut down.
I mean, who's he meant to play with? When Lorinov has no mid tower, no game to play, you can't expect an Enigma by himself to walk to the tier 1 towers to make these, map progression moves that you often see. So because of Lorinov having a bad mid lane, Jabs can't have a game, and then your Windrunner, again, very greedy carry. So it's why the game felt so slow, because, Extreme, they identified, wait, Aurora can't do anything. They only have to farm to try and get back into this game. So it's why it kind of lasted so long, but next time, Lorinov has to get out of laning phase with some type of advantage if this is going to go to game 3.
And maybe also a little bit of a different support duo that might be able to make more rotations, because I normally think Clockwork, you play around as Hook, you can make moves.
The two supports are identical, like Clock and ET. They want someone else to start the fight for them to reinitiate and turn it around, and then the other support needs to do damage. But with ET and Clock, unless you have levels, yay, I keep you alive for like 5 seconds, and then you're dead.
And that also just goes back to the Queen of Pain last pick. It wasn't just a gotcha for the Timber slot, but it got the two supports as well. If ET and Clock were to play on the mid lane and play to help Lorinov, who was in a bad position, they couldn't have done anything because they're just countered by Blink. ET starts punching, Clock blinks away. She gets stuck in power cogs, she blinks away. So it was like truly a perfect Queen of Pain pick.
So how are we going to prepare for game number 2 that's coming our way? Because it kind of feels like both, this first game feels like both an outplay and an outdraft. Is that fair to say? It kind of felt like we saw Aurora being a little bit outclassed.
I would happily say this is an outdraft, because I think Aurora, entering TI, you see all this information, and you decide to go with one of the weaker openings of Windrunner. Like, teams have kind of moved away from this hero being like the foundation of your draft, and then utilizing it as a third, fourth pick down the line. And Aurora themselves, they did first pick Windrunner on day 1 and lost with it. It's like, you've had all this time to prep. I'm surprised you've gone for like your losing strategy as your welcome to the main stage. So I hope they have cooked up some other ideas. I want to see more flair from 23 Savage. Like, allow him to see more information. Give me the Morphling on a later pick, the Void, anything else.
Yeah, if we look at the matches that they played, the second game where they were playing against Heroic on the brink of elimination, pretty much they needed to shift things around, and this is where they had different bans in the first stage, and also the draft that they ended up with, they cooked it pretty hard with this Tusk, with this Shadow Demon, left it in the pool, Spectre, plus also Darkseer to have that damage, something to play off with these early tempo heroes. A little surprised again that they didn't pick up Darkseer in the second phase. They had the opportunity to do so. It got banned in the last phase, so they need to shift things around because what they had in this first game was a clear outdraft.
But it's going to be going, I would imagine it's going to be swapped in terms of priorities, and we've been saying a lot other than I feel like these last 2 games that we've watched, where the overall last pick is actually very impactful and very strong. Normally, it is the first pick that has the highest strength because of all the heroes that are at the moment ban-worthy, and therefore getting one of the strongest heroes straight out of that first banning phase. Normally, it's first pick that has a little bit of the upper hand, which was just now Aurora.
Yes, but I think you need to respect that first pick. You have to set up your draft with strong hero picks, i.e. not Windrunner. And then every time you pick another hero, you're protecting from the enemy being able to fully counterpick you, counterplay you with the last pick. And that's where, like, having Clock and ET as your support duo and all the pressure on Timber to have a good lane for your draft to even to enter the game it's too scripted, it's too obvious. I think teams that utilize first pick well are the ones that keep their draft like robust to kind of any opposition. Like they can play any matchup, they can play 20 minutes in kind of any world. So right now they're being a little bit too volatile from first pick, hence why they get punished by Queen of Pain.
Too scripted.
Yes.
So you want something very unscripted. You know what is always unscripted? Slacks and Tsunami.
That's right, Sheever. We are not scripted. Absolutely. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sheeps, for that fantastic intro. We are here in the crowd tsunami. How are we doing?
I'm loving it because, as you can see, we've had a theme going on for this TI.
That's right.
We've got a carnival of people joining us. Most of them are on the stage, but I think we need a few more additions to the Dota Freak Show that we are privy to right now.
You just call all the pro players in the arena freaks? That's not cool.
It's a term of endearment. They're freakishly good at Dota.
Oh, okay, well, let's find some people that are just freakishly freaks in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. We have some prizes here. Now, I am here for you to rat on your friends, okay?
Yes.
I want to go through the crowd. We're going to have the audience judge which one of you has the weirdest Dota habit. So
I'm looking for some anomalies out here.
Anomalies, in fact.
Who's out here, like, building boots of travel on every single game? Or you spam the same hero no matter what the draft is?
Yes!
Or you bemoan the death of techies and just kind of wither away?
That's a fun little joke there, Simone. Who doesn't play Dota and works Dota events?
I'm not familiar.
Hey, I'm just kidding. I love you, Sully. All right. Does anyone here have a friend in the audience with a weird habit? Hello? You raised your hand? All right, here we have prizes. Okay. I'm going to grab you. Sir, is this your friend here? Where's your friend?
My friend is back home.
Your friend's back home? You get surprised. You got to be here with... All right, just a tester. What's your friend do?
So my friend, when he farms wolves, he kills small ones first.
I love that.
Every single time?
And we rush
I think that's kind of normal. I know. A crowd is killing the small wolves weird? Did we get No, that's getting... You're weird, man. Don't judge your friend. Goodness gracious. Let's try and get over here. Are you guys friends?
But I have a friend. He's watching at home.
Again, gentlemen, please. The rules are very simple. What does your friend do?
Whenever he's winning and then he gets ganked, he takes his monitor and punches him.
How are you?
How is it?
For real? How many monitors has this guy gone through?
He's destroyed like 5 now.
Oh, that's just anger issues, guys. I'm not sure that's a... All right, crowd, is that weird? Can we hear applause? Okay. That's mild weirdness. I mean, who hasn't punched a monitor and broken their hands? Me, because I'm not a psychopath. Did you find somebody, Tsunami?
I did. Slacks, turn around. I had to climb my way up into the rafters, actually. I'm waving, keep looking, keep spinning. In the corner.
Corner?
How much... You really think I covered that much distance in like 10 seconds, brother?
Where are you?
Turn around.
Oh, there you are.
There you go. You're pointing right at me.
Hi, buddy.
I had 2 people flag me down as they both have something that they would like to share because I've got 2 new candidates to the Freak Show.
Hello.
So, we have already... Join me, Slacks.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm here too now.
Okay,
Go ahead.
great, because you've got to give some prizes. Gentlemen, introduce yourself. What's your name?
My name is Mike.
And what is your Dota quirk that you are famous for?
So, me and my brother here, John, we both play using WASD to move the map.
Ooh. Now, there's a lot of,
Get that weeb out of my shot!
There's a lot of tension in the audience. But let the record show that I believe that at one point Matumba Man used to use WASD.
Yeah.
So there is a precedent for really good players doing it. Now, you're saying, oh my God, you really think that validates you?
I was just going to say, you just validated me in front of all of my friends.
What do you think, audience? I heard a little bit of ooze. How freaky are these guys?
All right. I'm going to give you some punch hats.
Punch hats, because I don't know how you're hitting hooks with WASD, but,
Guy with the anime characters in the back, you're definitely weird. Yeah. Thank you very much. And we'll just throw these double meepos in here. Does this guy do anything weird in his Dota games?
I don't know.
You don't know. Do you do anything weird?
Each boot goes on a different inventory slot. Is that weird?
That's pretty weird.
That works for me. Take it. All right, you better wear those meepo hats. We have unfortunately run out of time in this epic piece. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll get to our next game shortly. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Lux and Tsunami. Tiga, what's your worst Dota habit, you'd reckon?
Oh, you're starting with me?
Yeah.
Voice lining enemies, supports who don't help their cause when they die, and then pinging facets, but that got removed from the game. So doing anything possible to help me win my MMR. It's very important. MMR means everything. It's not just a number.
She said weird, not toxic to you.
Yes.
I mean, it's weirdly, I guess, yeah, true. I'm a support player. I don't do anything. I just buy
He's
wards.
saying he's
Simple.
very normal.
Yeah.
I know. My weird quirk in Dota is legacy keys. I believe that legacy keys makes you worse as a player. You as well?
No!
Oh god,
I'm old school.
Every time a new hero comes out and I look at the legacy keys, I'm like, God, why did I do that? You know, and then some heroes have really bad legacy keys that you have to go across the keyboard. Like Weaver, Geminate attack is K. You want to auto cast it, Alt K, you're like fingers flying. Not great, Cheever.
Not great, but I would imagine you are not alone in doing that, as we are also gonna see the players walk out in a little bit and not be alone anymore on that grand stage. The question is, will Aurora force out a third game to this best-of-3 series? Just a reminder that we are in the lower bracket. Both of these squads have secured top 8 at this international, and they want to move further. They want to move to tomorrow, where top 6 is what they will get. One game up now for Extreme Gaming, so the onus is on Aurora Gaming, and the onus is making Aurora step it up in terms of tempo, I think, Lacoste. We want to see them being able to make the plays.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you kept talking during the walk-ins until they closed the door, because we don't want to say they are not going to be able to do it, you know, because they're still on the stage. That was very nice of you. But a difficult one. They haven't made a single serious win so far in 2024, and it shows. Like,
against, really you should mention against Extreme. They have one series.
They have some serious wins in 2024. Otherwise, they would not be here. But overall, I think they need to step it up with the draft, and they need to be able to punch back. Also, seen quite a lot of like these smaller mistakes when it comes down to rotations. They've been stacking a lot, something that they did throughout the whole road to TI, but it has not been working because Extreme Gaming, they also stepped it up in terms of stacking game. They were the second worst team at stacking, and I've seen quite a lot of stacks, especially when you have Muerta on the team. That's what you want to have.
Yeah, and we mentioned earlier that in the previous game, it wasn't just Extreme Gaming stacking, it was also them, T-Gov, making sure that Aurora couldn't.
Yeah, again, it's like for Aurora, when you look at a draft and you can see a key piece or two being everything for them to get to the mid game, pro teams are just going to exploit that, delete that hero, and now you can't really get to play your game. So I think, at least for this upcoming draft, I want Aurora to kind of hold their draft a little bit closer to them. Like, don't really reveal stuff until at least the final pick or two. Don't make it so, like I said earlier, like it's relatively scripted. I don't want to be so predictable. And support duo, it needs to be one damage dealer, one initiator that can roam the map together, help the mid lane, invade the stacks like you're mentioning. But if they do what they did in the last game, then it is going to be a very difficult game where they need it to go 45 minutes plus to be competitive.
Or you at least need to see side lanes correctly to draft a duo of supports like that, because ET clock can work on paper if they're countering things on side lanes. Like, let's say you're countering a primal in one lane and then the ET is just paired with a ranged carry in one. That makes sense, but they picked the ET clock with only seeing Tinker and Muerta, and having this idea that both of our supports can counter Tinker, but neither of them are very great against Muerta. We'll just correct that later. That can't work against a team like XG.
Let's see then what Aurora brings to the table in game number 2, and if they can force out a third game to this series. It is time for game 2.
Aurora Gaming versus Extreme Gaming. Game 2.
It will be Aurora this time round, playing from Radiant, and Extreme Gaming playing from the Dire side, with Extreme getting that first pick. Aurora overall last pick. We'll see what kind of strategic advantage they'll try to get with that one. In terms of bans coming out in that first phase, we are still having the sniper in the pool, which I feel like I still have to mention, T, because XM is our resident sniper player.
Yeah, for sure. And if Extreme want to first pick it overall, then that is an extremely bold entry to a draft. But I think from first pick, Extreme will most likely second phase it at the very end, the fourth final pick of the second phase. So maybe it isn't banned due to that. And if Aurora really, really cares about it, they'll then use their single ban in the second phase to take it out. But for now, it does get to survive the first round of bans.
It does. We got an Omni Knight, Shadow Demon, Naga, Sand King, Tinker, and Tusk banned so far. So with that, the Tinker being banned, it means that we got a couple more making it through, like the Marana and the Centaur as well. Those were both banned in the previous game, and we'll see which one, if either of the two, Extreme wants to ban going into this second game. They have, of course, the opportunity to pick up anything they want. And they're taking into their bonus time pretty heavily. I think that's quite unusual. Lacoste, both teams have a decent amount of time going into game 2. You get 15 minutes, game end to game start, to think about it. And that means normally the entire ban sequence, this is something you can prep, you can think about. But they do use a large chunk of their time to end up banning out the Elder Titan, which is, of course, a comfort pick for Ollie on the side of Aurora. And they pick up Marana, who we know can be flexed on the side of Extreme Gaming.
Marana, I don't think they played it in any other roles other than position 4, because when we were talking about the series, when they played against Team Spirit, they also picked up Marana. Yatoro, he was the one who liked to play this hero, especially when paired up with some of these stronger position 5s, but they do play it exclusively from the position 4, where Jinkyu tends to have like multiple different itemization with no boots, solar drums type of a build, or he builds like a triple bracer into Shard, into Hurricane Pike, becomes another core. We've seen in the previous series what Marana can do, especially if she steals a Divine Rapier from the enemies.
Yeah, and the tricky thing for Aurora is that they're the second pick team and they give away Marana, which means that they only have one ban in the next phase, and when you give away Marana, you're opening up your draft to ranged carries like Muerta, like Wind Ranger, like Luna, but in this case, one of them is going to be through because you just don't have enough bans to cover for the way people have been playing Marana, which is just buffing up one carry with all of the damage and playing off of that.
And a lot of bans towards the melee heroes, right? You've got Tusk taken away by Aurora, you've got the ET and the Omni Knight from Extreme. So the big position 5s that you might expect to be picked up at the moment, they're not there. People have kind of lost a little bit of faith in Treant. Maybe it was overrated in the first couple of days of the Road to International, but at the moment it's there, an instant pick of the Storm Spirit.
That's a early Storm, and they do, as said, only have one ban to protect this Storm.
Mobo would be proud.
And just take out the puck then you're just going to have to take the L and whichever ranged carry comes out for XG. What?
I'm saying Sniper. We've seen this matchup. He destroyed the mid matchup against the Storm Spirit. There's also Monkey King. There are a couple of these bad matchups that Storm doesn't like to play into early on, especially if there's another rotation. And Marana is one of the easiest heroes to rotate to the mid lane.
Yeah, no. When you pick Storm in the first phase, that single ban, and it's against Extreme, if it's not Sniper, then...
Yeah, but then you're going to be up against the puck.
Yeah, but there's also puck. That's the scary thing, is that they have been running puck on XG very often too.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think if I had to pick between the two, when I see XM and what he did to the Sniper before, or the Storm before, unless they pick two really aggressive supports and just keep ganking mid, it's just a lot of respect you need to give towards XM.
And that's only talking about XM's hero pool. But now we have to think about the carry hero pool for Ame. Like we mentioned, all heavily enabled by Solar Flare on Marana. Luna, who was the trending carry of the playoffs of Road to TI, she could make a re-emergence here too.
Yeah, it ends up being Kunkka and Wind Ranger being removed from the pool by Extreme, so Luna is still in the pool. And we'll see which one Aurora wants to remove, whether that is the puck or the Sniper. I think actually maybe you're just going to accept that your lane's going to be hard and ban out Luna instead. But maybe they want to pick it up. It is up to them to pick straight out of this banning phase. And they ban out XM's signature Viper, leaving the other two signatures in the pool. That might tell us a little bit more about what they're planning on picking here, Lacoste.
Oh, this is a rough one. I mean, they open up with the Storm Spirit. There's a lot of heroes still available in the pool that can easily counter the hero, so they need to find a way how to use this Storm Spirit. We've seen BB team use Keeper of the Light with the Storm Spirit 2 times, and it was very successful. So he needs something. This hero is going to need any kind of a help, maybe some kind of a save that could come out so that he doesn't die straight away.
Ooh!
That's a little bit of a save.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an unusual one as well.
Yeah, they haven't played Bane so far at the Road to the International or the International, and I'm skeptical a little bit. Bane is another one of those heroes where you used to win lanes a lot. Nowadays, you don't really win lanes as much because the off lane +4 can just bully you out if they play in tandem. And if the map gets difficult where they run at you a lot, then all you really have is a nightmare to your name.
And you're just very slow on moving around. And it's only a comfortable twin gate support rotation if there's a follow-up spell that he's setting up for, like a Mars Sphere on the Nightmare, if there's something like an Invoker with Sunstrikes, but you already see the Storm pick.
With this Bane pickup, they didn't reveal anything, and they're also keeping a little bit of flex open in terms of their carry pool, so they do not want to, hardly commit with the position 5 melee hero. Then you would not be able to pick some of these melee heroes. The Spectre that they did have, but Sniper is going to come out.
But I would have preferred if Aurora picked up their position 4 here. I think the Bane tells so much with you kind of conceding your safe lane. Like Centaur plus potentially Sniper as a lane, or Centaur Morana. Sniper will just be mid and Centaur and Morana will be the lane, but if you pick up a Snapfire or a Rubik or anyone in that 4 role, I think it does the same thing in regards to draft, is what you're mentioning, of course. But the Bane, again, we'll see how they do it, but they need to play into the map, keep finding heroes, and that's why Centaur Sniper is also so scary. Bane can never get to the Sniper.
I think Jabs needs his Mars in this game to lock down these heroes. Sniper, forcing him to buy an early BKB, great against Centaur. Morana can't leap away, so you need something like this to keep him in place. And there's the Spectre, the jump, the melee hero that we did mention that could potentially come out.
And I wanted to say, when we saw Aurora with their backs against the ropes last time, it was against Heroic in a best of 3, and they were 1 game down in that best of 3 series. And when it really mattered, they also then pulled out the Spectre, which at that point was the first Spectre that we'd seen in its entirety, and it worked out. They were willing, Effie, to take the risk.
They did, and that's the kind of confidence you need in elimination games, like we mentioned, and 23 looked really good on that Spectre. It's also going to enable them to have a hero to always handle the Sniper later on in the game. The issue is, T was mentioning how with the Bane they conceded their safe lane. You double that up with the Spectre. That is a free lane for Centaur and Morana. So it's on Storm plus Willow to make these plays around the map that Spectre can haunt on and come back to the game from. Because it's looking like a low net worth safe lane from Aurora so far.
Yeah, and with Extreme, triple Bracer plus Blade Mail and the Centaur, you can pretty much accept any gank onto you from Aurora. You'll buy so much time for people to come onto you. Their last pick, and they go for the Void themselves. Yeah, again, I don't mind it. That is your late game secured. And there's no real map play from Aurora coming out here. Like, Bane and Willow will want to find heroes, Storm might join, but there's no real damage once they get there. They have control from Storm, they have a little bit of damage with Bedlam, but that's about it. Until Spectre gets Blade Mail plus Radiance or Blade Mail Orchid or any of this, they don't really find anything. Hence why the Void pick isn't really too much of a threat. They're not going to lose any towers, there's no tower damage from Aurora. Pickoff is a little bit awkward. And I am really worried for Aurora. There's so much pressure on Jabs to kind of do everything in the early game, pretty much once again.
Also, there's a Silver Edge buyer in Faceless Void, so you can break the Spectre later on in the game and kill her quickly, which also explains the Viper ban over the Sniper or the Puck that we talked about. They wanted to protect the Spectre from Viper too, not just the Storm.
In terms of control, they do have Bane, they do have Storm Jump, Dark Willow with the Terrorized Brambles. These are the things that Faceless Void doesn't like to play into. So now we're looking into position 5 that is going to lane with Faceless Void. They did remove DY's Phoenix, which is one of his better heroes. So some of the stronger position 5s that are range still left in the pool, I would say it could be a really good Jakiro game because you have Icepad against Bane, so you can stop his grip, you have damage inside a Chronosphere. You want to pair him up with something that's going to secure Faceless Void pretty much a lane and entry to the game where he's not being the lowest network core.
We saw position 5 Morana twice today. They also have the option to just play
That's
5 and pick a Snapfire and lane that with the Centaur because that hero is also still in the pool.
Let's see, only a couple of seconds left into their bonus time. DY has ultimately the last call. On the side of Aurora, it looks like once again we need a hero for Jabs. So once again, there will be a lot of pressure on his performance in this upcoming game. Beastmaster and Enigma now removed from the pool.
I mean, it's probably just Mars.
Mars just feels really good.
What are they going to go for?
Pugna!
Ooh. Okay. Progress the map a little bit. You know you got some cheap fight. We already said there's an issue of damage early on for Aurora. Now you're going to have to kill a hero who's getting life drained as well. If you want to right-click them with Spectre or Storm, there's a Decrypt. It just punishes Aurora's draft immensely. And Storm's going to have a bad lane against Sniper. Bane, Willow, Spectre shouldn't find pickoffs against Centaur or Void due to their elusiveness with the Pugna behind. Again, Jabs, your last pick here.
His last pick. Are there any arguments against picking Mars at this point?
Lack of damage once again. Like, you're just subscribing to more control, but we're like, you're gonna, every time Aurora take a fight with a Mars, it'll be, I've arena'd, but who's killing? I've terrorized, who's killing? I've haunted, but no one's killing. Like, everything.
I think the Doom is also a good option where you're shutting down Faceless Void. The Doom is still available, even though I would prefer Mars. Okay, they're cooking.
Sure. They needed something which was statement, which was bold. Like, they lacked so much purpose with this lineup at the moment where 45 minutes, sure, they're having fun, but before that, there's nothing. So, sure, the Lycan, it gives a bit of map play, but liking into Centaur, into the Void, even a Sniper, like, they're going to stampede away from you. You got Concussive Grenade as well for, like, the Sniper to disengage. If you ever get chronoed, you should die to the... I'm fair play to picking Lycan, but I really don't like their draft.
Well, it is the first Lycan of the tournament. Last time they picked the first hero of the tournament was, as I mentioned, with the Spectre in their Heroic series, and it worked out for them then. So they have been cooking. Effie, do you like what they're serving?
No.
Oh.
So I was thinking, so I think Lycan's best entry into the game is the lane versus Void will go well. Like, he will farm on that lane, and you bring Lauren off. Like, with this idea that Lorenoff doesn't get crushed on the mid lane, like, let's give him some leeway. Maybe he doesn't get completely demolished by XM on Sniper. If he can rotate to the Lycan lane, they can kick Void out really early, take control of the map, and all of a sudden their Spectre has a game to play, heroes to jump on. But if they can't do that, if they can't get that safe lane tower with this Lycan pre-minute 10, I'm not sure what their entry into the game is. I don't see it outside of that.
Yeah, I'm not liking this last pick. Them having Pugna and Mirana, this was the last pick overall. Usually what you want to do with Lycan as a hero is to kill the supports. When you have these supports who don't have any means to deal with your right clicks. So now you have the Cripify, you have leaps, you're buying your early shard on Mirana, so you have 3 leap charges, you have Time Walk as well. I don't think the supports are going to suffer at all.
Well, we're going to find out if Aurora can push this to a third and deciding game, or if Extreme is going to take this one 2-0. Before we head to the game, though, we're going to look on stage to Tsunami, who's there with maps.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Extreme's coach, Maps, where a lot of people talk about first-time TI players, but you're a first-time TI coach. And I was wondering how the experience has been for you. Has it been exciting or has it been scary?
很多人的关注点其实都在于选手第一次打比赛，但是你作为教练首次参加 TI， 你的过程感觉是什么样？是不是会更兴奋呢，或者会感到害怕？
就还行吧，然后也没有很多的情绪吧，就做好自己的事情。
It's alright, not too much emotions. I'll just do what I do best.
I see your players have taught you well to keep the ice in the veins. And how about when it comes to picks? I know Ame requested Muerta, but how about things like XM Sniper? Does he ask for it, or do you like giving it to him because you know he's so good at it?
其实我们想问的是，选手有时候会要求一些英雄，比如说阿妹他会要求奶绿，那 XM 的火枪，你是觉得他很厉害，就直接帮他选呢，还是他要求的呢？
奶绿跟火枪差不多，都是他们的绝活吧。然后，那对面放了的话，那就选吧，就跟他的幽鬼一样。
Muerta and snipers are both of their specialties, so if the enemy team doesn't ban it, we'll pick it.
You guys are comfortable in the game, and clearly you're comfortable on the stage. Maps, best of luck in this game number 2 as we pass it to our casters.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Always great to hear in Royal Arena. How y'all feeling today for Game 2? That is right. Hoping to see a Game 3. Hoping to see if we can get all the way to the end. Trent, why is there a Lycan in this game? What's going on?
I don't know, the panel, you heard it, Lacoste, he wasn't liking it. That last pick, it gave them pause. There's good reasoning behind it. You saw the ban on the Beastmaster. I think that what they really needed here, like Mira was saying, FE on the panel, we have to take this tower, we have to take over the map, right? So there's heroes that were left, like there was a Visage, maybe you could try and do it that way, but it's going to be the Lycan, someone who has not been tested yet in this tournament, right? Try and take over this lane, and if they can't do that, if they can't create the space for the Spectre, it does indeed look like it'll be a bad time. But Aurora, I like it. I like the fact they're going for this big pick, the boldness there. See if it works out.
Well, and you know what's funny is we were talking all of this stuff about the off lane, maybe getting to see the little purple man, the Darkseer. We kind of have like the super surge Ion Shell later if you can get to the Aghanim Scepter potentially. You know, maybe
you can turn any hero into Darkseer. That's quite the talent.
It's pretty cool. It'd be fun. You know, just get the Wolf Bite onto Spectre. That's a very, very scary Ghost Lady. If they can get to that territory. Now, the problem is, and what I'm a little bit worried about, is that XM might have a pretty good time in this game. The map said specialty. If it's a good game for it, we're going to pick it. And they definitely did that.
Yes, he has already shown some obliteration tactics on the Sniper in this mid lane. They banned the Viper instead to open up the game for the Spectres. Don't want to have to deal with that break. So the 23 Savage would actually have a chance in this one. But yeah, that means you're picking your poison. And he's a very scary sniper, so.
Well, and the other thing that, we've sort of been seeing there, don't worry, nobody saw, it's okay, it's fine, don't do it, Royal Arena. One thing that we have seen as an answer recently has been this like lack of vision and then not being able to find it. XM on the ghillie suit means that if he's in that stance, he's not going to get revealed as he's right-clicking heroes, which means that Lornev might not be able to find an opening onto him, might not be able to jump him.
Yeah, that's your big hope as a Storm Spirit versus that Sniper, but these core snipers, they don't need that tricky shrapnel.
No scatter shot for them. So we'll keep our eyes on that matchup, how that one works out. So far, 9-5 versus 9-2. It's looking okay. Question is, as those levels get up, will you still be able to maintain that? And of course, what happens at level 6 and what happens with these support rotations? Very different support lineup for Aurora in this game. Definitely want to get more active. Oh god. 23 Savage got to run away there.
Yeah, melee hero in a lane versus Centaur, not a great time. Panel discussing how this looked like a pretty free lane if you're XG, and you certainly can't disagree too much with that one, right? Like even potential rotations then. For Xingqiu, if he wants to, can make his way even like through the Twin Gate, because like there's a lot of room to maneuver here, and you kind of know you can leave the Centaur alone, as he's going to jump in and steal that Lotus with the innate there on the Miranas. You always love getting that for your team.
That's very annoying to deal with. Did have the Nightmare ready, but Ollie not opting to use it at that point. And you can see after the initial 2 waves, what's happened mid, as indicated in those last hit denies chart. Now 17-10. Versus 11-4, and Loranov, he can't even step up to the wave. This is the pain that you feel in this matchup and what can go so wrong. See if he can deal with it. We'll have that wave pushing into him at least pretty soon here as DY is getting bullied around. Q back behind the tower here.
Chavs are just running through his warriors. They just chase him with these wolves.
Yeah, what was he doing? He was way under there. And instead, is going to end up losing his career.
This hero's too fast. He's too much.
Why is DY able to get out? And look at him! Oh, the fancy footwork. He's so fast. You can't stop him. The Wolves trying to get around, and that's finally going to be there for the body block. But no, he gets around the other side. Oh my God, DY is just, he's trying to get his steps in right now. He's on the little treadmill, and he makes it away in time.
It's just too much. I mean, we're talking about this Lycan, but another hero that we don't see too much anymore, this Pugna here, can be helping out with the early damage there on the Nether Blast, and of course, later on in the game, the life drain saves. Always something you have to keep an eye on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, XM still standing as Storm has been sent off to the jungle, had not gotten another CS since we saw him. Still sitting right there at about 17 now. And it is interesting because when you see that, well, wait a minute, 23 Savage, more hits, Nightmare to get a little bit of separation that keeps him alive. When we saw the Faceless Void, we were thinking about all these like lane punishers, and Lycan does feel to be sort of putting the pressure on a little bit at the very least, but not able to keep him completely out of contention.
Yeah, if they're able to maybe get that kill into DY and then try and pressure further on Ame, that might have worked out here. They're trying again, and this time he feels like he's not getting out.
Oh yeah, DY found and jabs, much like last game, drawing that first blood. Will throw one last hit there onto Ame, who will then time walk and take it off of him. And Lorenov even being denied his jungle right now as XM wraps around and gonna force Lorenov all the way into a bad situation.
He's just trying to give him absolutely nothing here in this one.
Does manage to get that last hit at the very least. But yeah, he knows how to put the hurt on him. And again, like there's only one place that you go as a Storm Spirit, off into that jungle there. 23 Savage takes another double edge to the face. And then gonna have to head back. DY now making the move in too. Q will go for a bottle refill, much needed. And not able to get in time to stack up those Ancients.
Yeah, he tried to leave some vision behind, but I think it was spotted by Q, who's gonna bring out a sentry, I believe. Yeah, so he saw what DY was up to. They want to try and contest in there, because you know the Storm's gonna wind up there, right? They're gonna try and get some stacks going. He's gonna try and farm. But they want to ensure that they're ready to rotate over there, especially when you have the Stampede and you have these quick jumps down from Ame there with the Chronosphere.
Absolutely.
Jabs here with the Alpha Wolves facet as well. The way that it works now, like you can go up to level 6. That's really cool, right? But it takes a little while longer to come online, right? Because you kind of have to get all the way up there. But then they do get very scary.
Yeah, these wolves become menaces. I think the thing that like you're talking about, I'm a little worried about at this stage is I'm just seeing these CS totals and kind of feeling similar to what happened last game where XG start off with a good start. Oh, but look at this, Ollie making the move over, and XXS is not going to be able to keep him back, although if there's two heroes in the area, now he can't do it. So yeah, bringing two ensures that Aurora not able to steal that Wisdom Rune.
Okay, honestly, that feels kind of good though, right? 23 Savage just gets to sit on the wave and actually farm as the Spectre for a little bit.
Honestly, yeah.
Two heroes having to go back for the Wisdom Rune. And he doesn't die. I mean, how many supports have fed in that situation? In fact, he's going to TP up top and try and make a play here.
Yeah, where are they going to look for this? You're close to level 6 on spec too. Not close enough to make a move with this Bane most likely. But Q coming in with Ollie. DY is back behind the tower to help keep people alive with the decrep. There's not really an easy go here. I'm not sure if this is going to end up working out. Now Ame has 6 too.
Yeah, he plants that ward back there, but doesn't actually see Q or Ollie right now.
Going for it? No. And Creep Wave, these moves, they're just not working for Aurora here.
It's a painful one. And grouping up like this is probably going to reduce their XP again here. Might be some late 6s as Xingqiu comes mid. Still holding the arrow right now.
An unluck. It's down on the bottom side where there's an Invis Rune.
Yeah, that means the Wolves can't deny it either, so Xingqiu just going to take it, chucks out an arrow during the fade time.
All right, Spectre has 6. It feels like they need to make a move at some point here for Aurora. Obviously, a good option might be to look towards the Sniper, but of course, with that Stampede at the ready on XXS, there's double global help that could come in. XM still sitting pretty, punching and plinking away at that tower. Movement in from the two supports.
Yeah, Xingqiu's close.
Thinking about it, wanting to jump. Tries to find him. The pull is going to be there, but the arrow is already out. And there's the Spectre moving in. Finding a kill here would be huge. And but he gets rooted for the moment. That keeps him away. Ame's still off to the side as Ollie will get brought down by the ulti from XM. The Wolves on XM can't finish him off.
No, he jumped back as well. 23 Savage just didn't like the look of it there with the root coming out. And that means they're going to lose that mid tower here. Already a hard game for Lorenov. The lowest farmed core in the game and now has lost his tier 1 tower.
I mean, and you can imagine how that fight would look a lot better if there wasn't that Centaur that had the Stampede up and online. 23 Savage moves in. He has this urn done. Would love to get a first charge on that, but it just doesn't look like it's going to end up happening that easily. That being said, Shadow Step will be up before Stampede will.
That's true. I mean, XXS has just had a phenomenal 2 games here, especially in the laning stage in both of these. First the Mars and now onto the Centaur. He just has not been bothered at all. Can they finally get a kill as I curse him?
This is a hard kill to get. This guy is very tanky, but dropping lower and lower and with no help coming in, an arrow finally finishes him off. rather catches onto the Bane, but that's going to be an earn charge for 23 Savage.
Has their Shadow Step just to ensure they actually get it. And luckily the kill also going to Lornov. I think they're pretty happy about that. You know, 23 Savage, he's going to be busy. He'll be farming it up, but they need some help here.
If there is one upside to the Spectre pick nowadays, it's how quickly you can decide to go again just because of that low cooldown on the Shadow Step.
Yeah, but you also are playing with quite a few cooldowns as well, right? Like jabs, you have to be worrying about the shapeshift there too, so you kind of have to coordinate a lot of these longer ultimates. 120 seconds on the Fiend's Grip even. Like it's mostly Bedlam and Shadow Step that are always ready to go. And of course, no longer able to pass that over, or else this could be kind of a cute combo.
That would be really nice as a way to do it, but we'll need to get in there a little bit closer to make the moves work on Willow, but
Just the confidence here on XXS. Just, yeah, he killed me once, but just try it again. Nice setup.
The Nightmare will keep 23 Savage alive, but that is still dangerous. And now with the Renoff moving in with the haste through, and how much damage can they do? Ollie turn, but the sniper there, they have to call off the charge, I think. Renoff, as a matter of fact, might be in some further trouble. 23 Savage, he jumps away, but DY, he's already onto him. They bring in Ame too. Take down the Spectre. Renoff, if you're not careful, you could die also. So Aurora try and make the jump onto XXS, and that time they won't be successful.
And we're talking about these ideas of Aurora trying to knock down the Tier 1 tower and try and slow this game down, but then a Faceless Void is just jumping through the Twin Gate and grabbing a kill here. Comes right back up top, jabs, does have the shapeshift back now, has the Vlads, but still 4 points here in these Wolves.
And also still underneath a ward, understanding exactly what could go wrong there. As Ame has the Mask of Madness done, going next towards that Maelstrom. All three cores right now of XG having a very good game with a 4,000 gold lead. Aurora, they have the tools to take fights. It's just a matter of will it come together perfectly, and can they find the right targets to go on too?
They've got level 6 on the Dark Willow. They're not going aggressive. Oh,
Jump.
There we go.
Onto XM, ready to go. Shadow Step at the ready. 23 Savage jumps forward there to terrorize. The time zone got him for the moment, but guess what? It's not doing all that much. It kills off the Storm, but Ame, now he's in too far, but he gets the jump away. Ame tries to back out. A couple more hits. Will he have another time walk up? He will. And that stops any extra aggression onto the Faceless Void. And yes, that was not a misclick. That was not anything else. That was a time zone.
Yeah, that is the anti-Storm Spirit technology right there. Just gives them a really bad time and a lot of damage to you and your allies. Just nothing you can do as a Storm there. You are leashed inside, so you're just kind of locked in place there for Lornov.
Now, the upside to that is later on there's some pretty good items to deal with it that Lycan is already a decent of the way towards, which is the Boots of Bearing.
Yep.
Which does allow you to just walk out of it pretty quickly. And the question is, will it end up doing enough for them? As we get close to that 14-minute mark, next round of Wisdom Runes, you can see Lycan, the main one that's having a good game right now, queuing up the Nullifier next.
I mean, you can see why, right? They just had this opportunity where maybe they could go for a quick kill into XM, but then the decrep comes out from the Pugna, and they just can't keep the aggression going there from Lornov, so you need somebody to help them out. And you can't have Jabs constantly struggling to kill people because they just keep getting decrept over and over again, and then maybe you invest into some Ghost Scepters there too to just double it up, so it's kind of an expensive item to go for right away, especially when it's just like you're also building a Radiance at the same time.
Oh yeah.
So it's a painful build-up here from the side of Aurora.
Ame's nearby, but they're just going to take the kill onto DY, who will eventually go down. Was able to burn through a lot of Lorenov's HP there. And he's kind of up that Orchid too. So yeah, Wisdom's about to spawn, and 14-minute rune. It's going to be up top the regen. So again, bit unlucky for the Storm. And yeah, those will be denied by Jabs.
Overall, though, the lead not really getting too out of control so far here for XG. They do have the Blink Dagger here, now finished up on the Centaur, so they could, in theory, get a little bit aggressive, but there's not really a big need for it right now. Right? Well, you might as well just wait for the Gleipnir on XM.
And the other thing is that it feels like this game, as opposed to last game,
they're jumping
you actually have ways to jump in and do exactly this. Like XM takes a lot of damage, the decrep, and actually forcing out the Stampede will keep him alive. But these little pokes and prods, it's pretty annoying for XG to deal with.
Yeah, it doesn't mean Jabs doesn't have his wolves with him, though, you know? Like,
That's
he's trying
true.
to set this stuff up here, and he can't farm quite as fast. Just going to be slowing down that next item here.
Is farming out some of the lanes with them while this happens. But yeah, when they're out scouting and trying to find kills, not really much of an opportunity for that one. Smoke up now by the two supports. And with a Spectre in the game, it makes these kill-oriented heroes very capable of, you know, finding a bring down. You can see DY is just right next to Ame that entire time.
Yeah, I thought maybe they were setting up for an IO draft or something when they opened with this earlier Bane, but this kind of shows why, right? This idea of just smoking up and setting up for global mobility, that's always been a classic part of the Bane tactics. Seeing if you can get a Fiend's Grip into a Shadow Step play. And, you know, they were close. Like, Ame had been here pretty recently. Now he's under the ward.
This is really big if they can get this one in time. Underneath the ward, they have the Fiend's Grip ready. Ollie gonna walk forward.
There's so many allies here too, though.
Oh, it's really dangerous, but if they can connect here, it would be really good for them. They move forward immediately. Now they jump in with 23 Savage, and that's the kill that they needed.
They're still smoked up here. On the side of XG, do they get a return kill? That's the question. XXS has this blink. Will he find him in the trees?
Off to the side, gets him right away. Arrow comes out. Is it enough time, though? No. Lorenov, he gets out. Now can they go for a second salvo? Ollie runs into everybody brazenly, and Jabs jumped upon right away. Lorenov comes in for the follow-up. Aurora fighting forward now after they take down that Faceless Void. They're going to take 3 more.
They're fighting for their lives here on the TI stage. They take down that potential time field. They don't have the opportunity to assist. Zincu does die to a neutral, so that's one less kill for them, but overall, something they just needed this on Aurora right now, right? Like, after that game 1, being down here, they need that big pick onto Ame into the quick team fight after, especially after that jump onto Lornov, but they didn't have the damage to finish him off in the tree line there because XM was too far back and getting delayed.
Well, and it's all of their heroes kind of coming together at the right moment, it feels like also. These are fighting-oriented heroes that Aurora have. After so many towers being given up in the last game, it felt like, as you said, this is something that was needed, and now partway to that nullifier being completed, you got to look towards XG and say, well, what's going to be our answer to this? You got a time zone Faceless Void. It's always scary.
And we'll see if Aurora can actually maybe knock down a tower of their own at some point in this game. That would also be quite good.
It's fair enough.
Savage is getting pretty aggressive up top here. They have tons of vision ahead of the Spectre right now. Just so many wards here from Ollie trying to take over this top half of the map.
Right, and down bottom is where XG is very much stuck together, situated, not wanting anybody else to get caught off guard. As XM will move towards the mid, Dark Willow starts to head this direction, smoked with the Storm. XXS not a great target to go on, and as Bane will join up with them, it's a smoke instead coming from Extreme.
Jabs has that nullifier coming here, just as this fight's about to break out. An amplified damage rune in the river. Oh, Lornov. Oh, he goes for it!
Time zone, but he gets out! He got out of there. They're leashed up on the 2 supports. They're gonna fall, but Lorenov able to escape. Now, do they want to go in? Wait a minute, nullifier and the Wolves eat up DY. Jabs, that's kind of a cool little play. You nullify, and then you just send your Wolves in to kill.
Yeah, then there's no more help.
I like that.
Alright, so right now on Aurora, you do lose your supports, but what you can say now is we go again, right? You have this Orchid on the Storm. You have, 25 seconds until the next Shadow Step, as it's only got the 50-second cooldown now. They've got to be looking to get aggressive once more, and that's where this vision comes into play on the top half of the map. Maybe XM heads in towards this jungle part and they start smoking this way.
Right, if he goes just a little bit forward, I mean, they already see him with the creeps there. DY coming over.
Oh, he's too quick.
Yeah.
Or is he? Oh,
no, he just drops
He's
one.
thinking, oh wait, no, yeah, now he's gonna get it.
But off to the side instead. They find and kill Zinq. And now looking for Ame. No, not gonna go for him. Shadow Step on cooldown for 40 more seconds. So Q would love to go in right here to find somebody, but you need more help than just, well, yourself, I guess, since they don't even have the Spectre to come in.
I mean, they still have this pressure down bottom here with the Storm Spirit. It's only 19.5 minutes, though, so we're a little bit away from that Wisdom Rune.
Right.
It's one of those times where maybe kind of want to keep the pressure up down here. There's just too much to do on this map these days.
Ollie drops down. A Sentry Ward will pick up a neutral item. And could think about a Roche sometime soon.
Oh, we do finally have jabs going for, as you mentioned, the boots bearing. Super helpful versus the time field. Time zone.
There it is. It's time zone, Trent.
Time zone.
It's like the pain zone. Is that a thing? That's not a thing. DY in trouble in the pain zone.
Oh, yeah.
He's the going to fall. And they end up bringing him down, but XXS jumps in and gets the stun onto 2. Wants to find him. Can he get any extra hits onto these guys? With the retaliate damage being too intense, they can't make the move. Man, these wolves are so annoying to deal with. They're going to need to get a gem at some point.
Early game, they're absolutely terrifying there. They just do a ridiculous amount of damage. They've got the control there too. I guess in case you haven't seen Alpha Wolves, you get the hamstring, which is the part where they have the next 4 attacks from units controlled by Lycan and deal bonus damage. So you just get to like burst people down. That one's pretty handy.
Do require a decent amount of micro nowadays as well. Really annoying to play with, but they, Jab's definitely somebody that's been known for his micro in the past.
Yeah, and even though you have the sniper, you also get the evasion at level 6, so that can also be annoying with the high tail ability that they get. But yeah, as you said, a little micro intensive.
So Wisdom's picking up by the couple of cores and into double Tormentor. One of them heads on over the Bane's way. Xingqiu don't die. Okay, he lives. TY gets the other one. And still just 3,000 gold separating these 2 squads.
Ollie can look to close that gap a little bit there with his shard, of course, you know?
True.
Can actually push waves a little bit on the Bane once you have the shard for the AoE Brain Sap.
Couple big items right now, though. That's the full Crimson Guard for the Centaur, and then also a Radiance completed now on the spec.
Yep, this is an item that now also scales on strength, so feels really good for a Centaur.
Yeah. Radiance, obviously.
Oh, sorry, health.
Classic.
Sorry, not strength anymore.
Right.
It is health. Let me clarify. But Centaur has a lot of health.
He has a lot of
because he has a lot of strength.
He's a big boy. 22 minutes in. And the Wolves scouting out a few things. They see the regen. That one gets denied by XM. Now run the Wolves forward. Gonna root them. Dude, look at how strong these things are. Like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, it's really annoying because it also just like breaks your formations. Like, you have this idea of like where you're trying to go at certain times, and you got your farm patterns and everything, and suddenly this wolf's just biting you. So you have to like run back to your tower. You have to feel safe because you don't have the shadow steps coming, especially when he does stuff like this.
Yeah.
And just jumps on you with it.
He just jumps in, drops down the dagger, hits DY a couple of times, and then gets out.
Doesn't want you to feel any sense of safety here on this side of the map.
I mean, killing DY feels like it's going to be a little bit of a hobby for them this game.
This too. We got ourselves a Spectre TPing into the outpost. They are coming right down for this Roche. But the side of XG, they've already smoked up here. They have the Solar Flare available. It's still just level 1 though. They don't have 12 yet on the Mirana.
I mean, you need to be careful here. The time zone in this area does get very scary, but they have the Boots of Barians. They can get out of it if they need to.
And Ame's got that Mjolnir again. He's got all damage.
Got to be careful about this. Roche is going to fall, though, before they get here. And now, an opportunity for XG to still take the fight if they feel so inclined. Arrow goes out, not going to connect. Jump forward, stomp. Lorenov backs away.
Still holding Stampede. Doesn't want to drop it. They don't know if they're fighting yet.
Oh, the hamstring. Hamstring, 23 Savage. Now Blade Mail jumps away. And unlike the last game, this time Aurora get the Aegis and they get out. Just as long as Ollie stays in the trees. Just stay over that way, buddy.
What a great use of the root there on the hamstring. Just keeping that Faceless Void back. They don't really want to commit. They want to hold that Stampede just in case the fight goes a little bit awkward, or so they can get that perfect jump in there for Ame, but they just don't see it. Fast enough on the Roche there. Aurora, much better macro plays in this game. Kind of getting the full state of the map, getting that big vision because of this Lycan, and just constantly really just annoying XG. Like the way they're using these shadow steps on the supports just to try and bully them around a little bit, always make them feel uncomfortable going to the fights. And now you have 23 Savage, of course, with the Radiance, and now having the Iron Talon to just farm his way around the map.
I will say that this feels like a Jabs hero. When I think of Jabs, I think of like Nature's Prophet, you know, running in, blocking camps, being annoying, and as you say, these wolves constantly scouting things out, you know, harassing supports. It fits his playstyle quite well. It's a smoke up now from the 2 supports, and they're actually going to Stampede now. Not sure what that one was about, but nonetheless, Stampede down.
I am also not sure what just happened there.
Maybe a misclick. Regardless, this game feeling a lot better for Aurora. They get a Vlad's now on the Mirana. But with Boots of Bearing done and eyes towards a Manta, you know, this sort of somewhat greedy hero Spectre feels like it's gotten through the most difficult part of the game for her. See if they have the tools to close this one out, because right now, things feeling pretty good for them.
I would love to get aggressive right now if I was Aurora too, right? Like try and get a smoke up or something going. No, there's no Stampede.
Right.
Problem is they don't have any vision. They've been very diligent about the D wards all over the dire side of the map because of these wolves. Right? They're spamming sentries everywhere. They want to know where they're moving. You're always going to have these ob sentry combos drop down by XG so they can see where the wolves are moving to kind of get an idea of what maybe they're planning on the side of Aurora. Ollie just confident enough to stand right here by this ob sentry though.
BKB done for the Storm.
Maybe that's what they're waiting for here in combination with this Aegis, and they want to get into this fight. But again, still the time zone.
Yeah, I mean, that is sort of the elephant in the room right now. When you think about Chronosphere, you just catch and kill these people, not having that option as much, but the root is there, the silence is out. Do they want to go for more? Ame up on the high ground. Being away, the time zone comes out and they walk out of it. And they're looking okay. They do lose Ollie, but now leashed up for the moment is Loreno. He's still fine. 23 Savage does go down. So they burn through the Aegis, both supports gone, no Terrorize to counterplay this, and in fact, 23 Savage is going to die. So with no supports nearby, they can't get him out. All right, maybe we were making fun of it too soon. It looked pretty good.
Time zone's good. I mean, it's still similar problems, right? Where like they tried to counterplay by just leaving it, and they just took a bunch of damage in the meantime.
True.
Yeah, and there's your only damage, unfortunately, is a Spectre who's just dishing it all back.
Take a look at this again. I'm not sure if the Boots of Baron just couldn't come out or
no,
if
they did come
away.
out, but they just used it to run immediately, I believe.
Yeah. Ame found the perfect moment there, and yeah, up on the high ground, just the sniper beat him to death. My goodness.
He just got completely isolated by his team. Everyone else was like, hey, I'm out of the time zone, but unfortunately 23 Savage is on the wrong side, right? No one else is over there. He just dies once, dies twice, and you don't have any of your tools coming out from that support duo, unfortunately.
Well, Jabs looks to be eyeing up the AC next, so a little bit of help for his teammates. Defiant Shell claimed for the Faceless Void, and Ollie was kind of hunting DY, manages to get out of trouble.
And they've got this issue where if they don't just get a raw grip onto someone, it's kind of just all in on Lornov, right? He's just like jump for this fight and try and get the pull in. How else do you actually start an engagement here? How can you lock people down?
They don't really have that great of avenues to do it, for sure. Gonna need more items to help solve that problem.
Lornov playing it kind of tight here at the 28-minute mark. Don't know if he really wants to go for this. Would be kind of risky. And they are all here just daring someone to try and get this Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, they'll kill the Wolf, too. They send those in. A decent amount of them killed throughout the course of this game. A lot of sentries getting dropped. And eyes towards the Blink next for Q. After the Yule Scepter. More ways to try and sort of play around these fights and get in the action when the time comes. Because that is the thing, right? If Sniper is just free to hit away, in a way, part of what made that last fight feel so weird was that it was 23 that went in first. And if you can kind of wait and then, you know, wait for the fight to progress and then jump Sniper, things probably feel a lot better, but it requires getting wards down or something else there.
And also having some tools versus the disarm as well there.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll have the Manta, so that should allow 23 Savage to keep the attack up onto that Sniper.
Well, the Wolves go forward, they hit the buildings, starting to drop. They live a long time. Don't manage to quite kill that tier 1 tower, but getting closer to it. And the smoke will not bear fruit, it looks like. Yeah, all the Wolf talents.
Very talented Wolves.
And at least for now, not going into the Wolf Bite either for the Lycan.
Not yet.
Right.
We'll see. Maybe at some point the Agnes will come out here.
I mean, this is annoying split push to deal with. And again, for XG, it feels like they want to play much more grouped together, which does hurt this style a lot more. Look at the building damage. It's just been working away at it. And now Shiva's almost completed for that Centaur. Saw how impactful that could be in game number 1, finding the right targets off the back of the XM Queen of Pain.
Yeah, and Q just betting it all here on the Blink Dagger for that Dark Willow. Trying to make those big solo plays.
God, he is, I mean, I think you just can't do anything at XXS at this point. Like, he has so much armor. He's got 4,000 HP at Crimson. No. Like, he's just a force that you're not going to mess with.
No, you just have to straight up ignore him.
Yeah.
There's no killing this hero right now until he's the last one left.
The Wolves just not being hit by XM. Living through it while he tries to pressure them out. Super annoying to play against. And ZQ in the meantime is also eyeing up an AC. Interesting. Scout out Roche, still 20 seconds till it's capable of respawning. Does have the feeling like that is going to be that next pressure point.
Again, I mean, they were quick on the Roche last time for Aurora, but if they're not in position, we know how terrifying it's going to be to fight there because of the time zone.
Yeah. Well, and they got it too, so potentially if it's a quick spawn, XG could just take it and they might not even know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so 35 seconds away, and as XXS will tank the tower and start to bring it down, this makes the contest option even harder for them.
It's a good trade though. Same time, you can see Lornov take the tower up top.
Oh, and they're not even going to get it. Backdoor kicks in.
Still don't know if they do much about this, though. They can just take a little bit of chip damage on the top tier 3 here as Lornov will just march up, beg them to come home. I don't think they're going to give them the opportunity, though.
Again, quick Roche spawn. If they can get them to force them back, XG, they're going to be in a weird situation for the Rose contest. So yeah, they are all taking back.
Oh, he time zones.
Oh my god, he just destroyed him! Lorenov not ready for that one at all, and finds Ollie right through the trees, another casualty, as Aurora, they are going to lose 2 off the back of this.
I think he just bet on the fact that he'd be better. I think he just thought, I'll be able to zip. He was wrong.
Ame was too quick, Ame was ready. And just like that, that is going to be a devastating loss for Aurora. Set up again for the Roche now, but the more important thing is you're losing this net worth on the core that was already in pain. I mean, the lowest of the cores was the Storm Spirit. The question is, can they get this Aegis now? I feel like they should be able to, even without time zone, but you can see they're actually going to play it safe. They're not going right into the pit. Maybe just wait for everybody and then go.
Yeah, you know there's an ancient camp to be farmed here by Ame, so...
That's true.
Quickly get that, but that time, it's going to allow the Wolves to get down here from jabs. I'm sure he'll maybe send one in to scout out. There are Ob Sentry combos down here from XG, though, so they'll know if the Wolves make their way through.
Well...
And here they come over the Twin Gate. He's going to see... Oh, he could actually attack those wards, but he's too busy. Got to go into the Roche and say, oh, they're not in here. Nice. But instead, they're all smoked up. They're hiding. And they're moving towards you. Now, we have the blink here on Q. He could break the smoke and get out. He can set up for Lornov. There's no time zone for 15 seconds, but there is a Lincoln Sphere picked up from the Faceless Void all of a sudden.
They might not know about that. Jump forward. XXS finds the stun. Jumps onto XM, trying to kill him off. A couple more seconds. Can they get him out in time? Thinking about going. Lorenov jumps away.
Jabs just got blown up alongside Ollie.
They didn't stand a chance there.
Blink stomped dead.
It's way too much damage. That's the problem. And like the fact of the matter is that because it happens so quickly, Sniper also has this ridiculous take aim ability that not only makes you not be able to hit him with Ghillie Suit, but it gives him 20 armor when he pops it. So they just jump on to Sniper and suddenly this guy's sitting with 45 armor.
He also, you look at the build because he's trying to solve a lot of problems in this game. He needs the Nullifier because of the decrep. He needs the Boots of Bearing because of the time zone. He doesn't have a BKB. The damage, he took like 1,250 damage from this Centaur. Most of it just magic, right? He's getting hit by the Starstorm. He doesn't have this BKB on the leg and he doesn't have any sort of magic resistance. He's at 30% right now and he's just getting blown up because of one stun.
It is crazy if you look at how much damage got done in that tiny little window there. And now Aegis on Ame.
Oh, 23 Savage, he shadow steps in here, wants a free pick on the Zincu because of the ward.
And he gets it.
All right, that's something. Slow them down.
You gotta find whatever you can get here. There needs to be these little windows where like something is going right. Ame, time zones. He's coming for you. You gotta get out of there. There's nowhere to go. The storm goes down and showing the value of this much maligned facet choice.
It's just so good versus Storm Spirit.
It's actually winning them the game.
Yeah, he can't play. Like, Ame is just using it as a one-to-one counter. He does not care about anyone else in this game. He has a job. He has a target that he's going to kill with his time zone, and he has done it.
He's been gifted a very special set of skills. He's coming for you.
Ollie, gonna get the grab here though.
This is nice. That is what you need, and that's the other one-to-one counter.
There you go. That's right. An absolute classic here of the Spectre versus the Sniper, and you're seeing why. Of course, Ame, the one with the Aegis, means no second opportunity there, as they're counting on just protecting XM in this game and not allowing that to happen. But it was a ward that was just freshly placed down there from Ollie.
In a way, that like Ollie needs to be the one to get so much value out of these Fiend Script, because they can do that to either Sniper or the Faceless Void. Like, he is not insurmountable here. You can break the Lincolns and go right forward. But yeah, they had an idea that there was a ward there.
Yeah, Q also. Yeah, I got my Blink on Dark Willow. What do I need next? A Midas. I need the Midas here on the Willow.
Are you kidding me?
There is a plan for Q, and the plan is to get nice and big and golden and shiny. Let's see if he can take over this game there. And now a Blink Dagger as well, seeing the necessities of these grips here. As another jump here, but he's back out. Look at that damage though.
The illusions are a problem. I mean, and even against Ame, he's brought down to half HP to these Spectre illusions.
This Bloodthorn combination is just a quick assassination here.
How strong can you get in this game for Spectre? You're also queuing up a Nullifier for him. Instead, decides to go back for the Aghanims first, is now what they've got queued up. And Ame, the big bad carry of last game, a couple levels behind right now, but still with the Aegis and incredibly hard to kill.
The Haunt would be so nice for them if they can get that Aghanims done.
Yeah. The old school ability.
That would do so much in these engagements.
Well, and the other big question too is like, if these pickoffs keep happening, is there eventually a window where Aurora can win a fight? Because each of the like big 5-on-5 engagements feels like they get dominated by the Faceless Void. But if they can find these little picks here and there, that feels a lot more up to the tempo that Aurora is trying to play at. It's 23 Savage. He's just going in to clean up the farm of Creep Wave.
Yeah, he can do that because he has this Manta. He can just pop it, get on back out. Again, it's only every 40 seconds now at this point in the game, so it's not nearly as punishing to spend it. But XG, they do know that Shadow Step used, they can just go ahead, take this tower. And again, no matter how many wolves they take down, there will, or sorry, no matter how many wards they take down, there's still the problem of the wolves. The wolves could be setting up for these Shadow Step plays throughout the mid game. That's why this is a nice little combo. So you're probably going to see XG stay kind of tight as they move across this map, and that means they might keep growing a gold lead, but they won't end up growing this really big XP lead at the very least.
Yeah.
Oh, but look at this, a little fake back here. They actually smoke in behind, not allowing any sort of a Shadow Step setup.
Interesting. Jump forward, get the stomp. Dark Willow dead. Does have buyback. Only hero in the game with it right now. And deciding to make this move. Now, if
Jabs
you look up top, Jabs is taking that tier 3 tower as well.
At the same pace, pretty much.
The Wolves hit it very, very quickly. So this is going to be a tier 3 tower and likely a Rax in exchange for a tier 3 tower.
He has to be careful, though. Might have the same problem that Lornov did if he comes back there with the time zone.
Split push, eat your heart out. It is not as strong as it used to be with these Lycans, but it's still something you got to keep in mind.
They managed to get it, though, as the Aegis is expiring. There's no immediate smoke out here from Aurora. We don't have the classic post-Roche smoke quite yet. They got to clean up these lanes a little bit.
And there it is, the Aghanim Scepter. So Haunt is ready now, and you've got a ton of kill potential. Haunt, pop all of your stuff on him, the Bloodthorn, popping Manta, and you can probably take down these supports, as Willow, like you said, does have that full Midas completed now at 39 minutes. And you can see in comparison, like, Dark Willow's farm is going to start taking off in comparison to Mirana's if this stuff stays static. But will it remain static is a different question.
Oh, Lorna coming close to the enemy team here.
Oh, he's underneath the ward.
Yup.
They don't know about this one. Okay.
Got the spidey senses were tingling, you know?
Yeah. You got to be careful about that.
Jabs does finally queue up the BKB. He's been farming up gold for a while. Kind of just need it. You know, if you want to have any hope of actually using your abilities and your damage during your ulti, feels like a necessity right now for his team.
And Ollie just waiting for somebody to pass by as he queues up the Ags too.
Yeah, he's got his blink grip. Wants to try and find a setup here for 23 Savage.
40 minutes in, and this push and pull that we're seeing between these two teams continue. When XG get together, it's really hard for Aurora to fight them, but when Aurora manage to find these pickoffs, it starts to feel a little bit better for them as well. Full butterfly completed for Ame.
He is just... The time zone damage is going to be ridiculous, right? He has the level 20 talent with a plus 80 attack speed, so currently he's getting plus 230 attack speed in the time zone alongside his allies.
And Solar Flare, yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I mean, yeah, he will kill everybody, I'm pretty sure. Even through Blade Mail, probably. I mean, like, I don't know. This is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, well, I think that's why he's going for that next choice as well there, and this Satanic makes sense, right? Doesn't want to be locked down by the Mask Madness.
Absolutely. Still, windows to fight. As off to the side lanes they go, turning off that Radiance and running away was Spec.
It's going to be so much pressure on 23 Savage. We talked about the pressure on Jabs, you know. It worked out. Right? They didn't get run over in the early game. They managed to kind of stabilize things. This lead isn't too crazy or anything here for XG. Now it feels like that pressure has been pressed over to 23 Savage, who now jumps in.
And they find him.
That's a big boy, though.
Ame is there with the time zone, immediately lifts him up and destroys that Bane. They force out the abilities and manage to get away with everybody else, so the main loss there is going to be the Fiend's Grab. But they force everybody from XG back to the base, and 23 Savage gets out.
I mean, that is definitely biting off more than you can chew. That's for
yes.
Sure. The Centaur War Runner, it's not the hero they want to go on there. That felt like a limit test. Just like, can we kill him? Like,
yeah.
maybe?
No, it's not happening.
No,
there's
definitely
no
looks
way.
Like no.
It's now an attempt over here. Xingqiu will see some Spectre illusions, but 22 Savage is already out of there. Did end up going for the Haunt illusion damage, by the way, on the Spec. So potentials towards a refresher or something else. The Mantas, all of it, it's going to start stacking up the deeps. Maybe a chance to try and kill a support from back in the fountain.
And Aurora, they're trying to get as much XP as they can here onto Lorna. They actually leave the Wisdom Rune for him there. Q says, go ahead, I don't need it.
Right.
As they're going to jump very quickly, blowing up DY. See you later.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about.
But
yeah.
you can't get it.
A little bit too scary.
Yeah, I think good choice there.
So they secure the gem. It's BKB done on Lycan. And yeah, Q just farming away these creep camps. That's the problem, right? Anytime they just like get a little bit of separation, dead on the supports, except for XXS, because again, he's not going to die.
Oh, they're coming
and in fact,
Jabs.
He's going to find Jabs here. Has to go into that shapeshift. Eul Scepter tries to run away. Not easy to get out. And yes, the root, the finish. Dead Lycan.
That's a tough one here, though, as that means the Roche has just respawned, and he has no way back into this game right now.
They have
you
Hex.
know what? He just got his beat.
Yeah, it was
really
like
hurts. It
just
was on
done.
The courier, yeah. Oh, it feels like they needed this. They have this haunt. They wanted to use it, but 30 seconds till it's going to be coming back online. They're already in the Roche pit. You have no Lycan in this game. That's going to be giving up the Aegis and the Refresher Shard here.
Oh my God.
Of XG.
Look at the Solar Flare with this. This is a little bit of absurdity coming out. And yes, they will manage to take that for themselves. Refresher Shard 2. And now XG. Is it your time to shine? Xingqiu runs on down, hoping to find Q, who's hiding off to the side. In fact, we'll get him with the arrow. Went into the Shadow Realm, but don't know if that's going to be enough to get him out of trouble. Gets the blink away. Will also have a Yule Scepter Assassinate just a little bit out of range. And so they can't quite connect onto the Dark Willow. Buying some extra time. And forcing a Stampede.
They are immediately back down on this bottom creep wave, though. And Solar Flare is going to be back in about 25 seconds. If anyone steps up here to try and delay this, I think Ame is just going to jump.
No, it's a death trap. Has that Refresher Shard too. And Q jumped upon. Ame now there, breaks the Lincoln Sphere. Yule Scepter trying to survive a level blink afterwards, but can't quite manage to get out. Does have the Lincolns broken. They're waiting to see if they can get it again. With that Enfeeble, drops it onto Ame to try and get a little bit less damage done. Lincoln's broken now. Have Fiend's Grip ready, but you know that you're not going to be able to get the full duration on it. Too difficult. Jumps for the back line, wants to find him. Time zone down. Storm gets to the far side. Ame now hits onto that Lycan. He runs away, barely getting out. Able to survive through it. Xingqiu low, a huge Curse Crown, and the Terrorize too. Do they have enough damage to take him down though? XM starting to drop lower, but the cheese, he survives. Nullifier onto Ame, trying to bring down XM. There's the BKB, finally used. The disarm is there. Lorav jumps back in, wants to take down XM. They're trying to get away on 23 Savage, but it's not enough. Loranov is in trouble. XM will die. The Storm manages to get away, and somehow they hold. But will it matter? They still have a Refresher Shard ready to go. Ame, he gets away.
But Bobbin and Weavin somehow escaping there. A huge defense here from Aurora. It is painful to lose your Spectre, there's no doubt about that, but at least, I mean, that looked like it could have been so much worse, right? People are barely getting to the time zone, getting up to the high ground there. They can breathe a little sigh of relief as they actually do leave the zone here. XG will back up and give them a chance to recoup on Aurora. They're going to keep this game going.
Somehow they hold on what felt like a death push here. As you can see, the decision to jump for the back lines and just barely getting away, and then almost took out Jabs too. All of those bashes coming out.
Yeah, and then a very clutch cheese here from XM as well, of course. They finally managed to bring down Xingqiu. It feels like they're spending so much of their effort and energy just to kill one support, but then all of a sudden it looks like XM's going to go down, and no, cheese is there. And then 23 Savage, unfortunately, it looked good. Like, it looked like it was going to be the mop and bucket situation where Spectre's going to come in and clean up a fight that so many of the resources had already been expended, and now there's not that much left for the Spectre, but wasn't the case. XM's able to just turn until finally getting cleaned up by Loranov. That's a huge part of that last fight that they needed so bad.
But it does also speak to potentially some concerns for XG. If you lose, well, not lose, if you come close in that fight, when you have Aegis, when you got Cheese, when you got all these big abilities, will they be able to execute when those are actually used up? Now, they do still have that Refresher Shard, but can they keep this sniper alive? Will it end up mattering? They got an MKB now done on Ame. Maybe he's going to be all the damage himself.
Looks like that's the plan here. Of course, it's very annoying getting through these Trickster Cloaks. Very annoying dealing with a lot of these items, but that's the answer now. Jabs continues to just push top.
And down bottom.
Is called out here by XXS at the same time.
Yeah, so they won't have the Centaur in this fight right now. They kill off the creep wave that was coming in bottom. And maybe an opportunity. Does have those bots.
I mean, look at this lane control here from Aurora. The top lane is hitting, middle is at the mid, but they're going to keep pushing in bottom.
And they decide to go. This did not work before. Will it work now? Do they have enough to kill off this XXS Centaur? Almost yes. They get him.
Back down bottom though.
And now taking buildings. Jabs, he's actually getting the split push working. Got to run away with the rest of these heroes. They don't have that many resources left from the Spectre, but Jabs has taken a whole lane on his own, and now they find Ame. Wait a minute, Ame down to half HP. Ame falling lower and lower. Ame, he's dead. That's one round. Now they don't have a Fiend script ready to take him down, but burning through that Aegis is pretty huge. And in the meantime, Jabs did so much work. Loranov jumps in. Dude, they still have time zone, my man.
This guy's getting crazy.
That was a little bit crazy of a move, but look at the split push.
Oh, man. What a terrifying maneuver there from Aurora to go on that Centaur, and it was so close. Had to get that last little jump in there from 23 Savage to actually get the kill, and then immediately come back down to try and defend bottom. It ends up being a trade, but again, it's just huge stuff there.
Look at that damage.
Aurora.
4,500.
Yeah, it only took 6,411 damage to kill the Centaur. That's easy peasy.
My goodness. It showed it's possible, though. I am remembering back to our first series of the day, though, when BetBoom started to pull things back and then got shut down pretty mercilessly. Can Aurora dodge that fate here and force us to a game 3? Will it end up happening? This Scythe, super valuable on the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, going for the Scythe and also going for the Abyssal Blade next on 23 Savage. There is a theme here in the next itemization, right? Try and lock down and try and kill, because you bought these nullifiers. You're saying, we're getting rid of the saves that you have on the side of XG, and I want to be able to just click a hero and have them actually die. So that's the plan. They're going to try and chain stun Ame. They want to get him before this time zone comes out. Or if the fight's already broken down, they want to just ensure that XM actually dies, doesn't get off this concussive grenade, doesn't disarm and push them back. For now, though, we're just going to be rotating on opposite sides of the map here. You can see Aurora, they're pinging up towards top, saying, hey, should we go push this, play up there again? They feel like they should be coming down to the bottom once more here from XG. Everyone playing really tight right now. They don't want to give up on these Shadow Step pickoffs. They know that the Haunt is also going to be coming back here pretty soon.
One of the other concerns at this point, if you're Aurora, is that the split push potential, there's still tier 2 towers up in mid as well as bottom. 23 Savage throws out those illusions, tempts fate for a moment and then gets out. But it's a lot harder to sort of provide the same type of damage and sort of issues on the map if you're trying to take down a tier 2 tower on the bottom lane.
That's
for
true,
jabs.
But these waves are really annoying.
Oh yeah.
Like, they just keep pushing them out here from the Radiant side. Now that's going to be the Shard finished up here on our Spectres, so help with the dispersion a little bit there.
Right. So being able to activate that one and then do some extra dispersion damage, very valuable against these high damage heroes.
They still just have the Silver Edge on XM, so that's the break that they're working with right now. Could be a key factor in winning some of these engagements if you can land that. Roche up. Well, we're going to find out how long it's going to take in 30 seconds.
The other thing that we had seen built up for a little while was the Lycan Silver Edge. So Jabs queuing it up and trying to get that one completed to break the backtrack damage would be very, very nice, as well as a potential answer for Ame.
Is he flying out for it? Okay, no, he just ran by the shop. I was terrified. I do not think that's the play. He's only got a 1,500 surplus right now, so I definitely do not think... Oh, that's going to help him, though. 3 bounty runes just found in the Dire Jungle.
Wow.
Cool.
Very nice.
All right, you're welcome, team. That's going to cut the lead down a little bit.
I mean, again, we're down to 3K gold lead 52 minutes in. After XG leading so much of not just this game, but the entire series, you can see a pathway for Aurora here to find a victory. They can get where they need to go. Ollie is in deep.
He's trying to set up again once more. Has some vision here.
There's an opportunity. Xingqiu, not a great go, but if they could find somebody else who's just off on their own, it would be huge.
Yeah, it's a great game for the Ninja Gear here. Just watching out for these assassination plays with the Shadow Step can help keep him protected. And in terms of protection as well, Q has finished up the Wind Waker, so there is no buyback on this Dark Willow, but there's a huge save potential because they do not have the nullifiers on the side of XG.
And still, again, keep in mind that time zone refresher is at the ready for Ame.
And it's 10 seconds till the next Roche. It's going to be spawning on that Radiant side, down bottom. They have control here on XG. They've actually dropped a Shrapnel in the pit as well here, so...
Okay.
They might just keep popping those down. Of course, has the 25 talent for it.
Looks like they're just going to miss that it's over there. And in the meantime, Bane, I think, reveals on a ward up top.
Yep, does deward it, so they 100% know that he was there. They're going to smoke up and back towards this Roche. They're going through the Twin Gate. They throw an arrow in just to see. Say, oh yeah, Roche is up. But are they still going to go?
Are they deciding?
They're still going to go.
Jabs, jabs, jabs. Goes in, gonna pop the boots of bearing, gonna try and tumble toe get out of there. Jabs running, escaping.
Oh, he's out.
Just like that, he gets away.
What's the plan, though? He BKB'd. He wants to go back in.
And they're thinking about it. XM already getting found. There's the grip. Do they have enough? Can they get on top of him? Where's the help? Loretta right on top. DY starting to fall. Ame there too. Hitting away. Time zone finally gets dropped. It's on to 23-7. He doesn't have any way to go either. Loretta has to zip to get away. XG starting to pick up speed here now as they find the Storm. Able to dodge that zip, but eventually they get their kill.
They went for it all. They went for the fight. They weren't sure if it was good, but they didn't want to try and wait for another engagement. There wouldn't be a shapeshift. There wouldn't be the BKB. He felt like that was his moment here from Jabs, and the team followed alongside it, but they couldn't connect everything. He throws the nullifier onto DY, tries to kill over there. They're trying to get this grip kill onto XM, but they don't have the damage in time.
And he buys out for a Desolator right now, too, on the Lycan. As you can see this yet again. Everything got used, and of course, when they brought that refresher back in, that second time zone was what absolutely destroyed 23 Savage.
Yeah, he left and he comes back in, and then it's this re-goose attempt here where things kind of go awry, right? You get the grip on the side, but back in the main game, we got a real fight here as Lenovo jumps in.
Oh my god, rooted arrow done! Didn't stand a chance. That's a dieback. They need everything and a bit more, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get it. As they move in, find Jabs. Jabs done, buys back now. They only have 4 heroes to try and defend against this onslaught that's coming. XG, they have looked good all year, and here on the main stage at TI, trying to close this one out, secure themselves top 6. Ame hits away tier 4 towers, 23 Savage off to the side, hoping to do anything at all. What do they have left in the tank? Refreshers are out. He goes for the backlines, wants to find him, jumps immediately onto DY. Do they have enough to kill him off? They do. DY dead, Zinq the next target, trying to take out these supports, looking, hunting, finding, killing, and they're the grip, but immediately they get the lift off. Now it's just the cores left alive. They buy back on the Mirana. XM getting lower and lower, but there's nobody else to jump onto him. There it is, the nullifier hit. Still chasing, looking, time zone at the ready. If they present him as a target, that's Q dead too. Only 3 left alive, and I don't know if they've got it in the tank. XG set to close this one out. Jab steps forward and he finds him. XM dead. They take down the sniper. Now looking for Ame. Time zone out, trying to take him down. In trouble, can't get anything off. The cast range reduction, it's all hurting them there. 23 Savage backs away, but the throne exposed. It's all too much. XG, they're gonna win the game.
The hunt for Ame's crown continues. They're gonna knock Aurora out here in the lower bracket. And a 2-0 victory. XG. Masterfully played here.
Such a good round from them. Ame, he gets his heroes. He chooses what he wants to run and puts it together in perfect fashion. And again, the Zinq Mirana, not seen a ton, but obviously a painful loss here on this main stage. The thoughts of what could have been.
Yeah, but Aurora, I mean, they came in, they picked their Spectre again, right? They found a win with it before. They come in, they try and make this play work with the last pick, Lycan. And they almost had something there cooking. But it's not quite enough versus XG. As you can hear, I have quite a few fans here.
Unbelievable performance. And again, this team that has looked so good all year, made it to multiple grand finals. They drop down early to the lower bracket, but end up making this run here. And where does it stop? I mean, this is a team that you don't want to face in the lower bracket at all on elimination.
Now, there's a lot of pressure here, right? All the hopes of China riding on them right now. Having to win such a pivotal series versus Team Spirit just to make top 8, right? Now, having to go a little bit further here. China never finishing before top 4 at TI.
And yet again, another moment where they were able to show up in front of the fans, put on a solid performance. You can see already out there a lot of love from the crowd as they'll move on to top 6 off the back of, again, a Muerta for Ame, a time zone faceless void.
Yeah, confidence is just growing here on this team, right? It looks like they've got their ideas here for Ame, how they want to play this. Feels like they have a good idea going into the draft, and just, I don't know if they're feeling themselves, right? That's what you want.
Absolutely. Maps, the coach, says if it looks like a good game for our sniper, if it looks like a good game for that Muerta, we're going to pick it for them. As we head on over to the interview, let's hear from the champs.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. I am here with XXS. How are you feeling after your first main stage series win?
在主舞台上拿下第一次胜利，感觉怎么样？
非常开心，很爽。
I'm very happy. It feels great.
Awesome. So, were there any nerves at all stepping out here onto this big, beautiful stage for the first time?
这舞台很大很漂亮，有没有任何一丝的紧张呢？
没有吧，就感觉很兴奋，打得很爽。
No nerves at all. I'm very excited.
Wow. Oh, that is cold. Ice in the veins. Excellent stuff. Well, very successful series from you guys. I want to ask, is the XM sniper just completely uncounterable?
就很成功的一场比赛 ，XM 的火枪是不是就一个无敌的英雄呢？
是的，他是世界第一火枪手。
Of course, he's the world's best sniper.
I'm not sure many people would disagree with you right now. And of course, it does seem like there's a lot of Chinese fans in the room right now, a lot of people traveling here to watch you play. How does that feel to have them with you right now?
现场看起来很多中国的粉丝，然后很多人也从世界各地过来看你们打比赛，感觉怎么样？有没有什么想跟他们说的？
就很感谢他们吧，然后听见他们的呐喊，就感觉更有力量。
Thank you very much for the support, and hearing your cheers makes us more powerful.
Excellent, it certainly has done. And finally from me then, you've got another series coming up. It's going to be either Tundra or Gaming you're playing against. Who would you most like to face out of those teams?
你们下一场的对手是 Tundra 或者 GG 的败者，你更希望面对哪一支战队呢？
我不是很在乎这个，感觉都差不多。
I don't really care about this. It feels about the same.
Excellent. All right, XSS, thank you so much for coming to talk to me. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Nomad and XXS and Helen, for the translation. Of course, I do want to shout out XXS Centaur. I think that in this second game of the series, he felt like the target that Aurora often wanted to go on. And we'll break down this series here with my panel. Lacoste, this Centaur, I feel like he suffered a lot.
Yeah, he was definitely a center of attention for Aurora team. They were focusing him down heavily. And I want to point out XXS, every single time this guy plays a Blink Initiator, he really shines. Like, he knows, we've seen so many multiple hero stunts coming out from him. Itemization as well, did go for that Yule Scepter. And he was playing on a different side of the map, understanding that Aurora, they might go for a little bit of a split push action, some rat action. They did take that rack, so he buys Boots of Travel. Early investment, Blade Mail into double of Bracer into Crimson, which does allow him to tank up his whole team. Did have that one Stampede misclick, but other than that, flawless performance.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you see here, this was the fight that took the wind out of the sails for Aurora. Like, Extreme, they held the high ground beautifully, utilizing the time zone, finding the jump. But before that, jabs on the Lycan. It was a last pick that gave us some question marks, but the early game, it was exceptional. He goes for Drum, Vlad's into Nullifier. He's opening up the game. He's trying his best to find opportunities. And something we didn't really talk about was the Wolves constantly giving vision for the Spectre to then jump, finding vision on the Void to then set up Bane grips. Like, it was incredible early game, but then just the inevitable came in. Like, the late game, the mid game of Extreme, the fight is so difficult. Like, to find the sniper, you have to get through the Void, you have to get through the Centaur, and even when you get there, do you have enough damage through the life drain of the Pugner? Of course, we know the answer now, it wasn't, but fair play to Aurora. They gave it a really, really good shot.
Yeah, Jabs cooked very hard on that Lycan. It looked like it kind of was a Hail Mary pick for them, where it didn't make too much sense in terms of how it fit in with the entire draft, but it gave Aurora what they needed, which was a way to play that early game, and play it they did. Unfortunately for them, XG, their team fighting was way too difficult, because you're looking at this time zone by Void. That's just a ground that neither of your supports can enter. Your Bane cannot enter the time zone, neither can your Willow. They can't play into it. You're losing two heroes who, if they walk in, they're insta-killed by Void. On top of that, it's giving, 150 bonus attack speed to all of the allies. That's including your Sniper and Mirana, who are also being buffed up by the Solar Flare. So you have 150 extra damage with 100 extra damage from Mirana, with extra projectile speed for both Mirana and Sniper. And the story of the game was every time Ame had time zone, the fight was insta-lost for Aurora.
Yeah, you can tell that this time zone was a very strong choice, and it's the same facet he went for the previous time where we saw him play Faces Void, and I know sometimes it gives a little bit of chuckles here and there, but Lacoste is very strong.
It is super strong, and he also eliminated 23, the only player who did play Faceless Void so far at Road to TI and TI. Chrono Square is a mean spell, as we can see, you know, buffing up your allies, slowing down the enemies. A leash mechanic, great against the Storm Spirit. They did try to counter it with this early Boots of Bearing on Lycan, so you can't be slowed for a second and a half, which was not enough a lot of the times because the fights were so chaotic. And I also want to point out Jinkyu. This guy, I don't think he's enjoying playing Dota right now with the itemization that he's going for, because he's always greedy, always doing something fancy. Game 1, Solar Vlad's, very teamfight oriented. Second game, Vlad's Lotus into AC. You can't click those items other than Lotus Orb, so I feel like he's just tanking one for the team, not having much fun, but you know, he's winning, so that's kind of a fun, right?
Yeah, thing is, if you win, I think you're going to be happy regardless. Tico, this game was very strong for Extreme Gaming. I do also want to talk a little bit about the sniper that we talked about a lot. We know that XM is very strong on it. Do we feel that this was a game where Aurora kind of counters it, because it wasn't popping off as hard as it was in their series against Team Spirit?
Yes and no. I think they countered it in the fact that Lycan was able to play super aggressive, and the Spectre was very quick to jump in the early game. But there's still something where it's like, if you're picking Storm Spirit against Extreme, not banning the sniper, you're just giving him a free pass in laning phase. Like, he bullied him back to the jungle, and then when you kill him for 10, 20 minutes, but when he gets to 30 minutes and he has a BKB or a Shadow Blade or something else, then he pops off. And we already mentioned the combos with the Void, so did they counter it? No. Should teams respect it? Yes. And I'm surprised now 2 elimination series in a row, we've seen Sniper vs Storm, Extreme win, and progress further. At what point will teams now start respecting the sniper?
Maybe at this point. This was as far as it goes for XM and his sniper. And someone who was taking the brunt of XM's sniper, of course, is mid laner Loranov, who we're going to hear some final words from Aurora.
Yeah, thanks, Sheebs. I am here with Loranov from Aurora. Unfortunately, they have, of course, just been knocked out of the tournament. You guys were great fun to watch. Talk me through that series. What made it so difficult against Extreme Gaming?
I think we have everything to win first and second game. Actually, first game we got unlucky for active rune. He got first 3 active, but we still have a lot of choice to take a good fight. I think we don't take our fights properly.
Okay, so something to build on for next year. What do you guys hope to achieve going forward next season?
Trying to improve our playstyle, I think, and individually like players.
So I will say this, last year these guys, a lot of these guys were on Talon. Now you've come in and given the Loranov buff, and they've made top 8. Are the team happy with how you guys have done overall, or are you a little disappointed?
I don't know about team in general. I think we can win kind of more. They just don't have enough synergy with players, I think.
Okay, fair enough. Well, look, you've got a lot of fans around the world who are watching and enjoying Aurora play. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them?
Thanks for helping. Kinda nice.
Kinda nice, indeed. Loranov, can we get a round of applause for Aurora and Loranov taking the time to come and chat to us? Thank you very much. But of course, the tournament continues, and for more on that, Shiva, back to you.
Thank you very much, Pyrian and Loranov, and I think that this Aurora has brought a lot of smiles to people's faces this last year, and Loranov, Lacoste, definitely one of the star players for that.
Oh, absolutely. When they are winning, this is the guy that is in charge of keeping the tempo, calling the shots as well. Really glad to see him. This is his first TI reaching top 8, so, you know, you can always ask for more. You always want to thrive, get that aegis lifted, but a good start of the career, I would definitely say, and has a very good career ahead of him.
And his future is very bright. He's already left an impact on a lot of players as well. And if you watch high MMR pubs, they always have their name as Mode Loranov mindset. And that's because he just farms so much net worth in the first 10 minutes, and that's kind of what he's famous for. So he has a lot of pride to be taken here at this TI. It was a great debut, and his future is very, very bright.
I mean, you can just see from his reaction, it just means a lot to him, right? Like, he wants to do better. He probably is like thinking about certain moments already and how to improve. So hopefully he's able to harness what happened now and then push himself forward for the future for sure.
Yeah, for Aurora, we remember the time when he came actually into Team Aurora as a stand-in, and it made the team level up and get better. And all his teammates were saying how great it was to have Loranov join in on the squad and lift everybody's spirits up. And I'm sure that bright future for all of Aurora, not just Loranov, of course. Aurora taking their exit here, but they did so in style. We had a Lycan, a first pick Lycan at this event, played by Jabs, and it's Purge that's going to tell us how the Lycan fits in.
Thank you, Cheever. Yeah, the Lycan was a very interesting pick this game. There was a big gap missing for Aurora Gaming, and what they really needed was something to deal with the Pugna backline and something to get on Sniper. So picking the Lycan here solved some of those problems. Here's the laning stage. He ended up getting first blood on Jabs here, wrapping the Wolves around to get behind the Pugna. And one of the reasons that it counters this hero is because Pugna just has a slow, basically, and you can decrypt the main Lycan, but the Wolves are still going to deal damage. So he gets first blood there, and then he starts moving the Wolves across the map consistently to help with these fights. Sometimes it's something as simple as a Howl. It lowers armor by 4 at level 1, which is a huge amount, and the fact that he can just get on top of the Sniper and the Pugna and out DPS him is really helpful. So here's some of his other Wolf scouting that was so impactful. Summons Wolves, crosses the map, denies runes, and what he's trying to do is find important heroes so that his team can make good decisions about what to do with their time. And because they have a Storm Spirit and a Spectre, those heroes need vision to be able to choose when it's the right time to go in. So just being able to spot out a Sniper here, get him to 75% HP to give Lornoff an opportunity to get a kill is huge. That's an ultimate there and a TP rotation from a Pugna just to keep that guy alive. And then on top of that, he's still doing the same thing with Wolves. They get vision on Ame here. They get a Fiend's Grip, they use all their global spells, and this is basically what kept them in the mid game despite being a little bit behind in net worth. Even sometimes, it's just going to produce some little solo kills. Look at this cheeky little nullifier from the high ground Wolves. He's back to farming. He's hit so many creeps this game. So this Wolf scouting that he did to set up kills for his cores was very impactful. It was cool to see the first pick Lycan and for it also to be successful in terms of getting kills. It didn't win in the end because the team fight's a bit weak, but it was an impressive showing.
Thank you very much, Purge. It was impressive. It almost did things, and I think that the Lycan left its mark for sure. But Aurora taking their exit here as we see Extreme Gaming moving forward, and we can take a look at this bracket. I think during the road to the international Lacoste, we had quite a few upsets, but this morning, BB Team and Aurora taking leave here against teams that they had never won a series against this year. It's not a surprise.
Yeah, I kind of expected they were just better teams in 2024, throughout the whole 2024, and also today they showed a better performance, so no real surprises, but the top part of the bracket is looking spicy.
It really is. I think, my heart's hurting a bit from all the eliminations. I'm done with eliminations. The upper bracket?
Yeah, we've got Liquid vs Cloud9, we've got Liquid, arguably one of the favorites after destroying Extreme in the series before. Cloud9 probably the biggest underdog left because of their what have they achieved in the year. It's like not qualified for much, and suddenly now they're in a upper bracket top 8 or top 6 position. It's mental to think about, and then stand-in Tundra also as well. So yeah, upper bracket's looking really, really good.
How are you gonna enjoy watching the games, Effie?
It's always very jarring to go from the desperation of elimination games to upper bracket and seeing how different that feels, but I am very excited for Liquid C9 because you could argue that C9 had the easiest bracket on their road to this point, so Liquid will be their true test in terms of can they actually hang with the top dogs, or was it a stroke of fate? I think they can hang. I think they've been playing incredibly well, but we'll have to see.
We will have to see, but you don't have to wait for very long because we're very close to getting our upper bracket games on your screens. We're gonna swap our panel out, so Nati will take you through the rest of the day, and I'm gonna leave you with some words that Liquid had before stepping into the arena today.
So far, the best moment in the tournament was winning against Extreme Gaming, for sure. I think we played the best game of our lives this season, so for the first time at this tournament, I guess really clicked and played really well.
They are all falling apart, all 4, all 5 gone, as Team Liquid for the 3rd year in a row is going to be going to the International.
And I didn't really have any complaints. I can be a bit of a, perfectionist. Like, I like to watch back and criticize, and I kind of felt like there wasn't much to be negative about. So that was really nice. The worst moment was losing to Spirit, because we got 0-2 and we played horribly. It's frustrating when you play a team that's very, they like to trick you, or they like to bait you in, and they like to make you do bad moves or take bad fights, and it kind of just kept on happening. That was frustrating. After the loss, we just watched the replay, kind of analyzed the game and pointed out mistakes. It's pretty easy to simplify and say okay, well, this and this happened, And in order to avoid it, we need to be better about, the things that led up to it. So I think it's just to kind of hammer in where you screwed up and make sure you don't do it again.
Cloud9 is that they have this amazing mid player, No One. He's been playing out of his mind this tournament, and I hope he won't play as good when he plays against us. So.
I think they're a pretty fun team. They've always been a little bit between like the tier 1 and tier 2 for a little bit, and I think it's cool to see them go really far with some, not necessarily new blood, but I feel like they're doing really well now.
I think the hardest match was when I was like playing Shaker against Team Spirit, because the game was like winnable, but it was 50 minutes, so like not much happening.
They were just another beast, to be honest, and it felt really hard to, play on normal Dota against them.
Even though we lost against Spirit earlier, I feel like BB team was pretty solid, and we kind of had to claw our way to a victory in game 1, and then in game 2 we just got smashed. And I don't know, that was probably like the biggest, where I felt like we were maybe a little bit outmatched, at least in some of the games.
Going up against Extreme was like hard opponent, obviously, but usually we win against them in scrims, so we were like confident a bit.
Their playstyle is kind of traditional, so they're not very surprising to play against. They can be more difficult to draft against. And so I think when you're in the game, you kind of expect the same, Amir's gonna farm, he's gonna become the beast, the god carry. And you kind of just need to try and like beat them before they get there, I guess. It's not so nice to go into super late game against some mega extreme gaming, the wall of China, I like to call it, where they just have like really big team fight and a carry in front, and it feels like it's very tough to play against.
In terms of how we're feeling like very confident, very good. Really we're playing some scrims, and especially after Peru, it wasn't like the greatest tournament we had.
A lot of ups and downs in our mood and everything, atmosphere, vibes. But I think for TI we've been really stepping it one level up for, just for everyone to have fun and try to get everyone to play to their.
Turbo dulu ya, satu game ya. It was hours all along.
Slog.
Huh, oxygen-rich atmosphere, giant testicle monsters. We'll be fine, let's party!
On your belly and crawl!
Morty, don't look now, but battle's about to start! Oh my god, no! I ain't ready for this! I didn't do this! All right, now it's on, baby. Oh, jeez!
I'm under attack! take this one.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Remember, do not give space after the how we call punctuation mark. Can you can put it here. It was like that. Don't give space. The MMR will come. Maybe so. Is it coming up? Yeah, there you go. I need to remember.
You never felt no shit, did you? Much obliged. You'll be sorry when you see me. Killing spree!
fire. You gotta fortify them there.
on
Good work.
You'll be sorry when you see me.
It's not been the same.
Got ya.
Oh boy, you're flying out there.
Right.
Oh yeah, your bottom tower's under attack. Your middle tower's under attack.
I'll take that.
You're just a sad song with nothing to
Oh
say.
jeez, your top tower's under attack.
Ooh, your middle tower's under attack.
Oh man, your middle tower just got destroyed. Whoa, the enemy's top tower got destroyed.
I'll take this one.
No, Rick, I gotta tell you, my bottom tower looks pretty good. My bottom tower is
sad song. Nothing to say.
The enemy bottom tower. Did it.
I'll take over.
Slock's got his eye on you.
This is the true crucible. Killing spree.
Now that's payback.
That's all it takes to kill you?
Thanks for that.
Just a sad song.
Oh boy, whoa,
With
what a
nothing
good
to
work.
say.
What a good work you did.
Kan harus atap. Oh, we should go right now. I can't be wrong.
Much obliged.
took out the enemy's middle tower! Oh, great teamwork, huh, Rick? Watching this, Morty.
You're just a sad song, but nothing to say.
Kacau. Ini. Apa? Portal itu Anda ini. Boleh nggak ya? Gonna watch the game and make a coffee.
Bro, choose your hero.
Uhuy! This is gonna be at Watson. Come on, DM. Come on. Dota will be good. Oh, we got level. Apply levels. Alhamdulillah. Incredible marketable. Let's make it. Hold it up. Oh. Berapa kita menang nih? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, udah kelar berarti ya prediksinya. Oke. somewhere watching TI. Because you never learn a goddamn thing, even when it is. LL Fikri Omaru Sama. You're just a sad song, but nothing to say. Will the tower be denied? Yes. Last player to be killed. Wait.
Why aren't they doing anything? They're just standing around. Relax, Morty.
Mikir lah ya. Kamatin pasti. Well, who gets the longest skill streak? Longest skill streak. Paling panjang ya. Bisa will be ganked hard. What color of the sky, mi amor, mi amor? Total player number dead by 10. 0 sampai 5. Ya, 32.
Oh, Morty. Oh, it's about to start, Morty.
Oke, langsung begitulah ya. Total player dead soalnya ada bukan. Kembali ke turnamen.
Are very familiar with. To me, this has been a storied return for no one in this event. He is the player I'm looking at the most, maybe in this entire game, to decide the fate of this series, because he has been absolutely dominating, absolutely popping off, but he is going up against a staunch foe in Nisha. Not an easy player to lane against, not an easy player to play against. Maybe one of the most historically successful mid players of all time. So this is going to be a tough task for him to find the same sort of game impact we've seen him have over the course of this event. And not only that, I mean, Austin, did they handicap him? They put him on Zeus.
I know, what is this? No one Zeus coming back. I feel like I'm watching Dota from 2016, but it's a Zeus versus Sniper. Cloud9, I love the fact that you pointed out no one's performance so far at this event, because this is a squad, Cloud9 squad, that multiple players have been to TI before. Entity has been there multiple years, in fact, but to be able to make top 8 and perhaps much further than that, it may come off the back of no one's performance here today. See if he can roll back the years. Watch that lane matchup. Already, Nisha 6-0, but a little bit of action bottom and top lane as we are looking for kills on either side. And Kataomi, who's going to be the one dropped by Insania for first blood.
Very difficult lane to play the level 1 against. Battery plus power shot, basically the strongest level 1 nuke coming out of any carry. Just catches you off guard, and the blood grenade trade not favorable here. To me, Cloud9, they want to kind of mitigate the damage on the side lanes early here till they get the Zeus ult online, and then you can start to ramp up the pressure. You did take this Divine Rampage facet on no one as well, so if you can get a fast Zeus ult here and then up the action on these two side lanes, maybe get some setups with the Bane or with an arrow, you're looking at some early kills here. Of course, Liquid, they're just going to race to the auras. This is the type of style they've been playing the whole event. Get the auras up on 33 and combat the 5-on-5. It's going to be a really strong pipe as this game progresses.
Boxy, a little bit outmaneuver there. Goes for the disruption on Fishman to make sure he can secure the D-warded sentry, make sure that Easy Camp stays blocked, and take a courier on the way out too.
That had entire boots on it. That is a huge loss for Watson in this lane stage. I mean, you rush boots on the Monkey King so you can pressure these offlane melee heroes. Just going to be missing it for 2 minutes almost now. Brutal loss for this lane. A lot of gold out the window. Liquid can maybe try and take advantage of this a bit, or just secure an even better laning state for 33. He is absolutely cruising through the CS right now.
Talking about some unique pickups, I feel like for the most part, Liquid have drafted what we expect out of them. I feel like they almost didn't change their draft too much according to what Cloud9 was picking up. Cloud9, though, did pick up some unique heroes, though typical for them. Once again, we're going to see their Bane in action, a support that not many other teams are willing to take a chance on. And then, of course, this last pick, Zeus, also a bit of swerve there in the draft. Cloud9 certainly cooking up something different. Do you feel like this actually addresses what Liquid have been doing all tournament long?
If you don't get sucked into the early fights and the straight 5-on-5s, yes, I think you can play the map, you can split them up, you can find the pickoffs and the setup. But that is going to be a tall order here because, as we've seen, Liquid is a very fast team. They're one of the fastest teams at the event, maybe the fastest. They will absolutely roll you over if you give them a laning lead. And they will dominate the team fights into early Roshans if you can't contest them. So that's the one concern here, is if your Underlord can't match what this Sand King outputs, if no one just is outputting the most damage in the game, but it's all just getting absorbed by sustain or early auras, you're going to find yourself in trouble very fast this game if Liquid can pump up their 2 ranged carries and give one of them Aegis.
Got him inside the cogs, but Insania, of course, kind of countered by the Mirana existence. You can get that kill once, but once he gets to level 2, Leap becomes available. And Insania is going to have a much harder time getting kills in this lane against this duo. But part of the speed that Liquid has brought to this tournament has been using the gate, right? I feel like all of these upper bracket teams have been making sure to take advantage of the gate rotations as much as possible. And that's one thing we're going to have to keep an eye on. Not just the support in Insania's clockwork, but also Mikke going through, as that has kind of been his signature move for, well, pretty much ever since the gates became a thing.
Maybe that's part of the reason they went back for this Monkey King first pick. I mean, we've seen them dominate with it mid, but this is also a carry you can rotate through the gate yourself or can be good against those early gate rotations, but you absolutely have to be prepared for them here if you are C9. We're going to see more early trade in Fishman out pretty far. Still Pearl Strike.
Yeah, hits him with that, disrupts the Monkey King, finishes off the Fishman Bane with ease. And Watson, well, he may have gotten the 4 stacks. He's only going to be able to undo so much of this damage. Never mind, Boundless Strike will get him back up to full while his support is gone. Liquid not going to try and put the pressure on the carry so much, just pulling another wave and getting as much farm as possible.
Watson sitting on 10 stick charges, very difficult dive.
Insania trying hard to catch DM here, but it's an Underlord. He is super tanky, and the Wind Ranger is only going to be able to provide so much here. 33 pulling the wave all the way back to the hard camp for the extra farm. Yes, back in the triangle, that's a cool move.
Maximizing the efficiency. They pulled the previous wave before this as well, just disjoining the lane against the Monkey King, not giving Watson really any availability in terms of Jingu. He's just going to take the gate. He doesn't even want to be in this empty lane, so C9 are going to be the ones bringing the numbers first. They're going to break 4 heroes top. See what Mikke can do to get out of here. Does land a shackle.
They managed to get their first kill of the game. Can they get a second? Mikke. His win run is now out. Watson trying to get in front of him. Fishman slows him down with a blood grenade. Mikke trying to shoot him down, but no, Watson hops out real quickly, and there it is. No one with the rotation through the entire jungle to pick up the kill on Mikke.
You were talking about Liquid playing fast to the gate. This is 5 heroes top at the 6-minute mark for this Liquid carry. Mikke may be wondering where the pressure is right now that this move can even happen. And of course, no one happy to pick up the last hit. He needs as many of these Thunder God Wrath kills as he can get in the first 20 minutes here.
Now the trade-off there was they did get the power rune. A regen rune, not the greatest for the sniper, but at least it keeps it out of the hands of the Zeus, who would be quite the terror with that pickup. Nisha, top CS, though net worth I'm sure is quite even with no one being able to pick up a kill like that. Looks like Liquid are ahead in CS across the board. The biggest one suffering here is the Underlord, but Mirana's picking up some CS there as well, so the 2 net worths combined does kind of even things out.
Do have to think about 7-minute Wisdom Runes here. We have seen how much Cloud9 like to contest these. Fishman already angling for it.
You know Fishman is willing to go for the Wisdom Rune no matter what. Even if it's a death sentence, he will usually try and pick it up, though against Liquid it seems like he doesn't have the positioning. Instead, he gets a little ward out there, keep some eyes on the triangle and block out some camps.
Yeah, this is another factor in this game you have to think about. The stacks that are going to end up in both triangle here. You have Shadow Demon on one side, Moran on the other. 2 4s that can easily pump up these stacks. Just the offlaner is going to clear through them incredibly fast, and then you can pump the aura timing up as well.
Yeah.
Not seen a large amount early because I think it's been mostly skirmishing, but this is absolutely a big objective that could be developed later on. And if you can open up these tier 1s early, I think you're going to be happy as either team.
Arrow sleep combination comes out once again for an easy kill for Cloud9, and the TP rotations are just not going to be fast enough, so they cancel them. leave Mickey alone out on an island. Never mind. 33 coming in from behind with an epicenter. No damage behind it, really just himself, and it's not enough. Insania is going to try and get here and help him out. Fishman does have a Nightmare coming up in a second. He throws that out onto the Sand King, see if he can get out of this damage over time for the Sandstorm. Watson chasing, positioning here with the Murata hitting the arrow. They could go for Insania. Boundless Strike hitting on the 2. Watson pops out and claims 1.
Big old damage coming through as well. You don't have this epicenter to fight anymore. 33, he is in trouble.
Yeah, behind him, no one cuts in again. Straight from the mid lane, he keeps on rotating up to top. Try and catch up to him. A blood grenade that misses, and the Marana is going to be a little bit too short there to catch up.
Very awkward rotation from Liquid to try and counteract that. They committed triple TP to bail out Mickey, cancel 2 of them. And 33 is just left up here alone.
I mean, if there's any person you're going to epicenter and get a kill, I think you could have killed almost anybody there except for the Underlord.
Yes. And very heads-up TP from DM. Will not give up that big death in the laning phase. He is low on this board, but he just needs levels, needs the gate, and can join those fights. Doesn't need to have the craziest start here. And the big question for me is, at what point do you try and get this sniper involved? I mean, we're watching Nisha just farm mid. This is an early game dominator of a hero. Like, Sniper can use these shrapnels. You have 4 points in it. He would love to join these fights, get active, contest enemy stacks. This is where you don't have the best gap close on the side of Cloud9. Like, you're really only going to have Monkey King in this game. Ideally, you fight around the Sniper as much as you can in the early game if you're Liquid.
Yeah. I mean, a combination of lack of gap close and then also just a lot of frontliners, right? Clockwork, Sand King, they're going to make your life really annoying for trying to get to this sniper. Well, the question is just when he gets involved, wow, does Nisha want to play it? Because I feel like if we were watching Extreme Gaming, XM would have already made some rotations, you know?
Factor 000 is, I mean, it's great because you're really farmed here, but you're going to have to translate it into some map control at some point. Maybe you can play a slower style again. You can get up the stacks. You can just match the farm pace. You did have a little lead out of the lane. You got a little out-rotated into your safe lane. Still held the tower here on top for Liquid, which they're very happy about. But both teams are now starting to get those huge stacks up. And there are a lot sitting on the triangle for Liquid to fall back on, though the Sentry did block one of their camps.
Yeah, that hard camp has been blocked for a couple minutes now. But Cloud9, they haven't had the same kind of invading force, though Insania is going to defend his own area here. Going to make sure the rotations don't get unmatched. Fishman shot down from the mid lane by Nisha.
Straight on the board with the sniper, and these are the type of river skirmishes Nisha is just going to be very happy taking.
And looking for even more. No one. Oh, he pops the illusion, but they're still going to be able to catch him. Demonic Purge, and a shot to the back of the head will take him out as well. Nisha being enabled now, but perhaps the supports will pay the price. DM gates on in, but has no real backup with the arrow missing. And now he is the one in trouble. He's going to have to back away as Boxy and Nisha see their opportunity to aggress.
A lot of long-range poke from this Liquid lineup.
And now for an egress for Mickey. Caught again in the top lane, can't get out in time.
What a heads-up sleep from Fishman. Just level 4 Pain with a level 2 sleep, catching a Wind Ranger on the lane. That is not an easy task, and he makes it look easy. A lot of experience that he needs in this game. Still only level 5 on this Bane at the 11-minute mark. As Liquid will go back to claim some of their stacks, they got Nisha involved. That's pretty much what they were looking for. Now this sniper is just ripping through this net worth chart.
Yeah, and the Sand King is right behind him. He is catching up. He has abandoned this bottom lane since he first made that epicenter rotation up to top. He has just gone from that to pure jungling. Everyone's gone from the bottom lane.
Empty lanes on the map right now for Cloud9, and they can't really exert the same pressure they want to right now because this Underlord's just not strong enough to force the straight-up fight. It's going to come down to Watson and No One getting in good positioning, finding the openings, and your tier 1 just went down for free.
Yeah, managed to get the last hit before No One could come in for the deny.
This is starting to feel like Liquid are taking over the game in terms of the pace and the controlling where the fights are going to happen. I'm still worried about if you get a really fast pipe here eventually on this Sand King, you just mitigate so much of the Zeus's impact.
Yeah. Definitely feels like Cloud9, while they may have gotten some kills in these rotations up at top earlier, it's beginning to play against them. Disruption comes out to help save Insania from some of this damage because they had a guaranteed kill on Fishman, so no trade-off here. Just Liquid taking another kill as Insania keeps on matching the attempted plays from Fishman and other heroes of Cloud9 as they try and invade, and those invasions don't work. They don't get the map control to offset what has happened in mid.
Liquid are out farming them right now, and it's very hard to aggress into this lineup when they have so much long-range poke. Fishman's gonna TP bottom straight back into a smoke.
Oh no, it's gonna be back-to-back deaths for Fishman. An amp damage for a sniper will make short work of him. A killing spree for Nisha. A high ground that is dewarded, a kill that is made, and now a push to be had.
I mean, Nisha is just farming the Bane at this point. Get this man away from him. Cloud9 just feels uncertain in terms of what they want to do right now. You have your Maelstrom on the Monkey, you have your Phylactery on the Zeus. This is where you would want to take the skirmishes. You can't push the tower straight up. You're getting outranged in terms of spell power. Awkward situation. Ideally, you kind of want to smoke and get some sort of gank going with your Bane setup or Arrow. You could just trade farm and hope you out-carry Liquid here with Solar Flare backing up your carries, but that seems a little risky given the position you're in the game right now.
Yeah, and given the fact that you don't have any other heroes to really take advantage of that bonus damage and attack speed outside of the Monkey King.
Well,
right? I mean, Underlord, is he going to do it for you?
I mean, Kataomi might just transition into a carry at this point.
That's true.
We've seen him do it before. Need the Gleipnir done on the Watson here to really start to take aggressive fights of your own. And I think Liquid are going to be content farming this map up. I say that, they already finished the Bloodstone on the Sand King, so 33 is just, he is absolutely huge right now.
Yeah, if he gets in the middle of any fight, that Bloodstone is going to do a lot of work to keep him up. And they have this vision. Oh, the hook shot just a little bit shy. A big pickup could have been had, but Cloud9, they need to do something about this stack being stolen. They're bringing numbers in. They're smoked up.
Cannot give Liquid this much of an economy.
There goes the Thundergod's Wrath for the Vision. Fishman's going to be the first one down, dead in an instant. And Watson has to hop out. No one. 33 doesn't bother with that one too much. Already used the Burrow Strike. DM is in the middle. He just gained in the middle of all of the Liquid heroes. Surrounded.
There's just no openings. Like, who goes in and takes the brunt of the first set of spells? It's been the Bane every time, but there's no big committals here from Liquid. It's not like they're using massive ults to take down a support and okay, we can take the fight 4v5. You just get decimated instantly and then you're in a 5v4 position without clear initiators.
And the one person who was struggling due to all these rotations, 33 was getting free farm. Nisha was getting free farm. Mickey was the one getting shut down, but now he's joining in on fights that are going Liquid's way, and he has now gotten ahead of Watson in net worth. Bad sign for Cloud9. Let's see if they can turn it around. 6,000 net worth lead for Team Liquid at 15 minutes. And they seem to be content with farming for now. No longer trying to make those invasions happen anymore. Not defending their off-lane tower. Instead, playing the other side of the map.
Have to find a way to split Liquid up right now. Their 5-man is way too strong with how much farm 33 found early and how tanky this Sand King is.
Yeah.
Even if you throw all your spells into 33, I don't think you're winning that fight, even if you bring him down. And again, you do want to split this map up with the Bane and the Zeus giving you some global potential. If you can find isolated targets, that's where this lineup can thrive. Liquid just not giving you any openings.
No, they've been playing super defensive. I mean, look at this. You're saying Sand King, it's hard to touch him. Well, the other two cores are being protected constantly. Insania is sitting on Mickey, just making sure that he's around in case there's some sort of play from Cloud9, some sort of smoke move. And Boxy shadowing Nisha the entire way, just waiting. Just waiting for an opportunity. They go on Nisha, he's ready with the disruption, and maybe Liquid can rotate. Cloud9, though, they're not looking for any aggression right now. They are just split up, farming different parts of the map, which might let them be able to catch back up in net worth, though the stacks make that a bit harder, as Mickey's clearing through those Ancients without any contest from Cloud9.
They're just not controlling enough of the map. Liquid are continuing to build significant net worth lead, and they are racing towards this Sand King pipe. And I think the second you have that, you just start to force the Roshan, force the towers. You're not afraid of the straight up 5-on-5 anymore, and no one is going to feel, well, impotent at that point. Like, you're going for an Ags here, you're trying to get Nimbus online, but
it's more global single target pickoff, right? But what happens if Liquid just 5-man at you?
It's not going to feel great. You will be able to get some vision on this sniper and maybe help find him on the back line, set something up for the Monkey King, get some burst damage out before the saves come through.
Yeah, that would be most ideal situation for Cloud9. Whether or not Watson is able to get on top of Nisha's sniper.
33 is just vacuuming the map, though. Like, he has had the entire upper half of the map during this period. This Sand King is exploding in net worth. He has 230 CS. just clearing through so many camps. And there's no smoke gank going into him right now. There's no threat even looming if he's worried about it. His pipe's just going to be done for free here. Level 15.
The power of both this facet, which is great for farming, but also Stinger. He's getting those high levels because he's playing solo, so he's getting solo experience the entire way. And Cloud9, just that bit of pushback that happened in the first 10 minutes, you know, all their aggression was kind of put to a halt by Liquid being in the right place at the right times, and they've just given up on that for now. Play to farm, but they are losing that battle right now.
18-minute pipe after a Bloodstone here. This is brutal for no one. You just can't itemize through this as a Zeus.
Fishman. It would be good for him to be able to break this smoke. Otherwise, somebody else is going to be the victim of it. And it looks like it could be DM, though. If he goes through the gate here, maybe he stays ahead of them. Nope, spotted by the flare. He's going to be glide-neared. Maybe he knew this was coming, trying to make a run for it, but he has nowhere to run to and no place to hide against the Clockwork. Take him out. And Liquid, what are they going to do with this position?
Can't really Roche. I think it's too slow here, not efficient enough. You're still just clearing through the map. You still have tier 1s you can fight around, and it'll be a smoke from Cloud9 trying to open up something here. Do have the Gleipnir on Watson for some extra setup.
And Insania, he is blocking this one, but Watson still gonna leap over him, try and get to, no, he gets sucked in by the cause. He's not gonna be able to go for that kill onto Mickey. They wanted that core, they won't have him though. Arrow goes down, maybe they still will. He goes in for the kill and he gets it. He's shot down, but they do manage to get at least this Fiend's grip. Oh, Watson, he's closing the distance on Nisha. A Thunderbolt from the heavens will bring him down. Nisha falls, now a hit onto Boxy. See if they can catch up to him with DM cutting in from behind, and no one. Artillery, magic fire from the back lines is decimating Liquid. It's all up to 33 with this Bloodstone to try and stay alive against the 3. He's going for the kill on Watson. He's doing tons of damage, but the Bloodstone can only take him so far. As Stinger, he's so close. The Sandstorm won't do it. Maybe he could go for no one instead. He's going for it. They can't win this. A 1 versus 3, and it's 33 who will win it.
The Rocket Flare was what got the Monkey King, I think, at the end. Yeah, Insania picks him up on the side with a very clutch flare as Watson survived on 20 HP. And I mean, we saw the power of Sand King right there. An insane find from Cloud9 to find the openings here, get a very clutch sleep on the sniper, which sets so much of that up on the second half of that fight. I mean, they will take that fight every time because you needed something like this in the game, but Liquid's still able to find a way to win this in the end. And I mean, if 33 is there at the start, that's completely different, right? They do not have an answer for this Sand King right now, and it shows. So 33 will add more coins to his pocket here as he becomes that much stronger. But we're seeing what this lineup can do. If you can start to get a numbers advantage at the start of the fight, no one just goes to work this entire time. And because the Sand King's not here, you don't have the pipe aura in any of these early kills to kind of shut that Zeus down.
And what an opportunity from Fishman, recognizing that even though it's going to kill him, he puts his body on the front lines to be able to get that Fiend's grip. It's all looking good for Cloud9 in this until they look at 33 and said, we can go one more. They took down 4 members of Liquid, but that 5th man, 33, was too much for them.
Through the Underlord pipe as well, which in theory should negate a lot of this Sand King's presence. Just 1v3 some straight up monster.
And that flare, boop. 50 damage is all it takes. Watson gets caught by that one. Mickey enjoying that turnaround that happened, but it was still ultimately Cloud9 getting a lot of net worth and experience out of that they were lacking. They were farther behind in net worth than this. 5K is nothing. They were down 10K before.
And this is a lot of extra gold for Katayomi, who I think is the X factor here for Cloud9. You can get this Verana Ultra Farm. And this is probably the one core player in the tournament you would like to get Ultra Farm on top of everything else.
Yeah.
Like, he knows how to play this carry role from the 4 position. This is a hero that can do it. It can pick up some of that damage slack. However, that fight was good enough for Liquid that they are able to go into Roshan, pick up an Aegis, pick up a Tormentor.
He tried. It was close. Boxy was low. If he got him with the Nimbus, it would have been death. But Boxy actually recognizing that threat, stopped moving and TP'd back to base instead.
So this will be your Aegis period for the Sniper. They gave it to Nisha here. Feel like he's the best hero to give the second life, maybe frontline some tier 2s if you're confident enough to just push straight up. And I mean, I guess the Sand King is invincible. That is going to be a huge kill though if Cloud9 somehow find a way to bring 33 down in this game. Our Blink is already done. He's just looking at a second aura in the Crimson. Would negate a lot of the Monkey King's damage in the fight, a lot of the Mirana damage.
Yeah.
Buff up his 2 carries. See if Liquid try and make a move deep into Cloud9 side of the map, or they're content farming during this Aegis period. I could see them make a smoke play into a tier 2 push. Definitely doable here. Little scary at this point to fight into the Monkey King Underlord when they have a defensive position.
Yeah.
You get stuck in the Wukong in the pit, you give a good grip to Fishman, who he's on the back line. Maybe that hook shot can't reach him. That's where the fight can become a bit spooky, but...
Especially when Nisha has no escape mechanisms, right? Like, it'll be a much different story if he can get his Hurricane Pike and get his Shard, but for now, he just has that extra life of the Aegis to work with, but no way to get out of the Wukong's command.
We saw how susceptible he was in that fight.
Yeah.
I mean, Fishman sacrificed himself to get the grip, but he basically died in the Wukong plus 2 Zeus spells, so he's still fairly squishy. You're also still looking for the BKB here on the Monkey King, which will allow Watson to just commit into the fight completely. Do have to worry about Demonic Purge, very annoying spell for him. Boxy can be a big problem for Cloud9 on the backline in terms of the saves. Constant Dispel, he is level 12 as well, and went for the Blink Dagger. So this Shadow Demon's going to have free positioning in the fight. I don't think you're finding him first. I mean, if you do, it's a godsend. You'll take it every time.
Yeah.
2 minutes left on this Aegis. If you're going to push a tower, it will be this bottom tier 2.
33, make sure that the mid-wave doesn't get pushed down too much. Keeps that map control and then rejoins the rest of his team in a position to assault this tier 2. Cloud9 are not going to contest, it seems. Just try and take the time to get more farm, though. Watson was spotted there on the side of the map. We'll see if Liquid tries to make a move off of that at all. 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Perhaps just a high ground push to try and get the Monkey King back under control and on the Radiant side. We'll see.
Slow push from Liquid. Have not really built a net worth lead during this time, but are probably happy with the map control and the vision they have out. These 2 dire obs that are scouting the left side of the map are pure value right now.
Yeah.
They just see everything.
Yeah, they're controlling the right side of the map with heroes, wards on the left side of the map. Liquid have every bit of information you could ask for. And they're going to use that information to try and take a second tier 2 off the map. Cloud9 are chill with it, I think, though. Thunder God's Wrath just spotted a bunch of heroes.
Scouting. Expensive cooldown here, 2 minutes. This is also no one's timing on the Zeus in terms of level 15. You up the ult damage. You just got your Kaya as well. So this is a decent power spike in terms of the Zeus outputting damage.
Yeah.
There's a lot of HP to get through here, and you're not going to fight into the Aegis. 2 lives on the Sniper, bit too much. You are closing in on the Greaves here as well. Whereas for Liquid, you got your Hurricane Pike on the Wind Ranger, you got your Hurricane Pike on the Sniper. So both of these ranged cores have their gap recreation mechanism already online. You have to be able to find big lockdown on these 2 cores if you are Cloud9. And Liquid, I mean, you're just trying to protect it, right? Make sure you cancel the grip in the fight, make sure you get your heroes out of the cogs, out of the Wukong, and you're very happy with anything that happens after that. Crimson done for 33. He's almost level 20. He would love a 5v5 right now, I guarantee it.
Yeah, and Cloud9 are trying their best not to give it to him. Nor get picked off in the process. Liquid, after taking bottom and mid, they sweep through the top part of the map to see if they can catch anybody. Cloud9 do manage to evade those attempts. But this side of the map is only going to be theirs for so long. And that's why they're going to try and make a move here. I think they know some of these heroes have tried to go through the gate after them, and they're going to back into them with this smoke. Liquid have already backed away, though, rejoining the rest of the 5 stack from Liquid.
I mean, if you look at Liquid's Fog of War, again, these deep wards, like, you know something's up, right? When you do not see anybody this long, they know the smoke is on the map right now. The vision is just preventing this aggressive move from Cloud9, and I'm not sure they would have wanted to find it anyway. Liquid are clumped. They've had an amp damage rune on this Sniper. You do have your BKB timing for the Monkey King, which is what they were hoping to use there. It's just so risky. If you run into Liquid head-on in a 5-on-5, you are probably not going to like what you find. Liquid, are you confident enough to push high ground here without an Aegis?
I mean, they do have an easy mode way to do it. Sniper sitting way in the back, poking at it. 33 gets in a few swipes there as well, but he doesn't have to stay up in that high ground. Amp damage is going to wear out in a few seconds, so Cloud9 are probably just waiting for that. Watson refusing to back away, though. He is still out of the map, still trying to find farm. He shows himself for a second. Liquid ping him.
You have to keep somebody out on the map. He's going to come back. I was just saying, if you come back with everybody, you have to take the fight. You cannot just sit in your base right now. They're going to try and get the flank. They want a grip on one of these ranged cores.
Wrapping around, getting behind them here. They might have their opportunity to start off with a Nimbus. Nisha's already at half health, and they're backing into an ambush. A Wukong's command that has surrounded two of the cores. On the other side, there's DM as well. McGang, he's able to get away with the wind run, and the Hurricane Pipe got Nisha out of the Wukongs as well. DM's not able to finish the job, and the monster, that is the Scorpion of 33, is chasing after heroes. He gets the Mirana, bodyguards the rest of Liquid so they can back away. A 1-for-1 trade-off, support for support, but also the Aegis is ticked out, so Liquid may not feel confident anymore to keep up the pressure.
Huge plays for these Liquid supports. That could have been a disaster of a team fight, but they're able to bail Nikke out of the middle of that Wukong. They cancel the grip. They kind of mess with the Underlord on the backside. Watson's unable to connect on the Windrun Wind Ranger. It was a very clutch disruption from Mox. He absolutely bailed that fight out. Liquid were not ready for that angle. Like, Watson got in exactly where he wanted to be. Had a two-man boundless strike on two cores, the two ranged cores in this game. And Fishman with his patented Wisdom Rune steal will eventually find one.
Classic Fishman.
He gets there eventually.
So Cloud9, hold on, 9K net worth. Feel like we said that a few times. 14-10, 29 minutes in. Cloud9 and managed to stave off some of the early aggression from Liquid. Scaling up, though, do you feel confident that Cloud9 are going to be able to take the same fights against Liquid at 35, 45 minutes in?
For this Zeus, no, but for Solar Flared Monkey King,
it's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, if Watson can get to 5 or 6 slots here, he has Underlord auras to back him up, and then you can just throw some other weird spells on top of him, or if Katayomi can, you know, make a presence for himself with Hurricane Spike plus something else.
Yeah.
I can kind of see the damage being there. A lot of it is dependent on how that setup goes, and Liquid definitely have tools to deal with it, like we saw there. The disruption, the hook shot, 33 just being on the front line. This Sand King level 25 talent is still a beast of a talent. You have to respect some of that, and of course, you know, 5 or 6 slots on Ranger plus Sniper here is going to be pretty terrifying, especially if one of them has an Aegis. You get to things like the Wind Ranger Ags. You are not automatically winning late game as either team here, but I think Liquid are very comfortable with their position right now. They're not in a rush in this game.
33 toying with Cloud9, epicentering right in front of their face, threatening it anyway, not completing it. Smoke up from Cloud9, and they're going to once again push through this bottom lane behind no one.
Smokes are so hard when you have limited room to work with. At least you have DM out on the map. He wants to gate in this play, though. Insania scouts him.
And if Insania catches him first, oh! He was just behind the tree. Insania doesn't spot him in time. Close call. And thankfully, in part 2, a ward there helped DM get out.
Liquid still get what they want, though, which is another wasted smoke out of Cloud9 here, which is another smoke you're not going to have for this next Roshan contest, which is what you have to think about right now.
Watching that last team fight, I felt like Cloud9 did a lot of things right, and it still didn't quite go their way because the Shadow Demon disruption was able to stop the Fiend's grip. What are you going to do about that as Cloud9? Because I feel like you really only have one gap closer to hit some sort of backline. That's the Monkey King. He wants to go for the Wind Ranger. He wants to go for the Sniper. Who's going to deal with the save?
I mean, you don't really have anybody who can deal with it. You don't have anybody who's building an Orchid getting on the backline. You don't have Global Silence or really much control for him. You just have to kill them faster. Need more damage on Watson.
No one spotted, hit by the Burrow Strike. Watson is set up on the side here, but they had vision of him. Pin 2, hit him with the hook shot. Now Watson has to pop down, pop his BKB, got the Wukong's command, and should be able to deal with Insania, but the other heroes are out of the Wukong's command, and they're kiting him around. DM trying to come to the rescue here. See if he can help out Watson. The epicenter is doing big damage with the BKB going down. Watson's got to rely on the life steal. Can he get a left life steal? He cannot. Not enough. Kataomi with the back, with 5x coming out from Cloud9. They are going to outnumber Liquid, but can they win it? An 8 versus 5. They need as many heroes as they can get. They got the Fiend's grip on the Sniper. They're doing out the damage. Their Whirlwind is not quite enough. They may have finished off the bait. Finally, he goes down. Nisha delivered big damage. Finally. They get the fight that they were looking for on the side of Cloud9, and it still doesn't work. They threw hero after hero, and none of it was enough. 33 just pushed through again.
A 9 for 3.5, I guess, if you count Boxy's buyback here. And there is only one god in this game. It is the Sand King. It is 33, 4, 0, and 11. They're nowhere close to bringing him down. He just has way too much sustain with this Bloodstone going through, and the Aura's up in the fight. He's almost level 25 now. 9 lives for Cloud9, and they used them all up. They did not get the initial go that they wanted in this exchange, and Mickey just diced them up here. Nisha's just sitting at the top of your screen right here, just pew-pewing everybody as well. Nobody was on top of this nightmare, on this sniper, and he absolutely decimated Watson in the second half of this.
Oh yeah. I mean, Mickey took a bit of damage, but Nisha had a free game until this moment with just sheer numbers. Cloud9 tried to rush them. Nisha stood his ground, Mickey stood his ground. They both fall, sure, but 33, he is inevitable. You can't stop this man.
And very clutch shackles from Mickey. Like that last shackle on the Monkey King when Watson comes in a second time, basically gets nothing done. You got a Boundless into shackle into 100-0. That is going to be Roshan for Liquid here. I don't think you can just run out and contest this again if you're Cloud9.
No.
You're running out of time, running out of lives in this game. And this Sand King is already going to be 25 for the next high ground push.
You can't kill the Sand King. Somebody else is going to have it Aegis. These cores are also just hard to kill as is. I mean, 2,700 HP on the sniper, plus he's got the Silver Edge. So he can maybe get away from you, reposition the team fight to his liking. Mickey has his win run and an extra life. He's the one who's going to take it.
He also has 3,000 HP. Yeah, there's just no easy targets anymore.
Cloud9 going to have to put together perfection for this next one if they want to have a chance. Otherwise, we're going to be going to a game 2 with a 0-1 for Cloud9. Insania trying to get some early vision up. Cloud9 just hoping that Liquid gives them enough time to get more items in the tank, but Watson's way too far away to get the MKB in time, I think.
You're looking for MKBs on the Monkey and the Mirana, and Liquid, well, they might not let you get there. If I'm Liquid, I'm just pushing down lanes right now.
Yeah, it seems like maybe Liquid wants the BKB on Nisha before the high ground, but I'm not sure if it's necessary.
Definitely not necessary if you execute the fight well. Comes down to how confident 33 is in just walking up the high ground.
He looks confident.
Yeah, he did it before. He did take the Epicenter Pulse's talent for his 25. He's eyeing up a solo kill.
Almost caught him, but Katomi just a little bit faster there on the leap. Slowed down a bit, but he will get out.
I mean,
that's a little bit more time, but their base is under assault in the meanwhile.
Yeah, look at the deep ward. Insania just got out. Sees everything in the base.
And they know Fishman. Fishman who's trying to sneak around the back. He'll be caught in the act.
No maneuvering for you.
Now we're 4 versus 6.
Watson forced to come back before he finishes that MKB here. He's missing a lot of effective damage he needed for this fight.
The glyph only delayed by seconds. They spot the ward, but the buildings, they're crumbling. Cloud9 are going to be rushed to put together this defense. And to do so, and get that perfection that they need to be able to win the fight, seems an impossible task. 15 seconds until they have all 5 back up again. But that's going to be Megas. They decide they can't put it together in time.
They need the Bane. They need every bit they can get here. They need a great angle on the backline as well.
Maybe they could still find it.
No one is completely behind this Liquid squad right now.
They managed to spot both the Monkey King as well as the Mirana. 2 damage dealers as well as no one in the middle of nowhere. He went for the shield rune and it didn't make a damn difference. Katomi's going to be up next. Watson, last man out here. The Act does have the Wukong Sman and is hitting 33. Watson, you might be strong, but 33 is beyond strength. They have nothing to deal with him. A trip through the gate will not happen for Fishman. A trip out of this game is all that he has on his itinerary. That is Liquid taking game 1.
I mean, it was not completely one-sided, but it did feel like Liquid had a lot of the map advantage throughout that entire game. They took over that map early, and there was a 5-minute period there where I think 33, he did not see an enemy hero for that entire 5 minutes. He saw a lot of neutral camps, and he just vacuumed everything up. He became invincible. This Sand King did not post a single death this entire game. He was the bane of Cloud9's existence, as the bane was, well, not anything to Liquid in this match.
No, he was not. He was just a little speed bump their way to victory in game 1, but a full series best of 3 is still ahead of us.
That's right, it's in the upper brackets. Of course, Cloud9 wanted to give it the red hot go. They wanted to go the distance, but going one game down here isn't the end of the road by any means. It is a best of 3. Game number 2 will be coming up, but before that, game number 1 here, SPG was talking about how for he thinks roughly 5 minutes this Sand King didn't see a single enemy hero. Winter, I feel like it was longer than that. This Sand King was doing so much in the way of gaining net worth for himself and putting his team in a great position.
Yeah, he was basically like the second carry of the game, or even the main carry of the game.
I would say the main. I would definitely say the main.
He was just like being on the side of the map, just vacuuming every bit of a farm that he finds on the side of the map, and he couldn't really be stopped. You know, he took his own stack, his own ancient stacks in the after the laning phase, and he even made a smoke move where he joined his team and he went over across the map and took the enemy's ancient stack. That's what I felt like made the game really, really difficult after that for Cloud9.
Yeah, this was a very interesting game in terms of how the early game fights went. It looked like C9 had some strategy where they wanted to shut down Mickey's game. They rotated a lot of heroes through top, and sometimes they would rotate towards mid, and Nisha would get some action. You know, throw his ulti out there, but most of the pressure was on Mickey. Yeah. Look at Mickey's net worth. He's 3rd on net worth. You know, he could be doing better, but he's still higher than all the C9 cores, so he was actually keeping himself in the game despite his other 2 cores essentially being left alone.
Yeah, and I thought this fight was going to go disastrously for Liquid. They lose 3 right off the bat there, but we talked about the Sand King, and this is the beginning of where 33, all this farm that he was doing in the early game, pops that Bloodstone, gets the Epicenter off. This is a Monkey King hitting him, by the way. All these 3 heroes, Zeus is right-clicking him. He's not taking any damage, by the way, here. Literally full health. Ends up getting Monkey King to the point where he's almost dead. Then he ends up killing the Zeus by himself. And I want to give a shout out to Insania here too. He TPs in right away, uses that Rocket Flare, kills the Monkey King to the side, brings in that hook there, and this is where the net worth advantage of the Sand King was really showing.
Yeah, I'd say that's where it really was that uphill battle for Cloud9. They were then trying to make a lot of room for themselves, Winter, on this map, trying to figure out where exactly they could get some net worth for themselves. And Liquid just kept that pressure on. They kept going for these fights, and they made sure that Cloud9 weren't able to get in a position to either set up a good team fight for themselves, or if they did, the numbers were right there from Liquid. And this one as well, I think, really illustrates just how far ahead 33 was. He starts this team fight at level 21, and by the end of it, he's level 24.
Yeah, I mean, the global strat from Cloud9 didn't really work out so well for them. I think in previous series where we saw Cloud9 make some Monkey King mid work, I think the Bane was actually getting a lot more work done in this game. Particularly, I felt like Fishman, he was kind of like a lot of times caught walking around the map alone, and because they have a mid Zeus instead of a mid Monkey King. And they did this swap up because of the laning matchup where they wanted the Monkey King to follow the Sand King. But instead what happens is it kind of changes the fundamental aspect of how C9 functions as a team. Because usually you see the games where they are having huge success in the early game. Fishman is always moving with either a Monkey King or Invoker mid, which is how they played in their group stages, which were very, very successful. They always had that +1. And in this game it kind of felt like Monkey King was on the safe lane and everything is different for them. Like I felt like Watson didn't really do what no one did when he was playing the Monkey King, and it was also different, right? Because on the carry role, you're kind of lower level, and everything felt different and awkward. Because the Zeus doesn't really want to move around with the Bane. That's why you see the Bane walking around and feeding a lot. Just imagine, if I were to come to panel today in Jenkins' wardrobe, what would you feel? It would be bad and it would be wrong, and it doesn't work.
I think you would look great, and yeah. Watson, you did make some great rotations towards top, but I agree in the sense that what did that leave in the safe lane? That left a 33 that was vacuuming, as Avery said, the entire side of the map, and that did not pan out for them. That was a mistake. I think the level 24 Bloodstone, Crimson Guard, almost 6 slotted Sand King at 30 minutes into the game goes to show that you do not leave this man alone farming on Sand King.
That was not a vacuum, that was a black hole. But I think in general, this team, FC9 specifically, they kind of went out of their comfort zone and the heroes they like to play. Kadomi doesn't really play this Mirana very much. I feel like this is a hero that he doesn't play the most. However, the Zeus mid, not really meta either. Didn't feel a lot of impact from the hero. And I also am not a huge fan of the Monkey King in the safe lane right now. I really like in the mid lane how it can go there and then just go from lane to lane to lane and get kills. That's not how you really want to play carry right now. Sure, you want to be active, but you don't want to just abuse the jump across the map to just always be fighting. You get behind and farm that.
Can we take a second and admire this man's items? This is a 36-minute game. This is not a 55-minute inventory on Sand King. He's 6-slotted. Like, the only thing he could replace here is boots or consume an Aghanim Scepter or a Moon Shard.
Yeah, he hit that ceiling very quick for himself. And while we're seeing those items, he rushed that Bloodstone. Most of the time we see when the Sand King is in a good position, a lot of players will still favor picking up that that Blink Dagger first and then going the Bloodstone. So why going the Bloodstone first for 33, despite knowing that he was still going to be able to have a little bit more time to farm up?
Well, I think 33 in general, that's just his playstyle. He's not like the buy a Blink Dagger and go in, run across the map type of guy. Even in like the TI that he won, he was always, I'm going to make my hero unkillable. And what items can you do that with Sand King? It's going to be the Bloodstone Rush. He wants to get a lot of farm, and he wants to hit that timing once he gets that farm to just make that team fight like unwinnable for the enemy team. And this is what he does best.
Okay. I feel like we talked about almost everything in this game, number one, except for the biggest question, that last pick, Zeus. What it did for Cloud9, or maybe what it didn't really do, Winter?
Yeah, I think it kind of really made the whole team play in a different way. Like I said already, I don't really like them moving the Monkey King away, and I would like them to stay with a rotating and a moving mid hero instead of like no one on a farming hero. I think that upsets the balance of the team, and the fundamental aspects of the team needs him to be the moving part and Watson to be the farming part.
Yeah, I mean, I get what they were going for. Like Winter said, they're used to having a hero that can play with the supports when Fishman is running around and, you know, setting up these kills on Vayne. There's a few games where he'll go 1-20 and he'll still win. There's other games where he goes 1-20 and he loses. This is the Fishman Classic, right? We're not saying it's bad. In fact, it's very good, obviously, to make it until this point. He makes a lot of space. But usually, there's somebody that he's making space for, and I get the idea of the Zeus. It's a hero that can contribute to that, but you're not really there, and it's not enough, and probably part of that is because it's just not a good hero in the meta. What did we say? 2 other teams have played it, and they both lost?
Yeah, it was Tundra and Beast Coast.
Right,
It'd been picked up twice already and 0% win rate.
So to me, if Thompson is losing on Zeus, then it's probably not a good hero. If Thompson is not picking Zeus, it's probably not a good hero. I get the idea. I like that they tried it, but I think, you know, maybe pick the Invoker instead, or something that can actually physically be there with Fishman on the Bane.
Yeah. Well, look, we've got your opinions, and there's going to be time for Cloud9 to be able to reset for themselves, or Liquid to come back stronger for a game number 2. But we want to hear from more people, and that is those out in the crowd that I think Slacks is somewhere running around with.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Marcy. It is so good to be here yet again in the crowd. How do we do it? Time for the classic crowd vibe check. Sir, you enjoyed that last game? How you feeling?
Sorry?
Did you like the game?
Of course I did.
Who's your favorite team?
Liquid.
What's your name?
What?
Where do you live?
I live in UK.
Address? Okay. Doing good. What do you think about that series? Who was the best player, best MVP of that series in your opinion?
I think this game was Sandbolt.
Yes, it was very good, very wonderful. Best player for you?
Mr. Starter 3, isn't it obvious?
Sand King, yes.
He was practically immortal. No one can kill him. He killed everybody. He's the best player.
Pretty much everybody's immortal now thanks to the Double Down token, so not that impressive, but yeah, it's all right. What'd you think of that series? Best player? You think these teams are pretty good?
Yeah, I do. I think Fishman was Liquid's best player.
Okay, all right. Very good. The Bane, the stealing bounty runes. Sir, what do you think about these players? They any good?
Man, can I just watch some Dota, man? Stop bothering me.
Listen, random fan, I do not need to be flamed by you. This is a crowd segment. What do you think about these teams? Are they TI quality in your professional noob opinion?
Man, these guys suck.
All right, thank you very much. Take it easy. Take it easy. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the legend himself, Mr. Puppers. Hell yeah, fantastic. The crowd is alive. They are feeling it. Liquid fans going absolutely bonkers, but they are not down and out yet. It is still a heck of a series. Copenhagen, do you think we're going to get a game 3? Can I ask you that? Can I get a rousing... There we go. At least we hope for it. Tide Hunter, I've been waiting to talk to you for... Oh, okay. Liquid fan, please, if you can. I mean, they just won, but, you know, do your Liquid fan thing.
Yes, 2-0, easy.
Take it easy! The crowd doesn't like that. We want the 3-0. Mr. Tide Hunter, I've been waiting to talk to you. Please, if you could stand here. Is Ravage a skill shot? Where does this come from?
One day, my friends and I were in a Discord call. Someone said, when someone missed a Ravage, and someone's like, dude, it's a skill shot. It's not my fault. We argued about that for hours. It got ugly, Last year, I brought this to TI for one day, and walking around the rest of the weekend, people were still arguing about it. People were arguing about it in Spanish and Chinese. It was just everyone. So.
Wow.
I have to ask you, Slacks, is Ravage a skill shot?
Well, it depends. For Shiva, yeah. The crowd, is Ravage a skill shot? I'm going to say, no, it's not. Can I hear your response? No, it's not. Is it a skill shot? Yes, it is. Oh, you guys are a lot worse than I thought you'd be. All right, thank you so much, everybody. Mr. Tide Hunter, any words out there before we throw it back to the panel?
Pick Tide Hunter, please.
Pick Tide Hunter, please, as we throw it back to Nactitties and the boat.
Well, with the please thrown in there, I feel like teams have to do it now. You've got to listen there. But we got all of the opinions from those in the crowd, a special appearance from Puppy as well. 11 TI appearances, what he has. Someone on our panel also has 11 TI appearances now joining us. Fly, welcome to the panel.
Hey everyone. Good to see you guys. It's good to be here.
Yeah, it's obviously, unfortunately, not the way that we expected to see you on the main stage, but it's still great that we get to pick your mind, get a little bit of insight here. And how exciting is it to still see this crowd at Copenhagen, a Europe TI?
I mean, it's amazing to be back in Copenhagen for myself, and it's awesome to see the crowd, the stage, everything is just really awesome, really epic, and it's been an exciting day of Dota.
Yeah, and you know, just also general, have you enjoyed Copenhagen as a whole? Could you recommend it?
Yeah, I would definitely recommend it. The city is great.
Perfect. You love to hear it, especially if you are someone from Denmark, either in the crowd or watching at home here. But we've got a series on our hand, Liquid up against Cloud9. You're here to give us your big insight, Fly, and we saw that game number 1, but do you think Cloud9 have it in them to bring it back for game number 2 and possibly game 3?
I definitely think they showed good signs of life. Even though they were down, they kept taking different angles to try and take fights. They were doing annoying things on the map, like Fishman going for Wisdom Runes and all these things that can cause confusion and chaos and might lead to an opportunity to come back. So I definitely think they have it in them to take the fight to Liquid.
Yeah. What would you say, Fia, that is the biggest issue that Cloud9 need to work on for that game 2?
Well, I like to see them play aggressive, of course, but I think I want to see No One on a different hero. I really like when No One plays the Monkey King. I think safe lane Monkey King has some issues. Like if you do fall behind and you're running around the map, you don't get the kills, you fall off in a really bad way. So maybe give Watson more comfort hero where he can fight and farm at the same time. And if you want the Monkey King, just give him the bad matchup, because I feel like the Zeus didn't really shut down the sniper either.
Yeah, last game I felt like they were trying to counter the opponents too much by changing the lane matchup, because they wanted the Monkey King to follow the Sand King, where I felt like their success comes from their identity. They have a own way of playing the game, and they need to stick to a draft that allows their own team to play in their own way, you know.
Would you say that also rings true as a support player, Fly, that that's what you like in your mid, that that's something that is very easy to draft for, and it makes the game a lot easier to play or more enjoyable to play even?
Oh, it definitely makes it more easy, because when you have somebody that can go in, can lead, you know, the initiations and things like that, it makes it easier to follow that hero. Otherwise, you have to find yourselves fighting in different sides of the map, or you might be the one that has to set up the kills for your team. So it's definitely an easier role, and I think that's something that Liquid targeted towards the end. Mm-hmm. You know, they could have let that Earth Spirit in, and then I think No One would have picked that, and he would be all around the map just attacking everywhere. But instead, he's playing the Zeus, and he still tried to. He was like on the top lane around minute, I think 7 or 8, and he was still trying to make those rotations, but it's not as natural.
How would you describe the support pool at the moment? Because a lot of first phase bans, people look towards taking them out. We know that the Naga, the Omni, and the Shadow Demon are the three that are really up there, but would you say that it's one of the best places it's been in competitive Dota?
I think it's a bit of a strange moment because a lot of heroes you don't expect to be supports are now big in the meta. I mean, Tinker is one of them for Cloud9, right? That used to be a mid-exclusive hero. Naga Siren, traditionally a carry hero. Some people, played it differently, but still, a lot of these heroes, like, I don't see a lot of the traditional old supports, like, Witch Doctor, Dazzle, Lich. These heroes are not really found in the meta. So that's something I personally miss a little bit, I miss those heroes, so bring them back. I don't want to have to learn how to play Tinker right now. It's a little weird, but...
You're like, please, I just want good old CM to be good again.
Exactly.
I feel like carries are in the same boat too, right? Like you have like these Wind Ranger, Mirana carries. People just want to play their Faceless Void Inspectors. A lot of adaptation from everyone.
Yeah. Well, you can hear by the roars of the crowd, or you could see it on your screen right there. Our teams are walking back out to their booths for game number 2. They're going to be settling in just a moment. But Winter, any other things that you think are really important for Cloud9? How do you reset mentally for this one and go, okay, we still got it?
I feel like it's not really that complicated. They basically just didn't draft what they were really comfortable in the first game. And I always say, if you have a new idea, sure. In a BO3, the first game is always the best time to try something else. But if it didn't work out, I think you just go back to what worked before and try to focus on your own draft rather than looking at their opponents and trying to figure out what they're picking and trying to counter that. I think that's what Cloud9 needs to do here.
Yeah. Definitely think they need to look at the Sand King a little bit too. Like they had an answer to it. They had the Monkey King, which should be good in lane to shut it down. They did a lot of picks that should be good versus first pick Sand King, but at the end of the game, this first pick Sand King was the highest net worth, unkillable, and couldn't be dealt with.
Yeah, I think the Sand King hero is always... A lot of teams are trying to counter it, and there's so much that has to go into dealing with the Sand King. You have to deal with him in lane, you have to stop him from farming stacks, you have to have heroes in the game that can actually kill him as well. It's so much to deal with one hero that I think you should just save the headache and just ban it. Yeah. We saw that earlier today as well, I think, in the Falcons game. So that would be my advice to... I hope they came up with a backup plan of changing it up. Maybe they get choice, they get to first pick the Sand King if they want to. But I would opt to change my strategy and try something else.
Okay. Yeah, that's right, though. We don't know exactly who's going to be having that first pick right now, and that could be something that really leans into it. These are our Sand King stats for the road to the International and the International itself. It's got 18 first phase picks and still has an almost 62% win rate. Teams really favoring it, teams wanting it in that first phase because they know it's most likely not going to get through in that second phase, Winter. But are there any other heroes that you think sit on that same level as a Sand King where it's tough to counter, but on top of that, it just scales?
It's hard though. I think like a hero like Naga, people usually don't really want to play against it. I think Naga is probably the other one that, in terms of like the tier of the hero right now, I think Naga's definitely maybe even higher than Sand King. But people just rather play against the Sand King than play against the Naga. I think Sand King is very, very unique in a way where it's a hero where it farms really quick, even though he has a bad laning phase, and you need to do so many things, like Paul already mentioned. There's so many things you need to make sure you have in the draft when you're trying to give the hero away, and sometimes it just creates too much of a problem and it affects your own draft, because you're thinking, oh, we give them Sand King and we need this, and this. It might not be in your original draft that you wanted those things in your hero pool, but then you have to change.
Yeah. Well, look, we've done a lot of talking about it, and the only thing left for us right now is to actually give you our game number 2 draft.
Team Liquid versus Cloud9.
It is game number 2 here. Liquid taking away that game number 1. It was a lot on this Sand King. He was able to get a fantastic game for himself over on 33, their off-laner, and now it's all up to Cloud9 to make those adjustments. Could happen in the first phase. I'm giving a little bit of a comparison. The Storm Spirit is the one that they allowed through, and the Shadow Demon is what they banned out instead, but that does now leave Team Liquid having that choice of taking out the Invoker, not changing up their bans, and instead picking up the Naga Siren. Exactly what you talked about, Winter.
Yeah, I don't know about this though. Naga is very, very difficult to deal with as well. Yeah, this hero basically secures your safe lane, it gives you team fight, it gives you information like scouting information with the illusions. I think no other position 5 hero can afford to give you that. And Kunkka's the response towards the Naga, which I think deals fairly well against Naga in the lane, if your Kunkka's off lane. I think it's a good solution towards the Naga.
I mean, I was thinking if this is some sort of bait that they've done, because Liquid has been banning Naga Siren while they are first picked in a lot of their games. So one could predict that Liquid doesn't actually want to pick Naga, and that's why they keep banning it. And now they've done this thing where Liquid actually does take it, and now we have to see if Cloud9 has a good response, which is the Kunkka. I think another approach they could have taken is also, potentially to take the gamble and leave Sanking and Naga, but you might run into issues of just having to play against Sanking again. So I do like Naga a lot in the current meta. It's a hero that, like Winter said, it gives you so many different plays you can do on a map. You can be very annoying with it. You can block Ancients, you can attack Wisdom Runes, you give information, you have a team fight ability, and you also set up for a lot of the meta carries, like Wind Ranger, Mirana. All these heroes love having Naga on her lane. So obviously it's a very strong hero for a good reason.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what a counter to Naga is right now. I don't know if you had the same experience, but like it feels like no matter what game Naga's in, it can do something. And the ceiling for this hero, depending on how good your micro is very, very high, as you mentioned. So does Kunkka counter the Naga? I'm not entirely sure. I'm not completely sold on giving Naga away. In your experience though, Fly, has Naga been counterable? Are there any heroes that really stand out against Naga?
I think from our games and our practice games, we would try to get like a Sanking or something against Naga, back when people might have not rated a Sanking as high, and then the Sanking's going to have probably a good lane, and he's too hard to deal with even for Naga, right? The illusions run in, they just die. So something like that. I think Kunkka is good against Naga, but not to the same level, because also in the game, when he presses his boat, Naga can just sleep and just reset. So I'm not sure about the response just yet. I really have to see what they follow it up with, because currently it looks a little lackluster against Naga.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I feel like Naga is very difficult to answer, but they chose to play against it. They did ban out a lot of the other heroes except for the Storm, but I feel like picking Storm into Naga is a little hard just because he can sleep and net you. But they're going to pick up some popular heroes, Doom, Tusk, and Naga. Doom is a hero that has not had great success in like the road to the international. With the Doom and Tusk lane, seems a little bit questionable too. Maybe that's something Cloud9 can exploit a little bit.
And Doom is, I think, overall pretty good hero against the Kunkka. Like you can just stop him from doing his combo in the team fight if you find him. And on top of that, you have a Naga, which is always nice when it gives you vision and you can find the right heroes. And Cloud9 now very quickly with the Ice and Fire combo, Wyvern and Lina.
I mean, this is definitely interesting. I think Liquid is taking a good approach. They're picking Doom into Kunkka, so now you pick Doom with a purpose. A lot of the reasons why Doom has been losing is just that you first pick him, and the enemy sort of has a good response. You're like, okay, I don't know what to do. But he has a clear Doom target. Tusk is great against Kunkka, and it's good against Clockwork as a support matchup. I think that hero in general is actually one of the strongest heroes in the patch that people have slowly started to realize. So I really like that approach. And then Winter Wyvern, I think that's a Katomi special.
Yeah, it is.
So that one's interesting. I don't really know what to make of it. It is traditionally a good hero against Tusk, but this new Tusk is so different with Drinking Buddies that it's not the same one anymore.
He played it one time against IO in the group stage. That was like kind of the reason why he picked it that game. In this game, probably just like maybe as a setup for his team, because Kunkka is going to have a hard time showing himself and using his combo first, so I feel like Wyvern could kind of help him set up with the team fight with the Curse, TP down and use the combo. It's always nice against Doom as well. He dooms one of your teammates, Curse can always be used to defend the team fight, just reset, run away and see how things go. And it's also good at dealing with the Naga shuffling out your lanes, right? I feel like whenever I'm personally playing against Naga, position 5, he's pushing out my lanes, right? And on the other side, I'm a support. I want to be able to match that, try to push the wave back so that I can actually do something on the map. Otherwise, the map is always going to be difficult. The wave is always going to be on my tower and I can't really feel like I can move out and smoke.
I do like these bans here. I think Liquid banning out the Earth Spirit for no one, very important here. He is most likely going to pick up that last pick hero. Would like to have someone that rotates around the map. The Lina's going to be farming a lot. Kunkka generally will farm quite a bit too, just using the Tidebringer. So having no one being more active we saw in the last game could be very beneficial for Cloud9 going into this game. I'm a little worried for Liquid though, because like Clock Lina seems like a very strong lane for Doom to try and get any farm, and so I'm curious on what their approach will be to try and make that lane work.
I mean, do you think it's possible for them to put the Naga in that lane instead? Because I think Naga matches better against Clockwork.
I think it's possible. I do think Tusk is good against Clock because he can get away from when Clock, uses battery. You can just drink him buddies away. Also, the attack speed slow is very good against melee heroes. So I would imagine Boxy is also more of a Tusk player, I think, than Insania. This draft is definitely shaping up to be interesting because I think Cloud9 is in a position where they can put the Kunkka mid against Puck, which is traditionally it's been a good lane for Kunkka, and you rush Orchid. So it kind of becomes this, what is the best 24 pick we can get? And now Mick is going to have to assume he's playing against Kunkka and pick something good against Kunkka.
I'll pick something good against the Cold Embrace, like something like Muerta. Is that totally off the picture here?
I can see it. I think it's a very strong lane, Naga Muerta. It would be very much in line of their draft. He also is somebody who plays a hero. And on the side of Cloud9, I do think they need to address the Puck. They can go for the mid Kunkka with Orchid, but otherwise they need something. Like, I think this Puck pick is very strong. It's hard to deal with.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Mickey, he's going to go for one of his Gleipnir heroes. Is Ron is still in the pool? I think that's the one I could see him potentially doing as well.
She is still in the pool, so there is still that potential.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. They lane with Naga, you have a seed combo, Ice Gleipnir, can get away from Clockwork. Could be okay. Muerta is a very risky pick. It works sometimes, but the hero's just so squishy. And he's going to go with his other hero, and the Razor, which, yeah, I guess it's good in lane versus the Kunkka, but not particularly good versus Lina in the game unless you can get on top her, which is not easy. But it's definitely Mickey's style. He likes to pick one of the heroes that he's comfortable on. I feel like Liquid just really want to play for the tempo.
I feel like you just put Kunkka mid right now. You have to just find another hero for the offlane.
Okay, hear me out. What if they do Wyvern position 3 against Razor? Because that should actually be a good matchup.
Now you're speaking like a real nouns player.
Okay, I have to bring the nouns in here a little bit, I do think throwing Kunkka offlane can be a little dangerous right now. Like, Razor is a very good matchup against you in lane, and you have a mid lane that you're happy with. I do agree about the Lina being a good carry matchup against Razor, but I think Liquid decided that with Puck and Doom, they don't need to worry about Lina so much. Like, those heroes will help address that, right? Like, Puck scales like crazy, Doom scales like crazy. Razor's job is to have a good lane and just be this guy that goes in with Doom together to, like, set up the fight for everybody else.
What about Centaur? That's something that DM loves playing. Could be good versus Doom and Razor potentially to help Lina reposition.
I think the lane will be good. I could see some issues in the game against Naga Net and the Puck Coil. Like, the Stampede loses a bit of value. I really would like a hero like Wyvern. I think it would be cool. A little risky, okay? But
I feel like very risky.
Sense.
Like, did you ever feel the volatility when you guys were putting something like the Wyvern or the Tusk in a role that really isn't played by any other teams?
Definitely.
Okay.
Tusk did not work out
reality,
for us, right? I think Wyvern we usually ended up picking in like a very good position that it made sense, versus a hero like Troll Warlord or something. And then it worked out for us. But if you pick it blind, it tends to be bad.
Okay.
Is that often like the discussion in these last seconds? Like, do we want to just pick something stable, or do we just want to do a gotcha pick here?
Definitely. And a lot of it is going to come down to the player himself. Like, how confident is he? If DM is like, hey, give me Wyvern, I'm going to destroy this game, I'd be like, okay, it makes sense.
All right.
Sniper.
So who's all right? So Sniper mid against Puck, that's a classic, right?
Kunkka's still off lane.
Yeah, we're waiting. So that Sniper's going mid. The Conqueror and the Wyvern right now not being selected. It's just going to be the offlane Kunkka.
Yeah, I mean, support Kunkka is not a thing at the moment, so they're going to go with this one. I mean, I like the fact that they're giving no one a lane matchup win here. It is really good. Now they have like 2 carries, right? So if you doom the Lina, now you have a Sniper. So the Sniper is really good against the Razor. So they have a lot of backline damage here, and they have heroes that can go in the front as well, and they have saves from the Wyvern. Overall, their lineup looks pretty annoying to play against. I do like it.
Yeah, it's very, very annoying. Like, I feel like for Team Liquid, they are quite straightforward with their lineup where they have stable lanes. I think all of their heroes are going to get what they want from the early game, and once they get their levels, their team fight is going to be very, very scary with the Naga, which I feel like I'm going to favor in Liquid on that matter when it comes to the mid game.
Yeah, I think I would favor Liquid. I think Cloud9 has some good lane responses. The Sniper versus Puck can go really bad for Puck. It can be one of the worst matchups in the game. But if he gets through, I think they do have ways to get on top of Lina and Sniper. With Puck, with Tusk, even with Naga Sleep, they have answers in the mid game. So it is a lot about Cloud9 just running away with the lanes and taking over the game early on. Otherwise, I would say Liquid's draft is better.
All right, that's early game focus for them. Are they going to be able to snowball for themselves? Can Liquid get a 2-0 here? I know someone who's probably confident in a 2-0 is their coach. So let's head on down to the stage with Tsunami and Blitz.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Blitz, coach of Team Liquid, who you must be feeling quite good right now because you got your hands on the most contested hero of the entire event, Naga Siren. I'm shocked that they managed to let it go through. What was your reaction?
I wasn't that surprised. It's my noob support playing it, so I figured, they wouldn't respect him too much. It is what it is.
Yeah, but he hasn't gotten any experience on it. Your team has not gotten the chance to get our hands, but you're feeling confident that your noob support will be able to use it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a broken hero. It kind of plays itself. I got full faith in him.
How about the mid lane matchup? Because it seems like there was a lot of focus on mid lane picks in game number 1, making sure that no one was put under control. Puck versus Sniper, what are you feeling?
I mean, it's a heavily Sniper-favored matchup, but we have Nisha, who's just the best player in the world, so I don't care.
It's just that simple! So let's see it play out in game number 2.
Don't care. Cloud9 is going to try and make you care with the last pick Sniper against the Puck. This is something that we actually saw Liquid do to other teams in the past. Now they may be the victims of it. They enable the Sniper, but it does leave the Kunkka in an awkward position. Avery, do you like this trade-off for Cloud9?
I think it's the best they could have gotten in that situation. You either needed a cheese pick mid to try and give this Puck 0 game or something that shut him down in the mid game, and I don't think there's a lot of good options when you get to the end of the draft like that. So they took the lane route option. I mean, you have some classic cheese heroes that can really abuse Puck in the lane phase, and then if he's 1 or 2k net worth behind going into that mid game, he can just die in the fights. Doesn't have the infinite escapability. That's what you're looking for here if you're Cloud9. But like William said, I mean, Nisha is an absolute beast of a player. Is he the best player in the world? I don't know. I'm not their coach, so I'm not biased. But we have seen him do some crazy things on this hero, particularly this tournament and even some of the recent events. It's a very scary hero to give to Team Liquid because it gives you control, it gives you that pace. It's a hero that can rotate, but it's also a hero that can scale really hard. And yeah, he took the curveball here.
Yeah, that is an interesting choice. We'll see what kind of curveballs Nisha's going to be throwing around in this game as we have the lanes already matched up. So we have the Naga Siren, which they talked about on the panel and in the interview as a hero that was not expected to be seen, mostly because it's very often being banned, paired up with a Razor. This is going to be a dangerous safe lane for DM and Kataomi, who are going to be playing as the Kunkka and Winter Wyvern. And then they've got their own ranged hero in the safe lane, Watson, going to be rocking the carry Lina this game.
Honestly, though, I think this offlane for Liquid is more difficult than the offlane for Cloud9 is. Like, this Clock Lina lane, in theory, destroys a double melee lineup here. That the Tusk Doom you can pull, you can get some jungle creeps, you can get extra gold off the Doom. I'm sure Liquid will get their way out of it, but this Lina should absolutely free farm, whereas Mickey is going to get harassed with some early nuke damage. The Wyvern can be a decent threat on the lane, and the Naga's not going to provide you a lot here on the early levels. I actually expect Cloud9 to win 3 lanes here, at least in the first few minutes.
Yeah, especially as this lane is pushed so far forward that the melee support in Insania is not able to have too much impact. You can see the opposite situation very often. The bottom lane, Fishman, who's trying to get aggressive here. Fishman in his undefeated clockwork here at this event. And a hero that I feel is much better suited for him than the Bane. His constant in-your-face aggression feels a little bit better for him to be playing a melee hero in my opinion. But look at this mid matchup. It is not fun for Nisha. No one waving hello to Nisha as he's already gotten some heavy damage on him. Top lane, TM has a bit of his damage drained away from him. The only way the Razor can win this lane.
I think C9 have played the early waves on this top really well, though. They got the lane back early. This set a lot of the first few minutes up really well for DM. He did not get a huge amount of his resources burnt. You're looking at the mana on this Razor, it's basically out for Mickey. Whereas the counterpart here, Fishman, he got the zone in early. He's limited a little bit of the CS, and he's put Watson in a pretty far position.
Gonna go for him. Hit him on the Torrent, slows him down a bit, hit him with the Splinter Blast even, but it's just a level 2 Winter Wyvern, so it's not gonna be an overwhelming amount of damage, just something to keep him honest, keep him back while they try and take the Lotus here, but it's gonna be grabbed by Insania instead. On the other side of the map, blocked out by the Shard, Fishman might just be able to get the kill on Boxy, but Boxy pulls himself away as 33 gets close.
So Lotus into the hands of Fishman, Lotus into the hands of Insania. They will boost up their cores, try and put these ranged cores in a better fighting position. And the real story is, of course, this mid lane. No one is winning the CS. He has 12 denies already, so he's putting in some work here. I mean, this is where you want this matchup to be. It's not the worst I've seen it, but it is getting up there for Nisha right now, as this is where this lane just becomes absolutely miserable. You have to rely on water runes. You have to rely on maybe some bottle refills. Nisha praying one of his supports dies right now so he can get some extra resources.
Seriously. Nisha might have gotten that first CS over no one, but no one's definitely getting the last laugh here in this lane. As the counter pick matchup, the lane wins 16-13 compared to 9-3 for Nisha's Puck.
He is getting water runes though. There's no sort of support rotations to deny the resources, make this lane even worse. And these curved orbs are actually hitting no one. A bit he bought raindrop just to deal with some of the harass. So Nisha's not in a bad position in terms of resource management, even if he's getting out CS, but I mean, that's going to happen in this lane no matter what.
Katomi. Ooh, getting pulled in by the reel-in from Insania, but maybe that's not where they want him close. Boxy barely survives on the other side of the map. Mickey continuing to take damage, and the Splinter Blast will catch him in the end. Katomi throws a long lob from across the lane on the DM, bounces over, and gets them the kill. Trading 1 for 1. Katomi's certainly going to be happy with that trade-off, though. They managed to get the first blood.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is your Kunkka Razor lane where the Kunkka's killing the Razor. They just played the first 3 minutes really well up here. And that was through the Lost Lotus as well. So Cloud9, very happy with how this offlane Kunkka has been going. And you got to remember, they put this pick here to give you the advantageous mid matchup, which no one's very comfortable in. Much stronger early game from them out of the laning phase here.
The support didn't die, but Nisha will still get that refill on bottle.
You just have to give resources so he can stay in the lane. And honestly, he's doing pretty well. DM
trying to get a little stacking action in. Katomi's still going to be here in time to help DM. Will it be enough, though? With all the damage drained away, the slows are not going to be enough to separate the two. DM goes down, and Katomi is chased out of lane.
Barely maintained that link there. That was very close to breaking. Otherwise, he lives. Another courier death for Watson. He has been sacrificing these couriers. And it does give you a decent amount of gold. I mean, you're looking at this net worth chart despite some of these kills in the early CS.
Blocks him off, make sure he can get the last hit on the ward.
I feel like Liquid's actually happy with how all of this progressed. Despite some of the early advantage, like this Doom has been farming up a decent amount in the jungle. He didn't give up any bad deaths. Boxy sacrificed a lot of his game to give 33 this type of early laning phase, so this Tusk is very poor. But you're okay with this because you have seen 33 just absolutely crush teams with Doombringer this event.
Managed to get him inside the cogs. Boxy, he's going to go the other direction here, see if he can put a little pressure on Watson to make sure 33 is going to be fine with the extra bracers. 33 is far too tanky for Cloud9 to deal a killing blow from 100% HP. Katomi, are they going to go on the Wyvern? They're going to go on the Kunkka here. Split focus from Liquid, and no one's going to make a much more clear vision for Cloud9. An easy target in Mickey, not even needing the assassination.
Heads up, TP. I think that is worth it for no one here. You were also bringing the Tusk in for the 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Boxy, in theory, gets this guaranteed.
Yeah, if he can get there in time, the Snowball stun should be able to get him if he times it correctly. Snowball goes out, hits him with the stun, snatches away that Wisdom Rune. Got both.
That's a huge win for Liquid here. I think they're now very happy with how some of these lanes progress.
Absolutely. Boxy will certainly die for this one, trying to do some shard shenanigans to bump him away, but there's nowhere he can go to when there is a Kunkka in the midst of it with X marks the spot. So, gives up his life for the Wisdom Rune. Typically, that trade is worth it for the first Wisdom Rune. But still, Cloud9 up in net worth off of that one.
This is also freeing some of the pressure off of Nisha in that mid lane.
True.
Like every time you rotate the sniper out of here, or you get involved in these skirmishes like that with the rune, there's no ganks going into the puck. There's no momentum being built.
Oh, got him inside the snowball just in time for the LSA, and now it's Watson in trouble, out of mana and out of health, gets burned down. It's a 33 Doom, stands tall, and Insania slips in from behind. An ensnare on one, a blood grenade on the other, but both will be able to back away as Liquid are out of punch. They got the kill that was worth it though. Watson going down, a big turnaround from Liquid.
Very heads-up play from Boxy. This is why you give him these melee fours.
Oh, look at no one though. Ace Rune, and he's looking to help Fishman. Fishman's dead. Can no one get the revenge though? With a haste rune, he should be able to keep up with Boxy, no problem. Eventual death. Boxy pops the Lotus to get the kill on the courier. A spiteful play that also gets him back into the tower, not giving the full net worth over to no one.
Look at this net worth chart. Again, another fight no one's dragged into, which means he's not getting that 1v1 versus the puck, and that's just recovery time for Nisha here. Thanking his team for the space being made right now, as this entire lane has been recovered at this point.
Yeah,
that sniper puck advantage is gone. Do not think Cloud9 got what they wanted out of this laning phase in terms of that matchup specifically. You're going to just have to play this game straight up now. Do have some tools to deal with the puck. I mean, you have a curse, which can be very good for setting up your chain stun capability. I don't think you're going in Orchid on this offlane Kunkka, but Lina can be obnoxious in the late game.
I think one of the biggest problems for Cloud9 right now is experience, as they are the ones who keep on dying here. They're going to try and torrent boat, but it was off the mark. Didn't have an X to pull back into the Naga Siren. Instead, an X on Anisha. But with the orb, he gets the kill on the support and walks away from the Kunkka, no problem. While on the other side, the other support is in trouble. They are not loving their experience right now, as they're going to be shy of those level 6s due to the Wisdom Runes being taken away. And if they die, just being off the map is only going to make that problem worse and worse.
Need to find the ult, especially for this Clockwork. He is a big initiation tool Cloud9 are missing. Now you're just reverting to some stacks, as Liquid starting to take over this transition period. It's going to be another game where you just start vacuuming up camps as 33. You get a fast Midas on this Doom. He's going to be massive. Once more, he's the most farmed hero out of the laning phase against the lane I thought was going to be a lot more tough for him than it was.
All right, well, no one is going to be able to take the mid tower here. Nisha is going to try and get the deny. Who's going to get that last hit? His damage is not enough. It's no one who snags it over Nisha. A good pickup, good bit of bounty. Keeps their net worth even with Liquid, though they are going to trade out this bottom tower. But the sniper is now no longer has a tower in front of him, can continue to make some moves. You said the puck is a counter to the sniper, or excuse me, the sniper a counter to the puck in the lane. What about outside of this laning phase? On an even net worth, what does this matchup look like?
I'll tell you one thing, I think Nisha, he thinks he's going to be invincible in this game. There's not a lot of lockdown. You can get Gleipnir's up. If you're super ahead in net worth, then you can stop that puck getting to some of the later defensive items, and you can punish him in that mid game. But he did recover a decent amount here, so a lot's going to come down to whether you find those key 1 to 2 kills on the puck in that like 20 to 30 minute mark. If that happens, you're going to feel comfortable going later. If that doesn't, this puck is going to have another one of his, hyper carry, ultra late game terror fest. And
yeah, Nisha already had one of those in the group stage, so.
You also have to think about the power runes here. Like, a big thing about this matchup is if you win the lane, you take the tower. Ideally, you stop the puck getting power runes, either through supports or just continually pushing the lane in. It's not that they're that good for no one, but if Nisha gets power runes and he can TP to a fight and clean up, that's another way this puck can get back on the net worth chart. See if Cloud9 decide to bring no one to some of these pushes. If they want to try and collapse for this tier 1 top, I think that would be the best objective for them on the map. They're continuing to get stacks up. I mean, DM is also very farmed. He got a lot of the stack priority here. And his Kunkka already has a blade mail up. He's level 8 himself.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Fishman's dead.
Fishman, when is he going to get level 6? Because at this rate, he's going to be banking on the 14-minute Wisdom Rune. And I think that's one of the biggest limits for Cloud9 right now, is they've got some farm cores, but they don't have the support ultimates to really make it all okay. Nice phase shift dodge there on the X.
He's still level 4 on the clock.
It's bad.
It is very rough. I mean, at this point, you're just missing a hero. You give this man a lane and protect him. You're going to need it.
Yeah, I mean, they gave him bottom lane. It didn't last for long, though. 33.
Yeah. Doom tanked.
Yeah.
What more can you do?
He just instantly pulled the trigger on that ultimate. Not shy about it at all.
Another reason I think this tier 1 top is really important for Cloud9 because you can open up the lanes and you can get some more experience here.
Right.
Look, we're just continually defending though. And now like Boxy's sitting up here, you know, he's level 6.5. He's chilling. It's like I'm getting a free lane, no one's attacking me. My Doom's basically free farming with Midas. It feels similar to game 1 and there's not a lot of aggressive pressure going into Liquid during this period. Which is okay if you're content with your scale and you're matching them in terms of, you know, economic stacks, but that's a big question mark. Are you happy with your scale going into a late game Naga lineup? This is a hero that can just make the late game teamfights feel impossible at a certain point with the amount of sustain and control she brings.
And a carry that Liquid is very comfortable going late with, right? We've seen so many of the mid-game Razors, and they don't seem to feel like, oh, we're super pressured to end the game by 30, 35 minutes. They've gotten plenty of 45-minute, 50-minute games with this Razor, and it really does turn into a monster.
That was them turning the hacks off.
Of course, of course. Gold hacks, top 2 net worth for Liquid, though the rest of the cores from Cloud9 are not too far behind. It's Watson who probably struggled the most, but he's still catching up to his Gleipnir, and with that Gleipnir, maybe the kind of catch that they get off that will allow them to get some pickoffs. They're going to try here. Boxy pulled back into a Torrent, has a snowball to delay the inevitable, but he will die here. Fishman making sure he ends up on the high ground.
Yeah,
a little bit more experience.
Fishman's going to high-five anybody he finds. Just give me the experience, please.
Yes,
Put me in the assist range. And that will get him his 6 off the Wisdom Rune. So finally he is online. You have Hookshot available. Oof. Cobalt will bite the dust. I mean, you're talking about the scale here, though. This looks like a very hard Razor game on paper in some ways. You have 2 BKB piercing supports, which are oftentimes annoying for this hero, right? You run in, you BKB, you link someone, you get Hookshot or Cursed. It disjoints that, you're a bit sad. And you have 2 very long-range carries to deal with in Sniper and Lina. Generally very poor matchups for Razor. You kind of end up in that position where, like, do I need a Swift Blink or something to blink on this Sniper and link him?
Yeah, just to, like, keep up with the Puck initiation, right? If Puck can go in and coil them, maybe the Razor needs to be able to do the same and follow that up, because, yeah, it's going to be a distance game for Cloud9. Keep away from the Razor.
And they both Hurricane Pipe fires. Very obnoxious item. I think Mikke he might have met his match in this game with this hero. Like, he's going to have to really have smart openings into the fight, take good angles, and find his target early so he can stick onto them. Does not look like an easy task for him, but we will see what he can do with it.
His choice is an early BKB. Yasha, BKB. A very even game so far. 5 to 7, 15 minutes in. Net worth pretty much dead even. Both teams are content, it seems, to just farm away.
Well, you know 33 is. I mean,
yeah, he's got the Midas.
He's in his element right now. 2 Midas. Did you get the power rune for Nisha? Amp damage. He's going to make the rotation pop. Will he find anything? Find a Fishman.
Almost catching him inside the shards. Fishman. He'll open up that hard camp. Now that they've taken the tower, Cloud9 finally be able to take over these areas of the map. Kataomi and DM pushing forward, trying to set up an invisible Watson. Smoked up.
Very close to a
Torrent
tower.
lands, LSA, not quite there. He's too close to the tier 2 tower. They're not sure about this one, but Fishman wants it anyway. Drinking Buddies will pull him outside of the cogs, though. Fishman has to TP out. Cloud9, it seems like a bit of a stumble there, but they don't lose anybody for it. That's a good sign.
I don't mind that play as a poke, right? You got a lot of reaction on Liquid, but the curious part is they brought everybody to it. Like, they brought the Lina in a smoke. They brought no one to that exchange. There was no one pushing out the lanes or farming the map. So it felt a little awkward, right? Are you fighting that? Are you fully committing? Are you poking them?
Now Watson, he's going to need some help. Coil and pulled back in. And immediately throws his full barrage of spells at Nisha, hoping to survive, but it will not happen. A Doom is going to kill him, so he does what he can to bring Doom down with him. He may have gotten that. Can Boxy get away? Looks like he's totally fine. Once again, the Drinking Buddies, that added bit of mobility does make things harder for Cloud9. They have all this long range, but don't seem to have quite enough catch for the extra heroes.
Technically a gold positive exchange for Cloud9, though I don't think they're too happy of losing Watson there, especially since he was joining some of those early moves. Saw the amount of damage he can output, though. It is no joke. It's going to be another factor here. Like, who do you want to doom in this game? Do you actually want to doom the Lina every time? Are you taking the Wyvern if you can find Katayomi at the start of the fight and remove some of the control? Because even if you doom this Lina or Sniper, there's two of them. The other one might carry the fight. The other one's just going to fight through it anyway, like we saw there. 33's decision-making is not easy in this one. No, like the panel said, this is a very obnoxious lineup to fight into for Liquid. A lot of things they have to maneuver and worry about. If they can finesse them, I think they can own that fight. But they have to set it up properly. And if you're looking at initiation power, like we talked about why C9 went back for this clockwork over something like the Bane, it's a lot more natural, a lot more consistent, long range. The initiation power for Liquid is pretty dependent on this coil landing on big targets.
Watson opting for Boots of Travel as his next item.
Yeah, just wants to play the map, keep the farm up. He wants to be able to join these plays without committing himself into the move on its own.
Do you feel like it's greedy, though?
No, I don't think so. I think on this hero, it's a natural progression, honestly. It's also like how you play the fights thing, right? You just want the high MS on the Lina. So you can stick on a target, get the extra right clicks in. And this is a game that's likely going to go late. You know, this is not a game where, like we saw last time, Cloud9 are going to put Aegises on this Sniper and go high ground early. I don't think their lineup does that nearly as well as Liquid's did in game 1. And we're seeing Liquid here. They're just stacking and continuing to play the farm game. This one is probably going to go the distance here. Because you're going to look at Roshan contest who's getting Aegises and who's scaling up all three of their cores.
Cloud9 hoping this series will go the distance as well. It relies on Fishman. Misses the hook shot. Not going to be able to find the kill on Nisha. His elusive puck is already going to be difficult enough. The curveball maybe makes it more difficult to predict his movements. As we can see, Liquid are getting the better of the stack exchange. So when it comes to these slower matches, usually the stacks play a big part in who gets more out of the map.
Naga too. I mean, Naga is a map cleaner. Yeah. He's a stack setter. You have Wyvern to match a little bit of that. We've seen Katayome find a lot with this hero, and his blink is done, so maybe now you have a bit more setup that Nisha has to think about. When he pushes in these side lanes deep, you just blink, curse the puck, sets you up for Cog, hookshot, LSA, whatever you want to do out of that. And it'll be another 3-man smoke with this Wyvern blink. Leitner done for the Sniper as well. So the mini lockdown elements are now online for Cloud9. They had a good enough early game. They got them there. The puck is still susceptible right now. They will take anybody they find on the map, though, especially that Doom with...
Oh, that is a perfect target. The highest net worth hero tries to hurricane himself out of there, but there's nowhere he can run to. The rocket flare will see every movement.
Meanwhile, DM got the mid lane in, so this is going to translate into some decent map control for Cloud9. They would really want Nisha right now, but you can't get everything.
No, and Nisha, seeing all those heroes on the other side of the map, will try and punish Cloud9 as much as possible. Just hitting that tier 2, while Insania will soak up the enemy jungle as much as he can. Already has a mech. Cloud9 will time their Tormentor with the Wisdom Rune spawning.
Oh, they got that good one too. This Wyvern Shard is some decent value. You can push with it. Good in the fights. Katayomi going to be happy about that one. Plus, he found the Grove Bow. But Liquid, they have perhaps other plans? I don't think you're Roshani at this point in the game.
No, I don't feel like their lineup really is that adept at being able to do it quickly.
But you are closing in on the double BKB here. Mickey finished his. He also got the Grove Bow pretty nice. And 33, his is flying out right now. So if you are Liquid and you want to make a move in this game, now's kind of the time to do it. Or find a random neutral item. I don't know whose that was, but he will claim it. I mean, it's a good time to fight with the double BKB. You have to worry about hookshot and curse, but again, if you can get on top of the Lina or Sniper with the Razor BKB, that's the key to a teamfight victory here.
Cloud9, they're going to take the first step here, though. And it's great for them if they don't run into the BKB heroes. Hard to be able to catch this puck. They're making a long wraparound behind him here.
Do they see Mickey in the river?
Oh, they managed to get a scan onto this move from Cloud9. Cloud9's own scan has narrowed down the search area here to right next to their tier 2 tower. They'll catch Boxy for it. Certainly not what they were looking for. They wanted, I'm sure, a core out of that smoke gank.
Yes, they committed everybody for that move again, right? Brought both the carries. Though they do get a D ward out of it, they control this bottom part of the map, which is where this Roshan is. And I think you just commit to it here if you're Cloud9. Like, I don't think you can commit so many of these 5-man smokes without getting some sort of map control.
Got him in the curse. Trying to set up for the TP rotations. The LSA off the curse. Here comes the burst damage, and it's more than enough.
That is exactly what you were looking for this entire game if you are Cloud9. It does not take too many puck deaths this game to really swing the momentum in your favor. And now that Roshan, it's open for 40 seconds here, no puck, and you can run back towards bottom.
Yeah, felt like Cloud9, they were a little timid about taking that Roshan with just a support pickoff, but a core pickoff, they are certainly better set up to start it. Can they actually take it, though? Liquid, I mean, are they going to contest?
The issue here is you don't have BKBs on your cores, and you're playing against Naga. This is a scary Roshan to commit to because Insania walks in there, he gets a good sleep. Could just be an absolute disaster of a team fight.
Liquid, they're not going to give this one up for free. Cloud9 know it too. Good read by them. They're going to back away from the Roshan pit here. Concede this area. They don't really have to worry too much about Liquid taking it. What they have to worry about is getting jumped on. A blink forward, not going to find him quite yet. No one. Immediately uses the Hurricane Pike to try and separate the two. Got the Gleipnir onto the Tuz. See if they can kill him before the stop. But there it is, the song. Now the reset of the team fight. They've got a Doom on the Kunkka as well, so he's not going to be able to help out. They just surround this poor sniper. There's no way out of this one. Fishman trying to protect him as best he can with the cogs. They have the Embrace, slowing down the damage as best as possible, but Mickey sticks onto the sniper with his BKB. No retreat possible for Cloud9 sniper.
They bought back DM Kunkka, who just died to Doom on the backside of that. Doesn't get to do anything in this fight. Watson's just out of here.
A buyback that doesn't seem worth it because the trade-off was nothing. Absolutely nothing for him. I mean, maybe you could say you're stopping Liquid from doing Roshan, but I'm not even sure if they were going to go for it.
Yeah, I don't think they had plans. So it was a smoke to prevent Cloud9 doing it. I mean, there was a sick LSA there from Watson, but they couldn't catch Nisha for the full duration. It just skirts out of there. And that's one way to use a sleep in this game. You can use it defensively, but if you can just sleep the sniper, get the Razor straight on top of him, not much you can do about it here. Yeah, they really needed Curse in that sort of exchange. That was a big factor there for Liquid and why they made that aggressive move. Curse on cooldown from that mid play earlier was around 15 seconds from coming back up. That was something that could have bailed your sniper out of that situation, but they just didn't have that tool.
Yeah, they were... There was multiple targets there for a potential curse, but as you said, Liquid knew the timing, played it accordingly. That Boots of Travel is done. Hurricane Pike up next for Watson. As you said, Hurricane Pike cores for both on Cloud9. Just trying to play the distance.
I think they're both going to go BKB at this game as well.
Yeah.
You just need to be able to BKB and land the LSA on the puck when you need to, or BKB fight through a Doom. 33 continues to find a lot of farm in here. Even took Philosopher Stone on this Doom. The greed is good, he says. Once more, he is very large. Shiva's done, going back for another Midas. Just keep buying the Midas.
Philly Stone Doom, I've seen it all now. And he's about to get that Philly Stone completion, that big chunk of gold that comes in now after it's done. With a Shiva's and tier 3 item to replace it soon, Liquid's going to be very strong in 2 minutes time, but they haven't managed to use that strength to actually claim a net worth lead too much.
Eyeing this dire side, Roche. That's the other thing about this, is it switched sides since Cloud9 were unable to claim it, which means this Roche is a way better setup for Liquid right now. Straight on their outpost, this is where their vision is. They're just going to get this for free?
Seems like a Cloud9 just playing more of the map, despite having an offlane tier 1 tower, which is usually pretty okay for contesting a dire side Roshan.
They even found an amp damage rune in the river. They're going to smoke on. So they're not going to be here in time, but you could take this fight if you're Cloud9 with the power of this amp damage on no one right now.
What this Naga Siren does in this moment is going to be super important because they have the Aegis. Now it's just Liquid Are they going to be able to get out? Or are they going to be able to fight this damn damage sniper who's already trying to challenge Mickey? BKB drinking buddies, pulls him back with the go for the sniper. He's going to be cold embrace. Can they blow up Mickey? They throw the Laguna Blade. It's not going to be enough. Mickey trying to get out. Winner's Curse, they finally shoot him down with the Doom on the Lena, but the Lena is still having plenty of right-click damage, and no one with his damn damage is fighting for his life. He shot down Insania before the song reset can come through. Yeah, the sniper falls, but still, Watson is pushed through the Doom, and now he's ready to go. A full spellcaster. Can he hit Nisha? Phase shift dodges one spell. He's going to pop out, get hit by the cogs. He has the orb. He orbed X, dodges phase shift. No, it doesn't actually. He pulls it back in. Now he's stuck here, trying to get a blink away. Pushes back against. If they have the vision, Lena can maybe get him. Nisha, is he going to be able to survive? Hit by 33, stop. 33 comes in for the kill. Nisha comes back into play. They finish off the Lena. Nisha's still alive. He lives through it all, killing Cloud9 and chasing down TM as well.
This is why you do not want to give this guy puck. I don't care how good your laning phase is. He is going to dance on you in the mid game, and Nisha putting on a team fight clinic cleans up the backside of this fight that, honestly, it looked pretty damn good for Liquid at the start of that. They got the coil on the sniper, they got the Doom on the Lena. It's everything you want, but there was a decent amount of sustain coming out from the boat bump. The heals from Katayomi, he lands an okay curse that stalls it out. If you get Nisha there, you're very happy with the situation. Instead, he turns around and kills your Lena. Liquid salvage the second half of that. Get an Aegis, still a tough fight for Mickey. We really saw this Razor suffer. He even got an okay link, but the Hurricane Pikes are deadly, and the amp damage room for no one definitely turned the tides.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Razor comes in, and Cloud9.
He just eats it, man.
He took every single spell. He took the amp damage, he took the Laguna Blade, he took all the attention of all these heroes, and couldn't survive through it in the end because of the Winner's Curse and the amp damage. Makes a huge difference. No one survived for so long, too. I mean, another fight where no one survives to the bitter end and outputs tons of damage. If it wasn't for the fact they have this agent, it wasn't for the fact that Nisha is able to just outplay Cloud9 in these last few moments.
And it was a very important call that gave Aegis to him, because if that Aegis is on the Razor, he's not really doing anything on that second light.
Yeah, that's true.
Nowhere near as close here.
33 with the two-man stomp at the end. Just picture perfect entrance there from 33 to enable Nisha.
Just no resources left. DM is out of mana. Not enough sustain in the tank. Cloud9 continuing to wonder, how can we actually win a team fight against this team? Does not feel like they've been able to secure a real team fight win in this entire series.
Now with the shard picked up for Insania, those song resets, as you said, you could use it offensively if you want to, but if you choose to use it defensively, it's going to be a big boost of health for Liquid. Sustain.
Yeah, he's big on this Naga. He found the farm you want. He has the
What? What? It says, don't you block my Ancients. Laguna plating an illusion to clear it. I mean, he got it. He got the Ancients.
Coil down.
Coil down. But Fishman still stuck in a rough spot here, trying to pull him off the cliff. Fishman is going to be saved by a Lotus.
He is very tanky. You have to be careful how much you commit on some of the random supports in this game. They are deceptively hard to bring down. But we're seeing the BKBs come up for Cloud9. I think Liquid wanted to fight in this period before those two big ones came out. And at this point, no one's is done. And Watson, well, that's why he Lagunaed that illusion. He's got to get the Ancient Camps going to finish his. It's going to be a big timing for Cloud9.
Yeah.
What they choose to do with it here.
I mean, if they choose not to fight during this period of time, they say we can't fight. You know, there's no harm in using Laguna Blade like that. Relatively low cooldown. See the player comparison here. No one trying to keep up with this puck. Certainly far more than him. But is still falling behind in net worth as Nisha, big winner of that last team fight, thanks to an Aegis.
The control that Cloud9 has is what both teams are going to try and play around. To me, that's the deciding factor. How does this curse land? Who does it land on? What does it set up? And if you're Liquid, can you get the initial coil jump? Like, can you find big targets with it, lock them at least a little bit, or force early BKB so then you can song during the BKB, potentially isolate a target, let Mickey go to work?
Would you ever consider Linken's because on Liquid because the curse is so important, right? Every curse is led into a Torrent, Boats, LSA, Laguna Blade. Like there's a full combo of spells that follow up after that curse is used. Is it that important to consider Lincoln's block?
I mean, Mickey went for one. So you have a Lincoln's on the Razor. He has BKB as well. You got to remember, if you're BKB, this curse will not affect you. So if Liquid just commit them all at the same time, you can mitigate the damage that's done through this spell.
33 makes a jump on a Fishman here. Fishman's got plenty of backup though. No one's going to be the first one on scene. DM quick to follow him. 33 has to use a BKB to get out of here.
I think more players were both confused by that more than they understood what was going on.
Hey, there's the BKB for the Lena. So Cloud9 have just reached a big point. They may be down 4K net worth, but it doesn't feel like they are disadvantaged at all.
No, there's a lot of net worth on Kataomi here. He's going to continue to scale, and there's a reason they like this Wyvern. I mean, this is the 4th position of the tournament who has found the most farm on average in any given game. This is a hero that can use it really well in the late game, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at one of the best ags in terms of damage output and scaling as the game goes later and later. He does an absurd amount. It's a factor Liquid have to consider as this game progresses.
And he has enabled his initiation, knowing how important that curse is. A Blink Dagger and a Shadow Blade.
The Naga just runs straight into no one.
And he instantly songs to try and keep himself up. Will blink away, running to the rest of Cloud9 here. Gets Gleipnir, instantly trying to take that off. Hook shot, and does manage to get him inside the cog. So Insania does die for this. A smoke sacrifice. Yeah, the sacrifice from Insania. The rest of Liquid will be able to get out.
So what can Cloud9 get off this 40 seconds with no Naga on the map? Fishman goes bottom, looking for Bounty Rune, maybe some setup. These setups have to be really fast if you want to catch this puck. Nisha already Octarine done, plus a gem on him. He's just controlling a lot of the map right now.
He's playing so bold too. Just he's constantly hitting that tier 2 tower. He's been caught assaulting those towers before though.
Only one death.
See if Kataomi can make it a second.
Yeah, the Shadow Blade is another tool to maybe set up and find this puck on the map or find him in the fight, right? If you just stay in the back, you're Shadow Bladed, Nisha doesn't see you, he goes in. If he gets stuck in the curse, that's the big target. You don't even need to land the curse on the puck. Just get him to hit somebody else.
Yeah.
And you can chain stun him out of that. That's where it goes back to, like, do you want to find this Wyvern with the Doom?
Smoke's going to run into the Wyvern here. Kataomi. See how fast he reacts to this one with the Shadow Blade. He's got a Blink Dagger. Beal hop away over the Plasma Field. Oh, it's a close call.
Another amp damage on no one, though. Ooh. This is a fight that I think Cloud9 would want to take right now.
Fishman's hunting for it, and he's already broken the link there. Mickey, he's not feeling good about this one. He wants to get out of here, but Fishman's already got him inside of his hook. A jump in from Nisha, trying to stall this one. See if he can get him out, but it got him. 33 jumps in, hits the Doom onto Sniper, but he doesn't care. Mickey tries to blink after him. Either way, none of it's good. Liquid have failed their initiation or their counter jump to be able to get Mickey out of there, but I guess it works. Mickey does manage to walk away from the fight. Cloud9 say, okay, that's good enough.
Nisha is right on the edge, man. If any of these stuns land, he will get bursted. But Cloud9 cannot catch this puck right now, and even with an amp damage rune,
they're gonna try! Got him on the curse! It's a short curse, but they hit the LSA! And full wombo combo will bring him down, finally! They get Nisha up for the second time.
And that was the gem as well. Huge pickup for Cloud9. I mentioned at the start of this game, you only need 2 or 3 kills on this puck to feel a lot better about your situation. That is the second one.
And look at Cloud9. Full of vim and vigor, straight to the high ground off of a single pickup. They say that's good enough, maybe more. A hook shot lands on the Mickey. They know he doesn't have BKB. This is a perfect catch for Cloud9. A second core dying from Liquid. And back to the high ground assault. Wait, no one's going to back up here as the illusions were cutting the waves.
You still know Doom's on cooldown, though. It's coming up in 10 seconds, so Watson, he wants to push high ground, wave or not. He's going to send a message, hit some back door. And the biggest item pickup perhaps in this game for Cloud9, outside of those BKBs, a Hex for DM on this Kunkka. You will absolutely have the lockdown threat for this puck right now. Cloud9 feeling that this game, perhaps in their hands, I mean, it's not a huge net worth lead, but...
Look at no one, he's assaulting the tier 4s. 50 seconds, they want to force buybacks.
There is a buyback available on the Razor. There is buyback available for the puck. This is a very bold move. Very confident move.
Cloud9, will their bold move pay off here? Watson, he's going to be the one jumped on initially by 33. No buyback still. 10 more seconds. 33, are you going to doom or are you going to sleep? Sleep from Insania on 4. They buy back on Mickey, trying to get him in position with Nisha about to come up. He's going to TP into this fight. Mickey, he's going to go for the Watson Lena. See if he can keep him. He's got him still in range. Smuthy in prison. What an embrace grab from Winter Wyvern. They grab so many heroes. Now Cloud9 on full retreat. Still, it's Watson who managed to get a Wisdom Rune before he goes down to the Doom. A buyback immediately used as Liquid are still trying to make this worth it for them. They may have killed Watson, but they need a lot more. A Scythe and a TP away from DM gets one of their cores out, but 2 of them have fallen for Cloud9.
Triple buyback for Liquid. They end up committing the Razor buyback as well. Very expensive high ground hold. So much damage from no one, just sitting up there fighting to his last breath. And an absolutely sick curse by Katayomi on the backside that ends up catching the puck blinking in. An extremely bold move from Cloud9 to just push Throne like that, but it makes sense with how long Mickey's respawn timer was and how fast that went. You got some big buybacks out here. Effectively won another fight.
The downside, they won't have the super creeps, which they obviously could have taken that mid lane of barracks, but the upside, a near exposed Throne, buybacks on cooldown, and they're going to be able to hold on to their own buybacks. Another downside, though, they did it during Roshan's spawn time. So this gives Liquid a free Rosh.
This is the big downside here. You might have expended buybacks if you're Liquid, but if you can put an Aegis straight back into your pocket, you're not too sad.
Knowing that Roshan goes the way of Liquid, do you feel like that was worth it for Cloud9? Was it the right decision?
It's very hard to say. I think it's very close, but I think you would rather have this Roshan than the Razor buyback plus the supports here.
Okay.
Aegis is very strong versus the Doom. Like, that's the biggest factor here. I think the Aegis is nice for Liquid, but if anything, they want to take it away so the fight opens up more for the Razor and the Doom to just commit in and get the kills when they can get them.
Yeah.
They're going to give the Aegis to Mickey here, reward his buyback usage. But big item pickups across the board. Like, you got the Refresher done for 33 now, so you have double Doom to play around, which might make it easier to commit a Doom on the first target you see. We saw how hard that jump was there, though, with the Lotus Orbs and what 33 was worried about.
Yeah.
It's a very awkward initiation for him.
They may have all the blink daggers in the world. They may be able to get on top of Cloud9, but Cloud9, they do have certain responses, like the Lotuses, like Kataomi's positioning, and whether or not he hits that Winter's Curse. He's got a Hurricane Pike now, so he can maybe blink in and break Lincolns and still get a curse off.
I mean, he's so strong. This Wyvern is becoming a big problem for Liquid. He gets to level 20 with the extra slow plus an Ags. He's another carry in this game.
33 got the Doom off on the DM, but if he gets back to his base, it's perfectly fine. They'll lose Fishman for it, but a BKB and a Doom use. Boxy's still hunting for more. Shot back there by no one.
Doom's worn out. Liquid not getting exactly what they wanted out of there. Use the Refresher on the Doom as well to just start pushing down that cooldown. Cloud9, they will sacrifice Fishman as they have time and time again. And retreat. Wearing out this Aegis period. 3.5 minutes left. Your high ground is awful, though, if you're Liquid, right?
Oh, yeah.
And nobody to really hit it. You just want to win the fight. Like, that's how you win this game. You crush Cloud9's lives.
Oh, Kataomi. He is walking into a sentry. Disha, he spotted him. Oh, he didn't get the dust, didn't get the coil. Kataomi's faster than him. He forced Staff down to low ground. He's out. There's no coil to stop him. Great reaction from the support of Cloud9.
That was so risky.
Cloud9 they're not fearful at all, man. TI main stage, making plays, going straight for Throne, not hitting barracks. Kataomi out on the base against an Aegis with some heroes down like that.
Yeah, he has no buyback, by the way. He bought out for that.
Oh my god.
So you're making that play, you're making that scouting with no buyback on one of the more important heroes here. Like, he goes down, that opens up the high ground. That is a huge snag for Liquid, but we are seeing this game. It's still technically in Cloud9's hands. Feels like they figured out a way to break the teamfight hold Liquid's had on this series. Gain some momentum for themselves, and they are scaling, man. That's the biggest factor here. I think this puck is an insane hero in the late game for Liquid, but you have to worry a little bit for the Razor and the Doom finding their mark in the fights first. What's effectively going to be a triple ranged carry lineup between the Wyvern, the Lina, and the Sniper. They're all just going to sit there and start hitting you.
More Lincolns in this game. Spell casting in these team fights is going to get weird. So many Lincolns. Lotus and a Lincoln's coming in for Cloud9 as Watson's trying to protect himself. With the Blink Daggers, I feel like you almost can't stop the initiation from Liquid. That Razor's probably going to get out on top of you. He's probably going to try and link you like he did in that last team fight. Cloud9 managed to get this Tormentor right before Liquid cuts across. They are running out of time here. 2 minutes left on the Aegis, and I feel like they haven't done too much of it.
That's the question. What can you do with it? You can't just break high ground naturally. You need the fight.
Maybe thinking to get a pick off, but they still are not finding it. Cloud9 have been quick enough. They stay one step ahead of Liquid. They'll get this tier 2. But it is a paltry reward for this 5-minute Aegis timing.
You get a refresher for your Razor. Huge item for Mickey in this game. You can play around double BKB, double Lincolns now. Gives him a lot more capability to take a longer fight. And of course, you're pushing towards some level 25 talents in this game as well. A lot of level 24 heroes right now. The only level 25 is Nisha on that puck. Does have the debuff immunity piercing Dream Coil. Could be a huge deal. Again, if you can find the coil on the Sniper, on the Lina, suddenly that goes a way longer way than it did before.
Yeah, you combine that with the Aghanim Scepter as well. He's trying to build up. Level 20.
He is scaling, man. He is scaling. He's going to be the real big damage factor for Liquid in these late games. You need to catch this puck in a curse, and you probably can't throw it on him unless you have a very clutch Lincoln's break.
Katomi trying to go shove out these waves. Will not be caught in the process once again. Cloud9 just 1 or 2 seconds away from getting caught.
That's your Aegis period. 30 seconds, it's out. Cloud9 can push out of their base and take another aggressive fight if they want to. In fact, they are already smoked up in preparation for this expiration. Mickey farming aggressively. 10 seconds left on this Aegis.
Cloud9 looking to make a move around this Aegis expiration. They also want to play around Vision. Got a high ground ward here. And a tier 2 tower right next to it. Be a great area for Cloud9 to be able to take a fight. Liquid are not going to trespass onto that area.
Gotta get these lanes out. Your Cloud9, Liquid continuing to farm up the map. Push towards those level 25s. In fact, they got the Razors. It's another big talent in this game. Getting the attack speed with Steel. Very nice on these ranged carries. And now that you have Refresher, potentially double Link, double BKB, it is a lot of damage gone out of your lineup, and you can connect the Razor in the team fight. Boxy Blink could also be pretty influential. You saw some decent snowball saves versus a lot of the Kunkka spells, Wyvern spells, LSA.
45-minute game, 17-17, dead even net worth. But it could all come apart off of just 1 or 2 team fights. Cloud9 have smoked up and looked for it, but Liquid, they seem to know something's going on with some of their deep vision and the bottom wave pushing in. You know, back behind their towers, knowing the smokes much harder to find purchase against those objectives. Doom applies mute. It's up, as is the shard for Boxy now.
These Dooms are brutal, but can you land them?
Yeah.
That is the big question. There's a lot of interrupt. There's a Lincoln's now on the Lina. There's a Lincoln's being built for no one. Lotus Orb and Hex on DM. So if you go in with this Doom, you don't pre-BKB. You risk getting instant hexed. So you have to throw them fast, but you don't have a lot of time to throw them out through these Lincoln Spheres. And currently 33 is playing with War Stomp, so he cannot break these Lincoln Spheres on his own. Gonna be a big problem for him.
Yeah, what does Liquid do about that? Feels like he's got to change neutral capabilities.
Yeah, they have no Lincoln's breaking capability in this lineup. Basically zero.
Yeah, I think with the Winter's Curse problem that they're featuring, you don't want to risk anybody else breaking that Lincoln's for you, because then you're just naturally grouping up.
Exactly.
46-minute power rune. Any little advantage you can get. Cloud9 are searching for it. Mickey finds an Invis rune instead. Probably not making much use of that. Aegis spawn time. It's gonna be coming up here pretty soon.
Okay, running in Invis.
Nisha
looking for
not afraid of the side device box. He's gonna go for it. He managed to hit out snowball onto the Lotus. That's gonna pull him out of here. Oh no, 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 no. DM in some trouble. Fishman, oh, they got the hook shot onto Nisha. They didn't have the follow-up though. They got the Doom out onto DM. Maybe not the best target. They threw a coil on after that. The second Doom onto the Sniper with the link onto him. That'll definitely do it. Watson's gonna have to carry this one. No, no one's gonna buy back. They're losing some of their supports. Can no one and Watson push through this second part of the fight? Liquid seeing these buybacks and the TPs coming in are trying to retreat now, but DM is trying to catch them. We've got a slow from Kataomi, slowing down 33. But DM, he wasn't able to get the X to grab anybody. Now, those buybacks, he didn't reward them at all. They throw out an assassination. Wait a minute, the Doom's caught up on the high ground. Insane, he has to use the song to try and save him here. Watson, he runs forward with his BKB, hits the Gleipnir, tries to catch her after Drink Buddy's gonna pull him back. Meanwhile, the hook shot onto Insania, manages to get off the mirror images. Nisha's gonna jump away from Cloud9. They're pulling him back, but the curse, maybe it holds him in place long enough. The LSA, it does, chaining the stun. Mickey's tanky though, down to half HP. Watson might be able to finish him up, he does manage to get that much, but the Anisha, he is still on top of them. Orb after orb, Cold Breeze, healing up Watson as long as possible. Here comes the bow, lands on a 2. Liquid, they're backing away, but they are gonna have casualties. Mickey's in for a second line, immediately pushed back by no one with a coil. Lands onto him, trying to finish up the Sniper, managed to get a dieback. How many diebacks can they get out of Cloud9? It all comes down to this. Can they get Watson? They've got him. Watson dead. DM on the run. Another dieback coming in for Cloud9. Liquid. One fight is all it takes.
Buybacks committed, but they get what they were looking for. Running down this Lina at the end of the fight. A huge gold swing in this game. So much experience for Liquid as once more they just kill everybody on Cloud9. Buybacks are not. That curse was not good enough in that fight. And all of that started with no one going down to the first Doom. Now out for 80, no buyback. No buyback on this Kunkka. 95 seconds. Liquid have everybody.
And now it's Liquid's opportunity to return the favor to Cloud9. Are they going to hit tier 3s and go straight for throne during these diebacks, or are they going to play it conservative? Nope, the call has been made. Time to hit tier 4s.
You need a big curse here. You need to get multiple heroes and set the fight up for Watson to deal the damage.
33 jumps in, immediately throws out the Doom on Kataomi. Doesn't find too much past that. Kataomi's going to be playing a bit of a timeout here while the tier 4s are going to start falling. They're going to have to play this 3 versus 5.
No clip here anymore. Is your Wyvern even up in time to make this play?
Is it even capable for Watson to be able to stop any of this? Does he even have the damage to kill these heroes fast enough? Their throne is under assault. He lost another hero. 2 versus 5 now. Hit the stop. Got the Doom. No, wait. Lincoln's able to block it, but it doesn't matter. The throne is exposed, and Liquid will take the 2-0.
What an impressive win from Liquid. That game looked like it was going to go later and later. Roshan was potentially going to be an issue. The ranged carries for their cores were potentially going to be an issue. They just find a way in the team fight. There's no way about it. It was not a draft advantage. It's not a strategy advantage. You're just getting outplayed. Nisha, Boxy are just straight out playing you at every turn in these fights, and they know it. This is a team. The meta suits them right now. They have a lot of momentum in this tournament, and they just push themselves to the top 3.
They hype up Nisha, say he's the best player in the world. They give him the puck, and he delivers massive damage output in all of these fights, rarely getting caught, and the rest of Team Liquid follows suit. Team that has been around for quite some time gets another podium finish, and that experience allows them to be able to take Cloud9 down in a second game that was quite close between the two. Quite a performance from Team Liquid here on the main stages. Didn't think they had it in them in that second game. It felt like Cloud9, we saw the predictions there. We saw the game was favoring Cloud9 for a large share of the game. They had their certain leads. They were able to get certain things out of Liquid. They go for the throne, an idea that they'll look back on and perhaps regret.
Losing that Roshan cost them so much control over that game. definitely a decision. You watch that replay 1,000 times, you will never find the right answer, but it did not work for them there.
Liquid pull off the 2-0, and it's time to head to on stage where we've got Insania for a winner's interview.
That's right, Cap. I'm here with Insania. Listen to that crowd. I mean, was that fun? Was that stressful? How was it in that booth?
It's very fun. Playing in front of a crowd like this is always the best feeling in the world. I think many of us... Yeah, I mean, it's a big reason why we enjoy playing so much. It's these crowds and being able to do this. Unfortunately, this last game was a bit resident sleeper. I blame my drafters for that, so I'm sorry about that, but hopefully next game will be more exciting.
I hope so. I mean, I don't know. I kind of enjoyed it, to be honest. I think a lot of people here did as well. You mentioned the drafting, though. You know, what's it been like for you as a position 5 to have to move around a little bit? Because it's been a role which has changed a lot. Now you're having to learn this Naga Siren, you know, these Tinkers. What's that like for you as position 5?
I don't really enjoy it. I miss playing like Lich and stuff. I feel like having like 5 carry heroes every single draft is just kind of odd. And I was like just hitting creeps this game. I think I had like 300 CS. I'm literally AFK. I want to fight more, you know, like give me more active heroes.
All right, well, maybe we get to see that a little bit more in the future. We'll see. There was some really clutch moments during these games. I think in game 1, we had 33 coming to the Sand King. We had Nisha's performance in game number 2. What's the communication like between you guys in those moments?
Then maybe they can play it on stream, but I feel like it's usually just let Nisha cook, let Neta cook. You just let them do their thing.
All right, and of course, there is another series to come. There's Tundra versus Gaming. What do you think is going to happen in that series?
I really hope Tundra crushes Gaming, and that would be great.
I think we all know why it's Insania. Thank you very, very much. Well done. Crowd, one more time for Insania and Liquid as they make top 3 at the International, and we will send it back to the panel.
Thank you, Nomad and Insania there. I mean, there's a lot of Liquid fans in the crowd, and they're very happy with that 2-0 for them. Game 2, though, definitely not as easy. And he's like, you just let Nisha cook, and you really had to for that one, Fly, because Nisha wasn't doing so great from the laning phase.
Yeah, that was a very good sniper last pick, right? When you get sniper versus puck, that is one of the hardest matchups in Dota. You know, my mid laner definitely complains about that one. But I think the interesting thing that happened was that the sniper actually rotated pretty early. He would move to the side lanes, and Nisha actually had pretty good net worth in that game, all things considered, after the first 5 minutes. So Nisha did a great job recovering.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these replays from this game number 2. The team fights is a big question mark for me, Winter, because it didn't feel as clean as we normally see from Liquid. Cloud9 doing really great to make it as disruptive as possible, but it also wasn't always going in their favor either.
Yeah, I think in the early fights, they did a really good job on Cloud9 to set up a couple of very key kills on the puck. We were mentioning puck being like a huge problem in the fights, but they were able to use the curse into the Lina stun to catch him like once or twice. I think this is one of the few examples why this puck hero, when you pick it in the right game and you don't have the right tools to deal with him, she just kills everyone in the team fight. If the team fight is not over, it's a long fight, the puck is going to win you the fight.
And what do you think about Fear, where we did see Cloud9 take control of this game, push that high ground, but decided to rush for the tier 4s rather than being able to take that mid lane max?
Yeah, I don't know why Insania said this was a resident sleeper game. It was very exciting.
Okay, maybe
like
after
those.
the last Roche, it was a little resident sleeper.
Perhaps, but like even then, there's like a lot of back and forth fights, like a lot of judgment calls you have to do for both teams. And C9, unfortunately, they feel like 2 heroes are dead. They don't know necessarily if there's buyback or not. The buybacks come in, you go for the throne. Unfortunately, that was like the moment in where you capitalized, but it kind of bit you back, and then now you're in a situation where you gave up Roche, you're sitting in your base, and they feel like they couldn't leave their base after that. So yeah, they're going to go back and look at that one and decide if that was the right call or not.
I mean, another judgment call is this fight that we're seeing play out right now. There were a lot of buybacks from both sides here. Cloud9 mostly in the early part where they buy back on 2 of their cores. Was this a decision that now that we have the hindsight Fly, we're like, oh, you probably should have waited it out, just given that fight and looked towards taking something on the high ground instead?
It's always a tough decision in the moment because there's a fight breaking out, there's spells being used, and you're thinking to yourself, if I buy back, this spell's been used, I'm going to be able to come in and clean up. And something we actually talk about in our team is that you should at least give it, 2 to 3 seconds before you buy back to make a good judgment call. But as soon as one person starts doing it, you kind of have to follow
It's a
through.
chain reaction.
Yeah, you have to, because if you don't, then that person bought back for nothing, and it's going to be a very bad situation. So you have to follow through with that first person who did it, and you know, in this case, it was not a good one.
Yeah, well, like we said, we have that hindsight. We can take it a little bit slow. We don't feel the high pressure of that. But Liquid, they didn't feel the pressure either. It was a big question mark when we saw 33 join this roster at the start of the year for Liquid. It wasn't off to a great start for them, but now they've secured top 3 at TI 13. And Fear, it's a roster that's really coming together. It feels like it's not just this patch that's working in favor for them. A lot has changed within the team to allow for this adjustment and be able to hit a lot of different play styles.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid is a team that has always looked really good. The only issue is when they meet Gaming Gliders in the grand finals, to be honest with you. So Insane is hoping for that not to happen again. But you never know. It's a different time. It's a different TI. Maybe if they do meet, this could be the best I've seen Liquid play in a long time. So even against Glame, and I'm a little more optimistic.
Yeah, and then what about the side of Cloud9? Because they're not eliminated by any means. They're going down to that lower bracket, though. So they're still in that top 6 right now, Winter, but they're going to have to go up against Falcons tomorrow.
I feel like they have a lot of takeaway in this series. And they have to try to make some adjustments. I think in terms of I think the draft, like finding a balance between like drafting heroes that your team is really good and trying to counter their opponents, and try to just find a balance between that. I think overall today in the second game especially, they showed that they could come back after a rough first game, find some solutions, and try to play another game. And they almost had a really good chance to win the game, but unfortunately, Liquid just out-executed them in a couple of really, really good moments.
It does come down to that. Fear, I heard that there's a specific moment in the game that you were hoping to have a look at.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to highlight a little bit the Wyvern pick and the item build that he went. Like, this was the item he just picked up, the Shadow Blade you'll see in his inventory. Before that fight, when they went for the throne, they were able to catch the puck, and that was very critical for them, like potentially getting in that position. So a nice honorable mention of itemization to really help them kind of deal with Nisha in a way. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Puck does have a lot of... if you don't have enough silences or stuns, he can get away with it, but they definitely helped him with that Shadow Blade.
Yep. I mean, the other thing being how timing dependent it was for Cloud9 as well, Fly. I mean, it just felt like things were down to the millisecond.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was all like a chain reaction of things, like, you know, catching the puck and then catching this Razor on top and potentially being able to close out the game. But I did feel like this game was a bit of a ticking time bomb when you have this puck who just is scaling like crazy. You have this Doom that we see on screen, you know, Doombringer late game. It's just too much at some point. That at the very end, I felt like it was just easier for Liquid to execute with those types of heroes, as opposed to having a sniper Lina who have to stay in the back and be in the perfect position. But there's so many ways to get on top of those heroes.
It feels like a tough question to answer what I'm about to say, but what about 33's Doom works, whether in this game or in the majority of games, that isn't working for other teams or other people picking Doom?
I mean, again, we see that this Doom was picked a bit later. Right, it was not a first pick Doom, so he had some purpose that he was happy with. I think it was the Kunkka, right? Like, he knows his purpose in the game when he picks it. Like, I'm gonna find this guy at least in the early game, I'm gonna get a good Doom target, and I'm gonna be able to play my game. On top of that, this guy's also a Doom specialist. This guy's been winning on this hero forever. He always finds the right item builds to go, because Doom is a very versatile hero, and 33's brain is massive, so he can always figure out the right build. So I think this was just another showcase.
Awesome. Well, Fly, it's been fantastic to have you on the panel. Congratulations to Liquid as well, getting a 2-0 here, but we've got to keep this day going. We do still have our 4th and final series to come up, and before we get into it, let's hear some extra words from the Tundra players.
The best moment of this international, I think, was beating Falcons 2-0. I think the second game was very exciting.
We won them by just, I don't know, like, over skill.
We know everyone, like, each other so good. Like, we even screamed them today, yesterday, 2 days ago, 5 days ago. We scream them every day. But we just wanna show the perfect Dota, you know? That's why the game, like, super hard for us, for them also, because we know each other, and game kinda 50-50. And, like, one moment can change everything. I think this is, like, really good for the Dota.
Our next series is going to be against GG, so I'm looking forward to play against them. I think we're going to win this one.
I think gaming gladiators, like, they know how to punish the enemy team. Like, they close them up super well, and they have a good flex heroes between Durachio and Ace, and their subs are such beasts. But we have something special also. We have Topias, and he gonna show everyone who gonna win 30i.
I don't really have any expectations really going into it. I think we just have to, play our game. Don't get stressed or nervous about their play style. Like, they play fast, they want to end the games early, and I think we just have to kind of just be prepared for that and understand our own timings.
The strength of Team Thunder this TI, I'll say it's just our hero pool plus our, mental position. Like, we got no pressure at all. We just playing our game. We just playing for fun, and I think we're playing really good. I think map movement, everything's really good.
The strongest team at this TI, I would say, are still Gladiators and Liquid. They are the teams to beat, basically. I think they have a good idea of the meta, and they play very well as a team, so they're gonna be very strong.
We feel good. We want to play on stage for sure. A long time I'm not playing stage. From my perspective, I'm excited.
Playing in front of a crowd is always a lot of fun. I haven't played in front of a TI crowd since TI 9, so I hope we're gonna do well.
I think Team Thunder at this TI could win this TI for sure, because we already got, TI winner and double TI winner in this roster, so I don't know, for sure we got a lot of things, a lot of strats, a lot of momentum to win this tournament.
I just love these guys, love the crown, everything. I just wanna win Dota and just play Dota, that's it. I hope we can win the international, but who knows? Who knows?
Who knows, but these players, they can be one step closer to securing that victory for themselves here. They've already secured themselves top 6, but this best of 3 matters if they want to secure themselves top 3. We're going to have Tundra up against Gaming Gladiators. We also have Jenkins joining us again, going to give us some valuable insight about Tundra. I mean, we heard a little bit extra from them just then, but in your eyes, Jenkins, what makes this roster or this lineup from Tundra look so scary and be right now in that upper bracket?
I mean, Ramsey said it. I think Topson is any team that he's on. He's going to be one of the players that makes it very special. He plays extremely weird heroes on the mid lane. I think that some of the new mid laners also, people talk about Nisha being the best mid. There's Makoto for a while was thrown in there. Quinn. Everybody talks about the new guys, and we did just see from Nisha why he's on that list. Nobody talks about Topson. Why is that? He gets forgotten about until some new build comes out, and then it's like, oh, Topson was the first guy that came up with this thing. He was the Nature's Prophet mid originator, using the courier on the Ancients to scout those out and get extra damage on the ult. This guy invents Dota.
Yeah, and I mean, he has 2 TIs for a reason. He's always bringing something fresh to the mid lane there. He will be going up against Quinn, someone else that you just threw into that argument there of best. But best is very subjective here. There's a lot of different criteria that can fall into that. You can weight it very differently as to what you think is the best. And do you have one that you favor slightly more than the other, or is it going to be a very even matchup between the 2?
That one really depends, because the mid lane isn't one-on-one anymore. Some support can come over at 2 minutes, take your water rune, and then all of a sudden you just lose the matchup, right? And that is very difficult to say. So between the 2 of them, I would say Quinn is more stable, where Topson is a bit more explosive, right? So I would always take stability over explosive, because you have your highs, you have your lows, and yeah, Quinn has proven tournament after tournament that he is a mid laner that rarely has a bad game.
I do feel like this meta kind of favors Topson more, because Monkey King and Invoker, those are the mid heroes that
But Topson hasn't played Monkey King and Quinn has. Yeah, so that's interesting.
But he should be able to play it if they want to, this meta, I think in theory, kind of suits Topson a lot more than And Quinn, I agree that Quinn is more stable, but sometimes you want someone that can win you the games that you cannot win. And maybe if you have a stable player, he's not gonna do as well as the player willing to go make the crazy moves. And Thompson, I feel like he's one of those players that could maybe win you the games that seemingly look like a dead end.
Yeah. Well, when we were talking to those players in that break day between playoffs and here at the main event, they gave us the insight that they think Liquid Gaming, they're the two that they're most afraid of, or at least they're the toughest opponents. I shouldn't say most afraid of, but the toughest opponents, especially with how quick Gaming can close out games. I mean, they have one of the shortest average game times here, and I also think that Tundra are up there with able to close games out, to be able to snowball. So what are we expecting when these two teams that love to snowball, love to focus on lanes, finally meet and clash head-to-head?
I think we're going to see something kind of similar to the previous series, where there's a lot of heroes converging on a single lane. And I know I've said this a few times in the last week, but I think that's because we are in a 5-manning aura patch. But
the 7-minute Wisdom Rune, 5v5, that's what you're going
You get a 7-minute Wisdom Rune, 5v5. It looks like a Herald pub, but it's because it's the graph where people get so good that it just goes back down to like the basic level stuff of just bring more people and then you win the fight. And because that fight's the only thing that's important that's happening, then you win the game. And then at that point, it's about execution. It kind of goes back up to the top of the bell curve, but then it goes back down again.
Well, look, we can speculate a little bit more, but I want to get this series going. I want to welcome our teams to the stage, and we're going to bring our very first team out, Team Tundra. Players are walking out on stage right now may not be the 5 that originally qualified, but right now with the stand-in of Saksa, they are doing fantastic. They're on that upper bracket run. Right now, though, they have to see if they can continue in the upper bracket as we bring on out their opponents. Dominated all of 2023. They just fell short at TI12, coming second place, but right now they want to make a name for themselves. They want to make it at least to top 3 minimum. See if they are able to do it here at TI13, but an upper bracket, best of 3, their opponents being in Tundra. We'll see if it's possible. We'll see what they have prepared for themselves in fear. Seeing these two teams now out on stage, the banter between them, what can we really expect when it comes on down to the nitty-gritty?
I mean, you can expect Gaming Glider. They're in their comfort zone right now. They were used to being on the big stage for 2 years in a row now, and we heard from Ramses himself. It's been a while since he's been on the stage here. So Gaming Gliders, they're in their comfort zone. This is a team that likes to play extremely fast, but Tundra is aware of that. Even Tops in the interview says, we know they're going to play fast. We just have to be prepared for it. So a lot of eyes on me are going to be like, what has Tundra prepared for this Gaming Gladiators early game?
That is something that hopefully we'll get an answer to when game number 1 draft does begin. But before that, these guys are settling on into their seats. Gaming Gladiators, I feel like the pressure isn't really there the same as it was last year winter, and I think that's a lot to their advantage. But both of these teams almost have that to their advantage, that not a lot of people were expecting them with the year that they've had to be in that upper bracket, to be secured top 6.
Yeah, expectations can be toxic, some may say, and having no expectations or low expectations can be a very good thing for a team, like for the players itself. The important thing is you can able to focus on the game. You don't want to really think about other stuff that's happening outside of the game, what the fans are saying, what the talents are saying, what everyone else is saying. You just want to go in the game, understand your role, think about what you need to do in the game, and just focus on that. You have to block everything out.
Yeah, I agree. They've had a very decent year for gaming. I mean, they won Riyadh. I'm sure they're very happy with that. last year's TI, I assume at the start of the year, probably weighed on them a little bit, you know, how close they were. But this time around, there's a different aura about this team. And I do agree that this is the sort of team that I feel like they can mentally recover if they did get knocked down to a lower bracket, or if they did lose game 1 and then go into game 2. They can have that talk. I don't know if it's CY or just because they've been a team for so long with the exact same 5 players, but they're incredibly resilient, and that is something Tundra's going to have to deal with in this series.
You know, both of these teams, they have one thing in common right now at the tournament. They're very good at controlling vision. Like, both of these teams have a very good amount of wards killed for their opponents, and also their own wards, you know, their own vision game. They are not as easily dewarded compared to other teams, you know. So that says a lot about teams that are doing really well. The vision game is going to be particularly very important. You know, for Whitemon, he's also one of the few players that in some of their games places a very high amount of wards, and I think the vision is going to be very, very crucial in this matchup when it comes down to who can play faster, you know.
So the vision is something that we're going to focus on when we get into that game. But what about beforehand? What about draft, Jenkins? How diverse are these two? And is there a lot of overlapping that we're kind of worried about? How meta do these two like to fall in line with as well?
There's a good amount of overlap. I know Winter was saying that, you know, Quinn is not necessarily the Monkey King mid player that Topson has been in the past, but Topson actually hasn't played Monkey King mid in this tournament yet. And Quinn has. It's his second most played hero, so there's some of these heroes where the overlap is not necessarily in what was picked for them in this tournament, but what they're historically comfortable with, which I think is quite interesting. Like, think, you know, being good at a hero, but being like, you know, I have enough of a read on this hero that I don't think it's good in this game.
Well, here's a graphic to visualize just exactly what is overlapping between them and what is very unique to the sides as well. I mean, looking at that Sniper and the Mirana, you know, the Sniper slightly favoring Gaming Gladiators there, Mirana slightly favoring Tundra. They have a very impressive win rate on this Mirana, by the way. And so now I wonder how much of that makes it into that first phase. Do we see another game where you're letting through this meta like an Omni or a Naga support, and you have those answers to it? Because what is very unique on the side of Tundra was that last pick Night Stalker that they did get a win on against Falcons, which led them to being in that secured top 6.
Yeah, I mean, I think you definitely have some niche picks for Tundra, but there's some heroes that Tundra love playing, and you don't really play on gaming. Mars is a good example of that. Ramsey's really good at it, but at the same time, Ace, he won't play the hero. So those are heroes that you can be like your throwaway bans to just make sure they don't have that. I think there's going to be a big difference in the offlaners in this series. You do have like Ace, who loves these Brood Mothers, these lone druids that nobody else is playing, or you do have Ramses. This is a player that wants to play these Blink Initiators, or be some type of form of like initiation for the team, and this is when Tundra looks the best. We talked about it all through the road to the International. Ramses is a must initiate for this team for them to look at top form. Meanwhile, Ace, he doesn't really have that pressure on him. He can sit back and farm a little bit more if he really needs to. Not that he can't initiate, but they really like to play different styles of Dota.
Yeah, we've seen other teams try to make the Brood offlane work, and it just doesn't. It seems like this is only something that either Ace can execute, or Gaiman knows how to play around the Brood offlane really well, which I think, you know, given that Duraccio has this history of being an incredibly aggressive carry, even on patches when aggression wasn't the name of the game, which, by the way, it is. This is a great patch for him, which is why I think Gaiman is very successful in this tournament. Another thing that I think is interesting is Pure playing Morphling as his most played hero. Yeah. And you don't see Duraccio playing Morphling. In fact, I think in an interview they've said that if there's nothing left in the pool, then they'll pick Duraccio his Morphling. But he's one of those, you know, there's always one point in the game he'll die at 1 HP and just get one shot. It's going to happen. So they don't want
most Morphling players?
That's
though,
most Morphling players, but not Pure. And I do think Morph functions, it's a pretty nice counter if you can play around it to a lot of the current carry meta, where you're getting an early game carry if you're good at it, but then also that late game scaling hero that counters the carry to carry matchup.
I'm actually glad that you actually brought that up, because I feel like the difference, I've been always talking about support pairings, but I think in this particular instance, the offlaner, what your offlaner likes to do and likes to play and pair it with what your carry likes to play. I think both those players have a lot of things that you do in a game together, and if your offlaner is like Ace, he tends to take more auras and he farms more, then you want to carry exactly like Duraccio, because he's really, really aggressive. I think that is what makes it work. And on the other side, you look at Pure is more greedy, so he doesn't really
play as much as Deracho for the team. But on the other hand, he has Ramses that's always been playing Mars. So you can see the balance there between two teams that's very, very different.
And when Ramses does play the farming heroes, this does not look like the same Tundra. And they've clearly identified that too, because they've changed their drafts with that in mind. Like, they're valuing this Mars incredibly highly, and I think they should.
Well, looking at this hero pool, just for Deracho as well as Pure here, but mostly I want to talk on the Gaming Gladiator side. What a lot of people said was a key to their success last year, and the shining moments throughout this year was Ace in that off lane. He was very stable, he was very consistent. If you shut him down, you were almost guaranteed to get a really good game against Gaming Gladiators. You're almost guaranteed to close it out. Is this the patch or playstyle, something different from gaming that doesn't adhere to that, and we can't really push that narrative anymore?
I think it's the supports being so strong in the early game, because when you think about offlaners being greedy, right? What enables them to be greedy? I think it's mostly the support. What the support does in the early game. Their supports are very, very aggressive. I think they get a lot of work done. And if you compare that to maybe the other team support, they do maybe 1 or 2% extra compared to the other team, and maybe that's all they need, to allow their offlaner to be this greedy. And it's not just a support, like I said. Deracho is a very aggressive carry. So he comes to the fight early, he uses the gate, he comes over, he defends the offlaner tower, his towers and the stacks. And I think that's what you need to allow your offlaner to be greedy. Essentially, they have 2 carries in a way, or 1.5 carry, because their offlaner just basically is another carry.
So you've been kind of quiet. Do you want to share some of your thoughts about this Tundra and gaming lineup? Tundra with a very different roster having this stand-in right now, and how maybe that's also shaping and changing what they're able to do at TI here.
Yeah, I think they already ironed that out by now. They're already within the top 6, right? So, I mean, Tox is a great player. He has been on the stage many times before, winning TI, in fact. So.
Did you know the last time he was on a TI stage, he won it?
Well, there you have it.
Because he was not present last year.
That's true for Thompson as well.
No, because Thompson...
In front of a crowd.
He was in playoffs last year, which had a crowd in Seattle.
Well, that's not what he said.
I'm just saying.
But anyway, I'll
argue with Jenkins.
I trust the man. He said in an interview. Go ahead,
Pierre. Train back on the tracks. But I think right now, when you see a meta where not only Gaming and Liquid seem to be the teams to beat, it does come from the carry role. I really think that Deracho, much like Mickey, are very fast tempo type of carry players, and it does favor them. Yeah. When those teams are doing poorly, it's because it's like some, Morphling patch or some Terrorblade hard carry patch where they don't shine as much. And I feel like you can hit a balance on this one. Like, it's not one way or the other. Sure, playing fast is important, but I feel like Pure is a hybrid in that regard. He can play really fast, but yet he can also play really slow, and that's why Tundra is doing really well. And I think for Thompson as well, as a mid laner, he isn't necessarily going to be that type of player that is going to run around and make space for you. He might. You don't really know what types of Thompson you're going to get. Is he going to do that, or is he going to sit back with Sniper and just farm up? That really is up to him, and I think that's the beauty of his role right now. He gets to choose, and I feel like Ramses doesn't get enough credit. I feel like he's enabling Thompson in a lot of ways, and even in the interview, he even said that, Thompson, he's going to carry. Clearly, he has a lot of respect for Thompson, and he is adapting his play style to make sure that Thompson has a good game.
I think that's fair. I think Thompson's the type of guy you just ask, hey man, what do you want to play? And then if he says he wants to play Sniper and farm, you trust him. If he asks for a Sniper and you need a mid that is going to be active, then you trust that he's going to somehow play the Sniper where he farms the Ags and shows up and actually fights. And he tends to do that. He'll even play like a farming hero mid, but then show up to stuff depending on the game, if it's a good game for the hero.
What about some non-meta Thompson picks that we're either hoping to see for the crowd or hoping to see just for our entertainment?
That hasn't been picked yet.
No, he could have been picked maybe once, or not picked.
I don't think so far anything he picked has been non-meta.
Is Rubik mid non-meta right now?
Yeah, I would say that.
It's non-meta.
What about Ricky?
The Ricky could be interesting. I mean, we've all heard the whisperings with this hero. We've heard that there's, maybe the hero's doing a little bit too much damage in some instances, and people are not going for the defusal. They're going for the Ags rush and going for the facet and kind of farming, and then going for the eventual defusal, playing the hero in a way that's not exactly traditional. I saw people were spamming it in pubs prior to this tournament, including Thompson. He may have been the first.
I want to see like the Thompson, though, where he does something so out of the box that you can't even comprehend what it might even be. You know what I mean? That would be
So
interesting.
you sit here, you sit in the draft, and you're baffled. You can't even like back
Exactly,
him up with
yeah.
numbers of why you think it could or should
Clockwork
work.
mid.
Okay.
It has to be some
Now
weird
he's just
item
throwing
combination
things out
that goes in tail with it, like some Veno mid with, you know, the facet.
Yeah, usually it's a full build. It's not just like a weird hero and a weird role. He also does a build that you don't understand, and it's
Gotta be a complete package.
5 items in, it clicks.
Well, look, you guys are putting me on the edge of my seat as to what we could expect out of these two teams if there is going to be that Thompson special pick for himself. But either way, we do have a draft, so let's see game number 1.
Tundra Esports versus Gaming Gladiators. Game 1.
Well, that's it. Game 1. We've got a lovely audience filling out our Royal Arena here in Copenhagen, Denmark, and we're going to see just what's happening. That Invoker getting a massive respect from Gaming Gladiators, taken out right off the bat. Tundra, though, focusing a little bit more on those supports that we have hopped on and on about over the last week and a half. That Naga and that Shadow Demon. No bar from Tundra at all.
I do want to say one thing about the Invoker. We saw in the first series of today, this got first phase banned as well. And I would imagine that it's probably because on the last day before the break, we saw some very successful Invokers. And I'm just guessing that this hero was in every single scrim within the break. And then also, you don't want to give this to Thompson. Like, this is his most played hero in the tournament, and he looks extremely good on it.
Yeah, I'll add the second point for Nat there.
Okay.
The last series they won was versus Falcons 2-0, and they had an Invoker both games.
There you go.
And there was this one game as well, they actually picked Invoker blind, you know, because before the tournament, I thought Invoker was a hero that you needed to still see your matchup and pick it, but they picked it blind and the game went really well. He didn't really suffer in the laning phase as much, so that kind of changed my opinion on Invoker. He's like a hero that I feel like you can just pick, and you don't really care about the matchup as much, and you're going to be doing a lot, like just running around the map. He's very similar to Monkey King in a way, I think. You're just getting your levels, and after that, you assist your side lanes very well. You ghost walk, you run around, you get kills, and it helps your whole team.
The game that you're talking about is the Heroic series, and the Invoker won the lane against TA. Yeah. I remember that, and we were like, okay, I guess this matchup is just not the same as it once was.
I will say one of my favorite things when we see teams come on stage or finally play again after a 4 or 5 day break is seeing what they either ban out due to what's in the meta, they ban out due to respect, which is that Invoker, or maybe something's happening in the back end of the scrims that we haven't seen. This Visage, maybe Tundra place it very high, and because they don't have that first pick, they don't want gaming to be able to get their hands on it. So that one, the Visage, is it a respect? Is there something else going on for it? Either way, it does leave Gaming Gladiators to pick up the Marana.
I think Visage is very similar to like a Doom. I kind of like to categorize these two heroes together, because when you talk about playing fast, right, these two heroes creates goal out of nothing, out of thin air. So it kind of speeds the game up really quickly. And if you're Tundra, if you're thinking about maybe we do want to slow things down, we don't want gaming to be playing at a very high pace. So those are probably the heroes that you consider banning. But definitely not, I didn't expect the Visage to be banned out.
Yeah, and I don't think Gaming's surprised about the Mars coming out here. Surely they have something planned for this one. But even if you plan for it, Mars is just one of those heroes that, if you're Tundra, it's just a staple. You pick it up, he gets the Blink Dagger, he runs around the map, he makes a space. This allows Thompson to play literally anything he wants in the mid lane. And I think that's really important for heroes like Sand King and Mars, and why Tundra like it so much. It allows Thompson to have complete freedom to just dig deep as he wants to into his hero pool.
And he also doesn't really have any bad laning matchups right now, right, as Mars. I feel like he's always going to be able to do okay in the laning phase.
Yeah, as long as you lane with a ranged position 4, Mars will get something out of lane stage or potentially win it.
And you're often laning against ranged carries, because that's all that is popular right now. The heroes that beat Mars in lane are Slark, Ursa, like any heroes that if they hit you, they gain some sort of stacking thing on you that will eventually kill you. Mars does not like playing into that. All of those heroes are bad.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people don't remember what Mars' Facet does as well. If you give him a good early game, he gets a couple bracers. His Facet is, if he's outnumbered, he has extra health regen, right? So it allows Soxa, not only if he wins his lane or does decent, to leave him alone and then go help mid lane, which is something he does a lot.
Yeah, I'd like to see what Gaimin has planned for this, because Mars is Ramsey's most picked hero. They've played 4 games of it. They've won every single one convincingly. The games where he's not on an initiator, like Mars, Tundra looks like a completely different team. So there has to be some answer. They're not just leaving this in
and then going, oh my goodness, they picked Mars, I'm shocked.
No, this is definitely expected. If you are going to pick up some sort of Slark type hero, I do think you need a lot of other heroes to make it work.
I mean, one thing about Mars, I would say, is he doesn't build auras, right? So maybe you are thinking of trying to abuse that, and you get an offlaner, because gladiators mostly they build auras on their offlaner, so they can kind of use that to their advantage. We're going to get our auras a little bit faster, because usually with Mars you pair with supports that will build the auras, and normally it just comes slower, you know, and you are going to have a window where your auras come a little bit faster, and maybe you can take advantage of that.
I could see that paired with maybe like an alchemist strategy, something where you build the auras, you have Alk who's going to have a, you know, Mars doesn't necessarily dumpster lanes. He'll do fine in lanes, especially against these ranged heroes, but an Alk would farm just fine, and then you hit this timing with like Radiance, Blink, BKB, something like that, plus the auras that you're talking about, and maybe that's how they planned to, okay, well, that was unexpected.
I was actually going to mention that, but I didn't think they'd pick it now. I was going to say, the worst hero that Mars can play against is Lone Druid in the game, and that's something Ace typically will pick after he sees the carry matchup, because if you see your matchup, if you're playing this Faceless Void or something, what he did last time, you decimate it. I'm not sure if Dyrachyo is up for the challenge of playing a Lone Druid. I'm not sure if he plays that hero, hasn't played it yet, but that is something that is incredibly good versus the Mars. I was thinking they're going to pick like an Alchemist or something, and then later down the road pick this Lone Druid, and that could just be their type of style, right? You play really fast, you hit the timing, you can end the game. We typically don't see the Lone Druid picked up this early because there are some bad lane matchups. This hero particularly doesn't like to play against a lot of ranged carries, and this is a ranged carry type of meta.
Man, this is a death ball strategy coming out of
You already know.
This is going to be a very quick game if Gladiators manage to.
It's either going to be a quick game or a long game.
Chen versus Enchantress.
Yeah.
That's an age-old question. Which one of these heroes wins in this matchup?
Oh, do you have any?
I don't have the answer. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like in the past you would debate this and like, oh, you steal the creep, I take your creep, you take my creep. I feel like their interaction is very minimal now, because like Chen just gets so many creeps, or Ench can only have like one at a time, so you still one of Chen's creep, doesn't really matter. They don't really interact in the laning stage at all, so I personally think they just do different things. I feel like Ench is more of like a lane winner than Chen right now, whereas Chen is more of a timing hero.
He gets a mech,
you get your mech,
push a tower.
You group up, and Ench isn't really good versus that playstyle.
Well, look, the Luna coming out for Tundra, a hero that has impressed time and time again throughout that playoffs. A lot of people putting it in their S, maybe even S+ tier category when it comes to carries. Is this still something that you're willing to run for Gaming Gladiators, the Lone Druid offlane that will now be laning up against what is expected to be a Luna Ench?
You'll probably be worried. I think it might actually be just Luna ET. ET is very good against Lone Druid in the lane. Because of the extra unit, you get more from your spirit, and you're very good at running Lone Druid down. I think Lone Druid's weakness is if he's up against a support that can close the distance, which ET has with the movement speed, and you kind of just bully him or kill him in the lane. And Luna with ET is a perfect pairing, because Luna from far range, you can use the Lucent Beam, and ET you can get a couple of extra right clicks onto the hero. So this is a very formidable lane against Lone Druid.
But the question is, does Dyrachyo play Lone Druid? I don't really know. And this doesn't answer anything either, because Dyrachyo plays Brood as well. Ace can play Brood. I'm very curious to see where the Lone Druid's going with this. I wasn't sure if the Brood would be good. I was thinking in my head, like, you know, DK carry or Alchemist carry against the ET sounds pretty good.
They've got a ban Earthshaker right now. I think that is an instant loss, yes. If they play into a Thompson Earthshaker, I do not think there's any winning this game with all of the creeps they have.
He needs to be like on a hero to defend towers and clear creeps.
Okay, I'm going to quickly ask the question though, before we talk more about bans and last picks, is would you rather your team play on heroes they're not as comfortable on, but in their lanes, or heroes they're comfortable on, but lanes they don't normally play?
Sorry, I got to interrupt you here. Dyrachyo has played 7 games of Lone Druid in his pubs in the past 8 days, 100% win rate. 100% win rate. So
yeah, he's coming.
This is I mean, if I know Dyrachyo, whatever he plays in his pubs, you know he's going to play it on like competitive.
Yes.
100% of the time.
Yeah.
And he is 7-0 on this hero in pubs. Dyrachyo's playing this Lone Druid. It confused me at first. Like, yeah, Mars, it's really bad versus Lone Druid, but I don't see why Ace would pick it up. He doesn't see his lane yet. But it was a debate all along. He saw the Mars. Dyrachyo wanted to play that Lone Druid. It was an incredibly good lane and game matchup. Ace is confident enough that this Brood against the Luna plus ET is going to be good enough, and I'm going to trust him. And so far, every time Ace does pick this Brood, he does deliver. So this flex looking really strong right now for Gaming Gladiators.
Out of curiosity, which facet on Lone Druid is he going for? Is it the new one?
I would have to check that real quick.
Because there's 3. There's the one where you now have the 3 slots on the main guy, but you're gaining...
Oh, he's getting the one where you have 3 slots.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I've not seen that in competitive yet.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, maybe Dyrachyo doesn't want to micro the bear. With this build, you don't have to. You just buy all the items on your hero. You go for the Gleipnir and Harpoon and, like, treads on your hero.
Game's going to be over before you have too many items to micro.
It's kind of genius, actually.
That's exactly what they want. It's the pace they expected, and it's easier to execute. 2 things that they do love here. We're still looking at some of these last bans. Dazzle taken out from the side of Gaming Gladiators. Puck as well. They're going to look to take out another mid laner, but what exactly?
Catch. They need catch. They have very little catch right now.
Thompson.
I'm still going to die on this Earthshaker hill here. I feel like...
Okay, but Tundra are banning right now.
Yeah, I mean, Gaiman has to pick first here, so Quinn, he definitely needs to pick one of his Spirit-esque heroes, something that rotates on the map. Whenever you play the Broodmother, it's best to have a mid laner who can just pick up a rune, walk to the Brood's lane. Then all of a sudden, Brood just gets a bunch of spiders, and all of a sudden, Brood takes over the whole map. And I think the whole reason why that works is because your mid laner can make rotations there. But you are picking it blind, so he has to weigh his options here to make sure there's nothing.
He wants a melee hero, right? Because they are banning Dazzle, most likely.
Yeah, most of the spirits are like the melee guys outside the Storm Spirit, but I'm not sure if that's
Earth Spirit
he's looking at.
Void Spirit.
Ember, just because you didn't say it, I thought I'd throw that one in.
They don't really have to be spirits. They could be like a tiny. They could be Shaker themselves, right?
I was thinking about
that.
Leave the Shaker in and take it for Quinn.
Yeah.
All you're thinking about Jenkins is Earthshaker.
I just think that they're thinking about it.
Okay, you got to give more.
Because if they don't want to pick it, they kind of have to ban it.
Yeah, I agree. But it is a decent Earthshaker game for them as well. They banned Batrider. I mean, these are like...
Storm it is. That is the Spirit. I mean, now Thompson, this is where he thrives. He is last pick. I'm going to open the Tundra egg and see what the Thompson surprise is in here.
Fantastic analogy.
That's how it feels like watching Thompson play. It's like, what am I going to get today? What am I going to be treated with as a last pick here? He sees everything. He gets his lane. He's not going to get Puck, which is like the big one. And we're going to get an Alchemist. Probably in the mid lane.
Tower Defender.
There's your Thompson surprise right there.
Yeah, Acid Spray Tower Defender. And Acid Spray is also really good against Lone Druid. I'm actually liking this elk.
I will say though, okay, this is cool and everything, but you are playing versus a Brood Lone Druid Chen lineup that is incredibly fast. So if this doesn't defend the towers, which I don't think Acid Spray really deters Chen very much, this could get ugly fast. But if they manage to get a couple defenses, they have an additional carry now.
Yeah.
So it could be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra could also win the lanes really hard, and then maybe they won't run into damage issues, but if they don't, I do see ET Enchantress supports with the Mars. Where's the damage? It's not coming from the Alk until he gets a few items. It's got to come from Pure on the Luna, honestly. Like, Pure has to play active this game. You talked about him being able to play both active and greedy. Well, Luna is a hero that can do both. But in this game, I think he's not going to want to be the guy that's farming stacks. Like, he needs to show up to fights and use that ult, because otherwise they don't have damage.
Yes, but you're using your ulti into Chen creeps, Spiderites, and Lone Druid Bear. The ult's not going to be super effective this game, but his right click will. It seems like a bit of a greedy draft. I'm not sure if it'll work out.
Yeah, is that reflected as well with the facet that he's going for Luna? Because that is one of the most contested facets that we have on a hero. It is almost down that 50-50 split of what people want to go for. Right now, he has selected the Moonstorm. So does that lead into exactly what you would like for him?
I think so. I mean, that tells me that he wants to win the lanes and play off of that, which if he wins the lanes, he can go through the portal, he can get active and do the damage that they need.
All right, we're going to get some more words, not from you guys, though, from one of our coaches down on stage with Slacks.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. Hello, my friends. We have CY at T1 yet again. Match made in heaven, of course, but a match made here in the hometown. How's it feel to be in the hometown, baby?
Oh, it feels great.
All right, fantastic. The crowd feels the same way. Now, my friend, quite the aggressive draft here. I mean, second Lone Druid. Last time you and me talked, came through the lower bracket. You picked Lone Druid. Things didn't really work out too good, but this time, confidence. Why pick such a counterable hero so early? You feeling pretty okay?
We're feeling pretty good. I think we have the best lone druid in the world. And now we actually have 2 players as well, so I feel like we're pretty hot on that right now.
Absolutely. Now, the Broodmother has been a staple for you guys. You've been doing very well. I saw you banned out the sniper yourselves this time instead of picking it up. Would you be able to care to share why you would do that against these guys?
It's just one of the most annoying heroes in the game.
Well, I think we can all attest to that. Absolutely. All right, now, I gotta ask you, you pick some heroes that are kinda counterable. You know, you got the Broodmother, Lone Druid, all that. They're gonna end things with the Alchemist. If you were the coach, is that who you would have picked? How do you feel about that last pick, Alchemist?
I feel like when you have Thompson in your team, you don't really get a say in his hero. I think he picks whatever he wants to, and I think he wanted Alchemist, so that's that.
And that is that. All right, my friend. Well, thank you so much. We wish you the best of luck in Game 1. And let's go ahead and get into that game with our fantastic casters.
Thank you very much, Sir Action Slacks. Fan here with Cinder for game number 1 of this best of 3 between Gaming Gladiators and Tundra. This is going to be a sick series, Cinderman. And welcome home, by the way. Are you jet lagged from your long trip?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? These drafts today has had a lot of really good individual games, but who knows? Maybe we've saved the absolute best for last. Tundra versus Gaming Gladiators. The heroes that both teams are running here are... This has been a crazy mind game in and of itself, so I really hope everybody out there is ready for one hell of a game. Come down! Hey, klar!
What does that mean? Can you translate?
Do you hate Suns fans?
Well, I can't blame them. As we get into this game, you're talking about this lineup, Cinder. This is a disgusting zoo lineup, if you want to call it that, from Gaimin.
Yeah.
What can Tundra do to try to contest it?
Well, first of all, obviously, as the panel talked about, it's a lot of the time when you're playing against Zoo like this, it's either having heroes that have a lot of AoE damage that hit multiple targets, and especially something like Echo Slam that they talk to death with, amplifying itself. Either you have that, or you need some big boys that stand in front of the tower and make it difficult to take. So in this case, Thompson's going to play the Alchemist. I was thinking to myself, maybe something like a Timbersaw could have been a possibility. That archetype of hero where effectively you're trying to just stall, buy time, and get to your items on, in this case, the Luna.
All right, so only time will tell if Gaimin can play their fast style. We get to ponder this. What the horse happens here, Cinderella?
Oh.
The pause in the laning stage. Who gets the last hit?
I have never played this game with 3 lanes at once.
That's true. This is hardcore.
This is an extra challenge. I think Quinn will get his melee creep. You see the tower shot is about to hit that one, and he's mid-animation, so I'm pretty sure he's got that one on lock. All right, that makes it a lot harder. I don't think anyone can really... Oh,
this is the deadlock perspective here. You got to kill the souls that pop up after you last hit, of course.
All right, your $50 has been deposited in your Steam account.
Thank you, Gaben. Appreciate that. I'm really cheap, apparently. But yeah, this is going to be an epic series because I don't know if you disagree with this. I don't even know if this is contested of a statement, but I think Pure has been playing the best carry of the entire tournament. Would you agree with that?
I think he played at least the best individual carry game on his Luna. I think the game they had against Falcons was insane. So many split-second crazy decisions, extremely mechanically gifted player, and as we saw in the pregame, he's only 20. So, this guy has
feels like he's been around a long time, too.
Right. So I think he probably made his splash in the scene when he was like 16 or 17, right? And he's been growing and improving as a player. This was a player that used to, I want to say 2 years ago, have games where he just crumbled, like made key mistakes. The higher the stakes were, the less you could count on him. And I feel like he's just completely overcome that.
Well, I think really part of that is because he's not on B-Blob squad anymore, right? That's probably a big part of it, in fact. Since he's changed to this team, it has been smooth sailing for the most part. Of course, they're not playing with their regular position 4. We've talked about this many a time, but 9 class not able to make the tournament. But Sox, could you think of a better replacement for a position a part of, Cinder. And I remember when we were trying him out, both Bulba and I were like, this is the best position 4 I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And I think the cool thing with this meta is because these heroes scale so well and they go into the late game. Remember when he was, we're going to see a big concoction here on the Quinn, but he will live. The fact that these Mirana type heroes, these position 4s that scale, when he was ranked 1, 2, and 3 in the world on the leaderboards, he played carry, not support in those situations. So that's another guy to look out for.
Yeah, it's cool how when you're good at Dota, you're just good at Dota, you know? Like, there are some players that choose to truly specialize and only play more or less one role their entire career, and in terms of pro play, Saksa is that guy as well.
Yeah.
But he just has a very wide repertoire, and I think there's something good to be said about trying other roles out, whatever level you play on. Whether you're a pro player or you're a 4K player, like, diversifying your pool gives you a different and deeper understanding of the game, and I think that's part of his X factor. Nice arrow. Blood
hits.
grenade.
Yes, I believe that will be first blood going the way of Tofu. So Gaming Gladiators first on the board. Beautiful arrow.
Damn. Just, you know, maybe we shouldn't talk about players. It's just setting them up for failure here.
Yep, true.
But guess what? Pure can recover from this because he is playing an excellent tournament. So this is not going to shake him at all because that is not a problem he has anymore. So, okay, let's look a little bit at some other lanes here. I think this top lane, it's dangerous, to be fair. The Brood can very easily snowball, and I think the problem for Tundra really kicks in when Ace hits level 6. Then I just don't really see this ET Luna lane staying at all, and you probably need to move your pieces around a little bit for Tundra, but until that point, you have some pressure plays of your own. I think especially the Alchemist, knowing that it's Thompson and how he likes to do surprising stuff, I think that's actually going to be the hero to watch. Even at the 6-minute mark, could easily see him TPing to a side lane and trying to get something done with a higher level of concoction. Bottom lane for Tundra, I think this is the worst news of the series. As Fear pointed out, the Lone Druid matchup is really rough for Mars. But guess what? Ramses is actually doing quite well for himself so far.
Yep, not too shabby at all. And yeah, he's been very solid as an offlaner. Of course, played most of his career as a position 1, so it's been an adjustment over the last few years for him. But this mid lane, one lane we haven't really talked too much about, is the Storm Spirit for Quinn versus Thompson's Alchemist. And so far, Thompson is doing quite well.
Yeah, I think nowadays a lot of melee heroes that used to maybe struggle a little bit more against Storm do better. I would say Alchemist always would do okay in this matchup. You throw down the Acid Spray and you get some CS, and if Storm wants to come in for CS, especially in the past, you had to walk into the Acid Spray. Nowadays you can kind of go around it with the Static Slide, but yeah, Alex should be fine here. And of course he has the benefit of starting with additional gold, with the seed money facet. How did the first bounties go? Was that was a 3-for-1 split for Tundra as well, so even more went in their favor before the lanes actually began.
Well, I want to talk a bit about the Bear. Obviously that was a big discussion for the panel. Dyrachyo not known as the lone Druid player. Ace is typically that.
Yeah.
A little bit of a fake up, so you get the Brood in the off lane now, and Dyrachyo for the lone Druid. This facets in there, where you only get 3 slots, which just clicking on the hero just looks weird, first and foremost. But secondly, have you seen this in play yet?
I've not seen it in a pro game. I've seen it in pub games, and I think what people usually go for is something like what Dyrachyo is doing here. You just get some really cost-efficient, smaller items. He's going to start out with the Bracer here. I would imagine the second circlet turns into a Wraith Band. Let's see. He's actually not going to complete that one for now. He's working on treads, by the looks of it. But yeah, I think it's really strong, and more so than anything, I think it's really strong for the way Gaming Gladiators play the game, right? They are a team that a lot of the time, we've talked about this in a lot of their series, that you hit that 20-minute mark and it's like they flick a switch and then they just decide, okay, now we want to win. Now we feel like ending this game. And you have a facet like this that just empowers your hero with fewer items. Talk about a match made in heaven for this team, right? Like, that is when they want to peak anyway. So you're just making them stronger at the timing that they had with the previous facet.
Yeah, that's true. I never really thought of it that way. That's definitely true. I'm confused why we haven't really seen it for Dyrachyo, why they're bringing it out now.
A lot. There's been a lot of teams that have first phase banned Lone Druid against them, and sometimes it's made it through to the second phase and then been banned. And Gaimin didn't first pick it this series either, right? It was a second phase pick.
Yeah,
it did rate Mirana over everything, which I think is very understandable. I think Solar Flare has been the spell of the tournament.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It is incredibly good. And they've built a lineup here where they have 3 cores that all benefit a ton from this physical damage that Mirana's going to give them. A lot of the time when we see lineups with Mirana, like maybe 2 cores use it, but here it's all 3. I wonder if it works on the bear.
Oh boy. I guess we'll find out a little
bit later. Because the bear is a little bit of a pseudo hero with certain abilities. I'll try to keep an eye out for it.
It can pick up runes, you know.
Yeah.
So why not?
If it works on the bear, that is actually just dirty.
Yeah. Well, that's your job to click and find out. All right.
I'll keep an eye on it.
I'm sure you're forgetting about 30 seconds.
You know me
pressure
so
hit
well.
by Thompson, but he did get that regen rune, so he's gonna be super happy about that. That is the first power rune of the game. See how he actually uses it to potentially. I mean, how much maneuverability do they have to try to get some kills early on?
Well, both teams do have rotation power, right? The Storm is obviously the easier one to execute because you have so much reach, and with the regen rune, as you mentioned, that should be absolutely no problem. I think they're even, they're going to bring him in here. Tofu's going to connect and pop that smoke, and the regen's off. So, first move of the game from that mid lane should be coming the way from Gaming Gladiators toward that top lane, and Tundra, they might have the read here with Thompson in his tower.
Yep, they zip on in. Whitemon looks.
Are they going to bring the Ench up there? Is the Alp going to have to sacrifice tons of farm to cover up the Luna? It's definitely off to a pretty rough start here from the side of Tundra.
The fact that the Wisdom rune is still up for Gaiman, by the way, it just shows how busy they are doing other things.
Yeah, unimportant.
All right, concoction from Thompson. He's going to show himself. Obviously, if he can kill those spiders, that is going to be a lot of money for him. So Ace does have to be a bit careful for that.
It's quite difficult, though. He can't target the spiders themselves, so he either needs to run into them and explode, or he needs to throw them on a hero that's next to the spiders, and Ace has tons of experience on this hero, so unlikely.
Eventually, Tofu takes the Wisdom. Okay, so if I don't know if you want to say that they're on a time limit here, but Gaiman obviously are going to ramp up really fast, right?
It's going to go fast.
For Thompson's build, what would you like to see? Because we've been seeing the Radiance as the typical go-to.
Yeah, we also haven't seen Alk mid. Right? I think this is the first game of the tournament, correct me if I'm wrong. At least I don't recall seeing a game that this was run. It's mainly been the carries. I think Radiance is too slow, but the question, like the old mid Alchemist build that some players would go for would be Solar Crest. Are you actually queuing up the Radiance now? It's high risk, high reward.
Is another kill to Gaiman's side, and Thompson can only just run away.
So what I was thinking was, in the past, what Alchemists would buy in mid would be the old Solar Crest, right?
Yeah.
Where you just amplify your concoction of the target, do a ton of damage with that, and acid spray, and kind of snowball fights off of that, and a lower cooldown on the concoction. Not really an option you have anymore. The Radiance, most of the time, will probably be the best choice. I just think this game, particularly, the pace might just be so high that he gets this Radiance, and then they're pushing high ground. Like, that is a possibility here.
Yeah.
Already now taking over that mid tier 1 and the top tier 1, so 10 minutes in. 10 minutes in.
Nice voice line. Go buy it in your Dota 2 store right now.
Yeah. It's nice when your players and co-casters advertise for your thing.
He really needs it, guys. He needs this win, all right? So, at what point is Gaiman going to be ready to just 5-man, is the question I have.
I guess 1 to 2 auras is when they just look to push the high ground. So Chen will be getting the drums here. Those are not far off, so that will be the first one. I think Brood Greaves, we're looking at 3 minutes. Lone Druid is going for a Maelstrom first. I think pretty standard. I want to say drums, mech, plus 1 additional aura item and an Aegis, and they could even think about it. So 5 to 10 minutes is a real possibility.
By the way, I just thought of something. which is very unique for me.
Yeah, that's a first.
So these necrotic webs from Ace, they reduce regen by 30%. Chemical Rage is regen. So if he's in, oh boy, Pure about to get completely surrounded. 2 tomatoes, a porcupine, and then some Gaming Gladiators heroes as well. The 3rd death for him in this game. Boy, we really cursed him. Good lord. Soxa trying to pressure the tier 1 tower. In the meantime, Quinn will casually right-click him down. Soxa does not have his ult yet, so feels like, oh, he's actually regenerating quite a bit as Quinn running out of mana, but eventually does get the kill.
I will say, so you say we're cursing Pure, but I think if anything, this goes to show when one of the best carries, if not the, of the tournament in terms of performance individually so far is this much in trouble, it goes to show that Gaiman's prep and their strategy is really strong.
Yeah, that's true.
Because Pure has not had this much trouble in any game this tournament that I can remember, just getting absolutely run over, and his plan B is getting countered too. So now it's time for plan C. We'll see how long he gets to play this one before they take away the next area of the map. Ramses will be acting as wall here, but he can't cover it alone, so they're going to need to bring in the enchant as well. Arrow, gonna connect on Whitemon, no dive available. But Gaming Gladiators own 60% of the map. We're 10 minutes in.
Yep.
It is a major concern for Tundra, and they need to very quickly get to something meaningful, and it's not going to come from Pure. So the guy you're looking at right now is Thompson getting his first big eye up. That's not the way to do it. I think denying yourself with a concoction at the Ancients is not a get-rich-fast scheme.
Maybe he knows something we don't, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
That's
going to
took
slow him down
a
a
lot
bit.
of damage.
Yeah, that stack will give him Radiance though, if he can eventually finish it. But while he's thinking about that, the tier 2 tower top is gone.
Would you believe it? They have made us patch to this game, so now there's 2 Tormentors. He found the second one.
Soxa.
He's dead.
Very dead. Does have his ult now, but still. Just too much damage. His bottom lane, Dyrachyo. He is surrounded. There's the arena. The Eclipse coming out. His Thompson with his Dyrachyo somehow kills Ramses before. And now Pure will get the trade. So not as clean as you would like if you're Tundra, but you do take out Dyrachyo at the very least.
He traded in a 1v4 and forced like 2 or 3 TPs to that tower. It doesn't get much better than that. Okay, he had Hand of God, so let's call it a 1.2 against 4. That was, the fact that he gets that outcome, I think he's pretty happy with it. Sure, yeah, he's a nice kill for Tundra and all, but again, now you've effectively, what this play did is it forced all of Tundra down in this area now. And for Gaming Gladiators, this gives you the option of, we talked about constricting the map. Are you going to try to flush them out of this area now? And if so, where are they going to go? You have Vision top. You know the Storm is inhabiting that area. He just lives up here now.
Oh.
It's his new home.
Well, showing off the Radiance is Thompson, so do have to be a lot more careful with those little spiders. I assume, I mean, he's going to have to go like a Blink BKB or something to that effect as Ramses will find Quinn, or is it the other way around? 9-2 start for Gaiman as, again, you talked about it, 5k lead against a core Alk. As Thompson, he will run into Dyrachyo, gets off the concoction. Yep, Pure's in the area as well, gets off the Lucent Beam. Here comes Tofu though, trying to block them out, puts down the GG branch. Dyrachyo's stuck in a corner, big kill for Thompson. Showing some signs of life is Tundra. And Quinn, pretty low on mana, but he does have the rune bottled, as Thompson will be stunning himself again.
Look,
and just
his prime
casually
mistake
farming
is
away.
the Ancients, and this time he actually does explode next to the creeps. But didn't actually mean to farm those, so. Yeah, they stem the bleeding a little bit. It's good for them to find another kill onto Dyrachyo here for Tundra. But Gaming Gladiators still feels like this game is theirs to win. If they can keep the momentum up, if they can get the Roche, keep snowballing, get the last 2 tier 2 towers, and then it's just a matter of which items are you waiting for. Because I think if they take these next 2 towers and have the Aegis in hand, they effectively get to decide what happens in the game in the next 5 minutes. I think initiative is extremely limited for Tundra's lineup. I think a lot of the ways that their lineup could have found initiative had to happen early, but the lanes were so difficult that that stage of the game is kind of over. Enchantress didn't find much success, the Elder Titan didn't get too much done, and your mid-hero is Alchemist, so he needs to tread this difficult line between finding farm and actually being active, and he's been resorting mainly to the farm aspect on tops. He's barely ahead of Brood.
Yeah,
he's a mid-Alk, and they have about the same GPM going on here, so.
Okay, is this build that Dyrachyo is going for normal? He's going Gleipnir on the ranged Lone Druid, so the bear is not nearly part of this strat, it seems.
I mean, this is such a new thing for me that I don't really have much of a frame.
All right, there was a time when this was a thing, actually, as Pure will be able to TP out just barely.
That was very close.
There was a brief 1-week window in Dota 2 history where ranged Lone Druid was a thing.
What voice line is that? Wait, what? That's a Luna voice line?
I guess.
Hell yeah.
Purchase it now at the Dota 2 store.
I love Luna.
Along with Cinderins.
Very good.
Well, Pure's gotten a little bit of space, but we can see in terms of the net worth, still bottom of the cores, and on a Luna, that is very bad news. Getting a little bit closer to his eventual Manta style, though, which will help amplify the farm quite a bit, but he needs time, Cinder. I'm not sure if he has it.
And now the pipe comes out for Brood. So mech pipe complete. I'm assuming the Greaves are next to follow. Jen with the drum, soon a Solar Crest. Lone Druid with the Gleipnir as well in 50 gold. Tofu now has the Shard, so he's not going directly into a utility item, but will be able to scale himself as well. A little bit of a, you could call it like a backup plan, and also the fact that because they have so many good aura buyers, it's kind of a luxury game for the Mirana where you can kind of buy whatever you feel like, I think.
Yep.
So we'll see what he puts this gold to use for.
Well, you say that today, it almost bit Snake King in the ass getting a Satanic on the Mirana instead of some more helpful items.
There might have been a better item in that game. But they won.
It worked, technically, yes.
The champions always get to write history. No one will remember that he bought the wrong item because they won the game. And everybody would have criticized him if they lost. So that's how it goes. All right, I believe it's time for Big Stone Man to meet half the population of the world of Dota.
Yes, that's quite the zoo they've got here.
This is quite the home invasion here. All of them. This is like 50 units on Roche.
He's spotted, so he will likely just be the trade for Roche here. And the Aegis will be taken by Quinn, as we've talked about many a time, one of the best Aegis carrying heroes in the game. Nothing's changed on that front.
And Aegis, yeah.
Some TPs here, but Pure will be able to get away. And Manta still not quite finished yet. But he's not that far behind Quinn, if you look at the core net worths right now, so things are evening out a bit. In fact, you can see the lead has gone down to 2K, so that's the Alchemist effect.
Would you believe the win expectancy for this game is 50-50?
Is it really?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
I mean, so the thing is here, we've talked Gaming Gladiators up in what position they are in the game, and I still feel like you have the feeling that it's impending, right? That they have this insane push coming. But the thing about a strategy like this is if you trip up once, if they have one failed push, their lineup could extremely quickly run out of steam against the lineup of Tundras.
And they find Quinn. Quinn's really low. The Echo Shot not quite enough. He zips away just in time.
How cool is Celery to not Hand of God there?
He probably just forgot.
Good luck, Quinn.
I mean, he did have Aegis, so would have been the worst thing in the world, but Soxa, he's going to be found. And eventually will be brought down as well. In the meantime, we have Doracio's bear. He's like, what does this bear even have on it? It's just branches, for God's sake. But they're going to come with some backup. It's Pure in the backline, be able to take out Doraccio in tow. Quinn, he gets the kill. Ace actually gets the kill on Thompson. And the Aegis still remains online for Quinn.
That is still a very nice kill for the side of Tundra. Sure, you lose your Alk, which sucks, but you killed the bear twice. He resummoned and died instantly on that Lone Druid, and this is going to buy them a little bit of breathing room.
He's barely using the bear, Cinder. It has branches on it.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter.
It doesn't yet. Maybe when he moves the items to the bear, it will matter.
So you're saying he should have gone stats. That's the old Lone Druid pup build from Dota 1 when people did not want to micro. Not because it was actually good, but because people were lazy and didn't know what to do. I don't know if I agree with that here. Currently.
So for those that don't know, we talked briefly about it. The 3-slot Lone Druid, essentially you're getting 80% bonus stats for any of the items in those 3 slots. So for Gleipnir, if he keeps it on the hero, it's more damage, more attack speed, more int, more HP. Now, initially reading that, it's like, okay, you just put a bunch of bracers on them and you put everything on the bear, as always. But seeing a bit of a difference here. We'll see if he pivots, though. He could always pivot, of course.
Yeah, I'm
very interesting, though.
I'm very curious to see what the idea is here and with the build, especially if the original idea fails. Like, how does this build change if you lose the mid game on this hero? I mean, generally, you don't really pick Lone Druid as a late game solution of any sort, but you know, some games just go that way, and you have to deal with it. Ramses will Crimson Guard the tower, and they will glyph it as well, buying some nice time here, and the siege creep will actually be taken out. And now Thompson with the Manta will be harder to push into. Just maybe Tundra have managed to buy themselves enough space. I still think it's difficult, but with a Manta on Alk, I'm starting to believe more and more in their ability to just stall out as long as possible while Pure farms up a Storm. He's level 16 on the Luna, by the way.
Really?
Higher level than anyone on Gaming Gladiators. Wow. The highest level on their side is the Storm with 15.5. So Pure, despite dying 3 times in lane,
he's 1 in 3.
He's still the highest level hero.
And what a beast. And now the Tormentor will get ganked pretty hardcore. Look away, children. Who gets the shard?
White
Oh, God.
Quinn's a bit late to the party, but
he
he's
wants
going
to
anyway.
fight, apparently. Uses the Electric Vortex, gets speared into a tree. Again, still has Aegis for less than a minute, so Tundra not going to expend much more resources on him. But they're just going from tower to tower with this Aegis advantage. Yep. Another tier 2 will fall. In fact, all of them are now gone.
All right. Now what? Now what are you going to do to
now
maintain
you move
this?
the items to the bear, right?
That makes no sense at all.
That's so cool. I love seeing this new stuff.
I think it's you can be very creative with this. I feel like this is the kind of thing where the builds haven't necessarily been discovered yet. There might be 1 or 2 paths that would actually be crazy that players just haven't figured out. Quinn will be confident taking away this rune. He still has Aegis for another 15 seconds, and Tundra uninterested in forcing that.
So he's going Echo Saber into Harpoon on Dyrachyo, by the way.
Yep.
So
usually the bear items sometimes.
Yes. So that's like when he's in melee form, obviously the Echo Saber will work, otherwise no. That's really strange. We'll see. We'll see.
Maybe it's really good for... How long does his ulti last? So 40 seconds, you're really strong, and then after that you have to swap your items over. I don't know.
It's like a little mini game. The middle of the fight. I mean, we've seen it before.
I think Koikva might actually be out in the audience right now. He's just cringing so hard. Dude, you don't understand this hero. It's just like... He has probably played this hero 5 times... No, let's say 100 times more than Dyrachyo. Maybe. You know?
Yeah.
He has committed his life to being a bear.
I could see that, yeah.
So if anyone would know what to do here, it would be him. But unfortunately, we don't have him. I can't phone a friend right now. That is against arena policy when broadcasting.
Oh, Ramses gets a nice spear onto Quinn. There's the hand of Gaben to keep him healthy. Thompson now on the run. Doesn't have his ult for another 20 seconds, so of course he's in these webs, so it's not nearly as effective. As Quinn will use most of his mana, in fact, just to zip away to the other side. So neither side really looking for a full fight yet. And Pure showing himself level 17, has the Manta, Dragonlance, and what's next? Looks like he'll actually finish the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, I think he wants a way to reliably disengage from the bear.
Gleipnir initiation.
Speaking of.
Into the arrow, Sox is dead.
Yeah.
Good start here for Gaiman.
That was their smoke pop, though. They still have Quinn smoke, but the rest are now visible, so I think Soxa might have just taken that one for the team. And once again, let's keep in mind that the name of the game here for Tundra is not winning fights, it's staying alive. You know, very rarely, a lot of the time when we cast, I'm a champion of, you know, you gotta take low percentage plays to get back in the game or whatever.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time when you look at this game state as Whiteman is dead, that will be what I would be preaching is, all right, the Dire have to group up, make a smoke play and try to get something done to stabilize the game and get back. But in this particular game, the solution is actually to farm. You just dodge, dodge, dodge. It's hard. It's hard to play that way, but I do think it's the best solution. And these teams are obviously world-class, so they can pull it off. I would not advise people to use split push as their primary strategy in Dota in the last couple of years, but sometimes it's the way you got to do it. And they've, in my opinion, done a pretty admirable job at equalizing this game. 7k gold lead, you have Alk. I know it's not pretty, but it's definitely not out of the question. Now, what auras do Gaming Gladiators have left to buy? So Chen just finished Lads. They have Pipe Greaves. They have Solar. So,
AC.
Yeah, so Shiva AC is still missing. I don't know if they want either of them right now.
We have an arena. Oh, the Mist Spear doesn't really matter though. Celery is basically a creep within here. Pure and company will. Okay, the pipe level of the water. Duracho going in with the harpoon, doing so much damage to this Mars. Ramsey's just abandoned by his team as Thompson will concoct and attempt to run. He might be stunning himself, but the arrow is upon Soxa again. We've seen it time and time again in this game. As now Gaming Gladiators on the footsteps here of the base from Tundra.
And I was talking about how for Gamin's side, if they mess up a push, Tundra can, this is the type of game they can solve, but you got to look at the other side of the coin
that's
too.
A lot of damage onto Quinn. He better be careful. That does not have the Aegis here.
We're still defending us only 3 for now, so this is a pretty good sign for Tundra. If these 3 can hold the tower on their own with just the threat of a potential buyback, that is very good news for them. Pure.
Gets initiated on Ordian. HP's in a lot of trouble. Tries to force that away, but he is dead for a full minute. And now you have to worry about the zoo from Gaming Gladiators.
They just did the hard part of this defense, and then they walked outside.
Wait, he just got buyback. He just got buyback on Pure.
He does not want to have to spend this here.
No,
it
absolutely
is really,
not. But
really expensive.
I mean, they're going to lose a lot here. Crimson will delay just a bit. They'll have another fortification refreshed here. After the melee racks goes down, they likely will have to give up this set, though, surely. Another harpoon initiation. Soxa dead again.
Yeah, you don't really expect to be harpooned by the ranged lone druid, do you? It's not really... There's no, how to say, frame of reference for that one. Genuinely think it's possible Soxa didn't even consider that play there. But yeah, harpoon also works on ranged heroes. You can pull yourself in. You just don't have the Echo Saber double hit.
Oh, Thompson. Oh my god. Nothing's going to happen here. But that was funny, let's be real.
Pinging a ward that isn't quite where he thinks it is, so they might not even find this one with a D ward. As a matter of fact, 3 really good aggressive wards right now from the side of Gaming. One at the top, one in the center, and one in between is going to be very difficult for Tundra to clean up the whole mess. In the meantime, you have to accept that we're going to have to be contesting with a Roshan's Banner and a second Aegis here, because this fight, I think it is impossible for them to make it here even remotely in time. With everything Gaiman has, this is a very quick claim. And Tundra might just turn tail and run here. I think without information, this play is just so low percentage. They might be better off.
Pure's actually sticking around.
Okay.
Yeah. They can see that somebody's taking some lotuses, and they must be punished for their transgressions. Eclipse used on the Tofu. That's a BKB! How? Quinn pops his BKB. Everybody's golden on Gaming Gladiator's side as Pierre's taking a breath of the damage. Actually, inside the arena, getting really low. Finally, the Luna drops is at the cost of the Brood, though. And remember, Aegis still there for Quinn. They just picked it up. Thompson now attempting to pursue. Gets feared away. Ramsey's with a nice rebuke to end Tofu finally. As Soxa dies for the 100th time this game, is Duracho continuing to just right-click away with this Echo Saber. Ramsey's the last remaining member of Tundra, about to fall. Full team wipe for Gaming Gladiators.
And Quinn is beyond godlike, 10-0-9. I feel like we have not had many games this tournament where Storm Spirit is #1 net worth. But he makes it look so damn easy with this lineup and with how strong Gaming Gladiators are when they couple up. Just everything has been going right, more or less. That's the thing here is that I guess if this game does end up being just a complete blowout now at this point, the thing Tundra can take with them to next game is I don't think Gaming could have done much better. So, you know, if you make a couple of adjustments in your strategy, perhaps you can solve it, but it's not over yet. 17,000 is a lot, and they still do have the Aegis. But you saw in that fight how low the heroes actually got on the side of Gaming. They almost made it through them. They got through the Brood, and they had multiple heroes in like 10%. It was not far off.
Yeah, we can watch the replay here.
But this opener is just ridiculous.
The fact that he has BKB.
He had a big Lotus
I can't
BKB
get over
leap.
That. God, Dota is hilarious now. It really is.
But the arena from Mars was insane there.
Thompson finding an opening onto Duracho, picked up a Scotty, so he is mega tanky. Gets feared away of his own arena as well. Pure
Good
with
arrow.
the Eclipse, trying to take it up his Duracho with his berry. He's finally going to be brought to an end. Quinn, Aegis still online. Will not try to waste it here and back away.
Little bit of a slip up there. It's just one core, but Every core death is a minute of farm, and it is progression. This Luna will reach a point of critical mass that will become a problem for the Radiant lineup. I don't think they can feel completely safe just yet. Butterfly is within reach. We're looking at about 2,000 gold for Pure before he completes that one. And on the Alchemist, the AC, similar story, maybe 2.5. So those two items, that evasion, that armor, is going to negate a ton of what Lone Druid is bringing to the table. White is going to find some friends.
That is so sad. They baited the bounties. Don't see that very often at 31 minutes in the game, but yeah, Gaming Gladiators definitely in the driver's seat. They'll still have plenty of time in this Aegis to try to push yet another lane once Duracio's back into the fray. So he doesn't have boots, his mobility is Harpoon. All his trash items that he had on his hero previously are on the Bear.
Yep.
So the Bear is the recycling bin, in other words.
Yep.
Very cool build, I have to say.
The second-hand Bear here.
Yeah.
He's passing it down to the next generation. It's very beautiful. Although it is a little bit savage that he just has his Bear run out in front of him. It's maybe a little bit uncalled for. Anyway, high ground attempt potentially.
So in ranged form, he has almost 5,000 health, by the way. In ranged form.
Yeah, this is
that
ridiculous.
is absurd.
That is actually
God, that is insane. Oh, they might be catching Ramses here. Quint gets Lucent Beam. Electric Vortex is there. He's taking a lot of damage from Sox on the other side, though. Ramses finally uses his arena and dies shortly after. And Quint continuing on with that BKB. Toxin, Concoction onto 2 BKB targets because everybody has that item on Gaming Gladiator side. 2 dead for Tundra. And just like that, we're in a 5 versus 3, not including Aegis.
Tundra will just
and
not
their enemies will melt.
Uh-oh, another kill.
Yeah, opening up onto Soxa again.
No buybacks.
Having a really rough game. Still 2 cores of life for Tundra, but surely they cannot defend this.
This is minimum megas if that's what they want. They could even just full-on push for tier 4s.
Yeah, they will try. That massive siege damage from Duracio's Bear with the branches still in his inventory. And they're going to try to go on top of the Luna. Pure dead again.
Does AC
have all right. And Thompson, last remaining member for the time being, inside of his fountain. Just trying to kite them. Duracio's Bear tickling him. As GG is called. Gaimin absolutely manhandle Tundra in game number 1.
And just a little detail toward the end of that. First of all, I didn't see if the Bear had solar flare. We talked about that. I forgot to check it. You were right.
Forgot. Yep. Good.
The Lone Druid himself had 500 damage per hit in ranged form with these 3 items on him and all the auras that they had. That was completely overwhelming. Just an overwhelming ball that Gaimin brought to the table here. And Tundra, they have to change things up for game 2.
Absolutely. Let's see what the panel and Jenkins have to say about Lone Druid.
Well, I can definitely ask the panel and Jenkins just exactly what they think here, because you guys knew just how dominant this Gaming Gladiators early game was going to be. But we thought there could have been ways in for this out. This last pick could have been something that tied Tundra over if they could survive that little bit. And whilst they technically could survive winter, it wasn't them coming out on top in survival. It was literally bare bones just surviving.
I mean, I had the impression that the Elk was gonna be maybe more active early, maybe had a different item build instead of the Radiance. We see them do this Elk Radiance one time already in the group stage when Ramses played, and this time I feel like it's very similar case, you know. They have 2 carries in the game. They couldn't really slow down the game enough for Luna to get herself back. She had a disastrous laning because she was like so poor from the start, and she was like always constantly just playing catch up, like waiting for the Mars and the Elk to help you get yourself back into the game. But if your Elk is also buying a Radiance, then I feel like that's kind of a very, very hard position to be put in, you know, as the Luna.
So what is the build on Alk then? Because I mean, I feel like he got pretty farmed, but he just didn't do anything. Like, I did not feel any impact from the Alk in that game.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just the build
Blink
or just
Orchid or something.
Yeah, just how he played, or it's the build. I was kind of thinking along the lines of maybe going for like Dagger at some point. Like you have to play with the Mars. Right? I feel like that's the point of defending the push from GG later, and you need to join with the Mars when the arena comes. You have to kind of fend them off when they're pushing your towers, but that kind of didn't really happen. They were always like trying to trade farm elsewhere on the map. They were split pushing, and that wasn't really the vision I had in mind when I saw the Elk pick. I thought the Elk had a lot of potential, but in the game it just looked like another carry.
Do you feel maybe getting a little bit kited as well, the Elk here? Just not exactly what short which target to lock down, to where to go onto, because everyone on Gaming Gladiators was always escaping. I mean, this fight is one of those just by a little bit of health. So it felt like maybe they weren't on the same page of exactly who was the high priority that they needed to take out, and that's where Tundra's team fight fell apart.
I found it very interesting, just like how they knew Gaimin was going to come at you very quickly with heroes that push very fast, have high tempo. Like, I don't know what to answer your question with. Like, sure, like maybe Mars Arena plus Earth Splitter, that's your team fight right there, but you have to know that's not enough damage here. And going in against this GG lineup, you see Brood, you see Lone Druid, you see Chen. Your option is to pick Alchemist. Sure, you can give it a try. Maybe Thompson versus Storm has a free lane matchup, which he did. He did well in the laning stage, but the idea of like sitting on your high ground or sitting behind towers and throwing acid sprays and defending indefinitely just isn't a thing in Dota right now. If they see you sitting there defending, they're going to play the map. The map is 40% bigger than what it used to be, so you can just go farm everything, and they have heroes that can farm absolutely everything. So maybe you're sitting up there, you're waiting, but I really think this Alchemist pick, it just put another carry in the game. I don't think there's a magical build that makes this hero really fast. Maybe you get a fast Radiance and fast Blink, and you can play quickly, but unfortunately, Pure suffered because of this. That's just how it went.
I do want to do a slight pivot away from the Alch, because I know that's what everybody's looking at. It's like this last pick didn't work out. It might have also gone that way if Thompson was just on a normal hero too, because to me, the absolute MVP of this game was Tofu. This guy was playing insanely well. First, he started with the First Blood arrow, where he just threw it. It was like right next to the range creep and clipped with some like trigonometry going on there to kill Pure, which set Pure's game up for a complete disaster, gave Tofu 2 bracers. He also rushed the BKB, which we saw in a fight let him, run in with the 2 bracers at 25 minutes, so he's getting double the stats. Super tanky BKB bait for his team. Then later we saw the Bounty Rune bait on Whitemon. This guy is locked in for this series. Absolute MVP in my eyes.
Yeah, I like the evolution of Tofu as well. Like, I used to see him pretty much build auras only. Like, when Hoodwink was buying Gleipnir, I saw him still building mech on that hero a while ago. Now he's just like, we got plenty of auras. Chen has all of them. Brood got all the auras. I'm just going to be the carry now. Ends up going for a BKB, going for that Daedalus next. Made a good transition. I feel like his growth has been nice to see. And yeah, I wanted to spotlight this here. This is one of the big problems of the game here. Ace Brood, typically whenever he does pick it, becomes a problem. 14 minutes in the game here. The difference in net worth is astronomical here. Same with the items as well. And this is where you kind of want a mid laner who can just be like, all right, Brood's a problem. Let's go ahead and rotate, kill this Brood, crack open that Pinata, but they just couldn't because this Alchemist was farming Ancients while Luna was just getting tracked down in the secondary jungle.
I think that is one of the bigger issues here, is how Gaming Gladiators were able to take towers as fast as they could. I mean, that's one of the benefits of having that Broodmother on your side. But not only that, they're able to farm across this whole map. And when it mattered most, they were still able to converge and connect with each other, Winter. And I think that that's something that's really difficult for teams to be able to find that balance. How are you able to split, make the most of a map, but also come together and make sure you have that numbers advantage in team fights when it matters most?
I think this all comes down to the talk after the game. Everyone's sitting around there, we're looking at the replay together. We need to all come to the same conclusion. This is how we want to play. And in the game itself, you kind of, when you're looking at the minimap, you know where you have to be. And it's not just that, and also the communication. When someone is really telling everybody, we need to go here, we need to move to this location, everyone just full trust, we drop everything we're doing and we just move to that location.
Well, look, I love the opinions you guys have given here. It's quite serious, I mean, we're in the upper bracket of TI right now, but those teams, they're going to go backstage, they're going to reset before game number 2, and right now for us, we're going to head on down to the crowd with Tsunami.
Thank you very much, Nat, as I am here. Copenhagen is the last series of the night. How are we feeling? It's been a fast day for you guys. Hopefully you can keep that energy if this goes to 3 games. But in the meanwhile, I'm left wondering about what it's like to interact with everybody, because so many times I read online, for you, Nat, and all of the panel, that they're like, I don't believe these panel opinions. They don't know what they're talking about, but I disagree. I think that our panelists are professionals, so much so that I think that they could defend the most outlandish, ridiculous opinions that people have. And I've actually got some people here to ask some questions to our panelists. So, for our first panelist, first of all, introduce yourself.
My name is Mark. I'm from Germany.
Oh, it's a pleasure to have you. I'm assuming you're rooting for Tofu.
Yeah.
Go figure. All right. I would like you to ask a question to Nat. The most ridiculous opinion you can think of that she has to defend.
Is Dota from Down Under the best Dota in the world?
Ooh, Australian Dota, Nat, the best in the world. That's a tough one. What do you think?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's definitely a hot take, all right? I'll give you that one. Yeah. I think a lot of people out there might not agree, but I definitely agree with you, okay? Some things to back it up. Yeah, I know, right? If you're opinionated, you can't just say, trust me, bro. You got to say a little bit extra in the tank there. I mean, we've had a 2-time TI winner in Ana. Just before that one, we had a TI finalist in KP, who has now moved on to coach a top 3 team in Liquid. And I mean, considering our population, the results, it's pretty good. But if you want the extra spice on top, the amount of Australian Dota 2 talent working this international and the road to international, percentage-wise, it's up there. There's 6 of us out there, you know?
Wow, compelling stuff. I think the public at large is convinced. Are you convinced? Is Down Under Dota actually pretty damn good?
She made some good points, but not entirely.
You'll have to win her over a second time, but we got more panelists on that desk. I want you, my friend, to ask a question for Fear, but first of all, introduce yourself.
My name is Andrea and I come from Montenegro.
Okay. Now what do you got for Fear? The most ridiculous idea that Fear has to defend.
Should have CDC won the DR5.
Ooh. Evil Geniuses TI champion, Fear. Should you have won that Aegis?
Well, that's an interesting question. I think Aggressive was the best carry in the world at the time. They stomped us 2-0 in the upper bracket final. Shiki was saving strategies. So sometimes you just get lucky, I agree with you.
Okay then, wow.
He really thinks he shouldn't have won.
That is what he does on panel.
A real self-character assassination there, but I admire the effort. All right, my friend, introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Patrick from Croatia.
Right on, all right. Could you give Winter an opinion to defend?
They should bring back old techies.
They should bring back old techies, Winter. Already, apparently, that's not that hot of an opinion, but Winter, do you agree?
Yes, old techies is so fun.
That's it? It's just fun?
I enjoy playing techies, all my games, 2-hour games, But the last game before I go to bed, I tell my friends 1 extra game. Can't wait for that techies game.
I agree with the guy. I wish that was my question. I agree with that guy. Turn Dota into a 1v9, not a 5v5. That's the right way to play. Sorry, go ahead.
That wasn't your opinion, Jenkins.
Well,
please.
panel works together. Well, some of them.
Thank you, Jenkins. Thank you.
It's a collaborative experience, and I'm 100% convinced that Winter loves playing 5 games of Dota in 1. But Jenkins, we'll get your question right now, my friend. Could you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Caro from Germany, and my question as a hook magnet I am, why is Pudge the worst hero in the pool?
Jenkins, why is Pudge the worst hero in the pool?
Oh my god, this is not good, dude. They should have ran this one by. Because you hook a guy, and then your whole team groups up around you, and then the guy just kills you. Why is he so squishy? He's the biggest, fattest guy in the game. You think that the reason that Pudge works in like Herald and low MMR is because...
Which you would know thoroughly, not because of content, but because you play there.
Because I play in there.
Yeah.
Is that people are afraid of him. But people in high-rated games are not stupid. They realize you just turn and kill the guy, and he dies every time. Just give him +1 armor, Ice Frog. Look at this abomination of Mirana. Just give me +1 armor. Come on. Real funny, Tsunami. Real funny.
Oh, is he finally done?
I play ranked, okay? I don't sit in unranked like you. Because I'm not afraid.
I thought you said panel was collaborative here.
Calm down.
This is the other aspect of the panel, when things get contentious. But the problem is I have control of the mic, which means that I will graciously give it back to you after all those opinions. Thank you very much, panel.
Thank you so much, Tsunami, and everyone else in the crowd that was able to ask us some questions there. I feel like we did well, though, to defend some of the hot take opinions out there, especially Winter. It's just fun. I love 2-hour Dota games.
Yeah, it doesn't, The one game before you go to bed, it just happens every time. The techies game.
Yeah.
I'm sure you had one of those games.
I mean, yes. definitely. Everyone's had that. I feel like it doesn't really happen so much in this patch. And when we look towards our competitive games as well, it really doesn't happen. Very rarely, Jenkins, even in this event, have we even gotten to that 60-minute. It has happened, but it's really rare compared to the previous internationals and
It's happened in a couple of the game 2s today, so I would love
Elimination mostly, I feel.
Yeah, that's true. When the pressure is on, I think that's when people are a little bit more afraid to make moves. That's when some of the mistakes get made, and so you have comebacks. You have comebacks in both directions where the games go very late, but still, I would like to see that game 2 trend continue. You know, let's see some 60-minute Dota here.
Okay. I mean, if it's going to happen, it's down to the coaches as well of what they want to draft. For me, it's really down to what is Moon saying to the Tundra players right now, because it was a beatdown. Let's be real. They couldn't survive that early game in a position fear to even have a potential mid to late game, to even want to be able to take fights that aren't you being 5v1.
Yeah, I mean, Moon had more papers than CY did in that locker room there, but I wonder if that's what they need, a strategy adjustment. Looking at the picks, what they're going to play against, what they're going to pick to counter that. They clearly knew Gaimin was going to do this, but they just didn't have the answer. So hopefully they have a secondary answer to this, because I don't think Gaimin's going to change their style at all. They're going to play the same way. They're going to keep playing that way until you prove to them that they can't play that way. Then they'll still play that way anyway, because that's just how Gaimin plays.
Look, they do find a playstyle that works for them, and they keep going, and even if there is that minor setback of a game, they will still go back for it. But both of our teams are right now coming out on stage, Gaming Gladiators, with that one-game advantage right now. We said that we love when Topson goes out of that meta, when he picks up something new in that mid lane. Credit to him, Winter. The mid lane was very even. It wasn't this beatdown where an Alk mid lane felt like it couldn't work. It was just that later part of the game where it wasn't that impact.
Yeah, I always say I'm a very big fan of trying something in the first game. If you have an idea that you think you can break apart the meta game, I think go ahead. You know, if it works, it gives you such a big advantage in the next game. Now, unfortunately for them, they have to go back, to what works, but it takes a lot of courage, to try something in the first game, and I give them that.
I agree. I think that's probably the talk that Moon had. He's like, all right, guys, we tried some.
It's my fault, guys.
Crazy stuff.
No strat saving.
Right, exactly.
Like Theo was talking about.
Yeah, I picked some weird stuff. Let's just go next, and we'll play something a little more normal. And normal for Topson is still abnormal, but that was very abnormal. If he could have gotten his last pick Dazzle, or we talked about the Earthshaker, something like that, I think the game would have been entirely different. And also, I don't want to just say it's the Alk mid. I also credit to Gaming Gladiators. Quinn was incredibly active in the early game on his Storm. The very first rotation, he was completely out of mana from shoving the lane. He had a regen rune, and then they smoked and killed Pure, and at the same time, Dyrachia was coming through the portal. So these guys were just crazy coordinated in the early game, where I feel like the Alk is almost like a red herring in a way, where Gaimin...
There's a deeper issue at large.
There's a deeper issue.
A bigger skill gap.
There feels like there's a skill gap, and I hope for the sake of getting that 60-minute game that Tundra has also identified that Gaimin was making very fast moves, and Tundra needs to adapt to that in this game.
Yeah, I would disagree that was abnormal for Topson. I would say it was not abnormal enough, right? The Alk, sure, abnormal. We talked about it earlier. We need layers of abnormality here. We need to make sure the item build is also strange. But him going Radiance was too normal.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
So he needed to go something like Blink Rush or something like that to really catch him off guard if that was ever going to work.
Blink Bloodthorn.
Didn't really work, and we talked about trying something new in the first game. I feel like Gaimin also did that with the Lone Druid on Dyrachia. They tried something new, that worked, so that can't be understated going to game number 2. You try something new, it works, and that gives you even more momentum, and especially Lone Druid, of all heroes. This is something that Ace is so good at, right? Now you're just scared of this hero when no one else is playing this hero in the entire tournament.
Yeah, and on top of that, he kind of didn't really play a perfect game as well. He had a couple of bad deaths in the first game, but it was still good enough for them to win. So that itself is such a big advantage. Going into the next game, do you have to use one ban to deal with it, or you have to come up with a much better solution?
Yeah, well, that's my biggest question, because Gaming Gladiators did have that respect towards Topson. In fact, that first ban they did overall in draft number 1 was that Invoker. It was very directed towards Topson. I think there's no shame in if you wanted to have that adjustment and also put the respect on the Lone Druid and go, okay, game number 2, we really weren't prepared for this. Let's try and corral them into something that's what we expect. Something that's a little bit more in the box of what we prepared over the last 4 to 5 days of Gaming Gladiators.
But will they do that, though? Because I feel like,
Good question.
as Gaming, that was your counter to the Mars, right? It was a surprise.
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, they're like, oh, we can just do something new now, and now you have to prepare for something else that they might have stored.
Do you think if Tundra first picks Mars again, Gaiman will first pick Lone Druid as a response instead of going for the Mirana and risking the second?
It worked, right? Why are they going to change it? And if it doesn't work this game because you come up with another solution, good for you, Tundra. And Gaming's going to find something else in the next game. But for now, it works.
I mean, if there's another OP hero in the pool, they might overlook the Lone Druid, but we'll see.
Well, look, the stacks of papers are out there. The players are sitting at their computer. The coaches have their headsets on. All there's left to do is get into a game number 2 draft.
Tundra Esports versus Gaming Gladiators. Game 2.
Let's see this preparation come into play here. We already talked about it. Moon had the fattest stacks of papers, but wasn't the right preparation. That Lone Druid caught them off guard. Maybe there is a little bit more that they're prepared for. Maybe there's not going to be that second phase of gotcha.
Who knows? Maybe he was on the wrong page. So we'll have
He's
to
going
see
to
for
flick
this game.
a couple more through.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument, like, sometimes when you're over-prepared, it can be a little difficult as opposed to, like, having a style and knowing exactly what you want to pick. And I feel like Gaiman, they probably don't need many papers for them to draft because they all, like, have an identity. So this time, backs against the wall for Tundra here. It is upper bracket, so even if they do lose, they will go into the lower. But I think they definitely want that top 3 finish here going into this game number 2 here. But they have to make adjustments, and they have to be pretty big adjustments because that game 1 had to be a little bit shaken.
Okay, they're going to take Mars. Oh, they're not. SD.
Interesting, yeah, they decided to ban the hero that was good against Mars, but they still opted for a different opening.
Ace will not play the Mars, so they don't need to worry about banning it whatsoever. In fact, they were just kind of like waiting to see. Maybe they can still get Mars in their lineup.
Yeah, that's actually true. So they can get an OP support plus Mars.
I mean, do you really think, though, I feel like Gaiman is probably going to ban it here, unless they've come up with a couple of solutions like that. But for some reason, I doubt that they have one that's as good as the Lone Druid, because that looked like something special.
Yeah. I'd say ban it, too. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Just take it out,
You take the Sand King, you ban the Mars, we talked about before, Ramses. He loves playing these Blink Initiators. Sand King Mars are the best ones right now in the patch. So you remove both of them, you force them into something else. It's not that he can't play it, it's just definitely a weaker style of Tundra.
And there's still a Centaur if they are going to go down that route. Centaur kind of is still a very, very good hero right now with the triple bracer blade mill.
Kunkka as well. I like the Kunkka with SD. You have a pretty easy torrent boat setup, and also a lot of delaying damage in team fights, which is very nice, especially versus the Sand King.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen Ramses play Centaur at all, but he does like...
He's not played it.
He does like Slardar, he does like Dragonite. All those are still in the pool. Maybe he wants a little more information, and maybe that last pick Night Stalker has to be a perfect game for it, though.
Yeah, I do think with SD, the Centaur looks very promising, for sure. And also Sand King, he does have Burrow Strike, that's a stun. But if you can Centaur ulti and run away from the epicenter, that's very impactful in these team fights. It's great to disengage this hero.
Centaur is also a very good disseminate target in a team fight.
Yep, so much HP when you have 5 bracers.
Look, a little food for thought after seeing the second phase of Van. The Chen is the priority for Tundra to take out of the pool, but the other position 5s or sports in general that have been really favored are Omni Knight, still in there. Snapfire, we just saw on our screen earlier as well, also really favored. And Tusk, which was banned out in that game number 1. So it's not like these two teams want to ignore it. They're very aware. It's at the forefront of their mind. And maybe you're questioning, is that what you want to pick up for yourself, either of the side of Gaiman? Are you okay to let those through for Tundra?
I mean, Tusk looks really good. And I think the moment you pick Shadow Demon, you no longer want Omni on your team, and the other team doesn't want Omni either. So, like, we probably won't see Omni in this game. And we're going to give it Enigma. This is a hero that it could flex, supposedly. We've seen it before, it didn't look super good, but maybe Gaiman has something cooking with this one. It can be an offlaner. Yeah, this is interesting, but just looking at Sand King already, with an Enigma, this just has so many questions for me on like what they plan on doing, and they will be answered with the next 2 picks.
Isn't it just like a Chen replacement in a way?
That's kind of what I was thinking. Look at all.
Yes and no.
Look at all the bans from Tundra. Every single one of these heroes is a summons hero, and yet Gaiman was still able to come out of the phase picking a summons hero. This has got to be such a frustrating team to draft against. You're like, I'm just going to ban all the summons, and then they're still going to run a 5-man summons draft anyway.
Yeah, they're just trying to replicate the tempo of the game. It doesn't matter what role the hero is going to, but for now, I'm leaning more towards the Enigma going to be a 5. They've played it before, they've been successful with it.
But they haven't played it this tournament. That's what I'm
not yet.
curious about. Because they have other ways of replicating playing fast, right? And then IO is definitely one of those heroes if they want to go back to IO, Lesh, stuff like that. So this is a very conscious choice. And after we saw last game too, first time Lone Druid on Dyrachyo, this will be first time Enigma on whoever plays it.
Yeah.
Clearly Gaiman is prepared for this and they have a strategy.
I think it's more than likely a Quinn Sand King mid with Enigma off lane. And then they see what the Tundra off lane is right now, so they can pick a 5 that's excellent against it. The Kunkka plus SD. I like the idea of an IO pairing. That sounds pretty strong with the Sand King mid to set up.
I do wonder if they've lost a little bit of faith in the IO pairing, because that was the one game that they did lose to Nouns in that upper bracket that, you know, they eventually did end up coming back in that series, but it was very exploited.
Okay, maybe they go for more like team fight and push and go for like a Jakiro. It would also do very well in the lane against the SD and the Kunkka.
I feel like you leave this Enigma mystery. Yeah, and you pick your position 4 here, and you pick your carry.
Feels like a 4 elk and offlane Enigma. Sand King, probably you guys are right about him going mid.
I think Dyrachyo is playing this. Alchemist, that is. He has a hero pool that he really enjoys. I feel like it's pretty good right now. They need that frontline type of hero. I think most likely this Enigma will be either support or offlane, depending on where they want to put the Sand King. I feel like you just pick a hero right now for Tofu, and everything is still a mystery.
And do you like the elk here against the Kunkka lane?
Yeah, I think it's totally fine.
So for Tofu, you would want a hero that can potentially lane with an Enigma, but then also have the potential of the Enigma going
It's
5.
difficult. Those two heroes need different things. If you're laning with an Enigma, you want a different hero. If you're laning with Sand King, you kind of also want a different hero.
Okay, well this hero can be a 4 and a 5.
I think it's mostly Tofu here, this hero.
Yeah, Seller has not played it once this tournament yet.
I mean, that's the cool thing about these drafts. We all have a slightly different opinion of like what they might be doing. You can't know for sure. Like, it's very open-ended. It could be support Alchemist for all we know in a mid Snapfire with a position 5 Enigma. Who really knows? Like, the best read I have is that they're going to see one more pick here, and then after that, they're going to decide where this Enigma is going to go. I think Dyrachyo, he has his hero pool. He does like the Alchemist. He's one of the few players that are still playing it, so he'll most likely pick that one up. You see the puck. Now I guess it's up to Quinn to really decide here.
Yeah.
Does he want to take the Sand King mid? Do they just want to throw it on the off lane, make Enigma 5, and then all of a sudden pick a new hero for the mid lane for Quinn? These are the answers that they'll have to have for this.
My pitch, my elevator pitch here would be that I think that with all the summons heroes banned out, the hero that they're going to get tempo through is Enigma. It's one of the few left that they could get tempo through, and I think with items, that's going to give them the tempo. If he's a 5, then they have to pick an offlaner that either wins them late or something like that, but that doesn't seem very in-game in style, or they need to pick an offlaner that also provides tempo, which like all of them are banned out.
But that was going to be my question, is what exactly does a support, most likely a position 5, Enigma give you? Is it purely to focus on those lanes, and you're hoping that there's this big save, ultimate black hole that does do damage in the later fights? What are you exactly waiting out for, and what window timing does he slot into that gives that advantage for Gaiman to make that swap?
I think as a support position 5 Enigma, you kind of you get to farm, right? He's one of the better ones if you're talking about like farming position 5s outside Chen, Naga, and it kind of enables your team to not buy the aura, so because you can buy everything, you can farm, and everyone else can just get their core items a little bit faster, and the whole game just feels a lot faster when you have this type of support that can farm the aura items.
All right, hear me out here, all right? You're going to have Enigma 5 with Alchemist, and they're not going to really play to win the lane because it's impossible. But Enigma is going to use his Eidolons on this hero to just stack for Alchemist. And then he's just going to go head to the jungle, and then Enigma will just try to hold the lane. Because I really think this Enigma's 5.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
They're banning mids too. Like, sure, you see Ricky, and you're like, that's a mid. That is a mid against Puck. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Dragonite or a Void Spirit get banned out on the next one. Void Spirit seems like an incredibly good ban. You are playing versus Conka and a Puck.
Yeah, Shadow Demon plus all the backline supports very vulnerable towards the Aghanim's from Void Spirit. I mean, they're definitely lacking a hero that can deal with the Puck. And all the heroes that they have right now, they're not exactly the best at catching Puck.
Or maybe there's a better support that adheres to the let's try and lock down and catch the Puck, and now it's even better
about
argument.
Lion? Something like a Lion?
I was
saying Lion without saying Lion.
I was thinking about Lion or Skywrath. Either of those two heroes, they kind of do the same thing. Sky would give you more burst. Lion would give you less of a terrible hero. But it does make the lane a little bit weird, because then that would be like Sky Enigma or Lion Enigma, which is very strange. They do go for the Void Spirit ban, so they're thinking of a Puck answer from the mid lane, which I agree with. I think that's the most likely here.
Now it comes down to, is that mid counterpick to Puck mid worth picking, right? Or do you just throw the Sand King mid and do what you guys are talking about? A lot is going to be in the pool still, I think, versus Puck. Is there... No, Monkey's banned, okay. Dragonite's the last thing I can really think about that does really well versus Puck in the mid lane. Maybe there's more, like...
Tiny, I like that.
Sure. I mean, we saw Snipers as well.
Oh, now I really like Tiny.
Yeah, Drow's going to be that last pick for Tundra. That's going to be their carry, so Pure will be picking it up for themselves. And you're saying the Tiny, once coming out of that mid lane, it's going to be able to really jump on top of the Drow and just burst her? Is that the idea that you're having towards what he can do out of the lane?
You toss her in. I mean, she doesn't like to be... she's all about positioning. Tiny's the best hero at disrupting positioning. It beats the Puck in lane. It can jump the back line, SD, and the Tusk, and one-shot these heroes. It does make it so that that flex we're talking about happens, which is a bit weird. You end up with an Enigma plus a Snapfire lane, or Celery is going to play Snap for the first time in the tournament, and it's not going to be Tofu, and then they'll have a different lane on the safe lane. Like, it just leads to some weird flexes, but I guess I trust Tundra's read that there's a mid laner coming out of game in here.
I will say Enigma offlane just got a lot better. Even if it is at the sacrifice of like a Sand King going support, if they really want to go that route. Unlikely, but possible. I'm really thinking, if I'm gaming, how can I make this Enigma work in the offlane? If not, then just go ahead and pick a mid for Quinn here.
So it's a Quinn, sorry, it's a Quinn. It's a mid or a 5 is what we're thinking now.
5 or 4, yeah.
5 or 4.
Depending how they want to flex the Snapfire.
There's just way too many options.
It's a very open-ended draft, yeah.
Which is good and bad.
If they want, they could put Alchemist on position 4 with Enigma too. Like, who really knows?
Don't keep going, please, Theo.
So Sand King's going mid here.
Yeah.
Underlord's very good against Drow in the game. Pretty good in the lane as well. Underlord plus Snapfire. Pretty good amount of damage with your spells. It's pretty good at stopping the snowball save with the pit. Pretty good against Puck as well with the root.
Yeah, we were thinking a little bit too like 1-to-1 counter. I think Underlord gives them a very solid timing in the game. Celery on Enigma can go for like the Drums Vlads, maybe do the thing that Fear was talking about, where the Alt goes in jungles and then Celery takes the lane, gets some net worth that way, and then Ace can go for the other aura items, which is the Greaves and the Pipe, and that'll give them a really solid timing, where at that point, Dyrachyo and Alk should have Radiance plus like 1.5 items, and I think that's a really good point for them to get the tempo and win the game.
Fear, I'm going to need you to give the Tundra fans out there a little bit of hope that we're going to get a Game 3, that they're going to be able to secure Game 2 for this with this draft for themselves.
Sure, I mean, Thompson's going to have a great laning stage. He's laning for Sand King, should be pretty easy. He's going to get some runes, go across the map, gets also kill. Ramses has absolutely free lane on the Kunkka. He'll be able to make some rotations as well, win the lane, and he's going to be very, very farmed. He'll get his fast blade mail, fast pipe, or the Aghanims. I expect a lot from Ramses this game.
Okay, well, I'm glad we're leaving it on that note, because we're going to head on down to the stage with Slacks and our Tundra coach, Moon.
Hello, Copenhagen. That is right. We're ready for our next game here. I have Moon. Give it up for Moon. fantastic. Good to see you again, my friend. It's a pleasure as always.
Yep.
All right. So you banned Brood, you banned Chen,
Yes.
you banned Lone Druid.
Yes.
Any reason why?
Well, this guy's won Riyadh using zoo heroes, so we figured ban the zoo heroes as many as we can.
Do you think you banned enough to get away with it? You guys have less zoo to deal with now?
I mean, they still picked Enigma, and they're still abusing auras of Underlord, so we'll see.
All right, fantastic. Now, what did you say to the boys after that first game? It was a little tough, a little rough. You know, you've been in this situation before. You're a consummate professional. Did you say anything to get their heads back into the game?
So it's okay, guys. We just played 2 best of 1s after.
There we go. That's what I like to hear. And we're going to see that Sand King coming out first there. How's the thoughts on the Sand King? We saw some crazy Sand King earlier today. Will we see just as nuts of a Sand King here today?
Well, Maureen is Grandmaster Sand King, and Soul is 33. But Quinn is Silver level 6 Sand King, so this guy's a noob Sand King.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. Well, we'll see if those words live up. Best of luck to you, my friend. It's going to be one heck of a series that we'll be throwing over to our casters.
Quinn's a noob. Today I learned.
That's definitely not getting clipped out of context. Good way to start that one. Setting yourself up for failure has always been one of your strong suits.
Thank you. Oh, thank you,
Oh,
fan.
what a
Thank
nice
you.
sign. How wholesome.
Now cross out Cinderen's name.
Yeah.
Right now.
That's probably the thing you should be doing, yeah. What a switch up. Can I just say, this is 9 new heroes compared to last game, and if you want to count that the Alchemist is on the opposite team, it's actually 10.
Yeah.
So complete switch up. We were talking about how Tundra needed to make some adjustments. They made all the adjustments they possibly could. They didn't even prioritize their own Mars as number 1. They went for the Shadow Demon on Saksa, which, in my opinion, might be one of Saksa's top 3 best heroes of all time, together with his Tusk, and I don't know what the third one is. I should not have dug that hole.
Okay, good job.
But definitely those 2. His Shadow Demon is amazing. And on the same side of Gaming Gladiators, they have, you know, a lot of their bread and butter. They've got the Underlord, which is one of their best heroes. I would say the Celery Enigma is a bit of a deviation. He plays this hero very well, but I don't know how sold I am on this playing into an off-lane Kunkka. This should be a very, very good lane matchup for the side of Tundra this time around, and I think no matter what happens, it's very unlikely to follow the same trajectory of the previous game, right? Like, the lineups are just too different.
Well, you say that now. I mean, I'm not sure. We'll see.
I might have to eat those words in 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, Gaimin have, it feels like they're predictably unpredictable in a way, where you know the kind of strat they're going to be using, but you don't know how they're going to do it exactly. Like with what heroes. Let's see if they can do it with 5 brand new heroes. But they do play fast pretty much every single time.
Yeah.
So Tundra's all about defending. I mean, what is the best strat against Gaimin, would you say? Just like as a mindset? Like, get to a certain point of the game and we're golden kind of thing, or?
I definitely think the number one thing you don't do is be too greedy. I think that's the biggest Achilles heel that a lot of the teams, and I want to say especially the Chinese region, has struggled with against Gaming Gladiators the last 2 years, is that they have picked 2 weak lanes and heroes that need to farm too much.
Yeah.
And then they lose the lanes and they lose the mid game and they never get to play their lineup. So I think the number one foundation playing against this team is you need to be competitive in lanes. You don't have to win them, but you need to do well enough that you can get to stage 2 of the game, and then you need to out-execute them, in particular, I would say, in one team fight. If you beat these guys in one team fight between minute 15 and 20, a lot of the time that can be enough. We've seen Gaimin bleed at this tournament in multiple games where a team just outplays them once or twice and the script kind of falls apart. The problem is that they're so extremely good at playing this way that you really have to bring your A game, whereas maybe against certain other teams in this tournament you can, you know, play maybe at 85% of your potential and it might cut it. Against Gaimin you generally need to bring like 95 plus. It's a very tight window you need to hit every game.
Well, the winner of this series gets the pleasure of facing off against Team Liquid, which Gaimin versus Liquid would be what, the 100th time this year, I think? And Liquid have lost every single time, basically.
If you're in the audience or you're watching at home and you're like, Liquid versus Gaimin, I've never seen that match before. That is the ultimate self-report that you've not followed Dota for 2 years.
Yeah.
So don't say that around your friends that you're trying to impress, unless you're trying to impress them with how much other stuff you do aside from watching Dota.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. If you have a life, congratulations.
Yep.
You're in the minority here, for sure.
All right,
so
let's insult the audience again. The Sunsfan classic. Disruption into Torrent. But they're not going to pursue.
There it is. As we have a concoction from Duraccio with the acid spray being laid down for Ramses. Just a little bit of harassment back and forth. Already 2 stacks of Shadow Poison from Soxa, though, onto Celery. And the third will connect. He's going to pop the stick. Blood Grenade applied as well. Not able to get the fourth, though, as Soxa eventually run down. And Celery will take a bit of damage here, but should be able to survive. So first blood for Gaimin again.
And I would say a little bit of an unexpected one of the kind. This was not the first lane I was expecting to see a kill in, and if it were, it would maybe have been potentially on the Enigma, but yeah, as the side of Tundra, got to be a little bit careful with throwing out all your spells just to harass, because you're opening a counterplay possibility for the Alchemist immediately there, and they will take advantage of that. So probably lesson learned here for the side of Soxa and Ramses. Unfortunately, when you're playing against an Alchemist Enigma lane, just getting that level 3 on Enigma is already a very big deal, and he's managed to do this without too much of an issue. So I think once again, Gaimin are going to be pretty happy with the start that they've had.
So from Tundra's perspective, what is their, like, I don't want to say time limit. We're going to see Pit of Malice applied. Oh, okay, nice snowball to mitigate some of this, but they're both going to get rooted again. Big Scatterblast to follow. Pure now on the run. But Whitemon will have his fat body in the way, so no harm done in the end.
What do you think about Drow attacking Underlord and his health bar moving 1%? Do you think Pure is enjoying that, or?
Well, depends on if he's a masochist or not, I suppose.
Should I pick Queen of Pain then?
Perhaps ask him after this series is over. Note for Nomad.
Whether he wins or loses, did you enjoy when you couldn't damage the enemy off later? Did it remind you of Poor Man's Shield from before you were born?
You know, the funny thing is, I'm completely segueing here. It's not related at all to what you just said. When I think of Ace as a player, Cinderin, I actually think of Underlord. I know he plays a lot of heroes, but Underlord is, like, for some reason, his signature that I think of.
I would agree with that in particular because it's the hero he plays the most that others don't, right? I think that's why it stands out, is that he prioritizes it so much more than every other team in this tournament. And there was, I also think a part of it is when Gaimin kind of made a name for themselves, Underlord was one of their pocket strategies in the beginning. And then it just became a standard strategy that everybody came to expect. But it was one of the, I believe it was one of the first, I'm blanking on which tournament it was. It was when the, it was when we got the bigger map, I think.
Yeah.
They ran this almost immediately with great success because he has a global ability and he is able to farm a lot, buy auras, and take advantage of all of this new potential.
Yeah, Fiend's Gate has really changed how this hero, well, not really. It's changed the way the hero plays in the mid-game where you're actually transitioning to other lanes as opposed to before. I feel like it was more of a getaway. You'd rarely see it used.
Yeah.
The old ult, which I can't, it was Dark Rift, actually, I do believe. But of course, Cinderin had a great idea for an ult for Underlord, sent it to Ice Frog, and they put it in the game.
Which it turns out someone else had that idea 10 years earlier on the Play Dota forums, but you know, I'll take credit.
That's what they tell you to make you feel bad, Cinderin. It was all you.
All right, you're a good friend. Occasionally.
Pure, okay.
And you really try.
Dyrachyo.
Classic Dyrachyo gets through the gate.
And that's going to be a stun on himself as Pure going to get cooked by Tofu.
Shards.
Shards going to force Whitemon away. And Pure, he's taking a decent amount of damage, but more rotations come from Soxa and company. So this little wraparound from Gaimin not able to find a kill.
Really good play from both teams there, to be honest. I think the rotation from Dyrachyo there was not an obvious play, so that initiation to begin with was quite clever, but Tundra did a very good job line of sighting him, so he's done himself, and then Whitemon with some really crucial ice shards blocking off Enigma from finding Malefice onto Drow, which would have been a 100% kill.
You mentioned this matchup. Ramses is 50-14 versus Dyrachyo's 31-5.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't think it would be this bad. That's pretty crazy.
Fortunately, Quinn has a haste run and he'll go kill the enemy carry, so Dyrachyo's still far ahead of Pure. And now they're going to die.
Whitemon cookied up.
He's
gets the snowball.
5.
Yeah. Onto the siege.
And he's
he is surrounded and will eventually be killed off. Only question is who will get credit for it. It will be Ace. And now the tier 1 tower is next.
Straight back to mid for Quinn. Job well done. He got 2 kills on the bottom lane, and now he's going to get back to defend his tower and farm. Easily top net worth in the game. Maybe Moon inspired him a lot with that great speech. Moon has been known for his speeches.
Oh, yeah.
And he really lit a fire onto Quinn, saying he's bad at this hero because he's only level 6.
Yeah, Quinn definitely heard that through the soundproof.
That's a fair point, but sometimes you just feel the vibe. You know, he saw Moon. Okay, he saw Moon walk out onto the stage to be interviewed, and he knew what it was about. He didn't need to hear anything.
That's fair. I've heard enough of him.
Yeah.
A nice block off here as Quinn actually cannot get to the low ground. Will Burrow strike Thompson though, who waning rifts away. Soxa.
Good thing.
Rotation over as well. Thompson will be able to get away and secure the invisibility room.
And even tried to get that kill with a deep. But not quite. As the panel talked about, Celery can buy them on Enigma, but I think it's likely he'll get them slower than on Chen. He won't have that global heal, which is an addition to that aura strategy. Instead now of the Brood, they're running the Underlord, which I would say on average farms slower than Brood, so I think it's a bit of a plan B as well. So all in all, probably not going to hit the exact same window, but it could still be the same trajectory just 5 minutes later. And Tundra will do everything in their power to try to avoid that. Currently, what Thompson's doing mid is very good for that.
That's
almost taking the mid tier 1 tower on the puck minute 9.
Drinking buddies with the coil attached. Oh, he actually does not break it. He's still in the high ground. The snowball does secure the kill, but Ace has come in with the Pit of Malice now onto Whitemon, who's eventually going to get chased out, so it will likely just be a 1-for-1 trade.
Here's your shovel! Dig!
As the Firestorm and the Necro Book will assist.
Yep. In case you don't know what that is, it says that it summons Necronomicon units, and it's on you to Google what that means.
That's right.
That's information for old players. If you're a young or a new player in Dota 2, certain things are just...
So there's a rite of passage in Dota.
Exactly.
Sometimes you just gotta
That is a very good way of phrasing it.
That
so
is...
And King, I don't mean hero level, but of course Dota Plus level.
Yeah, Dota Plus.
Very unfortunate he was actually level 10. That made the joke really bad.
I was going to say, I think Silver is level 10. There's Moonmeander on the bottom right as we have a gank here. Quinn, he's going to get the Burrow Strike correctly used here as Whitemon will take a tumble.
It was just a setup to bait more heroes to rotate and then make the same play again.
And Thompson, just being a bit of an annoyance, will use the Illusory Orb to jaunt away. So he's going for the Witchblade. You can see Duraccio, obviously the Alchemist Radiance, no big surprise. I mean, I guess last game was kind of up in the air what Thompson wanted to go for just because it was a mid, but position 1 pretty much always going to be Radiance.
Now on the other side, you mentioned the Kunkka. He's top net worth in the game over an Alk who has 70 CS minute 11. So Ramses has got 125, including 2 massive stacks in their own area. So really prioritizing getting an early pipe on him. And it seems to be the mindset here for Tundra. Similar to a previous game, just that in the sense that they want to defend their towers. But I think this time around, Ramses can find a much, much bigger impact with how good of an early start he has. You add the Rum to that from the Ghost Ship, and they have some amazing teamfight combos with the Puck plus Coil.
Speaking of Coil, will be used. Thompson's already kind of low on HP as the Fiend's Gate's coming. Mortimer's Kisses doing a decent amount of work as Ramsey's going to get stuck inside of the pit. The Burrow Strike will be there as well. He gets Drinking Buddies though. Soxa will self-disrupt. Likely will fall here as the Black Hole comes from Celery. That's the death of Soxa, and Ramsey's probably next on the list. Indeed he is. And they even find Thompson on the other side. So Gaming Gladiators, they look at their HP. Like, nobody's even damaged here, basically. It's a 3 for nothing.
You've got to be super careful with fight selection. They have some good skirmishing heroes, but yeah, as you said, the damage isn't really the best just yet. Puck needs the Witchblade. You ideally need a couple more levels on the Shadow Demon and the Tusk to pull this off. And when you're playing offlane utility Kunkka with Pipe first, this hero doesn't deal good damage. That was a 5-on-4. Pure never joined, so they're missing that carry output. To be fair, I don't think he should have joined. I just think they shouldn't have taken that initiation to begin with. And Game and Gladiators say, thank you very much for going on us. We're going to gate in and just crush you with numbers. That was very, very easy. You got to be careful as Tundra already now. That was a very big mistake. And that snowballs fast.
It was a 2K lead for Gaimin before that with Alchemist.
Yep.
I mean, Drow is going to be their damage if Pure can get there.
Yeah, there's a reason this hero hasn't been particularly popular this tournament. She's not that great in lane. She's not that fast to come online. And in a meta where a lot of teams are focusing on fighting around that 15 to 20 minute mark to really build their advantage, Drow is just pretty far down the list of heroes that I think is appealing for that. So maybe Tundra.
Well, I think I could be wrong, of course. Usually am, in fact. If they get to a later stage of the game, Aghanim Scepter for Drow is crazy against basically any Game and Gladiators lineup. Right?
She is very good.
Very strong.
For sure. But again, as we've talked about in the previous series, this is the mistake that a lot of teams make against Gaimin, is that they think too far into the game.
Yeah.
I think against this team, you should think about what's our strategy for the first 20 minutes, then you drill that, figure out how you do it, and then whatever comes after is second consideration. I think any lineup where you're planning for minute 40 is a mistake. Once the 20-minute goal has been achieved, then you can start planning for minute 40. He actually misclicked and wanted to disrupt the Kunkka because the Epicenter as well as the Sandstorm were still running, so the disruption actually didn't do that much. But in all honesty, I don't know if it really matters. I think if he saves him for another 5 seconds, what's that going to do? He got all of his spells out in the Kunkka. The simple version of this is they just can't fight. There's not enough in the tank right now versus this incredibly strong mid-game lineup that Game and Gladiators have right now. 10,000 gold. Minute 16. Yep. Remember when I said it was going to be the exact same game as the last one? Everybody remembers that.
Waning Rift onto 2, Thompson with very little mana, and there is the Pit of Malice. He's going to use the phase shift and be able to Illusory Orb out. The Whitemon, nice block, but there's not going to be any follow-up. I mean, Pit of Malice against any mobility hero is so hard to deal with.
It's a problem when the highlights for Tundra right now is not dying. I was like, that was a good play because Puck got away. That really seems to be the state of the game. Pure, let's see if he can make a good plan escape this one.
Yep, he's going to attempt to TP out, but the Burrow Strike from Quinn and the Scatter Blast eviscerates him.
Oh, Thompson already jaunted.
Thompson will have to use his coil in retreat. He's going to take a drinking buddies and run away.
The fact that he jaunted already is going to force him to use ult. So now top as well. I wonder if there's going to be any rotation here. This is going to be a quite long chase, but they're going to start it off with a pit. TP coming in from Sand King and out from the south.
Yeah,
Ramses.
and Quinn has now made his way over. This should be the death of Ramses again.
Surrounded
Actually
on
uses
all
his
sides.
boat. But, yeah, Tundra. Whew, this is looking really rough. I was expecting, I mean, obviously it could get turned around here, but ever since we mentioned that Pure was the best player in this tournament, Cinderin.
You should have never said it.
You agreed with me. You're part of this curse.
That's what friends do.
Yeah.
Like, do I look good in this shirt?
Boy.
Yeah, you do. But
Black Hole ensures yet another kill. Whitemon tried for some sort of a save, but he might just get run down as well. Meanwhile, they are just dropping like flies. Epicenter not going to do that much damage because of the disruption, as Pure trying to keep Quinn at arm's length, but his arms are really gangly and long, Cinderin. He's going to get the Burrow Strike and the kill.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
He has ridiculous wingspan.
what if Gaimin were tricking everyone the whole tournament into banning their second best strategy? And now they gave them their best strategy by banning all their heroes.
The kisses come from very far away. Quinn with a double kill. My goodness, this is not even remotely close. What happened? This is the upper bracket semis.
Yep.
Gaimin are making Tundra look just awful. But Gaimin, they are just on another level right now, it feels like.
So what do? This is the catch-22 you face yourself with in a lot of Gaming Gladiators games is, well, when the early game goes poorly and you reach this mid-game and you can't fight them, what is your plan actually?
Yeah.
Are you going to play keep away and try to out-farm them and just dodge them? Are you even going to be able to match their farming speed in that case because they control 75% of the map? Are you going to just YOLO into a fight and hope for the best? What if they never split up so you can't get a skirmish?
Oh boy. Pure gets stunned. Whitemon doing a nice job of blocking off one hero, but the problem is there's many others to contest with. That's going to be 2 quick kills again for Gaimin. It is 19-2. And coming into this, Tundra have been looking really good too.
Yep.
So it just goes to show, and it's funny, every time we cast Gaming Gladiators, like, oh, this is a really bad matchup for the other team. They can't handle it. What's a good matchup against Gaimin? That's the question.
Yeah. I mean, how many tournaments have we seen them have a semi-slow start, which was also the case in the Road to International this time. It wasn't like they had a flawless group stage or anything.
Yeah.
They've just learned from the games they lost, they've come to the right conclusions as they seem to do in general, and they've leveled up super hard. So it's not necessarily the other teams having a poor showing or being worse, it's just Gaming Gladiators are bringing a completely different level to the table than they did on day one.
Yeah.
And now you're the ones who need to play catch-up. In this game, unlikely to happen, but of course this is an upper bracket match, so you have a second shot as Tundra unless you pull off the most ridiculous comeback of this tournament while being down 20k Goldman at 21.
Yeah.
Unless you can somehow find this way. The silver lining is there's a lot of tape to study, a lot to learn, and arguably this is more than likely going to be the hardest matchup you're playing until you might meet them again ultimately.
Most likely, that is correct. Dyrachyo, okay. Do they have the damage to kill him off?
No.
Oh, he mances off the X.
Wow. Oh my god.
Perfect timing, and now the runaround is here. Quinn, the Epi, gonna slow Ramses to a crawl. The Black Hole, everybody's just having their own separate fights, Cinderin. Thompson is dead, Ramses is next. As Celery eventually will fall. That is the 3rd kill for Tundra now. Soxa gets beat down to a pulp. And it looks like Pure and company will just have to try and run away. As Whitemon inside. Okay.
Couple
buybacks. They absolutely have to get a kill here. On a core hero. Nice disruption from Soxa to dodge the concoction, but it's going to be probably too little too late. So we do have the 3-2-2, by the way. Let's hear some cheers in the crowd for that. As Pure with the gust, stuck inside to get drinking buddies. Snowball back into it, though he gets rooted again. Oh dear, that is not what you want to see.
It was better than not snowballing, because then they would have both been stunned. Now it was only the Drow that died.
Yeah, screw the Drought.
All right.
And Gaiman, again, no Roche attempt in this game. They are not afraid to continue on here. Here comes the boat from Ramses. He's been trying to work on this Aghanim Scepter for quite a while, but it is not coming together for him. The punch into the air, Quinn taking very little damage. He's unkillable at this point. Ramses been rooted 3 or 4 times in this engagement, it feels like, as the coil already used, and they just stood there because they don't do any damage. And the second Rax is upon Gaiman to claim for themselves, as Tundra can only look on, although Gaiman are backing away. Perhaps a soft reset. Another beautiful Manta, man.
What was that game called where you had to Manta dodge things? Training Polygon? He's been playing that. He's been playing Training Polygon.
All right, so what is your voice line? Since we have plenty of time to talk now, what does your voice line mean exactly?
It means cheers.
It means cheers?
Yes.
Okay, that's something that people... Oh, hold that thought. Celery, okay. Got a lot of kisses going on. He's actually basically making out with them with so many kisses. Get a room already as Ramses stuck in a horrible position. They're just going to call it GG. Gaiman Gladiators absolutely destroy Tundra 2-0. And they're going to go to the upper bracket finals here at TI to face off against Team Liquid.
And if you showed up in the audience tonight and you were like, man, we have to get dinner before we watch this show, or the restaurants are going to be closed, I have good news for you. It's 8 minutes to 9. So you might still be able to get a dinner order in, because Gaming Gladiators, they're hungry. They want to get out of here as fast as possible so they can enjoy a delightful meal after already completely munching on Tundra in the most one-sided game of the entire day. What a complete beatdown.
Yeah, I was not expecting this at this stage of the tournament. This is like a group stage match. I mean, Gaming Gladiators, like we talked about, just on another level right now. And it might have something to do with how aggressively Quinn chews his chewing gum, because it's, look at him. Like, it's very aggressive. Look at the jaw movement. Very precise. Yeah. Look at him.
Yeah.
What a good lad. So Gaming Gladiators 2-0 in a fashion we were not expecting. So Tundra go to the lower bracket, like we talked about. This is not an elimination series. I mean, looking ahead just real quickly, Cinder, don't go on one of your monologues, but Gaming Gladiators versus Liquid. What are you expecting this time?
Closer than this.
Oh, okay.
There you go. There's my non-monologue answer.
That's very good.
It might just be, you know, both teams play fast. They play aggressive in the early game. I think it's the best match for Gaming Gladiators right now with how they're playing, but unfortunately, historically, it's not a great match for Liquid most of the time. But they've been better against them this year than last year. So I think that could be really exciting when we get there.
Yep. I mean, they've had enough time to face each other to learn a lot over the last couple of years. So I'm sure they're going to have some juicy stuff for us. But I believe we have an interview. Let's take a look.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. I'm here with the winning team's captain. It is Celery. Celery, how are you doing, my friend?
Yeah, pretty good. What about you?
Not bad. I mean, what happened? Did you have like a dinner reservation to get to or something? That was ridiculous.
Nah, we got some nice heroes. I was surprised. We lost 20 scrims in a row, but now we're back, I guess.
You lost 20 scrims in a row, and then you come to this. I mean, I guess losing is learning. You did a lot of learning?
I guess so.
All right. I mean, but seriously, though, like, what caused this absolute smackdown of a series? You know, what do you see in the series that went so well for you and went so wrong for Tundra?
I'm not sure. We just had a really nice game. Lanes, we were just able to play our game. They played a bit too slow for how we like to play. I think we just executed really well. I'm very proud of how we played.
Very well. I mean, you should be, because this was an absolutely dominating performance, and now you're going into the upper bracket finals like this. Are you expecting the same thing to happen tomorrow against Liquid?
No, it's never easy. I'm sure Liquid is ready. They saw us too many times. I'm sure they're ready this time.
All right, Celery, thank you very much. And finally from me then, have you got anything else up your sleeve which you're yet to show us at this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of nice threats. We have a Danish coach, so he's super excited. So give it up for CY.
Give it up for CY, give it up for Gaming Gladiators, and give it up for Celery as they secure themselves top 3 at the International. And we will throw it back to our panel. Thank you, Celery.
Thank you both so much. All about Gaming Gladiators fans in the arena, loving that series because it was a phenomenal 2-0. There is no other way to put this. There was a massive skill difference. I don't know, Jenkins, if it was an aspect of a completely different Tundra that we saw 5 days ago, or if there's 20 scrim losses in a row, or exactly what Game In needed to be able to come in so confidently and know what they wanted to draft, what worked for them.
I'm going to be honest, I feel like at this point, Gaimin doesn't even know what makes Gaimin win because every tournament that they end up winning or doing very well at, usually you hear that same narrative where it's like, we just keep losing scrims, we can't win, they're all giga depressed, and then somehow...
on the first day of groups, I asked CY, I was like, bro, how is scrims coming into this? He goes, I don't want to talk
he
about
was
it.
So
and
depressed.
He went to walk away from me, that's how little he wanted to talk about
I
it.
have a theory about this. I think that Duraccio just gets bored. He gets bored of scrims, and you see it in the game, in the Lone Druid game. It was too easy, so he walks into the enemy triangle alone and then dies. You know, he gets bored, but when he's engaged, when he gets a hero that he really likes, when he's, you know, I don't know what's going on with him, but he played this game flawlessly.
This game he was definitely showing off with the Manta dodge with the X-Mark, and he disassembled his Radiance when he got disrupted, you know.
I mean, that's a real theory, by the way. Like, when I played with Sumel as well, we lost every single scrim. He wasn't trying. Then we get on to the actual tournament. He actually tries, and we're a different team. So, not saying that's what's happening here, but...
It's a theory that's working.
It's a theory, and it doesn't have to be Duraccio. It could be anyone, right? Like, sometimes in scrims, you don't have the same energy. And then when all of a sudden everyone's trying, and it's an official game, things just start to click. And when you're playing a style that Gaimin is playing, when things click, it clicks really hard, and all of a sudden you're in a situation where you can just win the game very easily based off of the heroes they draft for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of that, we weren't really sure about this Enigma. We had a really long conversation in this game number 2 draft of where it could be flexed to, what are even the advantages of putting it on that support, and now that you see it, despite this Black Hole being a big cooldown to play around Winter, it was really effective against the puck. Celery's only job was find this puck, Black Hole him, we win game.
I don't even think like the game actually got to that point. I'm sure he did it a couple of times, but the game was kind of already over before that. After the laning phase, I felt like Kanka did well. You know, he was winning his lane against the Enigma plus the Elk, but somehow after that stage, they kind of ran into damage issues. They made a gank to mid lane. They tried to kill Queen when he was rushing a dagger. Imagine that, you know, you're trying to gank a hero that just rush dagger.
Yeah, he had 2 bracers.
And you
that was
can't
his build.
kill the guy, you know. Like, the amount of mental damage it does to you, and you know you're gonna run into a lot of problems after that. They lost a couple of heroes, and the game just balled out of control. You know, the Elk just came out with his Radiance and destroyed everybody.
Yeah, I mean, then Tundra are put in this position, they're trying to do damage control, right? They're trying to make use of what little map they have available, and yet somehow Gaming Gladiators are still in the right spots here to be able to pick them off, to make sure no farm's happening. Somehow it felt like all 5 of them were all over the map, everywhere.
Yeah, it started on that bottom lane. It was like 5 or 6 minutes of the game. I see the Alchemist and Enigma just rotate down there. And speaking of Enigma, he was the one that made the rotation too. Duraccio stuns himself. They just walk away on the Drow, but then Quinn comes in after, and they just keep fighting after and after, and just huge disparity in items between these 2 supports here. This Enigma, this is what he does best. He might not have the best laning stage, but after the laning stage, if you can stabilize, you can build these aura items, and this is the difference they have with the net worth advantage here. They get their spells available, use the gate from the Underlord, you pop these early drums in, and like, where is your damage from Tundra? You just don't have any. Drow doesn't have much damage. Kunkka's damage is okay in the early game. Puck's damage should be good as well, but Thompson's not even in this fight, really. So I really feel like Thompson had a good laning stage. So did the Kunkka on Ramses, but they didn't really translate that into winning any of these early fights. And the moment your 2 top net worth heroes in the game aren't making things happen on the map, you're just giving space for this Underlord and Enigma to buy all the auras in the game, and now all of a sudden you have no damage.
I do want to shout out Celery, by the way. The Obs did a quick zoom in on the map of that play that we just saw, the mini-map, and I saw that he drew a line to the Ancients. They didn't have any vision. They just assumed that because Tundra wasn't showing for a long time and they had already cleared out the triangle, that there was another Ancient stack that they were farming at the time. And the read was correct. It was literally just a game read completely, and that play like blew the game wide open.
Yeah. Well, guys, I love your opinions. I love listening to you. But there is someone else we also all love hearing from, and that's our weatherman Purge. So let's head on down to him.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, amazing game from Gaming Gladiators. Very solid series. And the one thing about them that's really been a key identifier for the last year or two is how well they group up as a squad as soon as a fight happens. In this 12-minute mark here, Quinn just had a read. I'm going to go mid, and I'm going to engage on puck. And what happens is everybody on Gaming Gladiators shows up. Everyone is contributing at this point in the game. And this just creates really good circumstances. Look at Ace. He's constantly pushing out the bot lane, getting farm, getting last hits. If Drow shows up, he zones her. That's impactful for their net worth. Even Duraccio giving up some. Look at this juicy stack. He's going to leave this to go team fight. I would never do that. That's why he's Duraccio, though. He shows up to the fight, and he's going to contribute to the fight in a really huge way. Sorry, well, let me zoom forward a little bit. Landing stuns on the backline. The kisses as well going on the backline was great. Even Celery got to utilize his ultimate. It's just worth it for them to always show up to these fights, especially in a circumstance where their opponents have less damage. And then from there, once they get a gold advantage, they take towers. This basically blows the game open. This allows them to play in the mid lane, and then they also get to invade. They a mere 3 minutes later, they have a 7k gold advantage. They put an aggressive ward down. Watch how the start of this team fight begins. They see one hero, and that basically is the go motion. All of a sudden, Ramsey sees everybody on the enemy team. The Underlord's jumping in. Tofu's doing a great job. He's basically getting vision in this area with his ulti, because he knows that's where heroes are going to stand. And then from there, they just get to run at their opponents, because their opponents just don't have the damage. Pure had a rough laning stage on Drow Ranger. He's supposed to be facilitated by maybe Tusk third skill, but he's scared because he's getting ran at 15 minutes. The Radiance timing hits as well, and all of a sudden, the game is just over. So maybe a little bit of outdraft that put Tundra in this position with these low damage heroes, but ultimately Gladiators group together at the right time and they punish it.
Thank you, Purge. Pretty much the trifecta there of being able to outdraft, outplay, and outskill your opponent. And the biggest question is, for those who are to come up against Gaming Gladiators and the rest of this tournament, how do you mirror that? How do you match up to that? And how are you able to also bring what they're bringing to the table at the moment? Because it feels like there's not a lot of answers. The only team that comes to mind right now that were able to do that were Nouns, and they're unfortunately no longer in the tournament.
Well, I could tell you probably what Moon would say about that previous game.
In hindsight now.
In hindsight.
Yeah.
And that is that for that play that happened mid, where Celery hit the big black hole, and it was just a complete disaster. I think Pure was farming on the Drow, right? But he needed to show up. Like, given the deficit that they were at, they needed the carry to show up, or they wait for Thompson's Witchblade. Like, basically, they had some damage issues because maybe the lanes didn't go so well, and so they need to get to the next thing or bring extra people. And against Gaming Gladiators especially, and against their lineup, you lose one fight like that and get 5k net worth behind, it's over. Like, they're going to flawlessly execute for the rest of the game. That's what they're known for. That's what they do.
It's hard to play sacrificial like that, even if you don't bring 4 and lose a team fight. If even just one person's all of a sudden off the map, you're just wondering maybe how you ought to be able to take down at Gaming Gladiators. But either way, it has been a phenomenal day at #1 here in Royal Arena. Let's have a look at our bracket. Let's see how it's shaping up, because our top 8 teams came into day at #1. We are leaving with 6 teams, though. We had Falcons get a 2 over BB team. And then we also had Extreme Gaming get a 2 over Aurora. That does put them into that top 6. And they're going to be going up against the teams that fell from the upper bracket today. That was Cloud9 falling down to Team Liquid. And as we just saw, Tundra falling down to Gaming Gladiators. So it is a bittersweet where we got to see fantastic Dota. But unfortunately, all series going 2-0 winter. All of them going so quick.
Yeah, very, very surprising. You know, if you asked me at the beginning of the day, I would tell you that, oh, this is going to be a long day. You know, you might see actually four series that have been 2-1, not 3-1.
3-1, that's a bit of, we're not into the grand finals just yet. But yeah, you're right. We thought that could have been a game #3. In fact, we liked a lot of what Tundra was drafting. We've harped on about it so much, about this skill difference. But let's have a look at our games tomorrow, because it's going to be a big one. 6 coming in, only 3 will remain. Cloud9 up against Falcons starts our day right there at 10 a.m. Then it's Tundra up against Extreme Gaming. The losers of those 2 ones will be exiting TI, which is unfortunate that their road will end there. But they will be playing later in the day. We're going to swap up to the upper bracket at that 4 p.m., which is that Team Liquid Gaming Gladiators rematch. And Fear, a lot of people are looking at these two teams potentially also facing off in the grand finals, just how great they're looking.
Yeah, I mean, I think Blitz said it best. Nobody beats Liquid 99 times. They'll have their day one day, so I feel like this matchup, you're learning more and more as you go on, but I will say Liquid looks better than they've ever looked in the past going up against Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I feel like maybe there's that little bit of the mental reset too, Jenkins. They did previously win a LAN coming into this one, so, you know, maybe a bit more confidence about it, what they're able to do and able to achieve for themselves, so.
They did, but every single time we have this rhetoric and every single time it goes one way or the other. I mean, I will say tomorrow there are, when I saw those matches, it's just a lot of questions, like how does Tundra recover from what just happened? Can they recover? Because Extreme Gaming in their series today, they looked extremely good, and they, in my opinion, didn't in some of their previous series. So there is a narrative of some of these teams like improving a lot as the tournament progresses, and if some of those teams can continue progressing and some don't, we might see a day of stomps tomorrow. But I doubt that. We're, you know, in the late stage of TI. I think most of, like, all of these teams should be able to recover from any sort of loss that they feel.
All right. Well, look, Winder, I'll give you the last words to say here. Final thoughts about today, and you know, outside of the 2-0 stomps that did happen.
Well, Dota is in a really good spot now. I think the games were great, even though there were storms, but teams have shown like a significant amount of improvements over the past years, and I feel like the Dota is just getting cleaner and cleaner. That's why we are seeing the storms like this. I feel like it's a very good thing for the game, you know, that the players are getting just really, really good at the game, and we are starting to see the true limits of certain heroes and certain drafts.
Yeah, unique playstyles, unique drafts, unique heroes being picked up, but either way, that is the end of day number 1 here at TI 13 in Royal Arena, Copenhagen, Denmark. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day number 2.